welcome to day 2 of the Goodwood Members Meeting. Yesterday we were treated to some of the incredible sights and sounds that make this event so special.
It was a feast for our eyes and ears, from the V8 engines of the Mustangs to the vintage power of the SFH Trophy and the incredible noise from these monstrous Can-Ams. And we're only just getting started.
Well, what a fantastic day we had ahead of us, kicking off at 9 o'clock with the Parnell Cup. Let's look down this list. We've got that knockout, the Sidecar shootout happening at 11 a.m. Race number 8 is the Ken Miles Cup at 12:55 and another Can-Am demo at 1:50. Let's look at this then. Oh my goodness, we've got the demo from the Gordon Murray Automotive at 2:55, a demo with Niki Lauda, extraordinarily special here at Goodwood, at 3:50. Peter Collins Trophy is race number 12 at 5:35, and we are ending the day, race 14, with the Gordon Spice Sprint at 6:20. Wow, it's going to be a great one here. Hello, good morning, and welcome to the Goodwood Members Meeting. I'm Amy Barclay, and with me is David Green. Wow, what a fantastic day we have ahead of us. What would you say would be one of your highlights? I'm looking forward to that Ferrari 640 with Berger.
The Ferrari was fantastic. To see Gerhard Berger in that car was so good. But I have to say, my highlight from yesterday was the Can-Ams. And as I say, I like it so much I bought the T-shirt. Look at this, I've been shopping already this morning. Look at that, it's quite cool, isn't it?
Oh, that is
on the
very
Goodwood
cool.
shop down at Gate 2, we got that. So
hang
yes.
on, let me see what other merchandise we have here, because, you know, it can get a bit chilly on these misty mornings at Goodwood. So to commemorate the 81st members meeting, you might want to get your hands on one of these gorgeous pale blue hoodies that they've got. And if that's not for your liking, which you're sport for choice, actually. Look at this. This would look great on you, David. Ooh, ooh la la.
Is that a present?
Yeah, it is a present. Presents for all. I love that we've got all that going. In fact, we've got quite a sprawling team here at Goodwood, and we want to go and see Ed Foster, who's our pit lane reporter, and what he might have going on. What takes your fancy over there, Ed? You going to go for the hoodie? You going to go for one of those T-shirts?
Well, if it's all right with you, I'm going to go for one of these Bugattis. We're celebrating so many wonderful things this weekend, and one of those is the 100th anniversary of the Bugatti Type 35. There's loads of them in the Grover Williams Trophy. I think that's on this afternoon at 4:20. And these cars, the fascinating things about these is that they won thousands of races. You know, think of any other car, even a Porsche 917, that didn't win thousands of races, but these did, because the Bugatti factory built hundreds of them, whereas Alfa Romeo, Maserati maybe built 4 a year. And I love the little details, like these spark plugs all ready to go as spares. Wonderful cars, and that's the great thing here, is that you can get up close, you can see little details like this. So do come over to the Goodwood Motor Circuit special pits over here, which is near Parc Fermé, and check them out, because they are absolutely fantastic. And the owners love talking about them, so do ask all the questions. But I'll be in Parc Fermé interviewing the winners today, and hopefully doing some grid walks as well. So I'll be busy.
All right, well, thank you, Ed. We're looking forward to all of that with you later on today. Now, David, there is another layer of competition happening here with the House Shield that they are all competing for to get those house points. Should we take a little look at this explainer?
Part of the competition aspect at the Goodwood Members Meeting is to split the drivers and attendees into 4 houses to battle for the honour of what is known as the House Shield. Just like Hogwarts in Harry Potter's youth, there are 4 houses, and it's even more random as to who ends up where. Each house is named after titles belonging to His Grace the Duke of Richmond, and there are house captains from famous racing backgrounds. 3-time World Touring Car Champion Andy Priaulx is captain of House Aubigny, which is represented on the shield by the Fleur de Lis. 9 times Le Mans winner Tom Christensen is the frontman for House Darnley, for which the crest is the Boar's Head. Triple British Touring Car Champion Gordon Shedden is captain of House Methuen, represented by the Lion's Head. And 4 times winner of the IndyCar Series Championship, Dario Franchitti is head of House Torbolton, which is celebrated by the harp. Every driver at the event can score points by finishing races in the top 10. 250 points are awarded for a win, 180 for a second place, 150 for third, all the way down to 10 points for a 10th place finish. In 2 driver races, each driver scores full points, which are split equally if competing for different houses. 50 points are awarded for pole position and for fastest lap, whilst house captains do score double points. But it's not just about track action. Anybody who attends the event can dive into some fantastic challenges and also score points. Fancy some laser clay shooting? Or what about axe throwing? Perhaps croquet is more suitable, or even duck herding amongst plenty of options. There's also the important house group tug-of-war, where the house captains take a grip. As usual, there's no I in team. The house shield is about everyone at Goodwood.
All right, well, that's looking really good. Now, let's see who is winning at the moment. We've got Torbolton down there with 9,009 points. That's Dario Franchitti's team. What do you make of that, David? Who do you think actually is going to manage to take that house shield today?
Well, as you said, Dario's leading at the moment. He is used to winning, so, you wouldn't bet against him. But, I'm looking at Methu in there with Flash, Gordon Shedden. When I saw him in the tug-of-war yesterday, he was really, really determined, and he literally pulled Andy Prio off his feet for Albany. So I think he's quite looking for the win. And, these guys are really competitive, so all to play for today. Much, much more points available today. So let's see who's going to win.
It's so fun that we've got that element here at Goodwood. I mean, the engines are starting. It's not exactly a quiet morning here, is it? But we want to go over to our commentators, to Harry Benjamin and Bruce Jones, see what they've got to say.
Thanks, Imi. Thanks, David. Yeah, me and Bruce are getting ready for our first race of the weekend, the Parnell Cup. Really looking forward to this one. Grand Prix F2 Voered cars between 1935 and 1953. It's a Cooper-heavy field, and it's a Cooper that's got the best view in the house, starting from pole.
It will be, but there's a car that never raced in period, the Kieft, on the outside of the front row. So just think about history. Isn't only about the winners, but that's looking increasingly competitive. The car's already starting to leave the collection area to go out on the track, and I'm really at tenterhooks ahead of this first race, but we'll carry on through the day with an amazing array of races, Harry.
Absolutely. Well, the sun just peeking out from the skies above. Still lots of fans coming into the Goodwood circuit as well. Looking forward to this one. The Parnell Cup coming up shortly, and this is what it's all about. Well, cars then making their way out onto the grid, out onto the track, and making their way around this spectacular Goodwood circuit. Just over 3.8 kilometres, 2.4 miles. And a reminder, this will be a mixture of cars between 1935 and 1953. So we're covering quite a wide expanse of time here for Grand Prix, Formula 2 and voered cars. We've got Coopers, we've got the Kieft Climax, as you were saying, Bruce, on the outside going in to Madgwick Corner. We've also got an AC, a Connaught Type A, Maseratis as well. Further back, there's a Talbot and a Bentley on the back row as well. There's a huge bit of variety here. A couple of issues on the grid at the moment, it seems. One of the, that's the 70 car, which is finding itself being pulled back. That's Michael Birch in the Maserati, just getting a little helping hand. So hopefully, he might be still able to take the start, but he is being wheeled back into the assembly area.
Doesn't mean his race is over. Does mean if he can get that fired up, he'll start after all the cars have made their blast away from the grid. Incredible array of cars. You mentioned, Harry, the fact that, of course, they covered a large period of time, 1935 to 53, but there was the interruption of the Second World War, and mysteriously no racing cars really were built during that time, so the cars that were there before the war were brought back out again to race. And then in 1950, of course, we had the opening round of the first World Championship at Silverstone, and it's carried on from there. But many shapes and sizes, and great to see Connaughts in the mix. stood up beg ERA coming towards us with the white livery there, very much a car of the 30s, but you can see so much of what the driver is doing. It always makes it great fun.
It certainly does. It will be Will Nuttall in the Cooper who lines up on pole. As we look at it, that'll be the car on the far left on the starting grid. 3 cars will make up the front row. John Ure alongside him. John Ure also driving the Cooper 1953 Bristol Mark II. John Ure very fast around here. He's popping up in a couple of races across the weekend. Always a man to look out for. And in that middle row, well, you want to get a good start, don't you? Because you can so easily find yourself pincered if you don't quite get the start you're hoping for with 2 cars either side of you.
Yes, and one of the beauties about Goodwood is it's actually an incredibly good circuit for overtaking, because a lot of the corners provide various cornering lines that would possibly work. So it does mean you get some cracking racing, but certainly to get the power down and get the inside line going into the first corner, it's a double apex corner. Madwick is something all of the drivers at the front of the grid will be wanting to get. So as they approach the grid to come to a standstill, they'll be just picturing in their mind what exactly they need to do.
Absolutely. Game faces on now as the cars come onto the grid, just making their way through that final chicane. Now this, the Parnell Cup, to kick off Sunday here at the 81st Goodwood Members Meeting, and what a race to kick off proceedings with, named after, of course, the Emperor of Goodwood, Reg Parnell. This first held back in 2016, 3rd running of the Parnell Cup, about to take stock. Will Nuttall has won the previous Parnell Cups back in 2016 and 2019. He starts on pole. Could he make it 3 Parnell Cup wins in a row? He'll be certainly hoping to do so as they make their way and slowly ease up to the grid, greeted by the rest of their teams. Just sitting, waiting, concentration, last-minute thoughts as they head on, as they stand on the grid and get ready and looking down into that turn 1.
Now, one last-minute thought, anyone trackside will know it's quite a chilly morning, so certainly temperature in the tyres won't be something they'll enjoy. So it'll be a case of the bold going for it down through the first couple of corners. Then that wonderful run down to Ford Water, a very fast-flowing circuit, Goodwood. And I'm absolutely on the edge of my seat, ready for the racing action here this morning.
Ian Nuttall will make up row 2 in the other Cooper. Ian's raced successfully with the historic racings for the last 4 seasons. Charles Clegg will be alongside him. Clegg in the first and I believe the only AC out there on the grid as well, from 1953. Bristol engined as well, reconstructed car. That will make up the 2nd row. So it's 3 cars on the front row, then 2, and that's how it runs, 3-2 all the way down to the 9th row of the grid, which will see a Bentley, a Maserati, or 2 Maserati 6EMs lining up right at the back. Last minute preparations being done and the grandstands are really starting to fill up now. It is a bit chillier. One thing that isn't the same as yesterday, Bruce, is the wind has really died down compared to yesterday.
It was certainly gusty, and some of the taller cars yesterday, most notably the ones in the SF Edge race, for cars that were, if your car's only 99 years old, you couldn't play, but 100 and older, so the real pioneer cars, are really rather tall. So a big blow to the bonnet, where the front end of the car when they're going into, say, Madwick, would certainly alter the line just a little bit. But today, chilly, but the sun is shining earlier than it did yesterday. It turned into a beautiful day here at Goodwood. But this is the opening race of the Sunday at the 81st Members Meeting.
And don't forget, points are up for grabs. Drivers score points for their house by finishing in the top 10 as we get the green flag lap underway, and they make their way around 250 points for the winner, 180 for second, 150 for third, all the way down to 10 points for finishing in the top 10 as they make their way around. Everybody seems to have gotten away well from the grid, except one car seems to have found itself stuck and getting a little wheel away. Just trying to see which one that is. On the, is it Julian? No, it's not the ERA.
Well, what I can tell you, Harry, I was looking out the window and the car that was missing was number 53, and that's the Cooper Bristol, owned by Julian Wilson, raced by his daughter Stephanie for the first time, but alas, it doesn't appear to be happening. I think that one didn't make it out onto the circuit, so really unfortunate. Another chance will come along, but how disappointing. Wonderful spring day ahead of us here at Goodwood, and not to go racing would be massively frustrating. The car that stopped on the grid has been pushed to the side and is now going to the pit exit and may be able to be fired up to get a start from there. Still can't quite work out which one it was. It might have been Eric Stace, but I need to have a... Oh no, it's not. It's a Talbot. So that was a bit further forward on the grid. Talbot Largo, pale blue. That means Bjorn Epson, car number 26. Yes, there it is.
Bjorn Epson then the German racer, just getting wheeled back into the exit of the pit lane, hoping he'll be able to make the start of that. Currently just seeing the number 36, that's Eric Stays in the Cooper, lines up in 14th spot, right in the middle of the pack. Getting a good start in these cars, Bruce, how tricky is that?
Well, it's something you just need to know the point at which your clutch is going to bite. And again, there's not much grip from these tyres, but of course these are treaded tyres, so they weren't going to be like the critical element of getting heat into a pair of slicks. But let's run down the grid. Yeah,
as we've mentioned, on pole then is the Cooper of Will Nuttall, alongside in another Cooper of John Yaw, and Nigel Batchelor and the Keith Climax make up the front row. Cooper and an AC behind them in row 2 from 4th and 5th is Ian Nuttall and Charles Clegg. Row 3, Charlie Martin in the Connaught, Alexander van der Lof in the HWN Alta F2, and Paul Grant in the Cooper. Then behind them, row 4, the Maserati of Michael Birch, Alex Simpson alongside in the Alvis. That is your top 10. Row 5 in 11th is the ERA of Julian Wilton. Then it's the Maserati of Joseph Rettenmeyer. Patrick Blakeney-Edwards in the Fraser Nash rounds out the top 15. Eric Stays and Ben Finder, the Cooper in the ERA, rounding out at the top 15. No Cooper of Stephanie Wilton. There will be an empty slot there. Alongside will be the Cooper of Christopher Phillips and Bjorn Ebsen in the Talbot. If we can get Bjorn out there, he'll be starting from the pit lane if he can make his way through. And the final 2 rows, the Delage of Volker Hitchett, Stefan Rettenmeyer in the Maserati. And at the back will be David Little in the Bentley, Klaus Dold in the Maserati 6CM, and Marcus Nesius in the other Maserati 6CM. 9 rows making up this grid for the first race of the day here for Sunday on the 81st Goodwood Members Meeting. The sun peeking out from the skies, much chillier than it was yesterday, but the wind has certainly died down, and we are about to witness some fantastic racing, I'm sure. Grand Prix Formula 2 and Voered cars that race between 1935 and 1953. So a really nice mix of manufacturers and brands involved in this race. But right now it's William Nuttall on pole in the 32 Cooper, who will have the best view in the house, but he's got John Yaw and Nigel Batchelor alongside as the revs rise and we get ready to go racing. The Parnell Cup is underway. A poor start from Nigel Batchelor, who bogs down and gets absolutely swamped, but a good start from our pole sitter Will Nuttall. But John Yaw is going to try and sweep round the outside. Can Yaw and the other Cooper take the lead going into Madrid? I think he has done. Yaw from second on the grid leads this race, but Nuttall slots in right behind. He's not going to give this one up. Looks to the inside as they now approach Ford Water. Can he get alongside? No, tucks in behind. Yaw leads, but a poor start, Bruce, from Nigel Batchelor on the front row as well.
Well, on the formation lap, he also had a little bit of a problem going away. And talk about going away, the first 2 have really made their escape. John Yaw from second on the grid into the lead from Will Nuttall now. Of course, Will will be positioning his Cooper in behind through St Mary's to go into the compression. And first overtaking place for him will be into Lavin. He's already made his played his bid. He's going down the inside, but not quite close enough. John Yaw is going faster because the outside line is a bigger sweep into that double apex corner. A look in the middle of the pack, just out inside of this picture. It should be the Keith that was so poor away from the line from Nigel Batchelor. That will be going back towards the front, but at the best of the ERAs, he's going really well. Julian Wilton, car number 7, has vaulted up the order into about 5th position from, I think, 11th on the grid.
Yeah, and you can see up front, though, the whites of John Yaw's eyes. The visor completely transparent as he makes his way. You can see how hard they have to work these cars. The elbows moving side to side as they now come into the braking zone for the final chicane to end lap 1 of the Parnell Cup. It's a 20-minute race. We're already down to 18 minutes and 22 seconds, but across the line then, John Yaw will lead, but it's going to be side by side with Will Nuttall. What can Will Nuttall do? Down the inside, late on the brakes, going to make the move. Can Yaw hang it out round the outside? He's going to have the wider line. Can Nuttall do anything about it? Not on that occasion, but Nuttall is not giving this one up without a fight. Back onto the next straight, side by side. Nuttall sweeps round the outside, tries to make a move, still not far enough in front, has to settle behind for now, but this is going for hammer and tongs for the lead of this race right from the get-go.
Do historic racers race? Do they ever? John Yaw, super bold, brilliant exit, far better exit from the chicane from Will Nuttall, but when he got down to Madrid on the outside, so it was the longer way round, but John Yaw just kept his foot in. This is the car that started was raced by Tony Crook, the man who went on to own Bristol, and converted, added cycle wings, became a sports car for a while. That was the way the cars could chop and change. But right now, he's just got this ability to carry even better flow than Will Nuttall. They're going through the lap and kick now. Where's the best of the rest? It's Ian Nuttall will be third in line, but he was 4 seconds down on the start-finish straight, and even further back, he's not in the back of the shot. So these two have got the class of their own. Nigel Batchelor, who started the outside the front row, that awful, woeful start for him in the Keith, unfortunately down in 7th. He's working his way back to the front. There's no way he's catching his first two. It's a 20-minute race.
No, they're already off and away. And just on that last lap, really attacking Will Nuttall. Just had to back off slightly and regain that rhythm as he now closes back up onto our leader, John Muir. Out, though, of this race, it looks like that's the number 15 car. Patrick Blakeney-Edwards in the Fraser-Nash pulling off to the side out of that car. Marshall's doing a great job of making sure that is safe and out the way. No yellow flags needed for that one on this occasion. You're still leading this race, though, in the Cooper, but Will Nuttall, who started on pole, has not let him out of his sight. It's raging between 1/10 of a second to 3/10 to less than 1/10 of a second between these two. Side by side once again. Nuttall alongside. Can he make it through? No. John Muir just carrying way more speed around the outside. So confident to carry that speed through and keep his position out in front. Your leads.
Now, one of the beauties for this duo, they race a lot together. They understand where to place the cars, and they understand whether the rival is going to take a risk or not. And all along, all that John Muir is showing is the inside line, and that's the tighter line, therefore the slower line. But each time they go to a corner where overtaking could happen, like into Laban, Will Nuttall is just trying to unseat him, just trying to put the pressure on. But right now, running down the Lavant straight, it does appear it's a bit more grunt for John Muir in his Cooper Bristol ahead of Will Nuttall. But Will closing in, and how good are they on the brakes? Light, nimble, but these drivers really know how to extract the maximum from these cars. The rest, some distance further back, Ian Nuttall in third place is 7 seconds down after 2 laps are on the board. It's going to be even more when they complete this, the third lap. The tail out on the edge of the exit of the chicane from John Muir. Again, a better exit from the chicane from the chasing Will Nuttall. The gap between them on the line, 69 thousandths of a second.
Side by side coming through Madrick. You're on the inside, Nuttall on the outside. You can see just how hard he's working the steering wheel. He had the outside line. He tries to tuck back into the inside. John Muir is the leading car, but they're now side by side. Can Nuttall make the move? He might just have a nose in front as they make their way down the straight. Nuttall's going to have the inside now. They're so close to touching wheels. It's absolutely precision racing for the lead of the race. The first race to kick off proceedings here at Sunday's 81st Goodwood Members Meeting in the Parnell Cup. And my oh my, are we being treated for a race. John Muir holding out at the moment to keep that lead in the Cooper, but Will Nuttall is side by side with him and has been for the majority of this lap so far. But you're ahead for the moment.
I think his motto must be no surrender, because when we had the changing of the guard, we had Muir on the outside rather than the inside this time around. I thought the changing had happened because a better run through the second part of Madrick from the chasing Will Nuttall. Therefore, he was on the inside line for Fordwater. Surely that should have been his lead, but John Muir is not letting him through. But now Will Nuttall's in front. But again, it's the point of where's the next corner coming, and with it all covered, John Muir goes back in front. What's happening in the rest of the race? I can watch these two race all day.
Absolutely, we can. This is the battle for the lead, and there's absolutely nothing between them. But you know what's going to be interesting is they're going to catch up to some traffic in front of them. How can they navigate that as we come across the line once again, side by side? Will Nuttall have the inside. John Muir sweeps round the outside, carries more speed, holds that lead for the time being. It's Ian Nuttall in third behind there. Nigel Batchelor, who actually started down in third, has really managed, and had a terrible start, has managed to get back up into 4th spot. So a good recovery for the Keith Climax car. Meanwhile, back up at front, this is where our eyes have to be, because this is where the racing is. And Bruce, traffic is going to be crucial in how they navigate it. They've both successfully gotten through the back 2 cars in this grid. John Muir holding out at the moment, but it's going to prevent Will Nuttall from trying to get a good rise through. Saying that, he's had a great run out of the exit, but there's a car on the inside, can't move to the right hand, has to tuck in behind Muir for the time being. So this is just helping Muir out a little bit, the traffic.
Who can keep the momentum the best? It's about where they find the back markers. They managed to go past the delayed Talbot. That was the one that started from the pit lane. It's going to be where they find it. They've got a clear run, no cars ahead of them in sight as they go through the kink on the Lavant Straight. They come down to Woodcote, and the place that they could get the worst interruption is into the chicane, because really for a driver in front in a slower car, they don't really have many options in the chicane. It's incredibly narrow, and the fans really starting around the circuit, probably all around the world on the streaming, are watching absolutely very zenith of historic racing. There may only be 2 cars in that lead group. They're separated by a whole tenth of a second, Harry. I know it's a shock, it's been under that before, we've been talking thousandths per second, and again punching out the chicane, and this time Will Nuttall actually can clock a lap with the lead.
What an exit for Will Nuttall out of the chicane, side by side, more grunt, more power, just carrying more momentum, and now Will Nuttall into Madrick to kickstart the next lap, takes the lead of this race. Will Nuttall in the Cooper, who started on pole, lost out early doors to John Muir, but my oh my, have we absolutely been treated to a scrap. This was the move, side by side, a little look to the left-hand side in his mirror for Will Nuttall, just to see where Ure was, if Ure was going to try and squeeze him. No, all playing very nicely indeed. Traffic still to navigate, but Will Nuttall now out in front, trying to go 3 for 3 when it comes to Parnell Cup wins. 2 Coopers battling it out for the lead, and now Nuttall's got ahead. Couple of tenths adrift now as John Muir. Has Ure gone too hard too early? Is he now just trying to preserve what he's got left in that tank? Can he catch back up?
I think he can actually, because although he was out-qualified by Will Nuttall, it's where they find the back markers. AC Monoposto being overtaken there. Maserati up front, it's really going to be where they find the back markers, but Will Nuttall has been supreme getting the power down, getting his Cooper balanced out of the chicane, and that's where he's had his advantage, but the shoe very much on the other foot. But 17 seconds further back is Ian Nuttall in 3rd place. Nigel Batchelor, they're all thereabouts. The number 37 we're looking at is a unique car, the AC Bristol Monoposto, built for hill climbing from the remains of a Crash sports car. That's how it was interchangeable in the 1950s.
Yeah, this battle a little bit further down between the 37 and the 33. Clegg and Phillips for 12th and 13th at the moment, as you say. That is currently undergoing, but a little bit further back. Top 10 score points in this race. You can see the top 10 on your screens at the moment. It's the 2 Coopers who are leading the way, but now that Will Nuttall has got back in front of John Muir, the gap now slipping back to almost a second between the 2 leaders, and here they are. Nuttall ahead of Ure still. Ure, though, hasn't let him completely out of his sight, but they are in a race of their own, because Ian Nuttall is 20+ seconds behind these 2 in 3rd. Then Nigel Batchelor, I think, will be quite pleased to have recovered from his poor start in the Keith climax. Absolutely plummeted through the field off the start and was surrounded and found himself in the mid-pack. Has now clawed himself back up to 4th. Spinner for Julian Wilton in the ERA. A lovely 360, makes his way back round, and it's almost like nothing happened.
Well, the important thing was he came within about his rear wheels as they spun round within a few inches of the grass, and of course after a cold night that would have been very slippery indeed. Running in 7th place, Julian Wilton, that will probably drop him down to about 10th or so, but the spin was contained.
He was on the grass
on the way in. He was trying to go past the enormous Bentley Bonato Hassan Special. Oh my word, heart rate said to be over 100 beats a minute in that particular moment, but as he approached Madrick with the image of just a tyre wall and a grass verge in front of him, 3 cars coming in behind, and look, somehow, maybe more by luck than judgment, Julian Wilton managed to contain the car within the tarmac once he got back on.
Yeah, the other ERA, the 44, Ben Fidler in the car for that one, just doing a good job of keeping to a tight line to avoid that. Ben Fidler actually had a really good start initially, started 15th, now up into 8th, make that 7th, with Julian Wilton falling down a few positions after that spin. Up out in front though, 1.2 seconds now covering the leaders. Nuttall leads in front of John Muir. 2 Coopers out there leading the way.
Yeah, what I'm observing is the fact that having got through, there have been a few twitchy moments from Will Nuttall. He is really pushing on because he's aware that they will come across more back markers. And as I've said before, and again, as he goes into Lavant, you can see constant readjustment of the line. But certainly Will Nuttall's just trying to build a bit of a cushion. He set the fastest lap of the race last time around, so you know, he's clearly on song. But I still think there's something. John Muir's got 8 and a bit minutes to try and fight back.
The Alvis of Alex Simpson has just made a move on the ERA of Fidler, got up into 7th. Nice little scrap going on there, has been coming for the last couple of laps. So Simpson up a couple of positions from where he started in that Alvis. Fidler down to 8th in the ERA, and then the spinning ERA we saw a few moments ago, recovering now in around about 9th spot.
Yeah, just looking at the driver who started very near the front, 5th on the grid. It's the yellow nose on the pale blue car, the AC Monoposto. And for Charles Clegg, he's fallen down outside the top 10 and just hasn't found the form he had in practice. The helmet looks though that Rubens Barrichello is racing. Of course, that's not Rubens, but it's Michael Birch, car number 70, down the order. He was the one that had real trouble getting it fired up, so he would have started after everybody else in his Maserati 4CM from 1935, ex-Works car. Raced at all the great circuits of the day, and now Michael Birch, who has a lot of historic cars he likes to go out and play with, and really puts on a fabulous show. But today he's not in his normal territory, but he's still having a cracking race.
We have really been treated early doors this morning to an absolutely wonderful scrap for the lead. We're just looking now at this battle between 11th and trying to navigate a little bit of traffic there. The number 8 of Klaus Dolden, the Maserati 6CM, gets out of the way to allow. That's Rettenmeier in the number 2. That's the Maserati 8CM, Joseph Rettenmeier, currently battling with the aforementioned Clegg.
But that Maserati is very, very beautiful. Not just in appearance, but its provenance is phenomenal. Raced by Whitney Straight, B. Beera, the Prince of Siam, and Kenneth McAlpine, and it just looks absolutely exquisite. It'd be a monumentally great road car. A lot of these cars just look as though they're only racing cars, but the Maserati is the time to look as though you'd have very much wanted to have them on the road. Into the chicane they go. Joseph Rettenmeier positioning his car very well, but in the background, wait a second, here comes the race leader, tail out as he exits the chicane. It's Will Nuttall. Look in the mirror. How close is the chasing John Yaw? He's on the other side. Look in your other mirror. Is it going to be just over a second? It's actually 2.3 seconds, so more than I thought. But of course, now going through Madwick, 2-part corner, being interrupted. He's got to go around the outside. He's compromised his line, so that gap from 2 and a bit seconds. And finally, Charles Clegg's notice says go on the inside, but that meant a tighter exit from Madwick. And what's that mean? Compromised momentum. So John Yaw would have spotted this, thinking, right, those 2 cars up ahead, I've got to pass them and do it better.
Yeah, getting a good lesson from Nuttall in front of him, and he's actually been able to really close up on Nuttall, but John Yaw in the number 6. Cooper just trying to get past that beast of the Maserati 8CM. Just gets a little bit tucked up behind, but then makes it through. So the leaders make their way through on the traffic. Still around a couple of seconds the gap, so all about evening out at the end of it. Will Nuttall holding on for the time being, but still pushing that Cooper to the absolute maximum.
Well, I tell you what, going through that traffic, it definitely compromised the leader, Will Nuttall, more than John Yaw. And in the opening sector of this lap, John took back 1.8 seconds in the first 3 timing sectors, and then just after that, he really got caught a bit behind Joseph Rettenmeier. But that's the trouble. You catch back markers. If they're wanting to time, you've got scope. But if they're having a battle, they're in the heat of the battle, they maybe don't notice you quite as much, and also maybe don't want to compromise their little battle, so they don't maybe move over as much as the front runners would like them to.
We saw the spinner of Julian Wilton a few laps ago down down in 9th. He's managed to actually recover in the ERA, back up into 7th. So there's pace in that ERA from Julian Wilton, who's recovered now, picked off Fiddler in the other ERA, and Simpson in the 93 Albis as well. So little 360 spin, back up in front. That Clegg-Rettenmeier battle that we've been seeing nip and tuck at the moment is going the way of the AC of Charles Clegg. He's just managed to get it back in front, up into 11th, 1.3 seconds between that AC and the Maserati 8CM at the moment.
Yeah, certainly. The spinner, Julian Wilson, going very, very well indeed. Oh my word, he's having a race of real instant. Put on the grass before, and then he's had a bit of a clatter there, and racing alongside number 18 is Nisia. So this is a case of a drive, and now he's looking down. Julian Wilson thinking, oh, I'm not sure that was entirely good. These cars are incredibly robust, but they're not really made to go clattering into another. So again, it was a case of a quicker driver coming through, and unfortunately it takes 2 to tango and a bit of a clash.
I think that was the Delage, wasn't it? That
yes,
came in to the right-hander and touched wheels. Volker Hitchens at the wheel of that, down in 17th. At the moment is that Delage, but yeah, that was a scary one. And look at that, 3.5 minutes left in this race. Where's the time gone? It's Will Nuttall who leads this race. Started on pole, but actually it was John Yaw and the other Cooper who started alongside him that got the best start, and we were absolutely enjoying a fantastic battle for the lead. In the end, after a few laps, it went the way of Will Nuttall, who's kept around about a 1.5 second gap at the moment.
Now, why have one Nuttall when you can have 2? Looking at Ian Nuttall, he's been holding down 3rd place since pretty much the start of the race, helped in no small part by a dreadful start from 3rd on the grid from Nigel Batchelor, but Nigel Batchelor in the Keith fell down to about 7th place. He's up now to 4th. He's been there for a while. He's closing with each lap, but as you said, under 3 minutes remaining. Can he catch Ian Nuttall? At the end of the last lap, Nuttall's Cooper was, I think, 2.7 seconds clear of the chasing Keith, the metallic green Keith car number 14. It's closing in all the time. Let's see, has either of those cars been interrupted by the back markers? Oh, I think it stayed at about the same margin. Let's look, waiting for the gap to come through. Nigel Batchelor 3.6. He had been closing, didn't get the better of that lap. So maybe Ian Nuttall can make it 2 Nuttalls on the podium.
Michael Birch in the Maserati, who had to start from the pit lane, has had a really nice recovery in that 1936 Works car. Just got himself up into 12th spot after a tough start, so he's picked off the cars behind him. We've lost Patrick Blakeney-Edwards early on in the Fraser Nash, pulling off to the side with a seeming issue, and that's roughly what's happened further back in the pack. 11 laps been and gone, less than 2 minutes remaining of this opening race for Sunday's 81st members meeting, the Parnell Cup. We're looking at Grand Prix Formula 2 Voered cars racing between 1935 and 1953, and at the moment it's Will Nuttall looking to make it 3 Parnell Cup victories in a row in his Cooper. John Muir is second, Ian Nuttall 30 seconds back in third.
Yeah, and about 2 seconds down on him is car number 14, the Keith, the car that was all ready for the 1954 season. And then the engine builders there, Coventry Climax, decided their FPE V8, they thought it was a great engine. Then they heard the power outputs for the new formula that were being achieved by the likes of Ferrari and went, you know what, maybe we won't go racing after all. But it's great to see that car being pushed very, very hard indeed by Nigel Batchelor. But it's a case of what might have been. Without that dreadful start, he would have been ahead of Ian Nuttall. But Ian looks as though in the number 33 Cooper that he's got enough in the tank, enough of an advantage to get it through to the end of the race. 1 minute precisely remains.
Beautiful drive so far from Will Nuttall, and John Muir as well early doors was placing his Cooper in all the right places to keep Nuttall at bay for as long as he could. Nigel Batchelor with a great recovery, as you say, started in third, poor start in the Keith Climax, now back up into fourth. We haven't seen much actually of Alexander van der Hoff in the Alta F2, but it's had a very steady race and currently looking for a top 5 spot in that Alta, and it's the top 10 that score points, and big points up for grabs to score for your house as well. 250 points for the winner. Currently it's looking like Will Nuttall's going to scoop them all up, even as the fastest lap overall as well. And let's just have a look a little bit further back. Michael Birch might well get some points as well, having started from the pit lane. Just made his way up into the top 10 as well, so a great recovery drive from the Maserati. But will Will Nuttall get over the line just as it clocks down, or will we get another lap? We're not too sure on that one. I think he did take the checkered flag. So Will Nuttall, as the clock came down to 0, takes the checkered flag, makes it 3 Parnell Cup victories in the Cooper. Will Nuttall takes victory in the first race of Sunday's 81st members meeting. John Muir put up a sterling effort in the early laps of this race.
Okay.
Well, we initially... So I'll tell you what, we might have another racing lap, actually, because on our timing screens it said checkered flag, and now it's gone back to green flag. So he might have just got over the line before they counted down to 0. Either way, we'll keep you up to date, but Will Nuttall hasn't lifted off the pace.
And more to the point, John Muir definitely hasn't lifted off the pace. The recovering Julian Wilton, who's had a little bit too much... incident in this race, a spin and a clash. The checkered flag is there. I reckon they'd have got past. I was a bit surprised to see it say checkered flag on the screen, but the drivers have not seen the checkered flag, so what they do, they have to race on, and what they really don't want is 3 cars across the track in front of them. And so for Will Nuttall, who'd done all the hard work the first half of the race, he got through into the lead, and now around the outside goes John Muir, but the Lavant straight is anything but straight. There's a little bit of constriction there, and
Muir's going to speed around the outside. Is he going to be able to do this on the final lap? Traffic holding back Will Nuttall. Muir gets onto the grass, the rear end sticks out, he manages to keep control. Will Nuttall, could he have lost it on the final lap? The checkered flag didn't come out, it will now be out and waving. Will Nuttall will take the flag and will take the win, but he nearly lost it at the end. Half a second between Will Nuttall and John Muir, the 2 Coopers fighting it out all race long, but in the end it is 3 Parnell Cup wins for Will Nuttall. John Muir second, it's a Cooper 1-2. Ian Nuttall makes it a Cooper 1-2-3 in third. Oh, that got the heart rate up at the end, Bruce, didn't it?
Well, none of those three drivers will need anything to keep and any coffee to keep them fired up this morning. That was epic, and those were two drivers absolutely at the top of the game in historic racing. What a show! The different lines they could take. The concern at the end, had they taken the checkered flag? No, they hadn't. It's a 20-minute race, but I think with 19 minutes and 58 seconds complete, Will Nuttall had to go and do another lap, and sitting on an advantage of about 2.5 seconds, he just thought that was fine. But then, when you see the back markers up ahead, you think, please, please, stay to one side. And John Yaw, who just will attack the whole time, he just thought, I may have a chance, and he's so nearly got it done down at Woodcote on the final lap.
254 points in the bag for Will Nuttall there, and a brilliant race, a brilliant spectacle for these Grand Prix F2 and Voered cars, and this is where it nearly ended for Will Nuttall. Had to get a wheel on the grass, and you're round the outside, the back end of that Cooper sticking out, and then he just had to correct the car, but otherwise he would have lost it.
Well,
Fantastic
absolutely
racing.
phenomenal. John Yaw really does love that wide outside line, but unfortunately, eventually, he just got the lack of grip you get when you hit the painted curbing there. But what a move, because, of course, the straight becomes narrow as you come down towards Woodcote Corner, and Will Nuttall knew he had to get out from behind Julian Wilson's ERA. He had to get to the right-hand side of the track, and therefore denied John Yaw. I think those two cars touched when Yaw's tail came out and his nose went across onto Will Nuttall, but for Nuttall to get into and out of the chicane for the final time in front was absolutely crucial. Wow, what a start to the day.
Well, good morning, everybody. I hope you're awake. It's the 81st Members Meeting. It's the Parnell Cup, and it's the first race of the weekend, and it is complete. And it got everybody's heart rate up from the very start to the very end, and certainly deserving of a round of applause from the grandstands. That, though, is your race winner, Will Nuttall. Once again, 3 Parnell Cup victories now in a row. Makes his way back into the pits. And in the end, it was half a second between him and John Yaw. Ian Nuttall rounds out the podium. Really good recovery as well for Nigel Batchelor in the Keith Climax. Started third, had a rough start to this race, recovered back up into fourth. A shout out as well, I think, for Julian Wilton, who started down in 11th in the ERA, had a spin and then managed to make his way back up into the top 6. And a fantastic race further back in the pack. The ERA of Fiddler in the 44, getting some points in the bag in 9th.
There's no way he's going.
Let's have a listen.
I thought you'd have a go. The lap before, I was like, I'll go really slow, so I crossed the line at the right time, and it was half a second too slow. And then I got stuck on the back straight, didn't I?
Well, there you go then. He was trying to take the flag, but in the end, it was a bit too slow going round the lap to complete it in time. Something I think happened to Michael Birch at the very end, because he was up into the top 10, but he ended up down in 14th, caught the flag. Well, there are your top 2, and let's head down and try and catch a word with them. Ed's down there.
Well, what a fantastic race to start the Sunday with. Will, I mean, 3 wins, 3 Parnell Cups. Kept you honest, though.
He definitely kept me honest. I know he doesn't give a millimetre, so I knew once I was by him I had a bit of a gap and I could pull away, but it was always going to be a problem with the back markers occasionally. I thought I'd backed off on the lap before and left enough time for it to cross to 0, and I'm sure it crossed to 0, but there was another lap, and then unfortunately I got properly stuck on the back straight, and he got a bit of a run at me, but he was never going around the outside there, unfortunately for him.
Well, it was a cracking drive, well done.
Thank you very much.
Let's find John. Sorry, Will. John, I'm breathless, and I was just watching that.
Well, so am I, but he was just a little bit faster. I mean, I held him off for a few laps, and I missed the gear going into out of the chicane, and poof, that was it. So I couldn't catch him after that, you know. But it was a fantastic race. I mean, great to be out in these cars. You know, first race of the day, fantastic track, and you know, lovely weather, and safe, you know, driving with you know, people you can trust. It's absolutely brilliant, absolutely fantastic.
Well driven.
Yeah, last time this car was here, it drove as a sports car. So, you know, it shows the versatility of the beast. That was 11 years ago in the Freddie March. So you can drive it to work, you can drive it on a race car as a Grand Prix, racetrack as a Grand Prix car, or you can drive it as a sports car. Fantastic.
Cracking podium, well done. Where's Will gone? Here he is. Sorry, Ian. Ian.
Hi.
Well, this is a happy start to the Sunday, isn't it?
Isn't it? It's very good. I mean, both of us on the podium, amazing.
I know it looked like you had a sort of slightly lonely race.
Well, I did. I couldn't catch him, could I? That's the problem. He's too fast. I've taught him too well.
Well, you could start putting some weight in his car, maybe.
Well, yeah, or I could lose some.
Just feed him more, it's easier.
Well, I'll try both.
Well done, congratulations.
Thanks a lot.
Top three then, Ed, getting all of them in shot. Fantastic racing. And breathe. Well, after that, what a start to Sunday. Will Nuttall, though, taking the win in the end, having to do one more extra lap than he would have liked. Half a second between himself and John Muir in the two Coopers. Right to the line, Ian Nuttall, just heard from there. Rounding out the podium, didn't quite have the same pace as the other Nuttall in the field, but still, it's 2 podiums for the Nuttalls. Good recovery for Nigel Batchelor. Quiet race for the Alta F2, Alexander van der Hoff. Quiet race to the top 5. Good recovery from Julian Wilton in the ERA B-type after a spin, getting some valuable points. Joseph Rettenmeier in the Maserati, managing to clinch those final points in 10th, rounding out the top 10. And then Charles Clegg was embroiled in quite a few battles during that race. Ended up in 11th in the AC Bristol, just in front of the 2 Coopers of Phillips and Stays. Bjorn Ebsen, who started from the pit lane in his Talbot, ended up 17th in front of the Bentley. David Little 18th, the Maserati 6EM. Klaus Dold, who started third back in the pack, 3 laps down in 19th. And there was also issues for the likes of Hitchard Grant and Patrick Blakeney-Edwards, who failed to finish. Let's take a look back then at the first race to kickstart Sunday here at the 81st Members Meeting at Goodwood, the Parnell Cup, and it was a good start for John Muir from the front row, second on the grid, who pipped pole sitter Will Nuttall into that first corner through Madrick, and there, Bruce, it was nip and tuck for quite a few laps for the lead.
Absolutely exquisite racing between Will Nuttall in the front and John Muir, who got past him, but Nuttall kept on looking, probing here, probing there. Will I be off at the inside line? If you are, of course, John Muir will just carry on around the outside. In an exquisite battle, and we heard from John Muir eventually saying 1 misgear was all it took, and the lead did change, but he put on such a stout defence. Historic racing at its very, very best between those 2 Coopers.
It certainly was. It woke us all up this morning. Battles further back in the pack as well. The Maserati holding forth and trying to keep in front. That was Joseph Rettenmeier, and while they were battling, it was all the way for the first few laps between our leaders. John Muir had the early advantage in that number 6 Cooper, but then a great firing out of the final chicane for Will Nuttall to get alongside. A little glance in his mirror to the left just to see where Muir was, and that was all he needed to take the lead into Madrick. And really, Will Nuttall never looked back after that. There was a spin for Julian Wilton onto the grass, a perfect pirouette, managed to keep it going and actually recovered to still score some points. So good work from Wilton in the ERA to keep that going. There was a little bit of contact further back with the Delage going wheel to wheel, and there, getting a little bit feisty in the final stages, trying to navigate the traffic was John Muir, and it really closed up right at the end. We heard Will Nuttall was trying to slow down enough to take the checkered flag, but he missed it by half a second, had to do another lap, and that allowed John Muir to really catch up. There was contact in the final lap. Muir almost losing the rear end of that Cooper, coming into the final chicane, giving Nuttall a tap, and then out of the final corner to the line, half a second between them, but it went the way of Will Nuttall. Makes it 3 Parnell Cup victories. John Muir hounding him all the way, with Ian Nuttall rounding out the podium. It was a Cooper 1, 2, 3 to kickstart things in the Parnell Cup. And there really is no rest for the wicked. We go straight into our next race. Harry Benjamin and Bruce Jones with you up in the commentary box. And now, well, we go from Grand Prix F2 and Voered cars from the 1930s to the early 1950s. And now we go to the Derek Bell Cup. And this is what we've got in store for you. and already drama from the very start. That is the 411 car, which has found itself smoking right on the formation at the Alexis Ford. Nick Padmore at the wheel of that, the man who holds the outright record for a lap around Goodwood, smoking and out of that car.
Well, very, very unfortunate for Nick. Almost all of his success coming in big banger sports cars, so he'd have really fancied a crack at these little 1 litre screamer Formula 3 cars, but the ex-Trevor block type Alexis parked at the side of the circuit. On pole position, we've got Michael O'Brien, son of Mike O'Brien, in a Titan. Oh, there is, you can sense even with the helmet on, the shoulders have gone down for Nick Padmore. Yeah, but he was wise. He clearly caught that something wasn't all right and pulled off as fast as he could. But that Alexis steaming away at the side of the circuit. The rest of the field just coming around. And this amazing melange of Titans, Alexises, Brabhams, Lotuses, Chevrons, Marches, et al. And this was the beauty about these little Formula 3 cars. Every manufacturer realised this could be the bread and butter for us. And just trying to see as the cars come around. Oh, yeah, it started smoking very early on. Nick was due to start in 11th place, but he sussed someone smoking. He then realised it was his own car, so off he went. The Alexis pulled to the side, so good job done there by Nick Padmore.
Yeah, one of the first 1000cc screamers from 1964. That Alexis raced all around Europe between 1964 and 65, but sadly won't be racing around this morning for the Derek Bell Cup. That is what we're gearing up for. It's 1000cc Formula 3 cars between 1964 and 1970.
Now, there's a car out of position at the front of the grid. Is someone trying to get an unfair advantage? Well, he could, because it's his name on the race. It's Derek Bell, who's in a little Cooper there. He's going to perhaps lead the cars around on this green flag lap. We've obviously got a car in behind, missing in fourth on the grid. There's no John Milicevic by the looks of things, and he's a driver who's won this race in the past, but the Derek Bell Cup's going to be very competitive. 60 years ago, Derek Bell came here, fancied a spot of racing, turned up for his first ever race, he won, and what happened next? Well, what an incredibly illustrious career for a local driver. 5 Le Mans wins and so much more. Such an ambassador for the sport. So it's going to be a very special race anyhow, but there is Derek sitting down there. If you see him out of the car, he doesn't have the decency to get any older. He's absolutely exquisite ambassador for the sport, and it's great to have him here at Goodwood.
There he is, and he will be leading the formation lap at the wheel of Sir Jackie Stewart's championship-winning M3 Cooper as he just gets set and will head the field away. This, the 6th running at the members' meeting for the Derek Bell Cup. We're looking for a 20-minute race when we get underway for these Formula 3 cars. And as you say, Bruce, we've really got a real mix. On the front row is a Titan, an Alexis, a Brabham, but it's a real mixture further back. Chevrons, a Merlin, Marches, all the way to the back with a Techno right at the back. And I think if we throw down to Ed, he might try and get a little word with Derek Bell on the grid.
Well, what a place to be. Derek Bell, pole position again. So many memories behind you and on this circuit as well.
Well, yeah, just a few. The first of my life was here with the Lotus 7, and then I, had Formula 3 here and had lap records and won races. So, Goodwood's my home, and it's wonderful. Absolutely miraculous, really.
When you get back into a car like this, do all the memories come flooding back?
Absolutely. I know where the gear lever is, I know where the pedals are, but I was having trouble getting third and fourth, but I think I'll be all right now. But it's just magic. I mean, you get back in, you forget anything. You don't think of Porsche 917s or whatever. You're just driving this car and you know just how perfect they are. I mean, it's just a wonderful way for people to start their racing career.
One more question. Why aren't you racing?
Well, I'm 82, that's why.
Derek, enjoy it. I think that's the whistle going. We need to get off the track.
Thanks, Ed. Age is just a number, isn't it? But Derek Bell will lead the field away on the formation lap, and feeling right at home. Everything was where he remembered it to be, and just a fantastic way to go racing. Seeing there, the start will be delayed, so we'll have a little bit longer before we get underway. That first row, though, on pole, Michael O'Brien in the Titan Mark III. Alongside him, Peter De La Roche in the Alexis Ford, and then Andrew Hibbard will be third in the Brabham. That's how your front row will look, and a little bit of work going on there to one of the cars, the front nose completely off, and some last-minute changes.
Yeah, it was the Brabham BT 20 8, Richard Trott, car from 1969, car that raced in Sweden and the States. But I saw Richard waving quickly just as they were trying to clear the grid. Clearly something untoward. So John Milicevic should be starting 4th, but alas, you can see the inside of the second row in this 3x2 by 3x2 grid is missing. But let's go down to grid for the to Ed for the very latest from the grid.
Well, having just run off the grid, we've got a little bit of a delay, so I'm going to do what all the drivers don't want me to do, is come and talk to them just before the start. Michael, what's going through your head at the moment?
Just trying to keep a clear mind, really. Obviously, just make sure everything's okay with the car, first and foremost, and yeah, just make sure I'm set to go, the car's set to go. Try and keep relaxed and look forward to it, most importantly.
Do you ever go into it with a plan for the first corner, or you just see what happens?
Not really. I think it's kind of the best way to be is open-minded, you know, because it's always difficult to get off the line, and you know, who knows who's going to make a good start, a bad start. So I feel like if you're going with an open mind, you just do the best you can and then take what you can get. So that's the kind of the plan, or not so much the plan for the start, and just see how the race progresses.
Well, look, good luck.
Thank you.
Let's move our way down the front row. We'll speak to Peter, who's got a good view at the back of Derek Bell's helmet. Peter, good view. The track open apart from a certain 5-time Le Mans winner in front of you.
It's not a bad view at all, is it really?
Obviously, middle of the front row, everything was pretty close in qualifying. It's going to be a slipstreamer, isn't it?
100%. That's all it's going to be, is who dares to be out at the front and who wants to get caught up, really. But yeah, it's going to be interesting. Very close.
Well, enjoy it.
You too. Cheers. Let's
complete the front row. Why not? I know this face. You know what's going to happen, isn't it? You've won here so many times. You love these cars.
I love Goodwood in all small single-seater cars, capacity cars. It's great. They're just awesome round the back. You can't understand. Somebody said to me, but they're slow, but round the back they don't feel it.
But what kind of lap times are you doing?
Well, the pole was a 22.5. The quickest I've done is a 23.1, so it's an average speed of 104 miles an hour.
Which is, but a 123 lap, that is incredible, because if you haven't got the top speed, but it means you're so quick around the corners. It's all about momentum, isn't it?
All about momentum. Compared to some of the other cars I've raced here, later juniors, they're not as far, earlier juniors, not as quick in a straight line, but what you can do is make up on the apex speed. So it's just about, they're actually like a modern race car, because you can brake quite late and turn quite late.
Well, rather you than me. Enjoy it.
Thank you very much. Cheers, Ed.
Right, well, I think that's the front row covered, so let's go back up to the commentary box.
Thanks, Ed. Getting a word there with our top 3 kicking off the grid. Michael O'Brien, Peter De La Roche and Andrew Hibbard, the Titan, the Alexis and the Brabham. Shouldn't be too long before we get underway, and a little bit, I wonder if that was because of Nick Padmore with the smoke earlier on the initial formation lap, laying down a little bit of oil.
Yeah, he was, but clearly as soon as that he was aware of that, Nick Padmore did the very sensible thing. He went off the racing line. He's got the sort of inside line between the first and second parts of Lavant Corner, and why not just delay by a few minutes, get some quick dry down on the errant fluid, and straight after the corner, the blue Alexis pulled off. But Alexis certainly very well represented with Peter De La Roche in the middle of the front row. But for Nick Padmore, huge disappointment. He's had enormous success at Goodwood. He will have more in the future. But you know what? I think a lot of these drivers, when they come to the members' meeting, they talk to other drivers who are competing in other races, and they start to go, that little Formula 3 race was absolutely sensational. It might take several years, but they find a seat in a car and go out and play. They love the cross-pollination. It's just what Goodwood's all about.
It really is, isn't it? Well, last-minute preparations then. Slightly delayed start. No Nick Padmore then in the Alexis Ford. He was due to go from 11th spot on the grid, so there'll be a little bit of a gap there next to Andy Jarvis in the March and Richard Trott in the Brabham on row 5. But it's a 3-2-3 formation as they go all the way back through the grid. Our pole sitter, Michael O'Brien, will be on the far left as we look at it down the grid, starting on pole. And I'm sure they would have had a keen eye on the Parnell Cup race we just witnessed, where the pole sitter didn't quite get the best start. That went the way of the second place man in the middle. In this race, that will be Peter De La Roche in that Alexis Ford. just sitting there waiting in that period team Alexis car, number 1 of 3, driven by Dick Barker and later Ken Stedgley, found in Germany as a basket case and then restored. So that's what I love about sort of witnessing these races, Bruce, is the background stories. You know, some of these cars that were found in swamps and have just been put back together painstakingly, piece by piece, and now where they should be, racing it out on a beautiful track like Goodwood.
Yeah, and because so many of these cars were built at times, some of them, of course, were the ones that were successful with the top drivers. Others were just the also-rans, because, of course, anybody could buy a March or a Chevron or a Titan. There was no reason they only had to go in the hands of the very quick. But I love up and down the grid, you see some of the famous names. Bright yellow car with Dan Eagling on board. That should go pretty well. That had 2 Swedish racers, Pika Troberg, one of the funniest men I've ever met in racing, and Rainer Wissel racing that, and just had a sighting of Simon Armour, who normally goes very well. He's starting down in 18th place in the ex-Tom Walkinshaw Patonia March, but look out for that one, because we've got a few who somehow didn't hook it together in practice, but I think they'll be coming up the order. Weather getting better and better. It's dry, we'll tick that box. We've also got sunshine being added to the mix, and this slightly delayed start, I think we'll have a board up soon letting them know they're going for a further run around the circuit. But that's a bit like a Derek Bell replica helmet there with slightly different colours. That's a nice nod for the Derek Bell Cup, but that's a little further down the road. That's Christoph Widmer in one of the Brabhams, and the bright orange car in the background is Thomas Jamin in one of the Marches.
And just getting set then for the Derek Bell Cup, seeing 1000cc Formula 3 cars built between 1964 and 1970 about to race it up. Derek Bell will lead them away on the formation lap before peeling in. The slightly delayed start, but still plenty on offer if you're here at the 81st Goodwood Members Meeting. Beautiful day for it. Obviously, there's all the on-track action, and importantly, points are up for grabs as well. But you, if you are here, can also score points for your house. So much to get involved with. There's the traditional school sports day events, clay shooting, axe throwing, you've got duck herding if that's your thing, maybe some laser clay shooting. There's even a giant Connect 4 somewhere. I haven't spotted it yet. I have seen the tug of war, and that is a fiercely competitive game. So if you are looking for something to do in and around the racing action, there is plenty on offer at the Goodwood Members Meeting. The sun shining out. It's a little bit overcast, but it is looking absolutely splendid day to go racing. Already had one race to kickstart proceedings in the form of the Parnell Cup, and we are now finally going to get underway for the Derek Bell Cup. And it is the 5-time Le Mans winner who leads them away on the formation lap at the wheel of this stunning Jackie Stewart Formula 3 title-winning car as the sun glints down on that beautiful 1000cc car. Splendid, Bruce.
Yeah, when Ken Tyrrell saw the pace this young Scot he knew nothing about, who came down to do a test at Goodwood, he snapped them up very quickly, and in these small, neat cars but that started in huge fields, really competitive, Jackie, like cream, rose to the top. And I love the fact, just on the racing rondel, you've got his signature on the nose of that Cooper. So with a little bit of breathing space behind him, the man who's given his name to this race, Derek Bell, a man associated principally with Le Mans, but hugely with Goodwood. It's great to see him having a lap there. He'll bring it round, he'll report into the pit lane, and then we'll have the grid with Michael O'Brien on pole in a Titan, Peter de la Roche in a Alexis, and Andrew Hibbard forming the front row in a Brabham. All set for 20 minutes of racing.
Looking forward to it. And Derek Bell just approaching where the track has just undergone a little bit of amendment to make sure it's all dry and grippy where the oil was laid down a little earlier. No Nick Padmore in his Alexis, having to pull off to the side on the initial formation lap to get to the grid. So sad for him not to be there. There'll be a gap where 11th spot is.
Yeah, and 2 other cars that I didn't see at all. John Milicevic should have been starting in 4th place. He's not there in his Brabham. And further down, a Chevron, car number 77 is missing. Francois de Rossi, who's raced that for a very long time, not getting to play this morning. But it's all to play for. It's going to be super tight. And we heard from Andrew Hibbard, it's all about keeping the momentum around this circuit that does have fabulous flow. One moment when you get a little bit interrupted, and I'm afraid that's really going to cost you. So Derek Bell pulling back into the paddock, into Parc Fermé. I'm sure will scramble up on top of the pits as quickly as he can to see the start of the race from above there, that fine vantage point.
Peels into Parc Fermé, does Derek Bell, and how's that for a sight? Beautiful view of these Formula 3 cars ranging from 1964 to 1970. We're down a couple of cars. There's a non-starter hand in the air for, I'm not quite, can't get a closer look at that car.
I think it 28? Could be the Brabham, Jason Timm, that would tally. Oh, how disappointing. Let's hope he can get it going, get it hooked up and at least start from the back of the pack, but he qualified quite well. Needs a bit of a push, the marshals are saying. I'm afraid we're gonna, if it doesn't fire up now, we'll get it to the exit of the assembly area and maybe you can start from there.
Yeah, so a shame there for Jason Timms, who is now wheeled away in his Brabham Ford BT21. Jason's father, James, bought that in 2012, fully restored, and started racing it, Jason did, from 2018 onwards. So hoping to get back out in that car for the start of this 20-minute race as they make their way around on the formation lap. Michael O'Brien on pole position then in the Titan Mark III. Alongside him will be Peter Delaroche, who will line up in the middle, and third completed by Andrew Hibbard in the Brabham Ford BT18. Behind them, we don't think John Milkovic is there, so Enrico Spagliari in the Lotus from fifth. The Brabham of Dan Eagling, Jason Timms, we've just seen in the Brabham Ford, hopefully starting from the pit lane. Jeremy Timms in the Chevron from 8th. Behind Ned, row 4, in rounding out the top 10, the march of Thomas Jammer, and the 10th, Christoph Widmer in the Brabham. No Nick Padmore from row 5, so it will be Andy Jarvis in the march from 12th. Richard Trott in the Brabham from 13th. Behind them, Steve Seaman in the Brabham. Steve Nichols in the Chevron, row 7. In 16th, the De Sanctis of Austin Widmer. Andrew Tart in the Merlin, then Simon Armour in the march from 18th spot. 19th in the top 20, rounded up by the Pygmy and the Merlin. Ludovic Ingvilla and Ross Drybrough in those cars. Jonathan Sharp in the Chevron, 21st. Peter Hamilton in the Techno. There's one of two Technos in the grid. 22nd. Row 10 behind them, the top 25. Simon Horton in the Chevron, Werner Pitcher in the Lotus, and the last two rows are seeing two Brabham, Simon Etherington, Martin Whitlock, accompanied by the Chevron of Mike Lamplow. And the back row will be Leif Bosson in the Brabham and the second of the Technos from 30th on the grid, Fritz Burkhardt. So it's a packed out grid. 30 cars were entered, we're down a couple already, and just like that, the formation up is complete, and they are your top 3 cars. Mike O'Brien in the Titan, in the number 8, lining up on pole position. If all is even, he'll have a good start. We'll have to have that inside tighter line going into turn 1 through Madrick. That car restored over the last 2 years by Mike O'Brien. Believed to be either an ex-Tim Schenken or a Dave Brody car. Raced back in 1968 and getting a full running once again at the Goodwood Members Meeting. We're just about set then for the Derek Bell Cup. 1000cc Formula 3 cars ranging from between 1964 and 1970. All cars lined up on the grid. We'll have one from the pit lane, all being well, as we await for the flag. On pole, the Titan of Mike O'Brien, alongside of the Alexis Ford of Peter Delaroche, and the Brabham of Andrew Hibbard on the far right from third. As the revs rise, the flag is waved, and we're underway for the Derek Bell Cup, and it's a poor getaway from our pole to Michael O'Brien. Peter Delaroche and the Alexis Ford with the best start from the front row. He'll be leading in the yellow Alexis Ford coming into turn 1. It tightens up nearly 3 wide coming through turn 1, Madrick. Andrew Hibbard locking up into second, and who's going to emerge into third? Can Michael O'Brien recover after that poor start, Bruce? But for the lead, side by side, it was Delaroche, but squeezing through on the inside, it's nip and tuck, but Hibbard from third on the grid now takes the lead of this race. But will Delaroche try and fight back? Round the outside, sweeps round, he does, keeps his foot planted to the floor. Delaroche in the 75, Alexis Ford back into the lead. We've got a car spinning out wide, that's the 83, further back in the pack, finding the grass and into the shrubbery, along with a couple of other cars there as well. The 88, finding that was Richard Trott in the Brabham too. So a few cars off early doors, 20 minutes gone, already down to 19.
Yeah, well, that was quite something, but quite classic moment there, unfortunately, at St Mary's, when you're absolutely flat out through the second part of the corner. When you go for the right, if someone goes off in front of you, you often just follow in, because sometimes your line is compromised. But that start from Peter de la Roche, he must have been schooled at Santa Pod Dragway. Phenomenal getaway, but the racecraft of Andrew Hibbert put his Brabham into the lead. But the first three covered by a rather large handkerchief as they go through the chicane for the first time.
Yeah, O'Brien, after that tough start in the Titan, managed to catch back up to the top two. So it's Hibbert who leads from De La Roche from O'Brien. But what will it be coming into Madrick? Hibbert on the inside has to surrender. De La Roche retakes the lead back up in front. It's the Alexis that leads the way. And now our pole man in the Titan, O'Brien, trying to recover after his poor start as the sun glints down on these fantastic Formula 3 cars. And it's O'Brien back up into second. Will he try and make the move for the lead once again on De La Roche? Not on this occasion.
Well, remember what we said before the start, these engines, just 1,000 cc's, they're not powerful. You lose momentum and you're going to pay, and you can see that is why this lead battle is chopping and changing. In fourth place, we've got Enrico Spaggiari in the gold leaf liveried Lotus, trying his best to keep up. Unfortunately, one of the pygmies, that was starting from the back end of the grid of the Fritz Burkhardt car, pulling off, but the lead battle enticing, and at the moment it's the Titan, the blue car with the red and white stripe up at the nose with Michael O'Brien, our pole sitter, trying to go through, gets past the Alexis. Oh, a moment for car number 21, that's the other pygmy, that's Luca Ingvila's car. Meanwhile, as they say, back at the front of the race, it's nose to tail, and it's under a second between the first three runners as they come round towards the end of another lap.
Our pole sitter regaining the lead then. Michael O'Brien in the Titan leads the way. They come through the final chicane. Peter de la Roche and the Alexis Ford, that number 75, all yellow, in second as we come across the line. Andrew Hibbert, it's as they started now in third, and this is what happened to the number 21 car further back in the pack, spinning round and round and round, making its way back through further down the field.
Yeah, good thing back on the black stuff again, going through St Mary's, that wonderful little compression out of the corner, up the rise goes that midfield pack, and then that's the moment, the lock-up suddenly presented with the track turning right and no track in front of him, just grass. So for Ingvila, he locked up, but managed to get it back onto the tarmac all over again. But now Peter de Roche in second place, really pushing very hard in that yellow Alexis. Michael O'Brien is really going to have to work for this one. Any loss of momentum between them, and then Andrew Hibbert in the Brabham will pounce at any gap that's provided.
Yeah, these top three not letting each other out of their sight. O'Brien leads, De La Roche leads Hibbert. That is your top three. Then just behind is Jeremy Timms, but off and with an issue. That looked like the number 14 cut of Simon Ebrington. Started down in 26. He's peeled off in his Brabham. Move, though, being done for second position as O'Brien cements the lead further back. It's Andrew Hibbert coming through on De La Roche. Hibbert in the Brabham making the move on the Alexis. So De La Roche down to third now. O'Brien in the Titan leads, coming through and out of the final chicane. Then comes Andrew Hibbert in the Brabham. And then in third now, Peter De La Roche in the Alexis.
Well, the advantage the race leader of 0.8 of a second, but that move into second place from Andrew Hibbert all came from the better exit from the second part of Lavant, because after that there's a kick to the left, but it's the longest run effectively between corners. So if you can get a bit of extra momentum in these cars that really struggle to carry it, don't have much power from these 1,000cc engines, but the job was done on the exit of Lavant. So up into second place goes Andrew Hibbert, but Peter de la Roche was slightly delayed as the Brabham came past, and that is why Michael O'Brien is pulling clear.
And well, making the move then, Hibbert and De La Roche still fighting nip and tuck, and De La Roche making his way through. It's Mike O'Brien who has now cemented his lead a little bit, almost the second out in front after a poor start for the pole man in his Titan Mark III. Now back in front, and then behind them is the yellow Alexis of Peter de la Roche, still nip and tuck with Andrew Hibbert in third in the Brabham. Then comes Jeremy Tim and then Spaghiari as we get the safety car. So the Porsche safety car out on track for an incident that has occurred. So the clock still continues to chime down as we will neutralise the race. The safety car will pick up the leader of this race, and they come through the final chicane now. They'll have to slow down and get in formation behind the safety car, and that will tighten up the gaps that O'Brien had just about made in the last few laps.
You do rather feel for Michael O'Brien. He got clear of that three-way battle at the front of the field, but it's going to be compressed, but not by a lot, because we're still only dealing with a couple of seconds. So let's just run down the order. Michael O'Brien started on pole, fell back, went down to third place, bided his time, he waited, he's moved back into the lead in that number 8 Titan. Second place, Peter de la Roche and Andrew Hibbert. So they're in the 3, and now we have a red flag thrown And so all the cars will come back round and they will form back on the grid. We've got 14 minutes to race. We've only had 6 minutes this race. It's been nip and tuck, exquisite battling between not just 3 drivers at the top of their craft, Michael O'Brien, Peter Delaroche and Andrew Hibbert, but in the essence of the day, Harry, the Formula 3 cars always a race, but they always had chassis variety. Look at the different shapes, the blue Titan, the yellow Alexis and the white and black checkered flag team. Brabham in the rear of that pack.
Well, that was a safety car, and it's now been converted to a red flag. So the clock stops, and we'll keep you up to date with how much of this race we're able to restart. But everybody will then come to a halt and line back up on the grid or in the pit lane. We'll see where they come to. But after a couple of laps of racing, Michael O'Brien in the Titan with a poor start initially from pole, and a great 3-way battle with second place Peter Delaroche in the Alexis and third place Andrew Hibbert in the Brabham. In the end, O'Brien managed to get back in front of both of them and then extend his gap, neutralised then by the safety car, and will be wiped out by the red flag. Peter Delaroche managed to get back up into second after his nip and tuck with Andrew Hibbert in the Alexis. So it is as they started. Then just behind them, Jeremy Timms, good start from 8th in his Chevron. He managed to get up into 4th in the Chevron Ford B15. And nice start from Sfagiari, who started in 5th in the Lotus Ford, stays 5th.
Now, at the opening lap, going through St Mary's, this is Dan Eagling, who went off, and then a couple of other cars followed him. Richard Trott certainly followed onto the grass, not into the rough stuff where Dan Eagling ended up in that ex-Pico Troberg car at St Mary's, but plenty of runoff down there and evasive action from those behind. But the front 3, they had it absolutely nailed. What a brilliant start from the group of them. But the driver from pole position, Michael O'Brien, managed to recover from a start where it wasn't sensational. The best start was the middle of the front row, and certainly Peter Delaroche in that yellow Alexis was off like a rocket, but Michael O'Brien had to work so hard against 2 drivers who were really knowing their cars as well as he knew his. Fantastic racing at the front, but Michael O'Brien did get the Titan back in front.
And it is that mindset, isn't it, of, you know, being on pole, then losing it so quickly and bogging down on the grid, and then just being able to switch that mind back on, still keep your game face on and regain it. It really does take a lot. And everyone takes the racing extremely seriously here. And it is good fun, but they all want to win as well. And Michael O'Brien looking for it at this weekend's 81st Goodwood Members Meeting. Red flag out then currently for the Derek Bell Cup 1000cc Formula 3 cars. Michael O'Brien, the leader in the Titan, alongside Peter Delaroche in the Alexis, Andrew Hibbert third in the Brabham. Also, we saw the Dan Eagling Brabham spinning out early doors in the 83. Joining him out there was the other Brabham of Richard Trott, who started down in 13th. So he's now plummeted down to 22nd after that. Eagling down, Eagling out. We've seen him actually standing at the side of his car and looking forlongingly at those continuing to race. But then all the cars then making their way back around and lining up just before they approach the grid behind the Porsche safety car, as we await to hopefully bring you information of when we can get this race back up and running. Points up for grabs in these races as well. Don't forget those all-important house points to be scored. The 4 houses, Torbolton, Methuen, Darnley, Albany. On our last check this morning, it was Dario Franchitti's house, Torbolton, leading the way, but very close behind Gordon Shedden for Methuen. Tom Christensen heads up Darnley. Andy Prio for Albany. And you can score points as well for your house if you are here as well. Lots of things to get involved with while we wait for the track action to get going. Laser clay shooting, tug-of-war, and some axe throwing as well to get going. But at the moment, currently under red flag conditions then for the Derek Bell Cup here at the 81st Members Meeting. Hope to bring you news when we can get back racing. But for now, we'll see you in a few moments.
Good morning, hello and welcome to Goodwood 2023. This is the Action Sports Arena.
Good gut health affects every single aspect of your body, from your brain wiring to your energy output to your hormone regulation to how clever your immune system is. Everybody benefits from better gut health because it makes your body work better.
I would thoroughly recommend Goodwood Gut Health Programme. It's been quite life-changing, really.
Well, I'm here with Mr. Howard Cohen. I believe it's a special weekend for you this weekend.
It is. It's an 80th birthday present that my son was kind enough to give me. And the last time I drove here was over 40 years ago. So
that's fantastic. And I believe you've come all the way from California.
Yes.
And what made you want to come here for your birthday?
Oh, you know, I've liked the cars I aspired to when I was young ever since. I never really got out of the period of wanting 50s, 60s or 70s cars. And I'm afraid I was grossly self-indulgent, and I had a lot of old racing cars because no one wanted them when I bought them. They were just old cars. And
could you give us a little flavour of what you might have had?
You two really want me to? Okay, well, Jaguar made 12 lightweight E-types. There was actually a 13th one built out of parts, and I was lucky enough to own 3 of the 12, including the Linda Knocker lightweight, which was probably one of the best cars I've ever owned. I've had a DB4 GT Zagato.
So it's safe to say you're not messing around with that collection?
Well, no, I'm not a particularly good driver. I don't break the cars, which was important. And I like big engine cars with more power than road holding, because as long as they handle well, you can slide them around and the power is more fun. And I'm not precise enough for a Formula car. I did have a Formula One Cooper Climax at one stage, and, you know, I hated it. I'd have to stand on the seat to get in, wriggle under the frame tube that supported the dashboard. Then I had 20 gallons of petrol on my right hip, 20 gallons on my left hip, and the thing frightened me.
Far more elegant to be in the E-Type.
Oh yes, much more, much nicer, a lovely car to drive. I had a D-Type, I had XKD 528. I had a wonderful Ferrari that got sold last year for an enormous amount of money, so sorry I never kept it. I had something called a 410 Sport. As one of 2 cars, big, hearty 5-litre engine, made a lovely sound, and was the most willing car you could have.
Well, that's super impressive, I have to say. Have you enjoyed walking around and seeing what's on display over the weekend?
I've been here very long. I was looking to see friends I knew 40 years ago, but I only know a couple of people and we haven't come across them yet.
40 years is quite the gap, but
I'm afraid so.
I'm sure you're going to enjoy it, and it sounds like you know what you're talking about here, so enjoy having a look around and happy birthday.
Thank you very much. I enjoyed it too. Bye-bye.
The passion for all things automotive is strong here. So this is the reason for the red flag. Jeremy Timms there in a big crash, then being taken away by the ambulance. Good to see him being seen to very quickly by the emergency services. But that is the reason why we have a red flag currently for the Derek Bell Cup. But still a little while before we get this all cleared up and we can go back racing again. So let's head down to the pits where Ed is.
Well, usefully, all the cars have stopped sort of down the grid here. Why don't we do a walk and talk? I've been looking at all your notes. What interest can you give me?
We're doing really good lap times. Unfortunately, we had the safety car and then the red flag. But, yeah, no, everything's doing fine.
Excellent. Good to hear. Well, look, this has changed things a bit. Actually, let's go this way before these guys. You can see a lot of the McLaren battery packs, because obviously these Formula 3 cars don't have batteries on them. Once you get racing, why would you need to start? I'm going to... Peter's already being moved. Andrew isn't. No, Andrew's... Oh, go on then. Oh, thank you very much. It's pretty busy first few laps, but did you think you were going to be able to run with those two?
Well, I'd like to think so, but it takes till the checkered flag to find out. But I was enjoying that opening start.
And where are you quicker and where are they quicker?
It's all about slipstreaming around here, so where you think you're quicker, it's actually because you've just got a massive toe off of the people in front. But it's just about trying to keep ahead of them. I best go now, though, because they'll...
Yeah, you're going to get in trouble. Let's. Why don't we do a walk and talk in? Follow me, because they're all going to be moving up. So the marshals have got the fun job of trying to get all these cars back in the right order. None of these cars are in the right order here. And so they'll reform up on the grid. And these cars look as though they are going to be here for a little bit longer because they aren't on the front row. So let's have a wee chat. Bit of a waiting game at the moment. How was the first part of the race for you?
Yes, it's the first time for me here.
Really, it's quite a difficult circuit to learn, isn't it?
Yes, of course. That's why I made a mistake.
Yes, it was a couple of wheels on the grass, wasn't it?
Yeah, well, no problem.
I thought it was a very successfully rescued.
I don't understand, sorry.
I thought you did very well to keep it pretty much on the circuit.
Ah, yeah.
So where do you think there's more time to be found on the circuit? Which part of the circuit?
In the quick places. In the quick places, of course. In the first right curve.
Yeah, Madgwick.
It has to be really, really, really hard, and I don't. It's difficult for me right now.
Just make sure you hit the second apex.
Sorry, I don't.
Just make sure you hit the second apex at Madgwick.
Probably.
All right, enjoy it. Let's move over here. Hopefully we're not holding anyone up. What's going through your mind at the moment?
Hopefully I'm going to finish the race in one piece, I think. That's what I'm looking forward to. But it's exciting out there. There's a lot of cars and it's a lot going on, but it's great fun.
Is it quite slippy?
It's okay, but yeah, it's fine. It's fine, no problems. It's just, yeah.
And so whereabouts are you sitting at the moment? Do you know?
I haven't a clue. It's near the back because I spun off. So, somewhere near the back. But not to worry. It just means I'll overtake a few cars and enjoy it.
What happened at St Mary's?
Basically, one car spun and then we were all bunching up and it unbalanced me and I went onto the grass and spun. But, oh well, the car's in one piece.
I always think it's good sometimes to be near the back because then you feel like a hero coming through the field.
Yes, but I'd like to win the race, but I don't think there's much chance of that.
Well, never say never. Enjoy it.
Anyway, thank you very much. Thanks for a great meeting.
Fantastic. Right, so we've still, now that all the cars are, there's actually quite a big gap between us and the grid. So what I'll do is I'll pass back up to the commentary box.
Thanks, Eds, as we get ready. And, well, our timing screens and from race control telling us that we will get this race restarted for around about 8 minutes plus one green flag lap. And we are ready to go racing once again. So that is good news as the front row is now formed up and the rest just slotting into their place.
Yeah, so just to explain, the green flag lap will be the one they do from the grid until they come round, form up again, and then 8 minutes of racing. And judging by the first 2 minutes of the race, that three-way lead battle, I think we're in for more of that in store. Bear in mind, Michael O'Brien does seem to have the pace in the Titan. He started on pole position, but he got out-muscled at the start of the race, had to fight his way back. I wouldn't complain if that happened all over again.
No, it really will be. Same again, please. It was a three-way fight between the top three. Michael O'Brien in the Titan, Peter Delaroche in the Alexis, and Andrew Hibbard in the Brabham. Now, this was Jeremy Timms' car, the Chevron, which had the big incident. You can see there's a lot of damage there. We've seen Jeremy Timms out of the car and being seen to by the emergency services, so we wish him all the best, but that's taken a lot of damage, hasn't it, Bruce?
It has, but it looks like it did what was required of it, and ex-Reine Vissel car that was very successful in period when Sweden was producing some fantastic races, because I mean the battling between Reine Vissel and Ronnie Peterson was epic in the day. Both got to Formula One, but of course the more illustrious career went to the absolute charming Swede, Ronnie Peterson, a driver who drove race engineers completely mad because they say, how's the car handling? And the trouble was he couldn't really tell them because he drove around the problems rather than identifying them. He was overflowing with talent, but Sweden had great days in the late 60s, early 70s in racing.
Well, that Chevron then being taken back onto the flatbed truck and will be repaired, rinsed and repaired. And the marshals and the extraction team doing an excellent job as always around this Goodwood track to make sure that we can get back underway as soon as possible. We believe there was some dropped oil there which sort of caused the spinning, and that was we think the Brabham of Simon Etherington further back dropping a little bit of oil and causing Jeremy Timms then spinning off, and a couple of other cars. We saw Ed catching up with Richard Trott a few moments ago and saying, well, a few cars ended up into St Mary's. So I think we would be able to see what happened just before the crash took place. Let's take a look. So this is coming towards the chicane in the background. So this is Simon Etherington's Brabham. This is the oil dropping. And you can see, just look in the background there on the left of your screen, you can see bits of engine and bits of car just flying off. And he's got his hand right up in the air. He knows there's an issue, trying to keep out of the way. But unfortunately, a bit of dropped oil on the circuit coming through. Quick right-hander of Madgwick, and that led to, we believe, Jeremy Timms having that big off and a couple of other cars spinning off into the grass.
Yeah, well, Jeremy Timms was in a really tight battle. He just worked his way up to 4th place, so he's going really, really well with Enrico Spaggiari's Lotus tight in there as well. And then clearly you're fully committed as you approach Madgwick, and if there's a little bit of a loss of surface friction, round you went. So good to see that Jeremy was sort of compos mentis and being loaded into the ambulance for checks. The car seems to have stood up to it very well. But, you know, Simon Etherington could have done little more. The engine clearly seized as it failed. And you can see on the screen that where the oil was dropped was on the outside of the line. But he had to keep turning, otherwise he'd have gone onto the grass. But anyhow, that has led to the red flag. We're going to have an 8-minute restart, and I'm sure we'll have fireworks all the way to the flag.
Yeah, the top three as they started. Michael O'Brien on pole in the Titan, Peter Delaroche in the Alexis second, Andrew Hibbard in third when we get this race back underway, but still some repairs underway. So still a couple more minutes before we get back underway for 8 minutes of racing for the Derek Bell Cup, which we hope to bring to you very shortly.
Highfield Princess, she's all class, and Highfield Princess comes clear to win the King George.
Paddington from Backers devoured the run towards the line. It's Paddington, he's still going to be unbeaten this season. He's going to win the Sussex Stakes.
Everyone's in vintage clothes. There's cars. If you're a petrol head, you're going to absolutely love it.
One thing Goodwood's done this year is saying, look, rather than throw things away, let's reuse things and repair them.
I always say to everyone, whether you like motorsport or not, you won't have a bad time. It is the best event in the world. Attention to detail is like nothing else.
It's the shopping, it's the funfair, it's the look, it's the period aspect, and that is what the Goodwood Revival is. It's just a fantastic day out.
It's like motoring heaven here. It's motorcycles, cars, helicopters, planes.
It's a sort of assault on the senses when you come here.
I know, but it's the best kind of assault. To hear them start and then...
Part of the competition aspect at the Goodwood Members Meeting is to split the drivers and attendees into 4 houses to battle for the honour of what is known as the House Shield. Just like Hogwarts in Harry Potter's youth, there are 4 houses, and it's even more random as to who ends up where. Each house is named after titles belonging to His Grace the Duke of Richmond, and there are house captains from famous racing backgrounds. 3-time World Touring Car Champion Andy Priaulx is captain of House Aubigny, which is represented on the shield by the Fleur de Lis. 9 times Le Mans winner Tom Christensen is the frontman for House Darnley, for which the crest is the Boar's Head. Triple British Touring Car Champion Gordon Shedden is captain of House Methuen, represented by the Lion's Head. And 4 times winner of the IndyCar Series Championship, Dario Franchitti is head of House Torbolton, which is celebrated by the Harp. Every driver at the event can score points by finishing races in the top 10. 250 points are awarded for a win, 180 for a second place, 150 for third, all the way down to 10 points for a 10th place finish. In 2 driver races, each driver scores full points, which are split equally if competing for different houses. 50 points are awarded for pole position and for fastest lap, whilst house captains do score double points. But it's not just about track action. Anybody who attends the event can dive into some fantastic challenges and also score points. Fancy some laser clay shooting? Or what about axe throwing? Perhaps croquet is more suitable, or even duck herding amongst plenty of options. There's also the important house group tug-of-war, where the house captains take a grip. As usual, there's no I in team. The House Shield is about everyone at Goodwood.
And if you are here with us at Goodwood, you can get involved as well and score points for your team. Here is how it currently lines up. Torbolton leading the way, over 9,000 points to their name. Methuen still in hot pursuit. Methuen headed up by Gordon Shedden, Dario Franchitti for Torbolton. Darnley, Tom Christensen, house captain in third. And Aubigny, Andy Priaulx languishing at the back. But we still have a lot of racing to go today, and to get as many points as you can. As spectators here at the Goodwood Members Meeting, you can win points as well for your team. So many exciting games all spread across throughout the day. You heard a couple there a moment ago. There's also there's a giant Connect 4 somewhere about. There's a tug of war as well, which is very good, and you can even do all sorts of school sports day events. And how good at you with skidding a car around on a wet and damp surface. Let's see, perfect pirouette or almost. You can head over to that driving experience there and get some valuable points for the best skid. And that is at the wheel, having a little go there and making his way around, scoring points there and making his way out. So you too could be that man in that car doing a skid in that BMW and making sure you score some points. But at the moment, it's still Bolton leading the way. We're currently under red flag conditions for the Derek Bell Cup, hoping to get underway imminently with a green flag lap followed by 8 minutes of racing after a big incident for Jeremy Timms in the Chevron. He has been taken away from his car with the emergency services and the remaining cars lining up on the grid, just biding their time. The top three, as they were, but it was an epic fight between the Title of Michael O'Brien, the Alexis of Peter Delaroche, and the Brabham of Andrew Hibbard in the initial getaway, and it's actually swapped around though, because Peter Delaroche is now in third on the far right in the yellow Alexis. Andrew Hibbard will start from second this time around, so he's made a space up from the initial start.
He did. He got the slipstream and managed to pull clear down the Lavant Straight up into second place. But what we do have now is a grid without gaps in it, because a few cars didn't get to take the start of the race. So everything's bunched up. It should be even more competitive when we head down at full racing speed to Madwick for the first time. We'll have a formation lap, a green flag lap, if you like, and then it'll be racing all over again, but only for 8 minutes. And one slip, you lose momentum, you lose position, so they've got to be absolutely on their toes. Will Michael O'Brien make a better start from pole position? They go round for one further lap. Other drivers have been promoted up the order. Enrico Spaggiari is now in 4th place on the grid in the gold leaf liveried Lotus, and then a blue March tucked in behind as well, so that has made its way forward up the grid as well. That's car number 81.
Yeah, in the all blue, Andy Jarvis. Or is it the 8?
Sorry, it's 61. I beg your pardon.
Yes, you're right with the March, though. It's Andy Jarvis at the wheel of that. So in the all blue March Ford powered Formula 3 car. This for 1,000cc Formula 3 cars from between 1964 and 1970, named after the 5-time Le Mans winner Derek Bell, who made his race debut at Goodwood 60 years ago this year. On the initial start, it was amazing to see Derek Bell leading the formation lap at the wheel of Sir Jackie Stewart's championship-winning F3 Cooper car to kickstart the 6th running of this Derek Bell Cup at the members meeting. But then after an initial start followed by a safety car turn to red flag, we will get to racing back underway as they make their way around for this green flag lap and come back around for the start-finish straight, and we will get 8 minutes of hard-fought racing. But we've got trouble already on the green flag lap, just pulling off to the side.
I think that's Werner Percher, the Lotus 41, car number 141. That looks like it is, but so he's indicating that he's going to need help to get that car. Seems to have no power whatsoever. Need to move that from the side of the circuit, so marshals need to be alerted to that. Wave yellow flag, denoting caution required. Hopefully they can get it up the access road just in the background of the shop there. Keep that out of the way on the exit of Madwick.
Yeah, there's a nice exit point there, and the marshals super speedy as always. They're used to being able to help stranded cars clear the circuit as quick as possible. But what was an initial 20-minute race then slightly shortened after that red flag. Plenty of racing coming up later today, all shapes and sizes on offer here at the 81st Goodwood Members Meeting. Beautiful day for it, the sun shining down. It's a little cooler than yesterday, but the wind certainly not as high as it was yesterday. No flags blowing in the wind down the main straight. Whether you're here enjoying all that is on offer or loving the coverage wherever you're able to watch it around the world, you are very welcome, and it's a privilege to have you along with us to enjoy some spectacular historic racing.
Yeah, beautiful, amazing mix of cars. Just take the top 5 cars on this reformed grid. It's Titan from Brabham, from Alexis, from Lotus, and March. In behind we've got Chevrons, we had Pygmies, De Sanctis, we've got Lexus at the front, of course, and a Techno or two down towards the rear of the field. Great little cars, 1,000-litre engines, no, 1,000-litre, that'd be fun, 1,000cc engines. And they were the screamers, high revving, but it was all about momentum. They didn't have much grunt, but they flowed beautifully through the corners.
And this was where we saw the next generation of Formula One stars, of course, back in the day, gearing up, making their way up through the ranks.
Yeah, bear in mind, in those days, very, very few of them would have done kart racing. It didn't really exist before really the mid-1960s, so a lot of them, this would be their first year of racing. They go into Formula 3. Formula 4 then came in 1967 to give them a foot up.
So the front row lining up on the front row, and we're thinking because of that stranded car on the formation lap, yes, you can see there they've had to leave it on the exit of the corner, so Madrick might well have to be taken under yellow flags. We can see the marshal waving the yellow flag there. They're not going to be able to move it in time, so no overtaking under yellow flag going into Madrick. On pole then on the far left, as you can see, it will be Michael O'Brien in the Titan Mark III. In second in the middle in the number 25 Brabham, that's Andrew Hibbard. And in third on the far right in the yellow, Alexis Ford, Mark 17, Peter Delaroche. And we are back racing. Another poor start from our pole sitter, Michael O'Brien. Even start from Hibbard and Delaroche. Who's going to come out and top into turn one? It's going to be Andrew Hibbard with Delaroche squeezing round the outside. The yellow flag is out. No overtaking through Madrick. So that cements Hibbard's position out in front. Delaroche in second. But another poor start from Michael O'Brien. You can see there in the number 8 now trying to carve his way back through the field. They've got the march of Andy Jarvis also scrapping at the sharp end of the field.
So those waved yellow flags were no friend to Michael O'Brien. They meant he couldn't try and regain a position and into the lead of the race. A first change of the race since leaving the line. It's Peter Delaroche in the yellow, Alexis into the lead. Wonderful sweeping stretch of circuit through St Mary's now as the pack arrives at the first corner, up into third place, so he went down to fifth. From pole position back into third place comes Michael O'Brien. So the trio that dominated the first part of the race, trying to do it all over again, and leading the rest of it is the blue march of Andy Jarvis in fourth place. But that first three, I can't believe how quickly they pulled clear.
Yeah, Andy Jarvis involved in a great scrap with the Lotus of Enrico Spagliari just behind this battle for the lead. And straight away, Michael O'Brien with the slipstream. We know it's all about slipstreaming around here. Not one pass, but two. O'Brien back into the lead of this race. Delaroche in second. Hibbard now down to third. It is as they started when we initially got racing out of the final chicane and across the line with 6.5 minutes remaining. It's the Titan that leads, the Alexis that leads the Brabham, but slipstream's so key to make a move, and it's Hibbard who tries to tuck in behind the Alexis of Delaroche in front to make a move, but they're not going to be able to do so with that car still stranded on the exit. Indeed, Delaroche running out wide, dipping a tyre onto the grass. Indeed, the yellows are in, so you're free and able to make a move. Delaroche trying to get back in front of Hibbard, but so far Hibbard holding fort. Car off though.
Yeah, and certainly Peter Delaroche went very tight to the side of the circuit. Car 57, I think it's Simon Horton. Yeah. Everyone has pulled off, but you could see when taking the real outside line that Peter Delaroche kicked up some of the dry dust to dry up the fluid that went down there. And look at a replay, fabulous high shot. You can see the line on the outside of the circuit, just caught it, the quick dry dust, and then trying to see who went around. There it was, a big spin to the side of the circuit. So they always say two can tango, and around they went. Just trying to work which of the yellow cars that was that went off. Up front though, it has been the case that Michael O'Brien, he was on pole by 1.1 seconds. Andrew Hibbard and Peter Delaroche trying to keep him honest and clear, but he's got that advantage. They're not on his tail anymore. They're about a second back as they fight over second position, but the Titan back to the front. But two poor starts each time. Michael O'Brien has had to settle down, regain his thoughts and go to the front, and he's done it with supreme ease and, no doubt in these cars, ultimate precision.
Through Madrick we go once again. Delaroche trying to get the slipstream on Hibbard, but having to tuck in behind. Battles up and down the field. Nice battle over 10th place between the number 11 car further back in the pack. That's Armour at the wheel. That's getting up into the points. The top 10 score points here. But the battle heating up most is this battle now for second, because Michael O'Brien, having had the poor start, back into the lead now, stretching that gap to over 1.5 seconds to Andrew Hibbard in the Brabham in second, Peter Delaroche in the Alexis in third, keeping him honest all the way. And this is a look for fifth. I think this is Spagliari. Well, this is the 61 of Andy Jarvis making the move in the march, in the all-blue march, getting himself up into fourth spot. Spagliari in the Lotus now down to fifth. There's O'Brien ahead of Hibbard, ahead of Delaroche in third.
O'Brien has got the pace to pull away, and he's doing precisely that, but he is really being helped by this battle, this fierce little tussle between the Brabham of Andrew Hibbard and Peter Delaroche in the yellow Alexis. Who will make a mistake? We've seen one slightly missed gear shift and we've had an overtake in the opening part of the race, and the beneficiary there was Andrew Hibbard, who moved from third up to second, going past Peter Laroche. This time around, he is again back in second place, but all along with every sector of each of the laps, our race Michael O'Brien is pulling clear. He's 2 seconds clear in the Titan.
Further back in the pack, nice battle developing between the 111 car of Ross Driver and the Merlin, and the Chevron of Steve Nichols, fighting over 8th spot at the moment. Couple of tenths between those cars. Indeed, the number 63 of Widmer has just managed to make up a position 2. But this is the battle for the last 2 steps on the podium with just 3 minutes remaining. It's Delaroche in front or round the outside. Hibbard takes the inside, tighter line. Delaroche in the all-yellow. Alexis holding on round the outside, but Hibbard in the Brabham, better drive out of the corner, tighter line, keeps it neat and tidy in front for now, but that gives Delaroche all the toe he needs, almost pushing Hibbard along down the straight. Side by side we go. The Brabham in the number 25, the number 75, the Alexis, round the outside. Who will blink first? They get oh so close. Brilliant precision racing from Hibbard and Delaroche, and it's Delaroche who comes out on top out of the final chicane, but he has a rough exit, gets onto the dirt on the exit, coming down the main straight, and that gives Hibbard the advantage. Here we go then, across the line, back into Madwick. Advantage, Hibbard.
Nip and tuck, tuck and nip. This is a real cat and dogs struggle over second place. Race leader Michael O'Brien in the Titan, 4.9, let's call it 5 seconds between friends. Pulling clear on his own, but this one is going to go all the way to the end. We've got 2 minutes remaining, so it's this lap and 1 further lap. And don't forget, the opening race of the day, the race leader thought he just timed it to perfection to take the checkered flag, but had about half a second under the allotted 20 minutes, and then he had a real tussle on the final lap in the Parnell Cup. But here and now, this is a cracking race, and certainly Peter Delaroche doesn't mind hooking a wheel on the grass here and there. At the very point that Andrew Hibbard went through into second place last time, quick into Lavant doesn't mean quick out of the second part, and then you're going to struggle up the Lavant straight. But this time, it's the Alexis on the inside and forcing to go to the outside. There comes the kink, but the Brabham's moved across to hold down second place. But now the slipstream is the car behind. It's the Alexis and Peter Delaroche. But what does Andrew Hibbard do? He says if you're coming past, only on the outside.
Fantastic battle this over second and third in this Derek Bell Cup for 1000cc Formula 3 cars. Further back in the pack, the march of Andy Jarvis I think has had a problem. It's absolutely plummeted down the order all the way down to 20th spot and continues to fall down the field. So trouble there for the march of Jarvis. Back out in front though, on the main straight we go. We'll get 1 more lap of racing before the checkered flag comes out. It's Michael O'Brien in the Titan who has over 7 seconds to gap out in front, and then this fierce battle for second and third. At the moment it's Andrew Hibbard in the number 25 in second, just a nose ahead in the Brabham. Alexis of Peter Delaroche in the yellow 75 trying to find a way. The sun glints down off of these Formula 3 cars, and it's Hibbard who manages to keep his advantage so far, but one small mistake and you will find yourself behind your rival. The toe, so crucial here, the momentum, the rhythm, that needs to be perfect in order to make the move around this brilliant but can be tricky Goodwood circuit. And at the moment it's still Hibbard who holds on to second. Delaroche just tucking in behind for now.
Well, this is his last opportunity. The race leader, Michael O'Brien, coming down for the final time to the chicane. He pulled 8 seconds clear. He's going through Woodcote, sweeping through, no trouble for him in the Titan. But the question is, sometimes it's better to be the chasing driver, the one that gets the slipstream on the final lap. It used to be no one wanted to lead before Monza got its chicanes. No problem for our race leader, Michael O'Brien. He'll come through. He's not a race leader, he's a race winner now. That's the Derek Bell Cup. Who's going to come through in second place? It's going to be the Brabham, surely, of Andrew Hibbard. But we've seen drag races to the line. It's very close. 1 car length between him and the Alexis and Peter Delaroche. They will have enjoyed that.
What a battle to the line. A race interrupted by a red flag, but when we got going again, Hibbard and Delaroche delivering us some spectacular racing. But all the plaudits go to Michael O'Brien, who takes the win for the Derek Bell Cup in his Titan. We're still racing further back in the pack though. It's still all to play for. This, the 21 car of Villa, out of the points at the moment behind this gaggle of cars. Behind the 9, that's the Merlin in front. And then this for the Pride and the final points paying position to the line. It's going to be nip and tuck, but nobody quite getting alongside out of the final corner as they all take the checkered flag and come to a slow. Michael O'Brien in the Titan takes the win in front of the Brabham of Andrew Hibbard, who just nicked it along the line from Peter Delaroche in the Alexis Ford, coming home in 3rd spot. Jason Timms did manage to get back out again. He wasn't around for the initial start, but I think he managed to get back out and ended up in 4th, and Spaghiari rounding out the top 5. So they'll all be very happy with a top 5 finish.
Yeah, some really cracking racing. I mean, the pace was clearly there for the Titan driver, Michael O'Brien, but he made 2 poor starts. Maybe he just wanted to join the pack and get to play, because once he got clear, he was able to really eke out an advantage with every single corner around the lap. But Andrew Hibbard and Peter Delaroche fighting so hard, compromising their lap times, but we'll take that all the time, because that was a hugely entertaining scrap over 2nd place. And again, the beauty of Formula 3 in the 60s up to 1970, these 1-litre engines, super competitive, an amazing array of different racing car constructors providing the chassis. But what a famous tussle for that 2nd place. And how close would you like to go to the ball? Well, that's close plus a little bit more.
Peter Delaroche in the Alexis, nipping the wall, and Andrew Hibbard having to take it as well. And it was this that perhaps cost him 2nd, getting out wide on the exit of the chicane, dipping a wheel onto the grass and the dirt, and having to correct the back end of that car. And the Alexis, with all the power and grunt it has, with that mistake, the Brabham able to nip past and then onto the final lap, managed to keep that position. Michael O'Brien, though, in the number 8, waving to the crowd, your winner for the Derek Bell Cup, in front of Andrew Hibbard and Peter Delaroche. Jason Timms, Spaghiari, Enrico Spaghiari in the Lotus, the top 5. The number 63 of that's another Brabham Ford, and Christoph Widner with a good result up into 6th, made up quite a few positions, started down in 10th, so a good result for him as they peel back into the Parc Fermé area. And it was brilliant racing from the get-go, with the red flag interruption giving a slight delay to things, but we got back underway, and immediately that gave us even more exciting racing. 2 poor starts though from the pole sitter Michael O'Brien. He managed to recover both times though, and here he is, the race winner. Wheel out, gets himself gracefully out of his car, and will receive his wreath, and I'm sure we'll have a chat with him. Ed's down there.
Well, let's squeeze through. I'm so sorry. I'm going to jump in here. I'm so sorry. Michael, things are a bit more relaxed when you broke the toe.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I mean, with the quality of the field that we've got and the slipstream that these cars give off, it was always going to be difficult. I made the starts difficult for myself as well, so that wasn't planned. But yeah, once I'd broke the slipstream and we'd kind of worked the car to come in towards the end, so everything then came on song, so all good.
It's a fantastic drive, well done.
Thank you, thanks.
Right, let's find Andrew. Blimey, I mean, talk about having the crowd on the edge of their seats. There was nothing in it.
If you can't have a race like that with your mates, then what can you do? That was lots of fun, really. I enjoyed it all the way around. Bit of thumbs going up as he had a bit of a moment out the chicane, giving him one of those. Just great racing.
It was fantastic to watch. Well done, Andrew.
Thank you.
Let's have a chat to 3rd place man by a whisker. Peter, blimey, was it just a couple of touches of the grass that cost you there? I mean, there was nothing in it.
No, yeah, I did touch the grass a little bit. Didn't get a good start either, but no, it was very good racing.
And you must have enjoyed it from start to finish.
Oh, 100%. Grinning all the way around, to be honest.
Fantastic. Well, so with the crowd. Well done.
Thank you.
Fantastic work from our top 3. And absolutely, if you can't race like that against your mates, then when can you race? Andrew Hibbard and Peter Delaroche battling tooth and nail for 2nd and 3rd. In the end, not a match for Michael O'Brien, who took the win in the Titan. Jason Timms with a good recovery in the end, getting the top 4 in his Brabham. Enrico Spaghiari was involved in a few close fights, rounding out the top 5. Simon Armour and Ross Dryborough and Andrew Tart were actually involved in quite a good scrap we didn't see much of in the March, the Merlin, and the 2 Merlins actually, for the final points paying positions, points going to the top 10. First of the Pygmies, Ludovic Ingvilla in 11th in front of the Techno Ford of Peter Hamilton. And Thomas Jaman in the March falling back to 15th. Simon Horton as well, involved in a few skirmishes, down in 19th. A shame for Andy Jarvis in the March as well, who had a really great run up into the top 10, and then a seeming issue saw him out of this race. Well, that is your second race of the day, done and dusted. The Derek Bell Cup has been won by Michael O'Brien. And we can take a look back at how it all unfolded on the initial restart. It was a poor start from pole for Michael O'Brien. That allowed Peter De La Roche and the Alexis to get the best of starts, and then Andrew Hibbard slotting into second, but O'Brien was able to claw his way back.
Yeah, this was the first start, and he had to look some way back to third place for the pole starter Michael O'Brien, but nip and tuck at the front, and some brilliant racing. But down at the back of the pack, got a little bit interesting down there for Ludovic Ingvilla on his first appearance here, but he really came good as he went through the course of the 2 races here for the Derek Bell Cup.
Certainly did 2 spins, one trying to get back onto the track as well, and a couple of spinners further down too. That was the number 4, Thomas Jaman in the March further back. This was Simon Etherington in the Brabham dropping oil with an issue into that turn 1, and that caused a big crash actually for Jeremy Timms in the Chevron. That caused the red flag. He was able to get out of the car and be seen by the emergency services. Red flag, we then got restarted, and it was another poor start for the pole sitter, Michael O'Brien, involving Peter De La Roche and Andrew Hibbard, then having a scrap. O'Brien caught back up to them in the end. O'Brien third at this stage in your picture, but once he managed to get back up to them, a simple case of getting a bit of toe and having more confidence, and he managed to get in front of not one, but 2 of them, 3 wide. There he goes, O'Brien into the lead.
Using the slipstream incredibly well. First on the grid, 5th into the opening corner, 3rd by St Mary's, 1st before he got down to Woodcote on the opening lap. And then the great escape happened. Off he went in the lead of the race, leading Hibbard and De La Roche to have just the most epic scrap over second place. On the circuit, near the circuit, but they got to the end of the race with 1/10 of a second between the pair.
All in a day's work for Michael O'Brien, the 53 out and spinning round towards the end of this race. But once Michael O'Brien got into the lead, it was away he went, and that left Hibbard and De La Roche fighting tooth and nail for 2nd and 3rd, wheel to wheel around almost every single lap they could. 2 good friends with smiles on their faces. De La Roche in the yellow Alexis getting in front at this stage of the game, and that left Hibbard trying to chase and catch back up. And De La Roche right to the extreme, pushing all he can into almost the grass on this track, out of the chicane though, and this was really the undoing for De La Roche. Cost him 2nd in the end, a poor exit, a little clip of the wall, and that allowed Hibbard through and up into 2nd. And while they did battle across the line, Michael O'Brien the leader, and Andrew Hibbard 2nd, Peter De La Roche in 3rd, and that was the Derek Bell Cup.
I'm here stood in a field in Goodwood. We're showcasing as much homegrown produce from within the estate. Festival of Speed lands in July when the British produce at its very best. See, hear and I think smell the cars as well. Technically I'm working, hopefully I can nip out for 5 to 10 minutes. If people are into cars at that level, they're going to have an eye for detail and an eye for quality, so it's important that that's replicated in what I serve as well as what's on the track. I'm Ollie DeBoo, cooking at the Surtees Pavilion at Goodwood. Do head to goodwood.com to find out more.
You're never too young to fall in love with classic cars. It's a passion that lasts a lifetime, and it's a passion we share. Backed by over 75 years of motoring experience, Goodwood Classic Solutions is a unique new way to ensure your pride and joy. Goodwood Classic Solutions. It's a passion we share.
Well, we're really in the middle of it all here, aren't we? What is your highlight of Goodwood?
It's seeing some old cars that we've dealt with. I'm involved in classic car sales, so it's seeing some old familiar faces, some cars that we've handled over the years, and seeing them in new owners' hands, them enjoying the cars out on track. That's really rewarding for us. So all the familiar faces, both clients and cars throughout the whole track is just phenomenally rewarding.
And it's such a prestigious event, isn't it, the members meeting, to have all this passion in one place.
Yeah, it's great to see some of these cars raced here in period, so watching them back on their original tracks with drivers paying homage to the sort of the greats, Stirling Mosses. There's the Stirling Moss DB3S, the most famous image at Goodwood, is back here racing for the first time in years, so it's really special seeing that history reunited.
And all the while, this soundtrack of Goodwood.
Completely, yeah, absolutely. It really gets your heart going every single time. It's infectious. You can't be here and not love them. So
It absolutely is. Thank you so much. Enjoy.
No problem. Right, well now we're looking towards two wheels coming out on track as we're getting ready for the Hailwood Trophy featuring the Sheen Trophy. Ben Edwards with you now and James Hayden as we look forward to the second of these races over the course of the weekend. And whatever happens in this race will then determine the final finishing results of both the Hailwood Trophy and the Sheen Trophy. 7th time it's run at Goodwood, but the 4th time they've done it in 2 parts like this, with the 250 and 350 two-stroke Grand Prix bikes from before 1984 versus the F750 bikes, the 4-strokes that are up to 1973, so a bit earlier with those 4-stroke bikes with the bigger engines. So we have all that fun to see. Let's look at a little bit more of an explanation of this Hailwood Trophy. So here we go, getting all ready for it. It's going to be a fun setup, this, to see how it all goes. We saw an interesting time yesterday, and we're going to have much the same in different ways, I'm sure. Some great battles. James, this time the grid will actually line up with the man who took the victory yesterday, but it's not lined up on the way they finished yesterday, it's the way they set their fastest laps.
Yes, indeed. So it was Phil Atkinson who did take the win and did set the fastest lap that's on pole position, but it was an absolute belter at the front there. We had the top 3 within 0.4 of a second. All were TZ350Gs. So one of the last of the TZ350s, the Yamaha 2-stroke parallel twin that dominated Grand Prix racing in that class. They had 11 World Championship wins on it. It really was a belter, and so it was good to see sort of those 3, and then there was a really lovely battle of the 4-strokes behind.
Let's have a look. Yeah, this was good fun, wasn't it? And right from the start, it was an entertaining event.
Yeah, very much. And as you say, it's such a difference between this. You've got the little nimble 250, 350 2-strokes, and then the big 754 strokes. So it's a real nice mix. You know, the 250, 350s are lighter. You know, they're being a two-stroke. They haven't got the grunt of the big four strokes. And this was the battle. You could see you had Glenn English, you had Atkinson, and also Jackson. Really sort of good battles coming through. We just have a look at number 22 there, which is Tony Perkin. But this is coming up to the last section. It looked like English had got it, but as he came out, there was a little bit of oil had gone down, and he just touched it. We're looking at number 55 there, Jackson, but he thought that he had it. It was superb going through the first turn, and also on the early laps. This was the first part of the race. Unfortunately, we had a red flag, so it was restarted, shortened to 5 laps, and away they went one more time.
Yeah, lovely start once again this time from Glenn English. In fact, it was a better start. Number 25. Glenn has been so rapid all weekend. He's been quick here in the past. Phil Atkinson found the way past him, and we thought, oh, he's going to win this straightforward. Then it all changed again.
Yes, it did. He said he was a second slower when he went past Glenn English, and Glenn English came back through again. And this is actually the last couple of turns. Atkinson dives up the inside, runs a bit wide. English cuts him back, hits the oil coming out of this chicane, has a little bit of a slide, and he just gets beaten to the line by Atkinson. It was fantastic, just 0.4 of a second.
Yeah, that's how close it was. So wonderful to see. And Phil Atkinson getting his opportunity to take the victory. And the bikes are already out on the track now, just getting a bit of a feel. They can see that there is a bit of dust down there, a bit of cement dust down, so they'll be aware of where there might be some slippery patches. But the conditions are good here at Goodwood today. Lovely to have you all with us, whether you're at the track or watching us online. We've already seen some great entertaining motor racing this morning. We saw some great racing yesterday, and as you've just seen from those highlights, if you didn't get a chance to watch yesterday's Hailwood Trophy, we saw a close battle, and it is going to be a combined result, and the top 3 were also close, that they don't need to be, it doesn't need to be hugely different for this to change the outright finishing positions.
No, very much so. And also, you know, let's not forget the big 4 strokes. Andy Hornby, Michael Russell, Graham Higlett, all 3 of those guys also, they're battling for their own trophy, obviously in the Sheen Trophy, and those guys were separated by just under a second. So it's kind of, you know, there's these great battles in both the Hailwood and the Sheen Trophy.
Absolutely right. Andy Hornby got the top spot in the Sheen Trophy with the 4 strokes. He was 4th overall, but as you say, he was only just ahead of Michael Russell on the Norton Manx and Graham Higlett on the Rob North Triumph. So yeah, we've got 2 completely separate battles. Always, of course, looking for the outright win on track, but it's about the 2 different trophies that are going to be awarded at the end of today that will be decided. And we've been watching Dan Jackson going very, very well. He's always competitive here. He won it outright in 2022, had a 3rd place and a 2nd place here last year. So he always goes well. He didn't manage to get in the top 2 yesterday. I wonder if he can today.
Yeah, he just said he had a little bit too much work to do early on from the restart. He felt he had the momentum and the rhythm to come back through, but he just ran out of time. It was that little you know, sort of 5-lap dash. Another couple of people to look out for, right back on row 11, we've got Michael Rutter in 28th. He had a clutch problem on the Hadley Honda, run by Chris Wilson, and next to him, Rob Whitty, again on another CB750. Both those guys had problems, but both were very quick, so watch them because they'll be coming through the field. That's the man we're looking at, Michael Rutter, 7-time TT champ, 29 times BSB winner. And next to him is Rob Whitty, who originally qualified in the front row, but unfortunately melted a piston. That is Glenn English getting ready to go. And watch him, number 25. He is so good on these early laps when the tyres are cold. He really does have just a little edge, I think, on some of these guys.
Yeah, definitely right. It's going to be fascinating to see how this goes. Remember that the 5-time Le Mans winner Emanuele Pirro is also riding a motorbike this weekend. He raced for the first time yesterday, and Emanuele Pirro did a good job. He finished in 18th place, just loving the experience of being out there on one of the 250 two-strokes. Away they go on the warming up lap. And actually, I think Emanuele's a little bit slow. I could just see the red bike Emanuele on was a little bit slow off the line, but it's okay. It's the warm-up lap. It's not the actual start. Hopefully he'll get better off the line when they get the proper flag.
Yeah, and you don't want to do too much of these clutches as well. You want to give them an easy time so they got that, you know, in their best condition for the starts. There's a lot of new clutches gone in overnight, I can tell you.
Just saw him go through. Number 66 is Emanuele Pirro. If you're keeping your eyes out for the Le Mans specialist on 4 wheels in the past. Maria Costello's been doing a good job this weekend as well. She's absolutely loving riding that number 89 bike. She finished in 12th place yesterday. That's the RPS Triumph Trident. And there we are, looking at the grid. Phil Atkinson on pole from Dan Jackson and Glenn English. Then Andy Hornby, who won the Sheen Trophy part, the 4-stroke part. He starts 4th ahead of Michael Russell, who is the rival in the same class, and Graham Higlett behind them. So that rivalry very close between 2 strokes initially. There you can see Maria Costello is starting in 14th position, and Emanuele Pirro down in 20th. Some other great riders around them who are regular competitors here at Goodwood. And as you mentioned then, some towards the back, the likes of Michael Rutter and Rob Whitty, who are rapid, and Gordon Russell there as well. Certainly the Rutter and Whitty, they are rapid, but they've got a lot of work to do.
They have, and he was struggling a little bit getting that bike off the line, Rutter, but actually with that new clutch, maybe that's going to make the difference. Here we can see number 1, Phil Atkinson, yesterday's winner. He has really attacked that warm-up lap to try and get some heat in the tyres and brakes.
Yeah, he's interesting. He's actually come quite a long way ahead of everybody else, so he's going to be sitting on the grid for a little while before we have everybody in position.
Yeah, as they all come through, back to form up, and let's hope we're going to get as good a race as we got yesterday.
Yeah, I do hope so. It was entertaining stuff indeed. Phil Atkinson getting a bit more experience at the Goodwood track. He's got a lot of experience on bikes. He's had a lot of success, hasn't he, in 2 strokes?
Yes, he has indeed, and it was his first time to Goodwood, though, which made it all the more impressive. It is a slightly difficult place to learn when you first come, the bumps, the speed, the blindness, but it's a wonderful track, and he was smiling like a Cheshire cat.
Yeah, well, you've won here in the past at Goodwood, James, and I know you're already getting invitations to get back out on them, aren't you?
Well, it'd be nice to ride a 2-stroke round here.
Well, let's see what happens, but it's great to have you with us in the commentary box for now to see what happens in this second part of the Hailwood Trophy and the Sheen Trophy, all set to go racing once again. You're watching Glenn English on the left, Dan Jackson in the middle, and it's a good start from Glenn and Dan. Pretty even start, I thought, from both of those front row men. It's Dan Jackson who's got the initial lead, but watch out for Glenn English, number 25. He's so brave, particularly through this first corner Madrid. Sometimes somebody hand up, bit of a problem. And in fact, it's Phil Atkinson, so there I am saying it was going to be Glenn. Phil Atkinson, who won yesterday, surges through.
Yeah, oh no.
That is bad news, Andy Hornby.
That's Andy Hornby. Obviously, he's won it the last couple of years here and going so well. Was 4th on the grid, and he's had a problem which is very unlike them.
He was hoping for a hat-trick of victories in the Sheen Trophy. That isn't going to happen for Andy Hornby. What a shame for him. I do feel for him on the opening lap. But Phil Atkinson, who won yesterday, what a good start that was from him, because he wasn't actually the best off the line, but he dealt with Madrid brilliantly.
Yeah, I think he made a real difference in really attacking that warm-up lap to get some heat, because that's where he really lost out to Glenn English yesterday. And just behind them, you can see number 51 and number 68. That's the two 4-strokes of Graham Higlett and Michael Russell. And there's Michael Russell already, number 65 on the Hatley Honda coming round.
Yeah, as you mentioned, that we've got to keep an eye out on him, because he has got good pace as long as the bike's working well, which he didn't yesterday. As you say, Michael Russell there and Graham Higlett, they are effectively going to be fighting at this stage for winning the Sheen Trophy for the bigger 4-stroke, up to the 750cc bikes, the earlier bikes of period. They've got good straights, speed down the straights, a little bit slower through the corners because they've got a bit more weight to play with, but they're still actually, it's amazingly how close the 2-strokes and the 4-strokes around Goodwood are. Now up front, Phil Atkinson coming under a bit more pressure from Glenn English, and Glenn, you see it down as tight as possible. He's going to have a go here.
Yeah, he certainly is. He's having a good look. It's very, very difficult. You're not going to get him on the right, but you can go up the inside on the left hand of St Mary's. And is he close enough? I think Atkinson's just got the right line there. There's a big bump on the bikes as you come through there. They've shaken off Jackson a little bit there as well. Jackson dropped probably half a second, 3/4 of a second there. So
that's a bit odd. I wonder if he's had a problem, because to have dropped away that much, it's not. Dan's usually right up there. We've seen it a number of times, him getting podiums and taking victories here. So I think there must be a problem for him.
Yeah, we'll see. Well, have a good look, and just behind them again, you've got that 4-stroke battle. But it is Atkinson and English out front, and Atkinson's had a really nice lap there. He just seems to have pulled maybe a 4 or 5 bike lengths. But this is where, look at that, Glenn English has got such a wonderful line through this last section.
He does, yes, very quick through here as well. This is where it went wrong for Glenn English when he was leading yesterday, as he came out of the chicane, got on the oil. This time it's all good. So Jackson is still there in third. It's not too bad. His lap time is he's only about half a second down on the leaders actually, so it's not too bad at this stage. Some more good battles going on further down, as you can see, as they all head along. Just saw Jamie O'Brien, number 74, having a good run on his 350, and meanwhile it's still a big battle for Michael Rutter, moving up the order. He's up to 11th place now, so he's fighting to get into the top 10.
Yeah, and Rob Whitty as well, just ahead of him. So remember, they've come from the 11th row of the grid. They're 10th and 11th. That's the men we're looking at, both on the CB750s. One's the Hadley Honda, the very famous sort of Julian Soper motorcycle, owned by Chris Wilson, and always a really nicely prepared thing. And then obviously you've got Bob Whitty's one as well, which is again another really
look at this
bike.
Look at this, the battle in the Sheen Trophy, and that is a switch around because Russell has managed to get past Higlett, but they are very, very close indeed. Michael Russell has just taken the advantage briefly over Graham Higlett, but there's not much between them.
No, there isn't. And Graham Higlett, he's on a Rob North chassis, the 1971 Triumph 750, whereas number 68, Michael Russell, he's on a bit of a bit, so he brought it made it out of parts. It's got a Mack chassis with a Norton Commando engine in it, so a 1972 Commando engine, so a real nice motorcycle. He said he's really enjoying it, but it's down on power.
Yeah, we just had a quick glimpse of Rob Whitty going through once again. This is the group that's now running from 7th place. So number 74, that's O'Brien, he's running in 7th. What are we looking? So Rutter coming through here, making some progress, I believe. Michael Rutter, yeah, actually getting past Whitty. So that's a battle between two very similar bikes.
Yeah, he did really well there. Proper scrappy. You can see he managed to put 2 or 3 bikes between them there. By the way, on that last lap, 125.5 for Atkinson. Wow. 125.6 for English. That's the fastest laps we've seen of the weekend. They were in the high 26s yesterday, so that's a really...
Oh no! Oh look! Off goes English! Glenn English, the man fighting for the lead, and he's got off in the grass. He's got... Yeah, I think he's dropped down to 3rd.
Let's have a little look. There's a big bump on the left. Is he going to lose the front? Oh, he just seems to run out of road. He's got in a little bit too hot, and luckily the grass is dry. He does very well though. It's very easy to make a mistake, panic there, and he does incredibly well. Gets it back on, and where's he rejoined?
I think he's in 3rd still. Actually, I think he's up there. Yeah, look, he's ahead.
Yes, he is. So he's 3rd. So Jackson's ahead of him. That certainly takes the pressure off your leader Atkinson, who we just see he's going to be coming in.
I tell you what though, if you're going to make a mistake around Goodwood, that is one of the best places to do it, because there's plenty of space. We saw a couple of cars go off there earlier, and you do think, well, if you're going to go off there, and all safe, he's okay. So you still got this wonderful battle, number 68 versus number 51, and that is for victory in what is known as the Sheen Trophy, named after the great Barry Sheen, the 2-time world champion. And then you've got these two, which are also Sheen cars, Sheen bikes there with the 750cc motors. They've been moving up from the back of the field because they were non-finishers yesterday, and they're now up into 6th and 7th places. That's a fantastic move.
Yeah, that's a really good job from these two, as you say, to come from 28th, 29th on the grid to come all the way through to 6th and 7th. We knew they would be quick, and yeah, they are. Yeah, they're doing a really good...
We have a red flag.
Unfortunately, we've got a red flag here.
Yeah, we have a red flag. So there has been an incident out on track somewhere. We haven't seen what's happened yet, but yeah, so the race is being brought to a halt. There are 3 laps remaining, and it is bike 74, which we were watching. Jamie O'Brien, he was going well in the top 10. He was beginning to come under a bit more pressure from those behind. So it is he that has gone off apparently. So the bike's being brought back to the pit lane so that the marshals can immediately attend the situation, of course, and that riders just making sure that it's known that they have seen everything that's up there. You're just watching Tony Perkin going through, all of them being very, very sensible. They've all been in these situations before. I notice Emanuele Pirot had dropped back down a little bit. I don't know whether there had been a problem for Emanuele, but he certainly had dropped down the order quite a long way, hadn't he?
Yeah, so hard to know. He was lapping quicker than the the two men in front of him. So whether he just made a small mistake.
Yeah, that's possible. They're coming back in. Here they go then. And you just saw Graham Higlett coming in, number 51, in that fantastic battle that he's having with Michael Russell for the Barry Sheen part of the trophy. And we'll just have to see how that goes once the race resumes. As I say, there's due to be 3 laps to go. Whether they'll make it all 3, we'll have to wait and see. There's originally a 7-lap race. That's how it runs with these 2-part races, and then it's all added together to work out who our outright winners are for the weekend.
Yeah, that's right. And obviously in that one, it was, Atkinson, after that mistake after Glenn English, he had that 5-second lead, and it was the top 3 of the TZ 350s, and then it went for the next 4, which were the 4 strokes.
Let's go down to Ed Foster in that pit lane.
Thanks, Ben. Why don't we first of all start with Glenn and find out what happened. Glenn, amazingly well rescued. What happened down at St Mary's?
Oh, don't ask me. I think I just got, I just missed the turning. I was going too fast, basically. Trying to work just trying to work a game plan to beat Phil. And I wasn't concentrating on what I was doing. That's the problem.
Well, I have to say, a lesser rider would have come off on the grass, so beautifully done.
More luck than judgment, mate. Yeah.
Right, well done. Let's. I spotted Stuart Graham, so let's go down here. Stuart Graham, obviously, 2-wheeled and 4-wheeled racer. Guys, sorry to jump in. Stuart, lovely to see you here. This is your kind of stuff, isn't it?
Well, it used to be, yes, in a previous life, as they say,
But yeah, I mean, you still get on bikes quite a lot, don't you?
Not so much now. I mean, basically, a squirt up the hill at the festival and the odd demo parade, because I'm getting a little old now, so somebody told me. But no, it's great fun. You never forget the bike days. It's great. And it's lovely to see my dear old pal Emanuele sort of learning to ride these things, which is an interesting exercise, isn't it?
Well, sort of similar to yourself, 4 wheels and 2. It is. Just give us a little insight into what it's like going from a car to a bike and a bike to a car. Because while it's motorsport, it's totally different, isn't it?
It is actually very different, because the biggest problem, of course, you can have a minor incident with a car and have a harmless spin or something like that, or run out of a bit of road. But with a bike, it can be a lot more dramatic than that, and obviously a small mistake can end up being quite painful. So you've got to be very careful, and precision is everything with a bike, of course, and so there's not much tolerance. But again, it's a great buzz at the time.
Are you having a good weekend?
I'm having a lovely weekend, because it's relaxing, actually, being able to watch and talk and take it all in rather than rushing around. I've got to go and get changed quickly. So no, it's great fun. I love it. It's such a wonderful event, and the weather's being kind, so we can't complain, can we, really?
Fantastic, Stuart. Thank you.
All right, cheers, Ed.
Let's we'll squeeze around here. We've got Michael here. You're having fun.
Yeah, it was a bit of a disaster yesterday with the clutch went on the line, and I took myself in thinking, I hope no one hits me, and so I was real careful with it going off. I was in the back row of the grid, so I felt a bit safer there, and it went fine. It went fine. The bike did.
So I think you're well up into the top 10 now.
Yeah, I was. To be honest with you, it was just trying to pick people off. But we got to the front of that group, and then I couldn't see anyone else. So yeah, they'd all cleared off.
The 3 people you passed going into Lavin, are they all buying you pints tonight?
Yeah, I'll have to thank them.
All right, well done. Look, let's see if we can find Phil. There's a number 1 bike somewhere, so follow me. This is the joys of walking up and down. But how's it all going out there?
The track is incredibly greasy, shall we say. I don't know, there's not oil visually on the track, but obviously there's some sort of spray. We're just sliding and slithering round every corner, and Jamie's mishap was very odd, because he was actually through the corner and then just went sideways and high-sided, basically on the straight. So there's obviously a traction problem with the surface, but we don't know what it is, unfortunately.
Well, look, enjoy the rest of it.
Thank you.
Let's fight, because the problem is obviously as a car racer, you've got contact patches kind of that size under each tyre, but these guys are the size of a sort of 50p coin. So, Maria, how's it all going?
Hello. Yeah, it was great to start the race. So there was hectic at the start, and was getting into a good rhythm, and enjoying myself as usual on this lovely Triumph Trident. And but unfortunately, we've had a red flag, and I hope they're okay, and we'll perhaps get to do some more laps.
I'm sure you will. Well done, Maria.
Thank you.
Right, we're still looking for this number one. Mind your feet, Ian. It's quite a lot of expensive things to stand on around here. Gordon, how are we doing? You all right? No, it's all right. I'll let you carry on. Where is the number? Oh, Dan. How are we doing? It looks like you're sort of slightly lonely at the moment.
Yeah, it was a slow start for me, really. Those guys went like a bat out of hell. I needed whatever they had for breakfast this morning. But
or what they didn't have.
Or what they didn't have. Yeah, maybe that was the problem. Look, yeah, hopefully we might get a restart. Let's wait and see. But get my head down and just try for it. I want that win. Aggregate win.
Are the bits on the track the way you are faster, and you kind of see that?
Yes and no. I struggle a little bit down the right, this back straight or first straight, just because I'm so big and bulky. I can't get tucked in. Luckily, the wind's died down a lot today, which helps. But yeah, it's just little bits here and there.
People our size, effectively large sails, aren't we?
We are. Yeah, it's all right if it's behind us, but yeah, going round in a circle at some point, it's going to be in front of us, isn't it?
All right, Dan. Cheers. I can hear all the marshals saying that the bikes are going to go back to Parc Fermé, so I'm afraid that is everything from the Hailwood Trophy.
Yeah, thank you very much, Ed. We've just heard this moment that the race will not be restarted. So that is the result now that we have after 4 laps. We now know that Phil Atkinson took 2 victories. So Phil Atkinson has won. Phil Atkinson has won the Hailwood Trophy. And Dan Jackson finishing in 2nd and Glenn English in 3rd. And that's how it finishes it all off. Let's see how the race went once again. And it was interesting hearing from Dan Jackson that he felt he didn't get off the line quite as dramatically as Glenn and Phil, didn't he?
That's right. I think that we saw Phil really learn yesterday how good Glenn English was from the start, so he really went on that warm-up lap, and that helped. Then we look back here, Michael Rutter, number 65, who did a terrific job to come through to grab 3rd in the Sheen Trophy, and this is a great move. You can see here he goes up the inside of Higlett, and then not Higlett, sorry. He goes up the inside of Whitty, and then up the inside of 2 more, and he really puts himself in a great position.
Absolutely, and he has effectively won the Sheen Trophy now. We know this because obviously he was up against Andy Hornby for that, but Andy went off. Then we had this moment with Glenn English going so wide. It was fascinating hearing from him saying he was thinking about something else and sort of lost concentration for a brief moment, and that's what happened.
Yeah, and that was probably 60, 70 miles an hour, so yeah, he was quite lucky.
He was. The red flag came out as that's being dealt with, but our winner, no doubt about it, it's Phil Atkinson.
everyone's in vintage clothes. There's cars. If you're a petrol head, you're going to absolutely love it.
One thing Goodwood's done this year is saying, look, rather than throw things away, let's reuse things and repair them.
I always say to everyone, whether you like motorsport or not, you won't have a bad time. It is the best event in the world. Attention to detail is like nothing else.
It's the shopping, it's the funfair, it's the look, it's the period aspect, and that is what the Goodwood Revival is. It's just a fantastic day out.
You're never too young to fall in love with classic cars. It's a passion that lasts a lifetime, and it's a passion we share. Backed by over 75 years of motoring experience, Goodwood Classic Solutions is a unique new way to ensure your pride and joy. Goodwood Classic Solutions. It's a passion we share.
Well, let's start at the top. Phil, I think it's probably safe to say that you're quite a fan of the Goodwood Motor Circuit now.
Well, thank you very much. Like I said, first time here, had a night to sleep on things and try and get my head around the place. And yeah, went out this morning and just had one thing in my mind, go as fast as I can and for 2 laps and look back. And unfortunately, Glenn was right there, and I just kept pushing and pushing and pushing. And eventually, I saw the guys give me a bit of more of a gap and didn't know what happened. And looked back and he wasn't there. So, and unfortunately, got red flagged and they called it a result. But just really happy to be invited, and hopefully I can come back soon.
Fantastic, and obviously with the 2 wins, overall winner as well. A great weekend.
Perfect. Thank you very much.
Cheers. Right, let's scoot down here. Glenn, we'll come to you in a second. Dan, it's a bit of a lonely race, but 2 podiums. You've got to be happy with that.
Can't complain. Look, we're riding around Goodwood. The sun's out. It's not cold. What a glorious day. So yeah, we'll take that. We'll come back next year, maybe for the revival, and go one better.
Right. Cheers, Dan.
Thank you.
Glenn, so we talked about your sort of little mistake at St Mary's, but I mean, do you think you would have had him if not for that?
Yeah, I do. Something in here. I do, honestly. Yeah, but let's say I could have. I was working on a plan, right, and I think it would have worked. But I think I could have been in front coming out of the chicane, and my bike's running a lot better today because I've got the jetting better and it's a lot crisper, and there's no oil there, so I'd have had more momentum. So I could have probably held it to the line, but it would have been a good finish. But as it turned out, it was a bit of a shame really that he got away and it sort of ruined a good race, didn't it? But
Glenn, I suppose you'll probably hold the record for the person that did most of a race on the grass and still finished on the podium. So you haven't gone away with nothing.
Yeah, well, there's something then. There's something there. But it would have been nice. But yeah, it's not easy, is it? But it was good fun. But yeah, I was just too busy trying to work a plan out to how I could beat him, and I just lost my concentration really, just thinking about it. But next time.
Great ride nonetheless. Well done.
Yeah, brilliant. Thank you.
Oh, it's been fun watching the bikes out racing once again. Let's have a look at the overall result then of the 2 races we've had this weekend. And indeed, it's Phil Atkinson who has taken victory. Good news for the Aubigny house system because he's got the maximum points. Dan Jackson second, Glenn English third, and then Michael Russell took the victory in the Sheen Trophy with the Norton Manx Commando ahead of Graham Higlett. They had a good battle all the way through. Ian Bain, Jeffrey Vermeulen, Grant Goodings, Mark Linton and Jamie O'Brien completed the top 10. So great racing here for the Hailwood Trophy and the Sheen Trophy as ever, and we saw some bikes managing to move their way up in that race, and it means now that Torbolton has a narrow lead over Matthew, well actually over Darnley and then Matthew, and it's all pretty close. Aubigny, actually they've just scored some extra points there, Aubigny, thanks to the victory for Phil Atkinson, but at the moment it is Torbolton leading the House Challenge at this 81st Goodwood Members Meeting. So we're looking forward to the sidecars coming out in just a moment. This is going to be the battle between the sidecars to see who can set the best single lap pace. Let's find out a little bit more about what it is to ride with sidecars with competitors Tim Reeves and Mark Wilkes.
You've got a crazy bloke who's laying head first in something that can do 170 mile an hour,
and then you've got another bloke jumping about on the back trying to keep it upright. It's just not normal, is it? I'm Tim Reeves. I'm 8 times world champion, 6 times British champion, Isle of Man TT winner, 4 times Southern 100 champion. And yeah, I've been racing for nearly 30 years.
I'm Mark Wilkes, Tim's current passenger, and yeah, not quite got as much under my belt as that, unfortunately. I've got a world championship that I won with Tim in 2019.
But he is still the best in the world, that's what I've got. It's an LCR chassis, which is Swiss built. It's powered by a Yamaha R6 engine. This is my Isle of Man TT bike. It's a fully tuned engine. That's that the regulations allow you. As long as it's 600cc, you can do whatever you like. So it's putting out maybe 140 horsepower. It weighs 210 kilos maybe. The bikes that we'll be using then will be aluminium monocoque. They're a little bit longer than this. They would be similar weight, 210, 215 kilos, 130 horsepower probably. You would lap the circuit probably 4 seconds faster on that design of chassis than this. The World Championship bike, the engineering is fantastic, and they're a lot more precise. You've got a bigger scope for adjustment. All 3 wheels are adjustable completely in trail, angle, camber, position backwards and forwards. Whereas on this bike, the front and rear wheel is fixed. You can adjust the sidecar wheel by moving it backwards or forwards, which gives grip or drive to the front or rear. I would say I'm doing everything, but you're not. Without a good passenger, you would not be able to go far. I don't control the balance of the bike. I'm just riding it as hard as I can. When I set off, I don't even think about him. Mark has quite a fine balance. He controls the amount of drift and drive I get, a grip on the front, grip on the rear. If you put a bag of potatoes on the sidecar, you could go around the track, but you wouldn't go very fast. A lot of people can get on a sidecar and go fast straight away and be aggressive, but not that last second. You need to have finesse. They're like ballerinas, really. A good one, you don't even know he's on the bike. I mean, they quite aggressively move about, but when I'm riding, I never feel him. I wouldn't even know he's on it. And then when you turn to a corner, it just feels like you're on your own. Then you know you've got a good balance, and that's what makes you go fast.
There's no better preparation than actual bike time, being on the bike.
I couldn't do what he does. There's no way I could do it as well as him. I was a good passenger, but I was never as good as he is. They're totally different. It's a special job. I shouldn't say it, but there's probably 4 or 5 exceptional blokes in the world that can do this job, Mark being one of them. If we would go by flat out, you wouldn't even see him because he'd be tucked up in such a small ball out of the way.
If you're in the wind, you're just creating a drag, you're slowing it down.
And it's just the feel of what the bike's doing because they dance. They don't just drive around like a car.
No, they're not always.
They're sliding all the time, and the art to get real fast is to find the balance between drift and drive. You need a certain amount of drift to steer it, but too much drift and you lose drive. So you've got to find that balance, and it's a float. It's like the whole thing's floating all the time.
So I can move my body weight further forward or further back.
For example, when we come here in April, we'll go out of the pit lane and I'll ride as hard as I can. 5 or 6 laps, we'll have found a balance. One lap we might go into this first corner and the front to push. The next lap it won't, because he'll have moved his weight and put it in the right place. And if he's not in the right place at the right time, it can throw him out. And if it throws him out, I'm upside down.
I started on a novice licence, so I had to work up to get a national licence to be able to go do the World Championship. So yeah, there is a progression.
There is, yeah.
You can't just jump on and go flat out straight away.
Yeah, you'd obviously have to pass your medical, and you'd get an ACU licence, which would allow you then to race at club level racing in England, and you'd have to do 10 race meetings
and be within the sets.
Yeah, at 3 different circuits. Then you would move up a level until you get your national licence. Anyone could go out and buy a World Championship bike like mine and ride it. Yeah, even without a driving licence. You don't even need a road bike licence to race one. I was born into it. My father was a sidecar racer, and the day I was born, he dropped my mum at hospital and went off racing. It was in my blood, but then once you take part in it, it's, in my opinion, it's the only form of motorsport you can share with someone. It doesn't matter what you do on it. You can be the best superbike in the rider in the world, and then he'll go out on the track and he'll come in, he could have had the best race in his life, but it doesn't matter what he tells anyone, he can't share that experience. With this sport, you do the same ridiculous things sometimes, and you come in and you're like, oh my God, what about that? And you've got a bond because he's just done the same thing you've done.
A wonderful chat from Tim Reeves and Mark Wilkes, really explaining so much about what it is to ride these machines, to be the passenger as well. And we are very much looking forward to seeing them come back out on track, James. And you have passengered on a sidecar, even though you're a two-wheel racer yourself, much more so, but you have on one occasion acted as the passenger. You know it's not all straightforward, not easy, is it? And we've seen that this weekend at Goodwood, how much they throw themselves over the sidecar.
Yeah, it really is fascinating. It's so lovely to see them here. It's not something that we've seen before, and also this latest, sort of carnation of the bikes. These 600cc really trick motorcycles. They do 170 miles an hour, and you watch how busy that passenger gets. How he's keeping the wheel down, moving his weight to keep it gripped in, moving forward, backwards, left, right. It really is fascinating. He's got to grab on these tiny little holds, and also how much the sidecars move. They've got these big car-like tyres. They're sort of this funny mix between a car and a bike in many ways. They've evolved so much from a motorcycle with a little bolted-on sidecar. And we got the quality of the field you're seeing here today is really quite exceptional. Whether it's Tim Reeves, we've just spoken with, an 8-time world champion. We've got the current double champion in Todd Ennis and Emmanuel Clement, and we've got another 4-time world champion, Ben Birchall. So you're also seeing some of the most, if it was Formula One, it'd be like watching Lewis Hamilton and Senna, and you're seeing the best of the best in this sport. So it will be a really pleasure and quite unique, to see them and see how hard they move and how they move around the bumps, and it's going to be very, very interesting. It was very exciting yesterday, and a lot of people came up after and said, I love watching that. So let's hope we get a similar sort of thing.
And it's very interesting hearing as well in that last little chat we were hearing from Tim Reeves about the cooperation between the two, you had the working together, being able to talk about it afterwards. I mentioned yesterday that the motorsport writer, author Dennis Jenkinson, who actually started out in his career as a passenger to Eric Oliver on sidecars back in 1949, when Eric took the first of the 4 World Championship sidecar titles. We are celebrating 75 years. That was 1949. We're celebrating the 75 years of Sidecar World Championship by doing exactly what we're doing today here at Goodwood. That's what this is all about. So you go back to that year when Eric Oliver won, but with Dennis Jenkinson alongside, and talking about partnerships, because what Dennis then went on was to be navigator for Sterling Moss in the 1955 Mille Miglia for victory with the innovative pace notes that he had. So he worked as a passenger in both a sidecar and in a racing car. And then he wrote the most amazing stuff about racing all the way through his life. So that's Dennis Jenkinson.
Yeah, very much so, and what an experience he gave him. So and it's going to be quite interesting this. So we had yesterday, just to give you an idea of times, the fastest time, remember they did an out lap to get warmed up, a flying lap to attack, and then an in lap, and the fastest lap was a 1:22.4 by Steve Kershaw and Ryan Charlwood. So you can see that really is stomping on. For example, in the Surtees Trophy, the fastest lap so far, 1:20.6. So they are thereabouts, and this is the man who set the fastest lap yesterday.
Yeah.
This is Steve Kershaw and Ryan Charlwood. So these guys, real quality outfit. This is a brand new 2024 LCR GP outfit, so it's the longest chassis. It's got the Yamaha R6 engine, revs through to like 15,500 revs, and these guys are well, they were the quickest yesterday.
Let's just quickly explain what the plan is here. So what you've got is actually head-to-head. So what we're going to see here is the fastest rider out first, fastest pairing, as you say, Steve Kershaw and Ryan Charles, who set the outright pace yesterday. And the next sidecar to come out will actually be the slowest. So it's first versus 8th. And then whichever of the two win go through to the final stage, which comes up this afternoon. So we've got first versus 8th, second versus 7th,
third versus 6th, and fourth versus 5th.
And fourth versus 5th is going to be a very close battle. There's no doubt. The first one, this one is going to be quite a big gap. I think most likely is Steve Kershaw and Ryan Charlwood, when they get onto their flying lap, will set good pace. Of course, you've got to have reliability as well. But if they do a decent pace, they're very likely to beat Brian Gray and Sarah Stoker, who were quite a long way off. But when we get down to the last one of these pairings, there was only 0.5 of a second between them. So that's going to be interesting. And we are going to select the top 4 for the sprint shootout later on.
Yeah, so they're just coming across the line to start their first lap now, and it was really important to attack that opening lap to get some heat in the tyres. And watch how busy the sidecar comes down when it comes into Madrick over the bumps. Very difficult corner. We saw quite a few of these sidecars really dancing, moving about. They do like to slide, they do like to drift, but a bit like a kart or a Lotus 7, it's all about just having a little bit of slide, but not enough that it's affecting your drive. It's that real balance of dancing on the limit.
James, you were saying that a lot of people that you've spoken to here at Goodwood this weekend have just been fascinated by seeing the sidecars out in such fantastic form here.
Yeah, that's it. I mean, just watching it and again watching it here, see if that inside wheel lifts. It might just lift a little fraction. No, great bit of passenger in, keeping that weight down, moving it left and right, forward and back, and to see how much they get tucked in. Look at the leg up in the air, dangling as they're right over it, starting just to spin a bit there as well. You can just see it slide a little fraction here. Those revs climb as it comes out down the back straight.
Very good lap, there's no doubt about it. The lap that he did yesterday, 122.4, was over a second faster than anybody else. He is very much a front-runner champion in the British Championship in 2018, and together they won it in 2020. Ryan Charlwood joining him a little bit later on. There was a bit of wheel spin going on there, wasn't there?
Yeah, and they're going to watch you here. We saw a few guys just clip the barrier, a little bit of a wheel lift, and let's have a look as they come to the line. What's it going to be? Is he going to beat his 22.4?
Across the line he goes, 121.9. Yeah, that's fantastic. So that's the first we've seen into the 121s. And you were mentioning the speed from the Surtees trophy earlier. That's very, very impressive speed indeed. Top speeds as well, and at nearly 140 miles an hour. One stage around the circuit. So Steve Kershaw, Ryan Charlwood, they set the pace at 121.9. They were fastest yesterday, and that means I'm sure that they will be going through to the final four shootout later on today.
Oh, 100%. I mean, these guys are no slouches. They finished third in the world last season and the season before. They're three-time British champions, and they've laid a real serious gauntlet with that. Now watch them come through here. We saw a couple of the outfits yesterday just clip the wall on the inside. Look at, they got scrapers on their bottom, so when they're dangling off, and look how tight he gets it. Absolutely spot on. Actually, he's got a bit of room there, so he was, Kershaw, just giving that bit extra, whereas yesterday we saw a couple of guys scrape the sidecar and knock the passenger, but he did that beautifully.
Yeah, fantastic stuff. We shall see how it goes when the next lap comes up. They're going to be heading back into the pits on this occasion. As you say, they've had a lot of success in Sidecar World Championships. They took both wins at Oschersleben last year, actually, both victories. They always do 2 races at each World Championship event. They finished 5th in the final Estoril race last year, but they have, as you say, finished 3rd in the World Championship over the last couple of years. Now, this is moving on to slightly different. Both those guys that we saw out earlier were in their 30s. We've got a slightly different situation now with our driver, in that Brian Gray has been racing for over 55 years. So he's in his early 70s. But he's got the younger Sarah Stoko up behind. She's passengering for him now, and she's passengered for various different sidecar drivers over the last few years. She really enjoys being a part of it as well. But they didn't quite have that pace yesterday. They did a 1:36.8, didn't they?
Yep, well, they were quite a sort of late entry, so they've been very busy this week getting it together. As you say, Brian's had his licence he's raced for 56 years in a row, which is quite incredible. He's done the 12 Isle of Man TTs, and him and Sarah, they're not usual partners. I asked him, is she going to be your partner for this year? And he's like, well, I'm not sure, we'll see how it goes. So they come out the chicane, start their first lap. Number 7, Brian Gray. He runs a motorcycle shop in High Wycombe, Power Bike Motorcycles, and as they come into turn 1, they were very, very nervous around here yesterday, but it looks a lot more settled than it did yesterday. All the guys would have worked a bit on their setup overnight.
Yeah, definitely. But it does look smoother, I agree, because it really was looking quite edgy through the Madwick corner yesterday. Still a little bit of bounce around the front, but I think they have got a little touch more stability, and we'll see. It is going to be a tough one, though, to get up to that 1 minute 21.9 that we have seen set by Steve Kershaw and Ryan Charlwood.
Yeah, I mean, they're not going to be doing that. You can see they're busy. We already know they're sort of just down we can see on the splits that they're sort of down a few seconds already here and there, and it's not to be expected. I mean, part of it is the show and watching the passengers move, seeing them all out, and it takes everyone to fill a race.
It is. And Sarah Stoko, one of the 2 women who are acting as passengers here this weekend, Emanuele Clement with Todd Ellis. They were second fastest yesterday, and recently have been world champions for the last couple of years. So Sarah here really enjoying working with Brian Gray this weekend at Goodwood, but they haven't worked together before, so getting that partnership to work straight away always a little bit tricky. See, your head's moving around a lot, isn't it?
Yeah, it is, and also again, these guys learning the circuit, and because of the nature of the way they're doing it, and this sort of a attack back super pole, it's been hard to get consistency. But as they cross the line, let's have a look at what they can do.
Okay, across the line, and the time is a 1:36.2, so it's quicker than they managed yesterday. They've managed to go a little bit quicker than yesterday, but unfortunately that means they will not make it into the final four sprint shootout later today. But ladies and gentlemen, please give them some applause, give them a wave as they come past you, because this will be their final run here at Goodwood this weekend. They haven't been able to quite match up to Steve Kershaw and Ryan Charwood, but they've had a lovely time. You can sort of see a smile on Brian's face after all these years he's been competing, and he just looked happy to be out there and fun to watch.
Yeah, absolutely brilliant. And I hope when I'm 73, I'm doing something equally as balmy. So absolutely tip of the hat, Brian.
Yeah,
and Sarah.
Totally agree. And we'll see whether they end up competing together again in the future. We'll see Sarah, I'm sure, out with other riders in the future. She really does love this art. So that is the first of the shootouts between going into the top four later on. And we do know that it is Steve Kershaw and Ryan Charwood who have done that. But it's lovely to hear you all. Give them a big round of applause as they come around and head back into the pits, and I'm sure that they'll enjoy being here at Goodwood this afternoon and watching that final shootout as well to see who actually does end up winning it.
Yeah, indeed. And so they, as you say, as they come back, and our next pairing, Todd Ellis and Emanuele Clement, they are the current world champions. They're double one-trip world champions. They've won the last two in a row, boyfriend and girlfriend. And again, they're on one of the longer chassis LCR GP outfits. And they we'd expect. Yesterday they were just about. They did a 123.4, so almost exactly a second off Kershaw and Charwood's 123.4. This is the outfit that we're looking at, number 6, the current world champs, as we say, and really smart outfit. And there's a matter of pride as well. Their bike again looked quite stiff yesterday. Goodwood has got bumps and undulations, and I think they'll have learnt a bit, so they'll really be attacking. And once again, you can see they've got to get this warm-up lap right. They've got to get enough temperature into those tyres so they can really attack their lap. And you can already see the speed. Look at the little handholds. Remember, you've got to clamber across. You're doing up to 160, 170 miles an hour on one of these, clambering all the time, grabbing those handholds. But it's really important to get a good start to the lap. Sweeping, nails it absolutely perfectly, gets a drive, and they start their lap.
So let's take a look at how this goes, because we do know they are going to be super competitive and may well be up with that 121.9 that has set the pace so far of Steve Kershaw and Ryan Charwood through Madgwick Corner. And Emanuele Clement right over the right-hand side of the sidecar. Touch back in just briefly, but keeping a bit of weight over that rear right wheel, because it's now through the flat-out right-hander at Ford Water. She stays over that side, coming into the next part of St Mary's. Initially right, but then you've got to just flick across to the other side of the sidecar to get the balance right here. And this is where you can lift a wheel easily. It's looking pretty good.
Yeah, it is. So this didn't quite get back to the apex, but they're sort of coming in now. But it's a very good initial split. I think that might be the quickest split that we've had on that first split. So we'll keep an eye on them as they sort of come out of here. Again, they've got a really nice drive, and look how she tucks down, gets right out the wind, counting down until she knows she's going to have to pop up, and Emanuele will do so now. Gets that first handhold, then reaches down for that second one, and look at him just skidding it, sliding and moving. And watch it and listen to it just spin a bit there, maybe cost him a fraction of time.
That was great, though. I thought he might even run a bit too wide there, but she moving so quickly to get into the right place. It's going to be a good one, this. How quick is it? Let's have a look. 1:21.6. They go faster. Oh, that is the fastest of the weekend so far for Todd Ellis and Emanuele Clement. They've gone quicker than Kershaw and Charlwood. Not by much. It's a tiny margin. It's 3/10, just over 3/10 of a second. But that was a great lap, and I thought the last couple of corners they did were beautifully done.
Yeah, they were. You could hear it just spinning and sliding. That's what we're saying. That little balance, just getting the turn finished off with the rear. Remember, these long ones like this, these GP ones are rear engine, whereas the shorter TT ones, they're front engine. So there's two different types of sidecars coming out. We'll let you know when the TT ones come out. But that was a beautiful lap, and as you say, I think they grabbed a little bit of time coming down that last section, really nailed that last turn, and they got a great start to the lap as well. Just squared the chicane to get it out, and really good stuff there. And 121.6, it's a quick lap.
Yeah, I thought she was really good to get, because the chicane's not easy. You've got to get...
Look how tightly he judged that. We saw a lot of people misjudging that yesterday, but, well, they're the world champions, and, that speaks for itself.
Yeah, the way she moves just at the right moment as you go left, then right, then left through the chicane. She's got that really well done, and as you say, you can see why they are world champions, the way they've put it together, and they have got set the pace. So 5.34 of a second.
Yeah, and how beautifully she got sort of tucked in there. And again, if you look carefully, we just called it there. They have a slider on their left cheek, bottom cheek, just for getting only right off the ground against the tarmac, so you don't nick yourself.
Right, so next up we're seeing Kevin Cable and Charlie Richardson coming back out. Now their lap yesterday was just a little bit faster than Brian Gray and Sarah Stoko. I think this is going to be a tough one for them to get up to that sort of level. They didn't have that kind of pace that we have now seen from Todd Ellis, Emmanuel Clement and Steve Kershaw and Ryan Charlwood, who are also very, very close at the top end. But this is what it's all about. You've just got to get out there and do the best you can. They're still on the out lap at the moment, just building up a bit of confidence, getting some tyre temperature, always important, of course, in all three tyres. Get that tyre temperature so that the sidecar is then in top form as you get ready to start this flying lap. And through the chicane, right, get the good exit and go for it. And let's just see how it responds.
Yeah, so here they come, just about across the line to start their lap. Kevin Cable, he won the British Championship in 2019 with a slightly different passenger, Todd Ellis. He's doing the full World Championship this year. This is where we saw them yesterday, sort of struggling a little bit, but again, you can see they all look a little bit more supple today, the sidecars. They're all these outfits, they've just worked on the suspension overnight, and they look like they're just taking the rollers and the undulations of Goodwood that fraction better.
So on another of the LCRs, this is the most common of the sidecars, a dominant form in sidecar competition, in fact, taking a first world title in 1979 and done it again last year with Todd Ellis and Emmanuel Clement in 2023. Haven't won all of them, but they've won nearly all of them, 40 of them, I believe, with the LCR, this sidecar setup. Amazing.
It is. It's a sort of aluminium monocoque, sort of riveted together. The LCR stands for Louis Christian Racing. A really clever Swiss engineer, and pretty much everyone's on the LCR chassis. The only person who's not is actually Tim Reeves, who's on an Adolf RS chassis. But again, this is another GP long outfit, so it's got the Yamaha R6 600 engine in it. A little puff of smoke there as they come in this bit. Let's have a little look. So I think it's a better lap than yesterday. As we come out the final turn, let's have a little look and see what they do as they run to the line.
So Kevin Cable and Charlie Richardson coming across the line, and the time they set is a 1:31.7. It puts them ahead by a better margin this time from Brian Gray and Sarah Stoko, but it's not enough. They have not done enough to get themselves into the final four shootout later, but they've been having fun.
And they've taken 5 seconds off from their time. Remember, it's the first time they've come here, and they're not getting lap after lap after lap. They're getting one flying lap, an in-lap, a flying lap, and an out-lap, flying lap, in-lap. So that's a really good progression for them, 5 seconds off. So it's good fun. You can see they're enjoying it. Kevin Cable and Charlie Richardson, number 111. So Yeah, that's them gone. So,
yeah, that's right. They're not going to get another play, but they will be able to watch from the sidelines. You can see Charlie's a big guy, and he can really throw himself over the side of the bike, but they just didn't quite have the speed with this one that we have seen from the front runners so far. So that's the end of their challenge, but we do know, of course, that we're going to have the two so far that are going to be in the top 4. We've still got 2 more head-to-head battles to take place that we can decide who the next 2 are going to be. And in this next group, we're going to be watching Sam Christie and Tom Christie coming out very shortly. In fact, they are just coming out onto the track now for their warm-up, and they are also very experienced and very rapid. But let's just give them a wave once again to Kevin Cable and Charlie Richardson for their good performance this weekend. It has been great to watch them. Lovely stuff. Right, so out on track, as I mentioned now, Sam and Tom Christie, the 2 brothers, grown up in a family of sidecar racing. Their father also raced sidecars for some 30 years. And they're racing very competitively at the World Championship level. They won the final round of Estoril last year, at the end of last year. They finished 4th overall in the World Championship last year, but they are absolutely front runners in the series, and I think, you know, we're likely to see them up towards that level of the 1:21 seconds.
Yeah, we're certainly, you know, they're going to want to do it. You know, they're very, very competitive, as you can say. They won the final round, 4th in the world, and yesterday they set a time of 1:23.9, so they're going to want to be taking some time out of that. Again, it's one of the LCR long chassis GP outfits with the Yamaha R6 engine. And let's have a little look. Can he get it back? Comes in, uses all the road sort of coming out. Look at that, gets right tucked in. So we're going to have a little look as well at our first sort of splits that will be coming up shortly. As we have a great shot here from the drone as they approach up to through Full Water, coming up to St Mary's.
It's great to watch and see how they go, because they are definitely potential contenders to be in that top 4 shootout later on today, I think.
And you see, really, it's such a busy section that on anything, and especially for the passenger on the sidecars. And then it's come through to Levant, such an important section, especially the exit, a little bit of movement. You've got to get out of here well. It's all about getting out of here, getting tucked in, watching the passengers just get completely tucked in. He's probably got a count in his head now of whatever it is, 5-6 seconds before he knows he needs to pop up or have a little look. And then he's come on the first handle, then he leans in, gets his leg up and comes down to that second 2 handles. And this is where we see a lot of movement coming through here.
Yeah, this is where we saw some great stuff, particularly from Todd Ellis and Manuel Clement. It's not quite as neat and tidy, but it's still a good effort, still up there. I'm not sure they're going to be quite... They had a very good first sector, as you say. So let's just see, is it going to be right up there? Well, if they go third,
22.8
of what we've seen so far. So they're about, what, a second, just over a second away from the fastest we've seen so far. But that first sector was quicker than anybody else. So they are very much in the battle.
Yeah, they took over a second off from their time yesterday. Again, everyone's improving, so they're laying down a good marker in the sand there.
Yeah, great stuff. So they are likely to be going through into the top 4 shootout. But of course, we've got to see what Sean Hegarty and James Neve can do.
Now, it's going to be quite interesting. So far, we've seen the short circuit, the Grand Prix type outfits, all the long outfits, and they're all rear-engined, all LCRs, all Yamaha R6 engines. We're about to see the first of what they call the short chassis, the shorter outfits, and they're designed for the TT. So they're a shorter body, they're a narrower tyre, they're slightly sort of softer to take the bumps and humps and lumps of the TT, and but the one thing that they are allowed to do is you're allowed to tune the engine a bit more, just as we see the end of the Christie brothers here just coming in. This is the outfit that we're talking about, so you can see it clearly there, number 33. This is Sean Hegarty and James Neve. So they've got they're on a Baker TT outfit, the little one, and they've got a Suzuki GSX-R 600 engine. Actually, it's got probably a little bit more torque. As I say, you're allowed to tune it, but and these are front engined rather than rear engined as well. So it's a very, very different layout. You can see they look significantly sort of stumpier. They're a little bit twitchier. They should be a second or two slower in theory, although because of their very nature, because they're set up for the TT, there is a chance they might be a bit more compliant in places. So it's going to be a bit of a swings and roundabouts.
The driver sits up a little bit more, doesn't it, with that front engine? It's not quite as low down as he is with the rear-engined version.
Yeah, very much so. And you can see, they've been with the narrow tyres, they just move and squirm a little bit more. But, Sean Hegarty knows what he's doing. And as he comes in to start the lap, gets a real good drive out, and they get tucked in. And let's see what the first of these short wheelbase TT chassis does.
So the gap yesterday to the two Christies was 2.9 seconds. So it's not as big a gap as we've seen between the other shootouts so far, but still a fairly big amount. So they've really got to put a lap together. And certainly trying to do that, because just putting a wheel on the grass there, Sean Hegarty sorted it out nicely. I wondered if he was going to go a bit too wide, but kept it going beautifully. And now down in towards St Mary's, where the passenger has to be very quick going from one side of the bike to the other.
And James Neek, the passenger, when we come down on this left-hander yesterday, that wheel was right up in the air, and look at it going again. Look at it, it's not even on the ground. You see it comes up, that little chassis in it, same thing again. So he's doing as much as he can, but it's just really affecting with this shorter wheelbase, the nature of that front engine, and you can hear it squirming, sliding. You can hear it spinning up as it comes through there.
About a second down through the first stint, but actually this part of the stint is where the TT bikes sometimes have an advantage, because they've got a little bit more horsepower. The engines are allowed to be slightly different than the ones used in World Championship.
Yeah, that's it. They've probably got another 10 brake horsepower. You've got a lot. You're allowed to tune them a lot harder. Let's have a little listen here. Yeah, it's quite neat through there, and it's got to be neat through this last section here to get the drive, to get it on, to start pretty straight. Another little lift of the wheel there.
Yeah, definitely lifts that wheel a little bit more than the other ones. Let's have a look then. It's not going to be enough. You can see the time ticking and clicking away, and in the end it is a 1:26.2, so that puts them in fourth place for now, but of course we've got another pairing to come. So the way it goes, I'm afraid Sean Hegarty and James Neave have not quite made it into the final four shootout.
Yeah, well, the problem they've got, they took 6/10 off from their time from yesterday, but the problem they've got left is the two guys still to come are the real big guns as well. So you've got Tim Reeves and Mark Wilkes, 8 times world champions, TT winners, and you've also got Ben Birchall and Kevin Rousseau. They're 4-time world champions and 14 times TT winners. So this next one's going to be fascinating to see who's going to get knocked out.
Just watching the lift again, even on this slightly slower lap. The lift on the sidecar wheel, fantastic to watch. And and this was where he almost put it on the grass. Did well to sort it out.
He did. And now watch the inside wheel against the grass. They come around here, watch it lift. Look at that. So he's just fighting against it. And some great pictures there. And did you see the black line it came off it, actually, when you saw that? It really did leave a big black line as it came through. We knew these were going to be slightly wide. Look at that there as well. Yeah. Beautiful there. It's really nice. That three-wheel drift all the way around. They're easy to slide, and you can see he's just doing that for fun now.
Well done to them on the TT bike, which in theory is anyway not as quick as the World Championship bikes that we've also got here out on track. Now then, this is going to be a fascinating battle that's coming up, because Ben Birchall and Kevin Rousseau, who are out there right now, they were half a second faster than Tim Reeves and Mark Wilkes. Now, Tim Reeves and Mark Wilkes, they were the ones who were explaining so much to us earlier on in that little video that we put up before, and very much front runners. But I tell you what, both these teams, Ben Birchall and Kevin Rousseau, who you're watching now, and Tim Reeves and Mark Wilkes, they are champions all the way around the world and in the UK and TT as well, these guys particularly in the TT. So they're both incredibly capable.
They are indeed. The disadvantage that we've got with Ben Birchall and Kevin Rousseau we're looking at now is they are on one of the short chassis TT bikes, so they're front engine rather than rear engine. They're that bit shorter. Yes, they've got a slightly faster engine as we've spoken about, but they're a bit more nervous, narrower tyres, they're a bit softer, and round a short circuit they should be slower. So they're at a slight disadvantage. But having said that, they're so used to this outfit. They wanted to treat this as practice for the TT because it's fast, it's open, it's bumpy. They feel it's a very good, and actually they've put a very, very good first split in.
Yeah, they've done the fastest first sector of anybody, got it into the 25s. And we've got the drone giving us that wonderful shot out of St Mary's down towards Lavant. But this is a really good lap at the moment from Ben Birchall. He's putting it together on this Isle of Man TT bike. But World Sidecar champions in 2009, 2018, the F2 category as well of 2016 and 2017, 14-time winners of the TT, and they are flying along.
They really are, and he absolutely nailed that. We're going round Lavant. It's all going to be about this last section now for them, not sliding it too much, coming back, and look at that. Oh, he has a big slide there, nearly touches the grass, but he keeps it neat.
Just about held it together. Wonderful to see. Just a little bit of... didn't quite get it as smooth as they would have liked. It's still going to be a really good lap. How quick is it going to be? Across the line, and they go second fastest overall, a 1:21.8. 2/10 slower than the fastest we've seen from Todd Ellis and Emmanuel Clement. But I tell you what, we've still got a battle here because Tim Reeves and Mark Wilkes will be very, very rapid. As I mentioned yesterday, the gap between them was only half a second. So, will it be Ben Birchall and Kevin Russo going through to that top 4 shootout? Or will it be the next one that we are watching, Tim Reeves and Mark Wilkes?
Well, what a great lap that was. They really, you've got to be so impressed with this. Watch the black lines coming off it there. Both as it gets his slides, nearly touches the grass, gets it hooked in, and they really attacked that. It was a superb lap, really good effort, just squares it off. Like I say, it's always that balance between getting the thing moving and turning, but not losing too much drive. But they took over 2 seconds off from their lap from yesterday, and it's all going to be about now Tim Reeves and Mark Wilkes. We're looking back, it's an Adolf RS chassis, back to a Yamaha engine. It's the long Grand Prix chassis, and this will be fascinating to see who is going to take that full spot, because it is so tight, as you say. And these guys, sorry, we're still looking obviously at Hegarty there.
So we shall see how it goes.
Yeah, we're just now here they come. Here's Tim Reeves and Mark Wilkes. Sorry, we were just looking at the end of the last lap of Ben Birchall and Kevin Rousseau. But now Tim Reeves and Mark Wilkes. These guys know what they've got to do. It's great to see this camera angle as well. They've got a little camera front and back, so you're going to be able to see it, and they know they have to attack if they've got any chance of going through to the shootout.
Yeah, just to confirm, this is in the official rules. It's the fastest outfit within each pairing that goes to the shootout. So they could end up in the top 4 in terms of our timing screen.
Yep. They've just got to beat the...
they have to beat Birchall and Russo.
Yeah, that's right. So they've got to beat their 1:21.8 as they come in. Let's not forget, we're looking at, well, you saw them interviewed earlier, 8-time world champions, 05, 06, 07, 12, 14, 15, 19. And in 2014, he won the 1000cc World Championship and the F2 600 Championship. So these guys know what they're doing as they come into the chicane to start the lap.
Well, you've got a wonderful view. Let's see whether they can make it into the top 4 shootout here today. Tim Reeves and Mark Wilkes, who've explained so much about what it is to ride sidecars. Now we're going to see just how rapid they can be here at Goodwood. Can they make it all the way into the final shootout? It's a tough one. They've got to beat that 1:21.8 as they're heading through the first sector. Remember that Birchall did a very good first sector of around of a high 25-second mark. So we'll just have to see if they're, well, 26.6. That's definitely not as quick in the first sector. We'll have to see how it goes through the next stage. Can they get a little bit more speed here?
Yeah, it's nice and neat. You can see him just sliding and finishing off the turn there as they drop down to come into Lavant. Again, they've got to pick up a little bit of time here if they're going to do it. So they've got to get that drive here. Probably doesn't look quite as aggressive. A little bit of movement there coming out.
Down the main straight now, is tucking down as low as possible to reduce the aero drag. And let's try and keep it going at high speed, and then start the passenger starting to get back up once again and try and find a way to balance the sidecar. Mark Wilkes doing all the work at the back of the sidecar, whilst Tim Reeves is just focused on going forwards, getting the lines right. And let's see, is it going to be enough? 1:21.8 is what they've got to try and beat. I don't think they're going to do it. They go across the line. No, 123.2, and in fact they don't even make the top 4 at all. They wouldn't have done it anyway because they had to beat Birchall and Russo. They have not quite made it. I do feel for them because they've put on a wonderful display, and with those onboard cameras they have given us a whole new view on sidecar racing here at Goodwood. But well done, they have held on, and they've explained so much over the course of the last couple of weeks about sidecar racing as well, but they're not going to be in that final shootout.
No, they took off another 1.3 seconds. They just didn't look like they could just quite get it. You saw him just missed one of the final apexes by a couple of foot, and it just didn't seem to be working. You know, we know how good they are, and they've done a terrific job there. Such lovely guys as well, great ambassadors for the sport, and they'll be gutted. It turned out, had they qualified slightly different, but 4th and 5th, and not being against each other, you'd have probably seen a very different result and them both going through. But as it was, you know, you had 2 of the best pairings against each other, and unfortunately for Reeves and Wilkes, you know, they're out.
They are out, but Tim has been a key part of this whole sidecar operation
Very much
taking place here this weekend, and I think he's still going to be absolutely delighted that we've all been enjoying it so much, and that we've still got this Final 4 shootout to enjoy later on this afternoon.
Yeah, and he's, as you say, he's there, he's standing by. There's, yeah, the sidecar paddock's been swamped all weekend. Everyone's coming up. You know, he's a really lovely chap, and he does a lot for the sport. And you know, he certainly has been great to have them here and to let people see these sidecars, which many people have not seen for the first time.
Yeah, absolutely. And we thoroughly enjoyed the view that we've had, and those onboard views as well were very, very entertaining indeed. So they haven't made the top 4 shootout, but we have got a great list. And I tell you what, looking at the fact that the top 4 are separated by 1.1 seconds in total, only 2/10 between 1st and 2nd, another 10th to 3rd, slightly more to 4th. I think we're in for a fantastic shootout later today, don't you?
Oh, I couldn't agree more. It's teed up absolutely beautifully.
Right, well, let's go and join Ed Foster.
Todd, Manuel, what a fantastic effort. I know there's the final this afternoon, but you've got to be delighted with that.
Yeah, delighted. I mean, we're all here for a bit of fun, but the competitive nature all comes out in the end. So, yeah, delighted with that. It's a pleasure to be and an honour to be invited here. And, yeah, it's a wonderful track. A little bit bumpy for these kind of bikes, but, yeah, it's a brilliant track. I can see the attraction. So, with a couple more laps under a belt, I think we can go a bit quicker as well.
Fantastic. Manuel, they were just saying that literally 1 second covers the top 4. You're going to have to find a little bit more, I guess, for this afternoon. Where's that going to come from?
I don't know. We just try to put a bit more speed and just try to hide itself a bit more and just put everything that we've got.
We were talking earlier that you can't look where you're going, so you do everything through little markers on the track. Are you getting all those set now?
Yeah, that's it. Or sometimes I can have a look if I'm not sure, but yeah. Because it's so fast, you get a lot of wind, and more you get low, less you get wind, and more you go faster. So, yeah, just try to do our best and, yeah, go faster.
Todd, 21.6 this morning. We're going to get low 21s, do you think, this afternoon?
Yeah, I think so. The weather's nice now, so hopefully the sun holds out. But, yeah, a little bit more track knowledge than that. I think it'll only get quicker and quicker. And definitely, I think if we come back again in the future, if I ever get invited back, I reckon, yeah, we could even break into them 119s.
Blimey, well, everyone's loving it, so well done and enjoy this afternoon.
Lovely job, thank you.
Thank you.
So it was brilliantly done by Todd Ellis and Emmanuel Clement, who have now taken the top spot, having been second fastest yesterday. But of course, the shootout is still to come to really decide who the winner is. Ben Birchall and Kevin Russo, second fastest, up in that top 4 as well. We've got the Kershaw-Charwood mixture, Steve Kershaw and Ryan Charwood, who were fastest yesterday, third fastest in this one. And then we've got the brothers Sam and Tom Christie, who have also made it into the top 4. And they are the ones we'll be seeing out a little bit later today. James, let's have a look back at some of the highlights, because there was some great action out on track in this fight to try and get into that final part later.
Yeah, there were. I mean, it was so nice to see, firstly, the different outfits out on track, the different riders, the different styles. As we start off, we got Kershaw and Charwood. These guys, you know, they were fastest yesterday, and really, really nice lap. You saw some great slides to them. Now we're looking at Brian Gray and Sarah. Again, they came out, you know, put in their best effort. Great to see those guys out. And as we said sort of earlier, they're learning the track. These, he's 56 continuous years of racing. Incredible character, an incredible man in himself. And they did a great job. Now we're seeing the world champions Tom Ellis and Emmanuel Clement, who we just spoke to, and these guys were absolutely superb. Fastest lap of the day, the 121.6, and really, really good to see. Now we're seeing Kevin Cable and Charlie Richardson. They just missed out a little bit. But again, you heard them sort of say, with this bumpy, fast track, it's also getting the outfits, the bikes to work how they want them to work. Now we're looking at the Christie brothers, who again, did a really nice job there. Again, we're looking at the long chassis LCR R6 for these guys, and then we're coming down and we're looking at Simon Hecate and James Neve. On the short chassis TT bike. This was one of the few. This had the only Suzuki engine, a Suzuki GSX-R 600 engine, and we really saw it squirming about. And then we saw number one Ben Birchall and Kevin Russo. They're in the Honda engine CBR 600 again on a TT short chassis, and what a job they did. They were super exciting. Watch them come around here is one of my favourite bits. But we swapped over. Now we're having a look at the world champions Tim Reeves and Mark Wilkes, who did a great job, but just didn't seem to be quite as comfortable as we know they can be, whether it was a setup thing or just they didn't seem to quite get the best out of their very, very high standards. But it was all about these guys, and what a job they did. Todd Ellis and Manuel Clement, who went fastest, and look at that little slide on the bottom there as she comes around, and look how close they are to the barrier as they come out to set that incredible time.
Brilliant performance, and we are going to see that again later on today to see who actually takes the outright victory. I do hope everyone's enjoying being here at Goodwood, or if you're watching online, it's lovely to have you with us. We all celebrate the history of motorsport in so many different ways. But we can celebrate it through buildings, believe it or not. Let's go over to David Green. He'll explain more.
Tucked away in a quiet corner of the members' meeting is this unassuming wooden shed, but it's actually something very, very special. This was the birthplace of the Tyrrell F1 team, and this shed was due to be demolished in its original position, but the Duke of Richmond and his team has helped to preserve this shed, recreate it, and build it back here in Goodwood in its exact same form as it was left. Let's take a look. What's incredible is it's been kept in its exact condition it was when Ken and the rest of his team were putting together the first cars for that fledgling F1 team that was to go on to great success, launching a few drivers you might have heard of, such as Sir Jackie Stewart. I love all the paintings just being kept exactly the same. We've got some, 50s or 60s health and safety instructions there. Pretty helpful. And then if you look up over there, there's a little wasp nest that still looks like it's intact from back in the day. I think what's incredible for me is this quite humble and, let's be honest, very small shed was the birthplace for such fantastic cars and historic F1 cars such as the 001 Tyrrell, the start of it all, the six-wheel Tyrrell. And it's so good that it's been restored and kept now for the future. We're having a little sneak peek here at the members' meeting. Later on in the year at the Goodwood Revival, we'll get a full grand opening of this place, but it's going to be kept now for the future, and it's secured by the Duke of Richmond and his team, and the Tyrrell memory will live on. And would you believe it? This place led to that all-conquering Mercedes F1 team. Hard to imagine.
Fantastic just to see all that is on offer here at the 81st Goodwood Members Meeting. The sun is shining on the final day of it. Everyone enjoying this Sunday. I hope you are wherever you are in the world. Change up in the commentary box. My name's Harry Benjamin. Alongside me is Alice Powell, and we get straight into it. Well, from sidecar racing to something rather different. We're going for the Surtees Trophy this time around. This is for sports racing car prototypes that raced between 1960 and 1966. And a little bit of dust coming into Madgwick, covering up some of the oil leaks that we've had a little earlier on. But as they make their way out onto the track for the green flag lap, let's take a look at what the Surtees Trophy is all about. One iconic man, John Surtees, the 7-time motorcycle world champion, and of course 60 years since he also claimed the Formula One World Championship. This is the third running of the members meeting for the Surtees Trophy. Ahead of us, 20 minutes of racing. And as we've got a nice selection of cars on offer, haven't we? It's on pole position is the McLaren of John Spears. Alongside him, we've got a Chevron with Ben Mitchell and another Chevron of Andrew Cacoldi. But you know, there's a Chinook in there. We've got a Rolls Royce further back in the pack, a few Lolas as well. Lots of variation on offer.
We have, and we've got some very experienced drivers as well, and this always produces some great close racing as they're bringing themselves round now, and they'll sit on the grid not for too long. I can just see out the commentary box window the mechanics are making their way out onto the grid to just make sure, have those last minute checks whilst the drivers line up. You can see many of them doing the weaving down the straight just to try and generate some heat in the tyres, but I'm really looking forward to this one.
Yeah, and they perfect conditions for it. Well, it is John Spears who will start on pole in the 96 car. That's the McLaren Chevrolet M1B from 1965. Alongside him, we're looking at the 95 car. That'll be the middle car on the front row. Ben Mitchell at the wheel of that in the Chevron BMW-powered B8 from 1968. And then on the far right on the front row, going from third, will be Andrew Cacoldi in the number 7. That's what you're looking out for, the Chevron BMW-powered B8 from 1966. And there is your pole sitter lining up on the grid. And you can just see, you know, we're covering you know, 4 to 5 years here, aren't we, Alice? And you're seeing the different shapes, the different designs and ingenuity that go into building these sports cars. And it's fantastic that now we get to see them go and tear it up around this Goodwood track against each other. Where do you think the main opportunities are going to come in? Because we've seen in previous races where toe is super important, but is that so much of an issue here? The wind's picked up as well slightly compared to this morning.
It has. I mean, it's not as strong as it was yesterday, but the beauty of these type of races that we have is all their cars have their strength and their weaknesses, and it's of course about trying to quickly suss out the competitor that is, let's say you're chasing down, that's around you, is what their weakness might be with that car, whether they have to brake slightly earlier than you, so your main brake, your heavier braking zone really of course is into the chicane when Woodgut corner. Levant is one of those as well, so trying to get possibly a good run out of there so you could get a nice toe down the straight to take advantage of those on the brakes. Others a bit more powerful down the straight, so if you're not feeling as confident on the brakes, is trying to get that exit and pull that gap down the straight, so you have a bit of breathing space between you and the car behind going into the braking zone. But everyone's making their way off the grid now. Revs are being blipped, just last minute checks, making sure it's all clear with the engine. And Marshall's, of course, doing an excellent job, as always, to make sure everyone that needs to be off the grid is off the grid.
Yeah, a few Ford GT40s on the grid as well, one of them being driven by the 2016 European Le Mans Series champion Alex Brundle, starting a little bit further down the pack in 10th position as everyone starts to clear the grid.
Alex had a fuel pump failure, he said yesterday in qualifying, and he felt pretty confident coming into the race. He feels that maybe a podium is possibly on the card, so keep an eye on Alex Brundle in the #1 Ford GT40.
Yeah, him launching quite a great project with Brundle Motorsport this year. He has a huge passion for classic cars and launching this historic racing team, but being done in a modern style, putting broadcast and social media stars in the car alongside him as well. We've already had the likes of Chris Hoy joining in, Abby Eaton, Jimmy Broadbent, to name a few. David Brabham will be sharing his car in the Ken Miles Cup a little later on in the Mustang that he's also entered under Brundle Motorsport. So iconic cars, and he'll also be at the Revival entering those as well. So great to see. And so starting a little bit further down though, inside the top 10 after that issue. But let's take you through how the grid looks then. And that front row on pole position, John Spears in the McLaren Chevrolet will have the best view in the house, alongside him Ben Mitchell in the Chevron, and another Chevron of Andrew Cacoldi. Then behind them, it's a 3x2 formation here at Goodwood, so it's James Bellinger in the Cooper, and then the first of the Lolas, Ian Simmons, going from 5th Adam Sykes kicks off row 3 in the Chinook from 6th in front of Roger Wills in the McLaren. Julian Draper in the Attila Chevrolet from 8th. The top 10 rounded out by Charlie Martin in the Lola and Alex Brundle in the Ford GT40. Row 5. Kicking things off in the cross lane, Matthew Wurr from 11th, Andrew Haddon in the McLaren Chevrolet, Lola Chevrolet being driven by Tony Sinclair 13th in front of the Chevron. Chris Livingstone Price from 14th, the top 15 rounded out by Ted Pearson in another one of the Chevrons. Row 7, Steve Seaman in the Lola, and it's Korakan in the GT40, and then another GT40 of Ludovic Caron from 18th. And the top 20 rounded out with 2 GT40s, Nicholas Ditting in 19th, Michael Birch rounding out the top 20. And the last few rows go to Holstein in 21st in the GT40. Coleman will be next in the Chevron, Marcus Black in the McLaren, and the last 2 rows will be Simon Ashworth from 24th, Nick Thompson 25th, and then Christoph Schwartz at the back in 26. So that's our grid. So a lot of cars there. It's going to be a little bit of chaos going down into Madrid.
I mean, hopefully it's clean chaos, if that's such a thing. Yeah, you make sure that some we've seen in previous races not as strong off the line as others. Again, talking about the strength and weaknesses of certain cars, and looking down the grid, we can see the pole sitter pulling up to the front of the grid, John Spears, number 96, but they're very close together. So if you do have a car that has stalled in front of you or not quite got a clean getaway, it doesn't give you much of a chance to avoid, as this overhead shot will show us perfectly, at how close these cars are lining up to each other on the grid. But of course, hopefully all cars get away cleanly.
Christoph Schwartz at the back in the GT40 takes up the final spot. On the front row then on pole, John Spears in the McLaren, Ben Mitchell alongside him in the Chevron, and Andrew Cacoldi in the other Chevron make up the front row. The revs rise and we're about to go racing for the Surtees Trophy, and the flag flies and we are racing. A great start, a brilliant start from third place man Andrew Cacoldi in the Chevron, away and well. So good a start he got heading into Madrid with a gap in front of him, and then slotting in alongside Spears and Mitchell going toe to toe. Who's going to come out on top of him? It's actually Ian Simmons in the Lola, who had a great start from the second row, getting up into second in front of Spears. So the pole man falling down to third in the early stages, but what a start from Andrew Cacoldi with the gap he has, already over a second as the 129 further back in the pack, trying to find a little bit of room. That's the Cooper of James Bellingham slotting in behind. Alex Brundle keeping neat and tidy as well, making up a couple of positions early doors.
Yeah, Alex Brundle got a great start, but not as good as Andrew Cacoldi. He has launched away into the lead. He was about 1.4 seconds off John Spears' fastest time yesterday, so he'll obviously clearly feel he needs to try and get the jump, and that he certainly did. Is nice and cleanly getting away. I did see there was one staller on the grid, not sure who that was, but everyone managed to avoid.
Here we go, a little move being done. Ian Simmons coming under pressure from John Spears, who makes it look easy down the inside of the right-hander, approaches, and through goes Spears, making up positions. The pole sitter doesn't usually have a habit of getting away well in any race around the Goodwood Members Meeting so far today. John Spears adding to that list, but now making up for lost time as they come across the line to start lap 2 of this 25-minute race, already down to 23 minutes and 21 seconds. This is Alex Brundle in the number 1 GT40, chasing that 129, James Bellinger in the Cooper, the GT40 powering its way along, and they are bringing Ben Mitchell in the Chevron, who had a bit of a tough start as well. He was second place, he's fallen all the way down to 7th.
Yeah, and here we get the replay of the start. Looks slightly, but I mean, look at that for a launch from Andrew. Absolutely launched away, and I still can't see from the shot the car that did stall at the back, but everyone avoided. But it's a nice gap. But hang on, Harry. Looks like to me that 1.7 gap is starting to close.
Is this where it starts to make up time? Spears now up into second spot, so he is picking them off one by one after his tough start from pole position. We're looking at the 2016 European Le Mans champion Alex Brundle in the number 1 Ford GT40, just in front of Ben Mitchell in the Chevron, the all-white Chevron, chasing down the black number 1 GT40. Brundle, you can see there, having a quick look to his left-hand mirror to see where that car is. I think actually Bellinger might just have been overtaken as well by Ben Mitchell. I think the Cooper has just made a move on him as well. So let's see what it is over the line. The number 2 getting across is the McLaren, actually, of Roger Wills that's got in front. Brundle 4th, Wills 5th then in the red McLaren. Then comes Ben Mitchell in the Chevron in 3rd. So Cacaldi leads, but that gap is coming down.
It is coming down. However, timing screens, I know the move's just taken place. 10-second penalty for Andrew Cacaldi for a false start. So we'll have another look. I mean, he's lost the lead now. A move has taken place by Spears is through, but that's going to drop him way down the order. Currently, that would drop him all the way outside the top 10.
It did look quick. It did look a little too quick off the line, but I'm sure we'll get another look at it later on. This is how it stands then after 2 laps so far of some frenetic action in this, the Surtees Trophy. It's Cacaldi who leads at the moment. Started 3rd, up into the lead in his Chevron. Half a second the gap between himself and poleman John Spears in the number 96 McLaren. That's how it currently looks. Then comes Simmons in the 117, making his way through and up past the next car along. So that would have been that's Simmons getting through earlier. So the 117 of Ian Simmons just coming through the chicane now in front of the 81 car, making its way across the line now. Alex Brundle just behind in 4th, and he'll be next up to try and get through on Cacaldi in that 81, who has the penalty for the false start. It was an amazing start for Cacaldi, but now coming under pressure from Brundle behind, who's just set the fastest lap that time around. Brundle is coming through here at a rate of knots. He's looking to the inside of Cacaldi, who has that penalty. It's easy pickings for Alex Brundle alongside. The GT40 goes through, but he runs a little bit out wide. That's going to give Cacaldi a tighter line, but that GT40 has more power, almost has a bit of a kick on the rear on the exit. Cacaldi's not giving this one up, but Brundle is through for the time being and up into 3rd spot.
Yeah, Brundle is wringing the neck of that Ford GT40. Cacaldi's having a little bit of a look out of Levant. Now heading down the Levant straight, and you'll hit the brakes heading into Woodgut corner. But if Alex Brundle keeps this pace up, it could potentially not be too long before he is certainly on the back of the car in 2nd place, Simmons, but certainly chasing down Spears as well. And just looking at the sector times, they are fairly close. But Alex Brundle is really, he had the fuel pump failure in qualifying, but it's certainly not held him back. Clearly problems have been fixed for the race.
He's a 10th quicker than the leader is at the moment on that last lap around. It's John Spears who leads in the McLaren in front of Ian Simmons in the Lola in 2nd. Alex Brundle making waves in the Ford GT40. Started in 10th, already up into 3rd. Then comes Andrew Cacaldi in the Chevron, who had a penalty. This is going back a little further in the pack with the 44. That was Andrew Haddon having a little bit of contact in his McLaren Chevron with the 129 Cooper of James Bellinger, just getting a little bit tight in that mid-pack, in that battle between around about 7th place coming through the chicane.
Yeah, and now looking at the sector time, Simmons fastest of anybody in the 1st sector. He's looking in his mirrors and going, hang on a second, Alex Brundle has made all his way up the field as we've got the spinner there. That's the number 44 of Andrew Haddon. He's gone a long way off. Looks like he'll be getting out of the car as well. But back to the battle for the front, effectively. The gap now between Brundle and Simmons is 0.8 of a second, 3.5 seconds off the lead. But wherever you look, Harry, in this field, we have got battles for positions.
It's absolutely fantastic. Today has treated us with so much great racing action. It's brilliant. Such a wide variety here at the 81st Goodwood Members Meeting. 5 laps into this Surtees Trophy for sports car prototypes racing between 1960 and 1966. As the pole sitter, after a tough start, has regained the lead in his McLaren. John Spears currently leads the way in front of Ian Simmons in the Lola. Currently 2nd, but Alex Brundle, fastest lap overall, but Simmons is coming back at him. Brundle in the GT40, trying to reel in 2nd place in 3rd. Then comes Andrew Cacaldi in the Chevron, who had a mega start, but it was deemed too quick, a false start. He was given a 10-second penalty. That will be applied, and he's dropped back into 4th for the time being. Then comes James Bellinger in the Cooper. That rounds up the top 5, but a nice battle here going between Julian Draper in the number 29. That's the Attila Chevrolet, battling with the McLaren of Roger Wills in front. Wills in the red McLaren, running a little bit out wide there. It's all about carrying momentum here, isn't it, Alice? So many different lines you can take, each with their own positives and negatives.
Yeah, and of course, depends on your car balance too, but one thing that might affect the battle at the front is some of the slower cars at the back. And we've seen it in plenty of the races earlier today and yesterday, where those back markers just affected the result. And I know what it's like. You're coming up to back of a back knock and you say, please get out of the way, or you're hoping that you time it perfectly and able to get past a back marker somewhere on the track. But lap times are starting to sort of pitter out a little bit. No real personal best being set, certainly at the front. But the gap is coming down, certainly between Brundle and Simmons, but also between Brundle, Simmons, and Kirkcaldy chasing down Spears. 2.6 seconds now, the gap.
Yeah, Kirkcaldy is caught up to the back of Brundle, who was also caught up to the back of Simmons. And Brundle can probably see Spears just about as well in front. He can see the lead of this race with 16 minutes remaining, tantalizingly close, and he is absolutely wringing the neck of that Ford GT40. It's the #1 car that contains Brundle. Lock up from Kirkcaldy down the inside in the Chevron on Brundle. Brundle's rear end sticks out. He controls it nicely, but Brundle down a position, down to 4th. Kirkcaldy coming back. And now Ian Simmons in 2nd, Kirkcaldy 3rd, Brundle 4th, but Brundle with all the power, almost 468 brake horsepower in that GT40, now back in front of the Chevron of Kirkcaldy. What a fight this is.
Yeah, it's a great fight. Kirkcaldy's going to have a little look down the chicane. That's brave stuff, thinks better of it. Alex did the right thing, gave him racing room. He'll step on the gas now, head up this slightly uphill start-finish line. And they don't have radios in these cars, so Alex might not actually be aware that Kirkcaldy has got the 10-second penalty. I've been trying to check out our commentary box window, Harry, to see if there's any sign of anything on pit boards or what have you, and I can't see anything like that at the moment, so Brundle might not be aware, so he won't really, anyway, regardless of the penalty, want to lose too much time battling with Kirkcaldy, because he'll be able to see Spears eking away now at the front. 1 second Alex Brundle lost that last lap to the front, so that just shows if you have a battle, can certainly lose your time, as the #2 car has come into the pits now. That's a real shame. The Wills car has boxed there, so I'm not sure if it's some kind of issue, but back to the action. Alex Brundle continuing to wring the neck of the GT40.
Yeah, shame for Roger Wills, and that McLaren was up in the point scoring positions, points to the top 10 finish. So now with a possible mechanical issue in that McLaren pulling into the pits. We also just caught the back end of a great fight, which I think is still going on between 7th and 8th at the moment. It's Tony Sinclair in 8th in the Lola Chevron, and then just in front of him is the #29 Julian Draper in the Attila Chevrolet. So that is also a battle, just a couple of tenths between them. We're focusing on the battle just in front, which contains Bellinger and Mitchell, and they are closing in on the guys in front of them as well. So could we end up with a 6-way battle here for, well, 2nd, because John Spears at the moment still has over 2.5 seconds to gap. It's Bellinger in the 129. That's the Cooper in front, and he's keeping Ben Mitchell behind him for the time being in the Chevron. He started on the front row. Meanwhile, trouble for the #33 GT40 finds itself off and into the cross. That is Jacob Viggo Holstein, who started down in 21st.
Yeah, managed to hopefully pull away, so we don't have any stoppages, any safety car. But it's all settled out, apart from Spears now. He has really opened it up at the front. The battle continues behind as well, between Bellinger and Mitchell. Mitchell will obviously be disappointed. Was starting up in 2nd place in the group. Just fell away a little bit at the start, so he'll be hoping to try and make his way further back up the field. But personal bets are starting to creep back in again, so we had a bit of a lull, but now purple in the first sector from Simmons, but Spears, he's looking fairly comfortable, consistently doing 121.2s, 121.3s.
Ben Mitchell with the fastest lap of the race so far. That is the number 95 car you were just looking at there a moment ago. And now traffic coming into play here. That's Alex Brundle trying to get past some of the lapped traffic. That's another GT40 Michael Birch who's further down in the field, but the GT40 gets through on its sister, as does Kirkcaldy. So third and fourth remains in that tight battle. Then comes Bellinger, the top five, still in front of Mitchell at the moment. The Cooper keeping ahead of the Chevron, but they are closing in at a rapid rate of knots with Kirkcaldy and Brundle only a few more seconds up the road. But now we're getting into that stage where traffic is having to be managed. Sinclair is Tony Sinclair in the Lola down in 7th, made a good start from 13th. Then comes Julian Draper in the Attila. That is a nice fight still going on for 7th and 8th. Not too far behind them either is the number 30 of Sykes, which has had a good run from 6th in the Chinook, and the top 10 rounded out by the number 83. That's Charlie Martin in the Lola. They're your point scorers at the moment, but so far a bit of a rough start for our pole sitter John Spears, but after getting and regaining the lead has maintained between 2.5 and 3 second gap, and really is forcing the others behind him to do battle. It's Ian Simmons, it's Alex Brundle, and it's Andrew Kirkcaldy all doing battle over those podium places.
Yeah, it certainly is. Alex Brundle getting a bit boxed there, and Simmons now has dropped down, so looks like maybe he's had a collision at some point or got stuck behind a back marker. We'll have to see if we can have a look. It says outlap on our timing screen, but he's certainly not gone in the pits. So Brundle now promoted up to P2. So let's have a little bit of a look as if
it was navigating the traffic. That's what it was. So as Brundle was navigating the traffic, Sinclair got caught. Simmons got caught almost stuck, but then went really slow through the chicane actually. So because Brundle and Kirkcaldy both got through, here they are now, and you can see behind them as well that Simmons is still there and in this race side by side though. Kirkcaldy onto the grass, the rear end steps out, Brundle through, keeps hold of that position, up into second, Kirkcaldy down into third, and here comes Simmons, having just lost a couple of positions, seemingly caught out by a bit of traffic. Simmons through now and back in front of Kirkcaldy into third, but he was fighting with Brundle as well. He'll have another couple of seconds to close up that gap now.
Oh yeah, Kirkcaldy was almost shaking his head, I think, there by the looks of it. Alex Brundle, but looked like Brundle gave him enough racing room. Kirkcaldy just clipping the grass. Very close stuff there on the exit, but that's pushed him down. Remember, he has got that 10-second penalty, so for a false start, which will drop him much further down the order. But that now brings him Bellinger in the 1-2-9 into this battle, and Ben Mitchell. So we said the traffic would play a part, and ever so sideways was Bellinger on the exit of Madwick there, but manages to gather it together and sneak on through.
The Cooper gets through on the Chevron, a little bit of smoke coming off the tyre as well for James Bellinger in that Cooper. And now it's navigating the traffic. They've got to get through on a GT40. It's currently Cooper in the lead of this gaggle, but look out for the 95. That's the other Chevron of Ben Mitchell, who's making hay while the sun shines in the traffic. He's getting himself right into this mix. I thought he would have got them both, but no, he falls back behind again. It's still the 1-2-9 in the lead of this gaggle. This is currently the fight for third place, for Bellinger, for fifth place, currently in that fifth spot. Then comes Kirkcaldy, then comes the Ben Mitchell Chevron. 3 fighting tooth and nail. 8.5 minutes remain. It's John Spears now who leads Alex Brundle by almost 8 seconds. So far, faultless from Spears once he retook the lead.
Yeah, Brundle will be pleased to have a little bit of breathing space, but how long he's going to have that breathing space, I'm not too sure. Simmons setting a decent lap, 0.4 of a second quicker that time round with Alex Brundle, whilst having a little bit of a battle as well, getting through the traffic. But this battle for this final podium positions is raging at the moment. And is that Alex Brundle slowing?
Brundle slow in the GT40. Falls down from second place. Alex Brundle, who started 10th and absolutely clawed his way up through the field, was up into second spot with only a few laps. Has there been a mistake? Is there an issue on the Ford GT40 of Alex Brundle, who plummets through the field? He's still running, but that promotes Simmons up into second. Then comes Bellinger, then Kirkcaldy, then Mitchell, all making their way through. Brundle dropping through the timings. There he is, just to the left of shot. He'll come through in a moment. He's just in the background there. You can see him still running. So was there a mistake for Brundle? We'll try and find out. But at the moment, he's lost second place, and through goes Simmons and the rest of the gang.
Yeah, that's so frustrating. I'm not sure whether that is a mistake from Brundle, just looking at the speed traps, and he's certainly much slower than the speed he was going earlier on, as someone's clipped the chicane at some point there. So that is frustration for Alex Brundle, who was pretty keen he could get a podium. Fuel pump failure yesterday, but let's see if he's carried on going. So I'm not too entirely sure, to be honest, but his speed traps are certainly down, so maybe he is just trying to gather the car back home. Feels like the problem's not big enough to box, but we can still see him going around there in the background.
Yeah, meanwhile, the two Chevrons doing battle in front of him as well, fighting it out. Now Ben Mitchell up into fifth place, just behind Andrew Kirkcaldy, fourth and fifth at the moment. It's John Spears who leads in the McLaren by nearly 11 seconds. Then comes Ian Simmons next up in the Lolo in second. Then it's James Bellinger in the Cooper. Back markers coming into play for the two Chevrons though, and it's getting tight and tighter. Bellinger now embroiled in an absolute battle with the two Chevrons behind. Bellinger holding out for the time being. Kirkcaldy's going to be coming under pressure from Mitchell in the 95, all-white Chevron, who's going to make it round the outside. They close right up under braking to Bellinger in front, who's in the Cooper, and it's Kirkcaldy who wins out the Chevron fight because Mitchell has to run out onto the grass through the chicane. Another lap of that, please. I'll take it very much so.
Yeah, and the 129 Bellinger puts his hand up, maybe something on the pit board there that's possibly signalling that Kirkcaldy might have, or has a penalty, so not to lose too much time in that battle. But he's got to watch out for Ben Mitchell, because Ben Mitchell has no penalties, so he will still be fighting for position. Kirkcaldy's going to drop down at the moment to around about 6th place. Alex Brundle still crawling around with some kind of issue. He was in the 122s, 121s earlier on. He's now in the 126s as we get that beautiful drone shot as this trio of cars are coming up to
traffic. That's the Lola, which has to lock up the 117 of Ian Simmons, which is currently in second place. So this is now the battle for second, third, fourth and fifth, who are all within a couple of tenths of each other. It's being headed up by the Lola, and then coming through is the 129, the Cooper of James Bellinger, just behind in third. Then comes Andrew Kirkcaldy in the Chevron, the 81, which has a penalty, remember. Oh, lock up there.
Was there contact there, Harry? That was so close.
So close for Bellinger in the Cooper, almost nudging Simmons through the corner, through the final chicane. I think someone once again notched the bit that's hanging off the wall on the exit of the chicane. Across the line then, here we go. Simmons up into second, then comes Bellinger. Kirkcaldy, who's giving us an absolute race of a lifetime here with that penalty for the false start, which is such a shame. In fourth place at the moment, he's got 10-second time penalty. Then comes Ben Mitchell in that Chevron, which has been stalking him like a hawk ever since lap one, and more pain for Alex Brundle, who's sliding down the order once again after being up into second. Does he come into the pits?
I think so, yeah. So, it's so close to contact. There is the 129.
Bellinger's off. Bellinger off into the grass, and also the other one as well, just skating off into the grass, but manages to rejoin. That's the Lola of Simmons. They were all so close to each other, absolutely pushing to the limit. It was only a matter of time before something went wrong. Ian Simmons finding the grass, so too Bellinger. And Kirkcaldy then getting through on both of them with the other Chevron, but because Kirkcaldy, that's the car we're looking at now, has the 10-second penalty, Ben Mitchell, all he needs to do is to stick right behind him, and second his. Leader spun, that's John Spears in the McLaren, the 96. the pole sitter, the race leader, has spun. He had a sizable gap, but has that not cost him the lead of this race? I think it has done. It absolutely has. Spears then spinning out. We haven't seen how it happened, but we've seen the end result, and that means Kirkcaldy now finds himself back into the lead of this race with a 10-second time penalty. Ben Mitchell in the other chevron is 7/10 behind him, who all he needs to do is stay within 10 seconds, and he's going to win this race if he can hold on to it for the next 2 minutes. Let's see what happened to our race leader.
Is it going to be contact there? Possibly. I said the back markers would come into play, and it looks like, I mean, nice shot of a building there, but it looks like he had some kind of contact with the number 4.
That's the Korachan for GT40,
yeah, another one of our
a back marker.
And he had over a 12-second gap as well, so he was obviously just desperate to try and make his way through. And yeah, that's so unfortunate, because now that has really dropped him down 4th place, but technically in 3rd place with Kirkcaldy's penalty. But it's not holding him back, Harry. He's just gone purple in the 1st sector and purple in the 2nd sector, and that will close the gap by 2 seconds to these trio up the front, because we've just seen how much they've lost. And yeah, there we go. That inside shot there just shows there was some contact. Fastest lap of the race by Spears, a 1:18.6, and Mitchell, who you could say theoretically is the leader, 1:21.2 last time round.
Yeah.
So if Spears keeps up this place with a minute left to go, potentially could close the gap if these two are going to start fighting.
The question is, you mentioned it earlier, Alice, about the radio and the messaging. Does Kirkcaldy even know he's got a penalty? He's racing hammer and tongs to the end, trying to cut through. Look at the GT40 traffic in front. The 2 chevrons leading this race, but Kirkcaldy has a penalty, which would mean Ben Mitchell has the net lead. They've now got to thread the needle through 1, 2, 3 GT40s. They just about keep it neat and tidy. Kirkcaldy holding on. Will we get another lap, or will this be the final lap? It's going to be nip and tuck. We'll have to wait and see if the flag is there on the line. Either way, Mitchell and Kirkcaldy are going flat out till the bitter end. Simmons is 3rd. John Spears, our race leader for so long, spinning out a couple of laps to go with contact with a back marker, putting in the fast lap times, trying to get himself back up and closing in. It will be a podium position. I don't think we're going to get this as the final lap. The next one around will be, and the checkered flag will come out. But can Mitchell get in front of Kirkcaldy and take the win on the road, or will he sit behind? That he won't know either that Kirkcaldy's got a 10-second penalty. So he'll be thinking, this is it for the win. I've got to make the move.
Spears has now jumped back up onto the podium spots. These two, I'm not sure whether Ben Mitchell, let's see the behaviour of Ben. He'll look behind and go, okay, I've got a gap behind. I don't need to attack. If he doesn't attack, I'm guessing that Ben knows that Kirkcaldy's got that penalty, and at the moment it doesn't really look like he is attacking. There's a little bit more traffic which they should navigate fairly easily. There's our previous race leader, Spears, who's going to be absolutely kicking himself for having that spin there, I think, which was at Woodcote Corner. But Ben Mitchell looks like he might be settling for 2nd place on the road, but of course that is going to be the win of the race with Kirkcaldy's penalty, which will, unfortunately for him, drop in way down the order, not as far as it would earlier on, but down in 5th place he will end up finishing.
Through the chicane then, one final time to see off the Surtees trophy, and what a race that has been. Andrew Kirkcaldy will take the checkered flag first, but with penalty applied, it will be the chevron of Ben Mitchell who takes the race win. John Spears, who started on pole, a poor start, led this race for so long, spinning out, will have to settle for 2nd, and then the 117, the Lola of Ian Simmons, will round out the podium. Kirkcaldy with the penalty applied comes home in 4th. Charlie Martin with a great result from 9th on the grid, and the Lola will round out the top 5. But my words, what a race that was. The sports cars deliver time and time again. The McLarens, the Chevrons, the Lolas, the GT40s, all battling it out for every inch of road they can get. And in the end, it went the way of the 2 chevrons, and credit to Andrew Cacoldi. He was fast. He drove an excellent race. Were it not for that false start, this was his win.
Yeah, but congratulations to Ben Mitchell, drove a brilliant race. And we're going to get a little replay of the start. Now keep on the outside car with the orange nose. Oh, that's close. I mean, it is a jump start, unfortunately, for him, but very fine margins there. Judge of fact is what we have. There's no sensors or anything like that. We have got 3 judge of facts on the starting grid, but Ben Mitchell, what a drive. Alex Brundle, he'll be livid, won't he? Ended up pitting, so not finishing the race, because he was there in the mix and potentially could have won this race as well.
Yeah, Brundle had an initially great getaway from 10th all the way up into 2nd. It was reeling John Spears in initially, and then must be with a seeming issue, peeled into the pits eventually. But the car that wins is the Chevron, the 95 of Ben Mitchell. That car wearing its period Chevron oils livery remains a remarkably original car. Fantastic. That, I need a breath after that. That was absolutely
I said it was going to be good, and it certainly was. Did not fail to deliver there as the cars now peel in to the assembly area, or should I say the Parc Ferme area, and you can go and see these cars. They are parked up in and around the area down here. So if you're around the circuit watching on the edges somewhere, make sure you do take some time to come over to the inner paddock. But there we go, the race winner, Ben Mitchell, climbing out the car, and of course a big round of applause from all the fans. And I believe Ed is down there, ready to talk to our race winner.
Well, that truly was one of the most exciting races I have seen at Goodwood. Let's just wait for Ben to get his helmet off, get the balaclava off, get the winner's laurels. I'm not sure whether he actually knew he was going to get this. Sorry, bumping into photographers. Ben, did you know you were sort of in the lead but not, as it were?
Only on the last lap when I came through, and my brother had number P1 and the table pointing me, so I figured there must have been a penalty or something. So yeah, just backed off a little bit on that last lap because we were close, and fantastic.
I mean, you've raced a lot here, but that surely must be one of the most exciting races you've been involved in.
Yeah, I'd have to say it's the one I least expected to do well in. I think after the start, made a reasonable getaway to start with, had wheel spin in first, went for second, and just looked whoa. So it took a while to come back through, and the thing is, those big Can-Ams are so much power that it's quite hard to get the track position back once you lost it. But one by one, they sort of got busy, went off, locked up, things happened. So we got there in the end. Fantastic.
Yeah, brilliant. Well done. You won't be buying any drinks tonight, I can tell you that.
Thank you, Ed.
Right. Cheers. I'm going to squeeze past. Let's go find John, find out what happened. I think there was a little bit of contact. John, I don't know whether to laugh or cry. What happened at Wood Cup?
Well, I was lapping 3 GT40s, and I'd got past 2 of them, and the third looked like he was opened up the room for me to take it, and but he hadn't, so he squeezed me onto the grass. So it's kind of annoying, but then led to a couple of exciting last laps.
Your lap time you did after that was extraordinary, because you're going around in the 21s and you did a 1:18.
Yeah, well, I was pretty annoyed.
Well, stay annoyed. You're very fast.
Okay, thanks.
Cheers, John. Right, where's Ian gone? Here he is. Ian, I mean, what a race. I think people are going to have to write books about that to describe what happened. But, I mean, you had an event for one.
I have no idea what happened. It was all going on around me. I was just trying to keep my head down, go a little bit quicker, and look after myself. But it got very busy at times, and there was a couple of times when I had a bit of space and I could actually think a little bit. But no, fantastic race, and yeah, awesome circuit, and just really pleased to be here.
What happened at St Mary's? It all got a bit quite tight.
I had one, I think it was a chevron down the outside, and then trying to give him space, which then meant lifting slightly, and then I had 2 chevrons down the inside, so a slight scuff down the inside of the car, but I think everyone got away with it okay, but yeah, it was very busy then.
Well done, great podium.
Thank you.
They didn't know what happened, and we just about kept up, I think, in the end, and that is how it all ended. Ben Mitchell in the chevron. It was right in the hunt, getting the win after a penalty for Andrew Cacoldi for a full start. He ended up in 4th place once the penalty was applied. John Spears just heard from there, contact with a back marker, saw him spinning out from the lead and recovered to second. Ian Simmons as well, with a brilliant drive in the Lola, keeping it all together at the end to round out the podium. Good result for Charlie Martin as well in the other Lola, getting into the top 5. Julian Draper in the Attila making that into the top 8, with Chris Livingstone Price in the Chevron BMW B8 rounding out the point scorers in the top 10. And unfortunately, we lost a few drivers as well, one of them being Alex Brundle in the Ford GT40 with possible issues. A lot of Ford G40s in that field. Ludovic Caron, the first of those, in 12th position. Further down in the pack, Michael Birch racing down in 18th, and just in front of the sole Rolls Royce of the field, Simon Ashworth getting that into 19th, ahead of 20th place, Marcus Black in the McLaren Oldsmobile, 2 laps down in 20th. And that was some of the epic action for the Surtees Trophy. We daren't look back at it, shall we? Sports racing cars between 1960 and 1966. An initial frenetic getaway. John Spears on pole with a poor start, and that allowed, well, it was Cacaldi with the best start, a little too good in the end. Ben Mitchell initially falling back early doors. Ian Simmons in the Lola fighting it out, really. But Alice, it was all go from the very start.
It certainly was. Some nice, clean moves. Jostling position, that was where Spears initially was trying to take the lead, did take the lead. There was Alex Brundle carving his way through from 10th on the grid before he did, of course, eventually have a car issue and had to box. But it was some nice, clean racing, I would say, Harry, and exciting racing.
Certainly was. That number 1 GT40 was looking quick in the hands of Alex Brundle early doors, really wringing the neck of the number 1 car and making up positions. He started down in 10th and he was absolutely clawing through the field, all of it to be undone by a possible issue with the car. Further back in the middle pack, carnage, and that chicane proving a little too tight for some, with the McLaren Chevron of Andrew Haddon having contact with a Bellinger early doors. And meanwhile, the Chevrons were looking quick right from the very start. Big lockup from Cacaldi, who had the penalty but wasn't letting that stop him or slow him down. This was when we saw Brundle carving through the field, and actually it was Ian Simmons who, while trying to figure out where he was on the track, got a little bit caught out with the traffic. In the end, he still ended up on the podium once the issues for Brundle struck. That chevron though of Cacaldi and of Mitchell, nimble, light, absolutely epic stuff, toe to toe. It nearly went south though for Cacaldi. The rear stepping out, fighting with Brundle and navigating the traffic. That was what proved to be tricky towards the end of that 25-minute all-out race. Mitchell and Cacaldi fighting side by side. Mitchell in the 95 Chevron, round the outside, both of them tucked up behind Bellinger in the Cooper in front, who was doing a sterling job for as long as he could. In the end, he fell back to 7th place come the end of the race. And just a magnificent example there of the different shapes and sizes of these sports racing prototype cars that all raced between the 1960 era and 1964. That was what saw Bellinger end up down in 7th after he went out wide, spinning onto the grass, which is still a little bit damp and dewy. Managed to recover and keep his foot to the floor and rejoin, hand up in the air. And that was what cost John Spears in the McLaren the win. Contact with the GT40 further back in the pack while trying to lap, and while rejoining had to let all of his rivals through. He did recover to 2nd, but the win was the one that got away. Cacaldi took it on the road, but with the penalty, it went to the other chevron of Ben Mitchell, who took a magnificent win from a magnificent race. The Surtees Trophy then done and dusted here for the 81st members meeting at Goodwood. Plenty of things to be going on with in the meantime. Lots more track action to come as well. And some of the track action you would have witnessed today, and indeed to come, will be certainly one to watch later. And if you can, of course, be scoring points for your house as well, because there are lots of things up for grabs. If you want to head down and get involved, you can do a bit of tug of war going on. But we'll go straight into our next race then, shall we? And it is the All Mustang Ken Miles Cup, and this is what it's all about. Well, we are back ready and racing then for the Ken Miles Cup presented by LGT Wealth Management under the governorship of Grand Prix. This is the first generation Ford Mustang notchback to celebrate the 60th anniversary of the Ford Mustang, named, of course, as you've just had a little look at, after Ken Miles, the Daytona 24-hour, the Sebring 12-hour winner, and the Le Mans runner-up. Took the first significant race victory for Ford Mustang. This being a one-off race that we typically hold at the members meeting. Previous one-off races include the last year's the Revival, the Porsche 911 Ford Water Trophy, the All Lotus Cortina race held at the 80th members meeting, and the All NGV Lavant Cup at the Revival back in 2022. But then cars out on track. And this is quite a heavyweight in terms of driver starting grid, isn't it, Alice? We've got lots, so got pretty much all of our house captains involved in this race as well. And starting on pole in the number 9 car will be Craig Davies. He'll hand that car over to Darren Turner to begin with, but that will be the starting Mustang. All of them running on sustainable fuels, this being one of the 2 championship races that are running this weekend on using sustainable fuels ahead of the Goodwood Revival later this year, going fully sustainable. But these Mustang beasts getting ready to race it out. It should be a 40-minute race, and it will be Davies who takes the start in the pole car, the number 9. Alongside him will be the number 49. Mike Whitaker is going to start that car and then hand over to Andrew Jordan. And then in third on the front row in the 116 Mustang, Mark Matheson will start that car before handing over to the touring car champion Rob Huff. So it is a little bit pro-am setup, isn't it, here, for those who are familiar with that kind of racing. What is the best sort of strategy to go for? It's a 2-driver race. They will swap halfway through, or will it be halfway?
Well, yeah, that is a good question. So the strategies, it all just varies on the pace of, you could say, the pro driver, the AM driver. We were questioning yesterday between Brundle and Brabham, who's the pro and who's the AM. We still didn't get an answer from that just yet, but we're opting for, some drivers are opting to put the pro in, and others are opting to put the, you could say, the AM driver in. So, I mean, I love this shot of all these Mustangs, these beautiful Mustangs lining up on the grid. All you can see some queuing up there, grandstands are full, these incredible V8 engines, the power that they produce as well. But this is going to be another exciting race. I hope you've gathered your breath. We've just about gathered our breath from that previous race in the Surtees Trophy, as more continue to line up, as Harry said, running on sustainable fuel. All our house captains are in this race as well, and that is the pole car, the number 9, the Darren Turner and Craig Davis car. Craig had an excellent race yesterday in the Gordon Spice Trophy. Darren Turner, he's a well-known driver, very fast. Don't have to run through Darren's history. A Le Mans expert, 3-time 24-hour Le Mans winner. And there's Oliver Webb, who's making his way down the grid, checking out the all different types of cars. He is in the 777 car. But a great show of Mustangs, and this will be a close one again, Harry, won't it?
It certainly will be. Just figuring out who will be the starting drivers for these races, making our way through the pack. Some absolutely iconic names involved in this championship. You've got the likes of Darren Turner, Rob Huff, you go to Andy Priu, you've got Gordon Shedden, Franchitti, Brundle. You've also got two Franchittis in this. You've got Matt Neal, Tom Ingram, a lot of British touring car heavyweights. Jamie Chadwick also involved in this. Emanuele Pirro further back. And so Tom Christensen as well, Mr. Le Mans himself, further back in the pack. And look at that, for a sight to see. 30 cars, 30 Mustangs taking part, not forgetting Tiff Needell as well, who will start in 18th spot. He'll actually be taking the start of this race in that 179 Mustang. That'll be getting underway shortly. 45 minutes of racing, so a little bit longer for this race, of course, as we celebrate the 60th anniversary of the Ford Mustang. And they really are an iconic car, aren't they? They just the name, the brand and the style of a Ford Mustang, you know it straight off the bat.
Yeah, you know it, and you can also hear it, can't you? And that is going to be a sound to be heard. It's going to almost shake the commentary box here as all of these cars leave. All 30 Mustangs will make their way charging down into the first corner. But first, they have the green flag lap as smoke from the tyres pour out of our pole position car. Pit lane will open after 15 minutes. So the first 15 minutes of this race, they'll all have to try and jostle for position. We saw some great drives yesterday in the Gordon Spice Trophy, which is also a two-driver race. And it's about timing when you do come into the pits, because it is a narrow pit lane here. It's not particularly long, so you may want to try, if you haven't got your pro driver in the car, opt to pit slightly earlier to stick the pro driver in, and vice versa if you have got the pro driver starting. But here's our grid, Harry.
It absolutely is. Let's take you through it then. 30 Mustangs to get through, two drivers. They'll be switching over. Well, the pit lane opens, as we said, after 15 minutes. But starting will be Davies in the number 9 Mustang on pole. Alongside him will be Martin Whittaker in the number 49 in second. And it will be Mark Matheson in the 116. That is the front row. Then behind will be Fred Shepherd in fourth. Alongside him in the 166 will be James Thorpe. Then behind them, row 3, it will be Fenn lining up first in the number 66, then over to the number 99 car. That will be Andy Priu taking the start in that. Alongside him will be Alex Buncombe in the number 15. Behind them, row 4 in the number 6 Mustang. Andrew Haddon will start that car alongside David Brabham in the number 10. Row 5 and 11th will be Thistlethwaite alongside Anthony Reid. Farley sharing that car, the CEO of Ford, Jim Farley, from 13th on the spot. The top 15 rounded out by Jansen and Davison in the number 63. Then it will be Ruddle from 16th alongside the number 79 car. That will be Marino Franchitti. Tiff Needell will start the 179 from 18th alongside Luke Davenport, or just behind, I should say, Luke Davenport from 19th. And then it will be Israelson from 20th. That's the top 20. Neil Yarney from 21st alongside Anthony Ewell will take the start in the 56. 23rd will be Morgan in the number 33. That'll be Russell Morgan who starts that before he takes over, hands over to Andrew Morgan. Tom Christensen in the 101 will start from 24th alongside Guy Zeiser from the top 25. Then in 26th position, the number 57 car will be Josh Cook. Then Adrian's from 27th in front of Van Til in 28th, and the back row in 29th. Emanuele Pirro will start that car, and it will be Bo Parry from 30th on the grid who will be starting from the back, sharing that car with Ash Sutton, previous race winner, of course. So how quickly can they carve their way through the pack? Getting ready then for the Ken Miles Cup, and you can just hear the final sounds of these exhausts. So much grunt in these Ford Mustangs getting ready to take to the start of this race. Pit lane will open after the first 15 minutes out of this total 45-minute race, and then any time after that we'll see cars coming in for our driver swap. Yellow flag coming down halfway through the grid, possibly for a potential staller. We'll see if that delays the start. On pole will be in the number 9. Davies, Craig Davies, sharing that car with Darren Turner in the red Mustang. On the far left, as you see it, will start on pole. Alongside him, Martin Whittaker Jr. Then it'll be Mark Matheson. Good start, though, from Davies and Matheson. Poor start from Whittaker in the middle. It looks like everybody just about got away. A slow starter at the back, but through into turn 1 as they make their way through Madrick. Davies with the initial grunt off the line in the all-red number 9 car. The pole sitter holding force at the top. Then comes Mark Matheson behind in the 116. Whittaker Jr. plummeting down the order after a poor start, and as they make their way through, trying to find every inch of track, it is Davies who leads the way.
Yeah, good. There's a bit of jostling and a bit of door rubbing in the middle of the pack there, but everyone's got a lovely clean start, an incredible view from our drone out there at St Mary's. A little bit of door rubbing, they're just giving each other some room. Remember, this is a 45-minute race, so you can't win the race on the first lap, but you can certainly lose it.
The 166 car going round the outside. That will be James Thorpe making his way through further back in the pack, battling over 5th position in that Mustang. I think just about winning out on that occasion, but Mustangs everywhere you look. And this on board with one of our cars, possibly the number 56 car further back in the pack. Anthony Yule on in the car for that one will hand over to Jamie Chadwick later on. But coming to the end then of lap 1 around this Goodwood track for the Ken Miles Cup, the all Mustang race, and off in the background one of the cars fighting the grass, but across the line to lead it will be Davies. Then comes Shepherd, then Whittaker, who managed to stabilise in third then after a tough start. Priu and Taylor, that car being driven by Andy Priu, making the start in the number 99, rounding up the top 4. Alex Buncombe holding on to a top 5 position. Poor start for Mark Matheson, who was in third and actually has fallen down through the pack all of a sudden. Mark Matheson being swallowed up, he's fallen all the way down into 9th spot. But out in front then, it is looking tricky for Davies to hold on to this. In fact, he hasn't held on to it. He's lost the lead then as Shepherd makes his way right up behind him. But an issue, a Mustang going slowly. The DCS Motorsport branded Mustang pulls to the side of the road, and everywhere you look, that will be 2 Mustangs going side by side. The number 15 Mustang of Alex Buncombe currently in 5th spot, trying to keep that position from James Thorpe behind. Holds on to it for the time being.
Yeah, Fred got a nice run out of the final chicane, stormed through down the inside, and just having a little look at the sector times there, is eking himself away from Davis in the 2nd place. But we do have the safety car has come out, so I wonder if it is because of that stranded Ford in what looked like, hard to see, it looked like one of the early corners, either at the exit of Madwick. But safety car is out to slow the pack down in order to recover the car. But we're going to have a little look at the start, Harry, and look at that from the outside there. Was that a false start? Looked all right from my point of view. It's hard with the flags because you're keeping an eye on the flag, and when it drops, that's when you can be released. And look at the tyre smoke pouring off the back of these cars. And there we are.
That's as close as you want to get.
I think the mirrors might have been brushed in ever so slightly. The 49, the Andrew Jordan and Whittaker Jr. car, which sank a little bit through the pack. But here was that overtake down the inside into turn 1 by Fred Shepherd in the number 47. Lovely move.
Shepherd then leads this race. He'll hand that car over to Timo Bernhard after 15 minutes or so. This is a 2-driver race. Points up for grabs for both drivers, regardless of house. But after 2 laps, then safety car out. So the car that pulled to the side, I believe that might well have been the 616 car with Adrian's at the wheel. Sam Adrian's sharing that car with Jochen Mass. So we might, unfortunately, not see Jochen Mass going to go in that during this race, as that is the car that has plummeted to the bottom, and that is the reason it pulled over to the side. So potential mechanical issues then for the Jochen Mass car, with Sam Adrians at the wheel of that 1965 Ford Mustang, and that is the reason why we are currently under safety car conditions. Shepherd leading, Davies second, Andy Priou rounding out the top three. This is on board with Andrew Yule further back in the pack. Started down in 22nd, and you get away and all you get a face full of is Mustang.
That's why I was having a little bit of a chuckle there. I was just thinking, look at the sea of Mustangs. We spoke to Andrew, didn't we, yesterday, who was in the paddock after doing the qualifying practice, saying this is a slightly heavier Mustang than some of the others. Maybe that is one of the reasons why it didn't quite get away off the line as he would have wished, but he'll be hoping to try and make some place sharing that car with Jamie Chadwick. They're down in 23rd place at the moment, but several drivers opting to not necessarily get too much temperature into their tyres, some opting to continue to increase tyre temperature by weaving down the straight. So safety car is still out at the moment, no sign of it coming in just yet.
Well, the leading car then is the number 47 1965 Ford Mustang. Fred Shepherd at the wheel. He'll hand that over to Timo Bernhard later on. That car in the 1964 rally livery that it competed in. Smallest engine car that Fred Shepherd has ever raced at Goodwood. Well, that's not holding him back at the moment. Managed to take the lead just before the safety car came out from the number 9 car that's currently being driven by Craig Davies. He'll then hand it over to Darren Turner, the 3-time Le Mans winner. That car, though, the number 9, currently in second then. A genuine Alan Mann Mustang, raced by Alan Mann himself in his last race. So Craig Davies was speaking yesterday during practice qualifying. What an honour it was to be a part and race and sit in that car. Previous winner at Goodwood, and a much loved car by everyone involved in that. Currently in second, as we're currently under safety car conditions. Andy Priou, of course, the Albany house captain. Double points you score if you're a house captain. Currently in third in front of Alex Buncombe and Whittaker Jr. rounding out the top 5. And casually waiting in the pit lane, Ash Sutton, who'll be wanting to get in that number 14 car. He shares that with Bo Parry, who's currently out there at the moment, in that number 14 car, who started, well, right at the back, now up into 28th position. Lights are off then on the Porsche safety car, and we're about to get racing again, Alice.
Yes, we are, and we're once again hear a thunder of these incredible Mustangs roar down the main straight, as I can see the leaders now out my commentary box window peeling into the chicane. Fred leading the way, and he's on the gas already. Look at him working nice and hard. Some tyre smoke coming out the back there on the exit of the chicane. Gets a pretty decent start, as he's got a nice little gap already over the car behind, 0.7 of a second to be precise, and a decent start. But look out for Priou in the background in the yellow Mustang, having a little look all over the back of the number 9 in second place. Is he going to get a decent run? He's going to head down out of Madrick into Fordwater now. Not really an overtaking spot. If you're brave enough, though, and we've seen it several times over the weekend, Gordon Shenton springs to mind, you can dive down the inside of St Mary's, but it just looks like Priou is a little bit too far away to try and move like that at the moment.
Oh, look at how much he controls the slide in every corner for Andy Priou in the all-yellow 99 Mustang, chasing down the number 9 red Mustang of Davies, looking to the left, looking to the right. Which way does Priou pick? In the end, he has to settle to stay behind. Davies placing that Mustang in all the right places, and while they do battle, that's allowing Fred Shepherd to eke out the gap up the road in the lead, but not by much. They're still all within a couple of seconds of each other. Alex Buncombe a couple of seconds behind this gaggle in 4th, and he himself is involved in a nice battle with Martin Whittaker for that top 5 position as it currently stands. Side-by-side action in these early stages. It's Fred Shepherd who leads after the safety car. Davies in that red Mustang started on pole, just about keeping in front of Andy Priou, but Priou with the stepping out right on the rear of that Mustang out of the final corner. Coming across the line, we'll have the outside coming into Madrick. Will he dive down the inside right at the last minute? Yes, he will. Prio to the inside, but he's not close enough in front to make it work on that occasion. Davies holding out in front, and they're bringing Alex Buncombe along for the ride as well.
Took the word straight out of my mouth there, Harry. Alex Buncombe now is at the back of this pack of cars, and of course that gives Andy Prio's job even harder. He's not only got to look and try and attack forward, but he's also got to keep a close eye in the back of his mirrors as he tickles the inside curve there at St Mary's. And look at this view, look how sideways Prio is, all over the back of Davis's red Mustang. Is he going to have a look down the inside? No, not quite close enough to go down the inside of Levant, and will come out this long Levant corner. And Buncombe really is there in the party now, isn't he, as they're heading all the way up Levant Straight. And Alex Buncombe is, he could try and make a move here down the inside of Woodcote, maybe a little bit too far away. Just looks like Prio's Mustang quite hasn't got the legs down the straight compared to that of Davis's Mustang. But look at this beautiful shot of these three Mustangs, and then the rest of them heading through now and into the chicane.
Alex Buncombe, an esteemed racing driver, hunting down a multiple British touring car champion in the form of Andy Prio, hunting down Craig Davies in the red Mustang as they come across the line. 6 laps completed in the yellow Mustang. It's Andy Prio side by side, coming through Madgwick. Can he hold it? The Mustangs door to door, stepping out, sliding the rear for Davies, keeping his foot in it, holding forth. So much pressure going up against a driver like Andy Prio. Prio in the yellow 99 Mustang, bringing Alex Buncombe in the 15 along for the ride as well.
We're going to get 3 wide, Harry. Looks, just so close. Sorry, going into St Mary's there. Buncombe goes, thank you very much. The typical junior karting style. Andy Prio opened the door, and Alex Buncombe said, thank you very much, I'll come through too. And that has now allowed the rest of them behind, Whittaker Jr., Thorpe and even Brabham to try and close the gap to this battle.
Let's take a look. This is a little bit further in the pack. A little bit of a moment for one of the Mustangs further back, just trying to make out who that is. Might have been Davenport, possibly. He's just lost a position down to 11th. Right, that battle has been settled for the time being. It's still Fred Shepherd out in front by almost 2.5 seconds. Then comes Andy Prio. Here he is, coming out of the final chicane. Now that he and Alex Buncombe behind have displaced Davies, they've kind of escaped up the road a bit, and Davies proving to be a little bit of the cork in the bottle with Whittaker and Brabham right behind. Car off though, that is the 193 of Israelson, sharing that car with Stig Blomqvist, which is such a shame we won't get to see the rally icon race that car. Stig Blomqvist sharing that with Victor Israelson. A problem there for the 193, but pulls off nicely into the grass.
Yeah, and let's see if we can catch any sort of replay while we're having a look. Oh, a bit of contact further down the pack. Struggling to see who that might have been, but all managing to near enough keep it on the road, keep it out of the tyre barriers at least.
Frenetic stuff. Take a breather, everybody. It's going to heat up, don't you worry. This race will be having an extra 5 minutes added to it, but the pit lane window will still open at the same time and will last the same length of time. So that's not changing in terms of when driver changes are allowed to take place, but we are going to get an extra 5 minutes of racing action. So let's hope they're all fueled up for an extra 5 minutes of action as well, because that could prove a little bit sticky in the closing stages.
Yeah, that certainly can. I'm unsure why they're adding 5 minutes. You never usually hear something like that, but of course they did have a period of time under safety car, so wouldn't have been burning nowhere near as much fuel compared to them if they were going flat out. But this battle continues to rage, and it's bringing in everybody else behind.
Yeah, so Prio and Buncombe got through on Davies, then started to extend their gap a bit, but not by much. Fred Shepherd now with a 4.5 second gap at the moment, further back in the pack. This on board with the Yule car, the 56 car of and Andrew Yule currently sharing that with Jamie Chadwick down in 22nd position at the moment, coming into the chicane. Brilliant on board. We can just see how hard he's got to work the rear of that Mustang to keep it pointing in a straight line.
It just looks like as soon as it turns in, the rear just wants to come on round, and getting those gear changes absolutely spot on as he heads down the straight. We're looking at the rear now of the car through turn 1, Madwick corner, and you can see almost snaking around. Almost makes you feel like a little bit car sick, doesn't it, that view?
Pit lane will open in 5 minutes. So it's open now, apologies. Pit lane window is open now as it pops up onto our timing screen. So who will blink first and switch over drivers? This a 2-driver race. And at the moment, leading is Fred Shepherd, then is Andy Prio in the yellow 99 Mustang, and there's going to be a little bit of traffic there. The 184 having to clatter the barriers of Van Thiel to get out of the way. No one biting to the pit lane just yet. A round to go again for 9 laps completed. Prio second, Buncombe third, then comes Davies in the red Mustang making his way through. Whittaker in 5th, being hunted down by the number 10 Mustang. It's David Brabham at the wheel of that. He'll hand it over to Alex Brundle. Brabham, though, currently ringing that up into 6th. He started down in 10th. Then comes the 166 car. That's currently got James Thorpe at the wheel. Then the number 6 car is behind. That is currently in 8th spot with Haddon at the wheel of that. Side-by-side action, though. Whittaker trying to keep hold of his position. The number 10 of Brabham behind, in front, trying to defend. Battle for 5th and 6th as it currently stands. It's Brabham in front in the number 10, then 49 of Whittaker now behind. So this 5th and 6th battle scrapping over the last lap or so.
So our first few cars are entering pit lane to make their driver changes. And you can see it gets quite busy down there. That's the Oliver Webb car, so he'll be jumping in. We've got the Rundle and Ingram car in as well, and Ingram will be hopping in. So you'll expect those that have the pro driver starting the race, or started the race, will stay out as long as possible, and those that maybe have the AM driver will hop in as soon as they can. Yes, the pro will get in. The pro that's out there will stay out. So I'd be amazed if we'll see Shepherd hop in. Shepherd hop out and Bernhard get in, because Fred, obviously, he is well known around this circuit, knows how to drive pretty much any car fast around this Goodwood circuit, taken many wins here as well, very experienced driver. So even though we could say you've technically got 2 pros in that number 47, Fred is much more equipped with this type of machinery.
So split strategies then when it comes to if you're starting with your pro or you switch over to your pro. What are those key differences? Essentially it comes to, well, when do you want to be faster, at the start or at the end?
Well, yeah, and it could be depending on who you've got around you as well. As we saw Andrew Yule give the thumbs up there, so I'm guessing he'll be popping in at some point. The pits at the end of this lap, I'm guessing, due to that thumbs up. But with the battle here for second, getting hotter and hotter, Harry.
Certainly is. Andy Priu still out there in the 99 in the yellow, battling off Alex Buncombe. They've been going at this for the last few laps into the chicane. Fire erupting from the exhaust of Prio as they come across the line. They're going to stay out as long as possible. Andy Prio sharing that car, the 99, with Trevor Taylor, and Alex Buncombe in the 15 sharing that car with Richard Taffender. So electing to have those 2 drivers stay out a lot longer into this race if they can before they switch over to their less experienced rivals. We're thinking this might well be Gordon Shedden coming into the pits and changing over drivers. Nice quick pit stop. Tricky this though, it's driver change pit stop is always difficult, never smooth.
No, and I mentioned it yesterday. People often say, well, how come the drivers don't strap themselves in? It's a bit lazy of them. Trust me, it's so hard to strap yourself in a race car, especially with the restriction view of the helmet and restriction of the hands device. This is the Yule car now. Keep an eye out for him peeling to the right at some point. Really hard in this tight and narrow pit lane and busy pit lane to spot out your team. Jamie Chadwick will now hop into that car. So let's see if we stay on board. Undoes the belts, puts it into neutral, hops out, doesn't need to take that steering wheel off. Jamie will put her seat insert in. She is a little bit smaller in height compared to Andrew, so there we go. Jamie won't mind me saying she's got a booster seat.
They are swapping steering wheels.
So maybe there's a different boss on that steering wheel, which just allows it to be ever slightly closer for Jamie there, but it looks like they're having a little bit of a struggle. Jamie is actually starting, of course, to strap herself in. She has done a little bit of endurance racing before in British GT, of course, many moons ago, but a smooth pit stop, it looks like, apart from the steering wheel so far.
Top three drivers still not coming to the pits there. It's Fred Shepherd who leads in the number 47 Mustang, but this is the battle that is raging on. It's Andy Priu in the number 99 yellow Mustang, fighting off Alex Buncombe in third in the number 15 Mustang. They are electing not to come into the pits just yet. They make their way around for another lap. Just under half an hour left of this race. The pit window is open, but driver changes aren't taking place as it currently stands. To tell you who's made up a lot of places, hasn't come into the pits just yet, is Mr. Le Mans himself. Tom Christensen started down in 24th. With pit stops occurring for others, he's managed to get up into 9th spot. So the 9-time Le Mans winner trying to stay out as long as possible to try and gain some time and positions on track. Meanwhile, Fred Shepherd not giving up as he fires himself out of the chicane. Last time around, set his fastest lap, so he is still pushing in that number 47 Mustang. Priu across the line, holds second, Buncombe in tow, right behind him as they head off through Madgwick. Then currently in fourth is the 65 car now, having had some pit stops. That has made its way up to the front, and that's currently being driven by Thistlewaite, who hasn't come into the pits just yet, or as I say, that has just come into the pits. So the highest pit stopper at the moment making their way through as it currently stands. 27 minutes remain. Andrew Jordan looking quick now that he's in the car, having taken over from Martin Whittaker. Down at 11th, just gone fastest of anybody in the first sector. Looking to carve his way through the field. Priu and Buncombe still battling hard. And the top 7 in this race at the moment have yet to pit as we try and jostle for position here. 3 Mustangs going almost 3 wide, headed up by the 777 Mustang of Guy Zeiser. Further back in the back of Ollie Webb, I should say, who has now got into that car. Who's a little bit of traffic then, making their way through. It's Andrew Jordan, the 49, that was trying to make his way through, looking incredibly quick as he tries to carve his way through the field. This, the race leader, Fred Shepherd, you saw there a moment ago. Back then, Ollie Webb in the 777, just behind now the 49. That is Andrew Jordan, the highest of the pit stoppers so far, who have changed drivers. Currently in 8th on the road. Now has displaced the traffic and has a bit of clean air in front of him.
Yeah, he does, and that's what you will end up seeing is the pro drivers who may have the sort of the slightly slower driver possibly who started the race, who would have dropped down from their original position. They'll be starting to move up, and this looks like a bit of swapsies there and contact for our race leader. Oh, and that is the thing, we will see the race leader come across quite a bit of traffic, and as we've seen in previous races throughout today and here at Goodwood in the previous years, traffic can really play a part.
Yeah, that was contact with Anthony Reid, the touring car driver from the British touring car drivers from the late 90s, early noughties, 15 wins, former house captain for Methuen. currently in that car. Started down in 12th, looking to make his way up through the field. Now having pitted, Shepherd actually in that car now, down in 15th, looking to make their way through. So,
looks like Fred might have just got that inboard. May not have been, but there was an inboard and a Fred on it, so we may see the lead car come into the pits. We've got the Buncombe car now, which has come in. So we'll keep an eye on those that may be diving into the pits. That's certainly at the front. Alex Buncombe is one of those. But here, looking now at the number 49, Andrew Jordan, a previous race winner around this Goodwood circuit, hustling his Ford Mustang.
25 minutes to go then. And getting up to 133 on the straight. Andrew Jordan setting the timings alight. He's absolutely a man on a mission. Currently in 7th, second highest of the pit stoppers. We're yet to see, though, Alex Buncombe, who hands over to Taffender, where they will appear in that number 15 car. They were in the battle for 2nd and 3rd. How quickly can Andrew Jordan make his way through the pack? Can he jump the Buncombe Taffender car? He can. He absolutely can. Andrew Jordan through. Buncombe and the Taffender car have yet to appear out of the pits. So the top two yet to pit. Fred Shepherd out in front in the 47, waiting to hand that over to Timo Bernhard. Andy Priu still in the 99, currently in 2nd. Then Luke Davenport in 3rd. Here we go then, 24 minutes left of this race, and Fred Shepherd has cried enough, and he comes into the pits, waiting to hand that 47 car over to Timo Bernhard.
Here we go. So they'll both be used to having to make changes in these cars. Had to do it yesterday in the Gordon Spice Trophy. Out slides Fred, in goes Timo.
Great effort from Fred Shepherd, has to be said.
Yeah, he's opened a nice lead, didn't he, compared setting. Well, it was fastest lap of the race until that was snatched away by Andrew Jordan as the mechanic quickly as he can straps in Timo. Fred giving a few words of advice and maybe how the car is handling. And that could just be the sign as go, go, go. Push as hard as you can from Fred there. They have got a minimum pit stop time, so that's why he's been held there to wait. But out he goes now, a nice clean stop.
The initial leader then of this race, pitted, Fred Shepherd at the wheel, now out of the car, hands it over to the Porsche sports car endurance ace, Timo Bernhard, now at the wheel. But I tell you what, they are all going to be fearing Andrew Jordan in that 49 Mustang, carving his way through the field, now up into 5th, fastest lap last time around, getting up to 133 on the speed trap as well. Let's see, I think Bernhard came out just in front of Jordan, but it's going to be a little bit slower, colder tyres compared to Andrew Jordan. Andy Priu still leads this race in the yellow Mustang. That is your leader there, has yet to come in, decided no, he's going to have another lap around. 17 laps completed. Then comes the number 45 car. That has got Luke Davenport at the wheel, starts way back in 19th, holding out for as long as he can before he hands it over to another British touring car ace, Matt Neal, waiting in the pits to take over that one. Then currently in 3rd, the top 3 yet to stop is the 42 car. That's got Neil Yarney at the wheel, another Porsche Works driver from years gone by, an endurance winner, a Le Mans winner, currently wringing the neck of that Mustang, rounds out the top 3. Then it's Timo Bernhard, who has pitted, as I think Luke Davenport has finally called it quits and come into the pits as well to hand over that car to Matt Neal.
Yeah, Darren Turner has just set the fastest of anybody in the first sector. So now we are getting a few more of these pro drivers coming in. And a little bit of a wobble as maybe is the exhaust slightly broken there on the Ash Sutton car. He, of course, was a winner yesterday in the Gordon Spice Trophy. That's the number 14.
I think that's Sutton wide. In that car now.
Yeah, it is Sutton in the car. As here on board we see Priu spitting flames out the back of his 99. And I expect he will be hopping into the pits very soon. But the Jordan car is continuing to light up the timing screen. Fastest lap of the race so far, but in comes Priu.
Andy Priu into the pits then. The house captain for the Albany team this year, Albany House this year. Oh, and there's a little bit of damage to that front right headlight. One of the mechanics just seeing to it and knocking it off a little bit more. And now I think it's been fixed back on. But Andy Prieu then with a mighty stint will hand that 47 car over to... Oh no, there's a queue in the pit lane with the door, the 189 from
there was
further
a
back
photographer that was stood in the way, actually trying to take some photos.
It is a tight pit lane here, isn't it? But let's keep an eye out for Andrew Jordan, who is on track at the moment in the 49, setting the sector times alight, currently up into third, so he has already gained spots. Timo Bernhard now coming into second, and out then goes Taylor, having taken over from Prieu in the 99 car. And he comes then into an absolute field of Mustangs and a change to the leader. He's done it just about. Andrew Jordan takes the lead of this race on the this lap around. Fantastic work, 18 laps. Andrew Jordan has been piling in the sector time since he took over the car from Whittaker. Prieu handed that car over in the lead. Taylor back in it, feeds out in second. Then third place, now Timo Bernhard.
Yeah, Andrew Jordan has got the fastest lap by a couple of tenths, and the next challenger in terms of lap time pace, which is the Davis and Turner car. So Andrew Jordan has done a great job as he still navigates some traffic, and that is going to continue for the rest of this race as we still wait a few more cars. The Brabham and Brundle cars in 5th place, but yet to pit. So Alex Brundle, who we previously saw in the previous race, he'll be hopping into the car very soon, I'm sure.
Quick turnaround for Brundle. Making his way through. Pit window, though, is now closed. So, for those who haven't pitted, which is that Brabham Brundle car, the number 10, Brabham's still in that car. They've missed the window, along with those further back. Tom Christensen. Oh no, I think well, Tom Christensen was higher up, so I wonder if he has come into the pits or not. But according to our screens, Brundle and Brabham car has not pitted. Have they missed the window?
Well, yesterday we did have an issue with the timing screen when it thought that Sutton hadn't pitted. The Gordon Spice sort of threw us ever so slightly, but I remember seeing him in the pits. So maybe the Brabham and Brundle has pitted, and we've just not seen it on the TV screen, and the timing screen get it wrong. But we'll try and find out. But back on board now, as we've got a spinner, the number 75 that's down in 12th. That's the Reed and other Shepherd car.
Murray Shepherd now at the wheel of that 75, having taken over from Anthony Reed. They're down now. They've just lost out to Huff's gone through. Rob Huff, so has Marino, Frankie D, and they're right into the back, almost clouting the rear of Andy Prieu. Gordon Shedden, I think we're hearing he's already hit him once this lap, so Shedden is not waiting around. Andy Prieu was in that car, it's now Taylor in that car. This is the battle currently for 4th and 5th. It's Andrew Jordan who leads this race from Timo Bernhard. Then comes Darren Turner, and it's another hit onto the grass, sliding left and right into the braking zone. Can he hold it? Can he get the position? Yes, he can. Superb work from the 166 car, fighting it out in that run-up with Gordon Shedden at the wheel. Oh, and out of the final corner as well. There's the Brabham car we've been talking about, fighting as well now with Taylor. Brabham's still at the wheel of that car, making his way through the right-hander. So there's been a few hits we're hearing. Shedden hitting into the back the first time around, coming through into the chicane, followed by a couple more.
Well, and look at that oversteer on the exit. Gordon Shedden, though, take a bow into Woodcote. RIP to the 150-metre board sign, because I don't think that exists anymore heading into Woodcote Corner, so that may throw up a few people's references, but he was desperate, wasn't he, to get past and make his way further up the order. But yeah, this is not disappointing so far, is it? This incredible Ken Miles Cup with these Ford Mustangs, and of course with some incredible drivers of all different categories. And I believe Ed is somewhere down in pit lane.
I am indeed. Thank you, Andy. What a cracking first stint.
Oh, it was great fun. I mean, I knew this Ken Miles Trophy was going to be special. Got really exciting, actually, with traffic, and had a great race. Managed to get it up to second, and then obviously when Timo boxed, we took the lead. But really good fun, really nice racing.
You just been watching a fellow touring car driver give your car a bit of rough and tumble.
Yeah, I mean, we would call that a love tap, you know, in touring car racing. Obviously, this is classic racing, so you've got to be a little bit careful. But anyway, we're all okay. We're on track, and Alex is now in the car, and let's see what we can do.
Got to ask just before you go, how are the house points?
Do you want to ask another question?
I thought you said you were going to win.
Yeah, it's not through lack of trying, and everyone loves a trier, but Albany is unfortunately P4. So anyway, guys, on the circuit here, we need help. I need everything this afternoon to be thrown at it. Ferret racing, laser clay pigeon shooting, tug of war at 4 o'clock. Let's get involved and get those points up.
Well done, Andy. Enjoy the rest of the race.
Andy Prieur there, the house captain for Albany team, and we've got a car in the wall at the chicane. It's the number 14 Mustang with Ash Sutton at the wheel, who's found the chicane facing the wrong way. Yellow flag, everyone being instructed to straight line it, and that is surely going to bring out, well, possibly a safety car. Double yellows being held at the moment, and the marshals doing an excellent job of directing where all the cars need to go. But 21 laps in there, and Ash Sutton finds the barrier. We haven't seen quite the build-up to how it happened. Leading this race is Andrew Jordan in the 49 Mustang. Then in second, it's Darren Turner in the number 9. Then it's Timo Bernhard in third. Gordon Shedden currently in fourth after bumping and bruising his way through at the top 5. Currently rounded out by David Brabham, but we believe that car, the number 10 Mustang, hasn't come into the pits yet, sharing it with Alex Brundle. The pit lane has closed, so we'll see how that one plays out. Then comes Taylor, then the rest of the top 10, currently rounded out by Rob Huff. Oh, and all over the back of this is the number 116 car on board, getting oh so close. Shedden at the wheel, absolutely wringing the neck off that Mustang. Through he goes on the 47, getting through and up through and past Timo Bernhard for third. I think that was a move for position there. So Shedden is not waiting around, cuts down the inside of a bit of traffic for the 15. That's Alex Buncombe. That's the Alex Buncombe car who was handed over. Ash Sutton out of the car, and that was the car facing the wrong way into the barriers at the chicane. There it is, the stricken 14 Mustang. I wonder, has there been contact with another car? I think we're about to see how it happened. Coming into the chicane, there was a lot of rear end on that Mustang.
Yeah, and I think it has moved. Let's have a look. The barriers across. And I mean, the Daffodils got a great view, didn't they? Until they didn't, unfortunately. Scattered now all over the floor, and yeah, that has moved the barrier, and just managing to miss. There was the number 70 car.
79, I think that's Marino
79 car
at the wheel of that.
And we have got the safety car out, which I expected, because they were all, of course, having to cut the chicane. The marshals looking out the commentary box window are doing an incredible job, as always, to move the car. Rob Huff has just set the fastest lap of the race, and you can tell that Gordon Shedden is a touring car driver, because he's spending a lot of time clipping the inside, driving on the inside of the grass there at many of the corners, and still managing to keep it under control.
So update from the pit lane that we can bring you. We were wondering, because on our screens it doesn't say they pitted, but that number 10 Mustang, shared with David Brabham and Alex Brundle, has indeed come into the pits. Brabham has done his stint. Brundle now at the wheel of that Mustang, and doing a good effort in the top 5, having started down in 10th. So that Mustang then up into 5th. And we've got a few other random numbers going on our board, and I've lost trust in it. So we're going to go with Andrew Jordan, who leads this race. Then comes Darren Turner in second, Gordon Shedden, who has absolutely been getting elbows out. Just made a move on Timo Bernhard up into third spot, but with Ash Sutton having that collision in the final chicane, initially a yellow flag, and that has now brought out the safety car.
Yep, so we already had one safety car, we now have another, as the race leader Andrew Jordan continues to try and get temperature into his tyres. So now we've all got the field bunching up, and it doesn't look like there's really any traffic between at least the top couple of cars. Looking at the best lap times, just to give you a rough idea what we could expect and how close they will be, Andrew Jordan's best lap was a 1:28.631. Darren Turner in second place, a 1:28.864. And then Gordon Shedden, who's made his way all the way back up into podium positions. Previous lap was his fastest, a 1:27.9. So that's going to be a really nice close battle, I'm expecting, between these front three, front four, five, and also don't rule out, of course, Rob Huck, who's slightly further down the order, who's currently in 10th place, but has fastest lap of the race so far with a 1:27.677.
Yeah, Rob Huff making the moves at the moment in that 116 Mustang, which started a little further back. Actually, no, it didn't. It started in third. Now it was Mark Matheson at the wheel initially, handed over to Rob Huff, the 2012 World Touring Car champion, who loves anything American. He absolutely loves. I remember last year he was racing a Mustang, a different era Mustang, and absolutely wringing the neck of it. Just has an affinity and a way with them that elevates others. So Huff, then, watch out for him when we get this back underway, because really we've just seen them putting some final touches to that barrier, and the marshals, we're just having a look out of our commentary box, they are now walking away from the track. The daffodils have been replaced, you'll be pleased to hear.
Oh, that's
which
good.
Must mean we will be able to go racing sooner rather than later, and it will be a bit of a sprint finish.
And that's how incredible the marshals are. They've done that so quickly, even had a chance to put the daffodils back. So, not all of them. Oh, no.
Those that didn't quite make it.
Terrible scenes.
But will be remembered, I'm sure. That is what remains of the chicane. Ash Sutton was the cause for that. Now out of this race, which is a shame for the touring car ace. Lights are out on the top for the Porsche safety car, which will peel away and come back into the pits, and it will be Andrew Jordan who will lead this race. 8 minutes of flat-out Mustang racing for the Ken Miles Cup, celebrating the 60th anniversary of the Ford Mustang. One stricken Mustang in the background, the remainder making their way down the start-finish straight now, and it's a good start, good restart for Andrew Jordan, who's got a jump on the field. Darren Turner and Gordon Shedden neck and neck coming through Madrick. It's Gordon Shedden chasing down Darren Turner. Then comes the Brundle car as well, which is just tucked in behind the red Mustang behind, but this is the closest battle between second and third. Brundle making his way through further back up into fourth, getting through on a little bit of traffic, so it's Jordan who leads. Then comes Darren Turner, then Gordon Shedden, then Brundle. That is the top four as it currently stands. This battle just behind, with Timo Bernhard in the 47, currently in fifth, battling with Taylor in the yellow 99 car. That is the battle for fifth and sixth that currently stands. But this is second and third on the road at the moment. Darren Turner ahead of the number 9, Shedden behind in the 166, not afraid to do a bit of bump drafting in these Mustangs and get his way through. And while they do battle, that will bring Brundle into the fight for the final step on the podium.
Yeah, it certainly will. And Rob Huff, of course, is making his way back up towards the front end of the field. Got a few more cars to try and navigate first, but what a start from Andrew Jordan. He even casually kicked up some dust on the exit there, just looking out of the commentary box window. Got a decent gap, but Darren Turner's managed to sort himself out now, because he has pulled ever so slightly a gap from Gordon Shedden. but that Alex Brundle in the Mustang has just set a great middle sector, and he could, if he keeps up this pace, be quite quickly on the back of Gordon Shedden.
Across the line then, 6 minutes remain of this race. Great battle in the middle of this pack. This over the final points paying positions, but we're looking at the 116 car, the cream car with the black bonnet. That's Rob Huff at the wheel, who is quick and he is carving his way through. Next up on his list will be Tom Ingram and then Franchitti. So a couple of big names squabbling it out for 8th, 9th and 10th as it currently stands.
You don't know where to look at the moment, do we? There's battles all along.
Oh, here comes Huff down the inside. That'll become the outside. Can the number 19 of Ingram hold it round? There's a little bit of contact door to door between the two Mustangs. You can just see how hard they are fighting the wheels of these Mustangs. It's so tight at the moment.
And of course, they're both touring car champions in BTCC, and Rob Huff in the World Touring Car Championship, so they'll be used to rubbing doors, bashing wheels, knocking in the wing mirrors. And Rob Huff's going to have a little look. Is he down in the inside of Woodcote? Thinks better of it, but he's going to continue to hustle, kicking up some grass there, thankfully just missing our camera. Tom has it covered though going into the chicane.
World champion, saloon car champion, going battle and going toe-to-toe in battle for these positions. It's Andrew Jordan who leads from Darren Turner, then comes Gordon Shedden, then it's Alex Brundle, the top 4, then it's Timo Bernhard, rounds out the top 5, then comes Taylor in 6th, Hill is 7th, followed by Franchitti, then it's Ingram and Rob Huff in 9th and 10th. That's the battle we are currently watching at the moment. It's Ingram in front of Huff, but Huff is wringing the neck and he is not giving up without a fight, almost dipping a wheel onto the grass, trying to extract the absolute maximum from his Mustang.
And we've seen some drives in previous years from Tom Ingram, who knows where to place a car when he needs to keep the car behind, but he's had a little bit of a wobble all up the hill there into Levant, but still somehow a puff of the inside wheel there, still somehow manages to get the car under control, get it stopped. And look at this, you're constantly fighting the wheel. It's a workout in itself. Who needs to go to the gym when you can get behind a wheel of a Mustang here around Goodwood, as Tom is covering the inside there. As they're heading down this very long, slight uphill straight, is Rob Huff going to brave it round the outside? Who's latest on the brakes? It looks like it could be Rob Huff. Tom Ingram kicking up some grass. Let's have a look how they are at the effort. Then a great move by Rob Huff, who sails past Tom Ingram round the outside of Woodcote.
Into the chicane and out of the exit, Rob Huff emerges on top. The 2012 World Touring Car Champion getting the better of the 2022 British Touring Car Champion Tom Ingram in the 19. Had to take the tighter line, clouted a bit of the inside curbing in the grass. Huff with way more momentum round the outside. That was enough to get the deal done, and through he went up into 9th, and I think it might be, is it the 116? It will be Gordon Shedden coming to a halt. Is it a mechanical issue? He's pulled right off the line. Shedden, who was in 3rd place in this race, that's going to promote Brundle up into the podium places. We'll see if we can get a shot of how that happened. But 28 laps run, 2.5 minutes remain, and there is the stricken 166 Mustang of Gordon Shedden, who gets out of the car and walks away out of this race and out of a podium position in the Ked Miles Cup. It's Andrew Jordan who leads the way in the 49 Mustang, 1.8 seconds the gap. Then comes Darren Turner in 2nd. It was Gordon Shedden, he's now out of this race. That promotes Alex Brundle in the number 10 Mustang up into 3rd. That is your podium placings for the time being.
And wherever you look now, continue.
It's Matt Neal round the outside.
Yeah, I was going to say Matt Neal is having a little look. We've got the number 7 car as well, which is the Farley and Soper car. So it's a battle down in 13th place. But it continues, and going back to the Shedden car, it did look like, I'm guessing, a mechanical, because it sounded like there wasn't much engine power, engine sound or noise from the Shedden car, which is obviously devastating for them.
Bit of traffic as well, having to be negotiated for our front runners. The 45 of Matt Neal now currently down in 14th, having lost out to Shepherd in 13th. And that's what's going on just outside of the points. Rob Huff continues to make waves. He's now just behind Franchitti and looking to make a move. And then you've got the all-yellow 99 Mustang of Taylor right there. This is the battle for 6th, 7th and 8th. The number 6 car is the one that contains Dario Franchitti, the multiple IndyCar champion. Dario trying to hang it round the outside. Rob Huff coming at it with all he's got. Franchitti wringing the neck, the rear end steps out of that Mustang. Rob Huff tucks in behind, tries to get a little bit of toe as they head up the hill through the slight left-hand kink. Who's going to come out on top of this one? Huff has got his elbows out and is ready to make the move. Huff through on Franchitti, gets the move done. Can he control it under braking? Yes, he can. But Franchitti won't give this one up without a fight, but he has to settle behind as it's one by one through the chicane.
Yeah, Huff charging on through. He's not going to have enough time, though, to gain too many more places as we head now on to the final lap of the race. It's Whittaker and Junior and the Jordan car still leading, and according to the timing screens here, Brundle now is up into 2nd place. So what's happened to the Davis and Turner car, unless it is an error on the timing screen, but somewhere along the line, it come into difficulty has Darren Turner across the lap. So Brundle now up into P2.
What a drive so far from David Brabham and Alex Brundle at the wheel of that Brundle Motorsport number 10 Mustang. 7 seconds adrift from our leader, though, Andrew Jordan. Darren Turner in 3rd. We're hearing Shepherd in the yellow, in the 47 car, sharing it. Well, Shepherd's falling back, actually. We're hearing that. 3rd, falling back through the car. I think it's actually Timo Bernhard in that car, in the 47, which is falling back with an issue. There's the 49 car. That is your leader, Andrew Jordan, who took over from Martin Whittaker, who did such a great stint at the beginning of this race. Handed it over to Andrew Jordan out of the chicane. The rear end steps out. You can see the fist out of the window. The winner of the Ken Miles Cup, it's Andrew Jordan and Martin Whittaker, who take the win. And it looks like it will go the way of Alex Brundle and David Brabham, who get 2nd place to the line. Will be in 3rd. Just pits at the very end. It will be the Fenn and Hill car, the number 66, Darren Turner, falling off the podium at the very end into 4th. Taylor mid. Huff keeps in front of Franchitti in the top 6. Franchitti 7th, Ingram 8th. Then it's Timo Bernhard with an issue right at the very end. Fell down to 9th and to the line in 10th in the number 79 Mustang will be Marino Franchitti. Oh, what a race, Alice! It's hard fought, this racing, isn't it? There's no rest for these historic races, is there?
Oh, it's absolutely fantastic. And Andrew Jordan drove a brilliant race, and so did Whittaker Jr. And first time at Goodwood for this car, and what a debut as well, as even on the final stages of the race, Andrew was still in full control, getting it sideways on the exit of the corner. But a great race. Alex Brundle and David Brabham, great drive. Really pleased for Alex, who's had such bad luck in the previous races that he's had over the weekend here. And the Rob Fenn and Jake Hill car, where did that come from? It started in 6th place. It dropped down the order slightly, but a great drive back up through by Jake Hill.
Yeah, Jake Hill, masterful drive right at the very end. Darren Turner pipped to that podium place, had it in his hands, and then right at the very end it fell through. Rob Huff managed to use all that speed he had to get back up into 6th spot after taking over from Mark Matheson. Franchitti, Dario Franchitti rounding out the top 7. Timo Bernhard, such a shame for him sharing that car with Fred Shepherd, started in 4th, and clearly perhaps an issue right in the very late stages, fell out of the podium contention all the way down to 9th, with Marino Franchitti rounding out the top 10. Further back, the Jim Farley and Steve Soper, the Ford CEO, sharing that car with a former Ford Works driver, finishing up in 13th spots. No Ash Sutton in the end. after that incident into the chicane, losing the rear end. Didn't get to see what Jochen Mass or Stig Blomqvist could do when they get into the car with their teammates having to retire early on. But it all went the way of Andrew Jordan and Martin Whittaker. Whittaker in that car to begin with before handing over that number 49 Mustang to Andrew Jordan. Mike Whittaker and Andrew Jordan, a great partnership, taking the win of the Ken Miles Cup in front of David Brabham and Alex Brundle in second. And then, as you say, Alice, sneaking in right at the very end in the 66, Rob Fenn and Jake Hill rounding out the podium.
No, it was brilliant, wasn't it? And you can see there Mike Jordan hugging his son, Andrew Jordan, a family-run team. And Ed, of course, is down there getting in the thoughts of our race winner.
What a cracking race. Andrew, oh, look at that, on cue. He runs off. Andrew, Mike, well, Mike, let's start with you. It was a busy first stint.
Yeah, it was very chaotic at the start, and then I sort of slowly fell back a bit, but managed to keep it far enough up the front that AJ could get in and do what he does best, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, he did okay, didn't he?
Yeah, it was good fun.
Fantastic drive, well done. Let's go and find Andrew. This is going to be an interesting one because we're going to cross the busy road. This is very kind of Andrew, thank you. Right, Andrew, you're not making this easy for me. You're making a habit of these one-make races, aren't you?
Yeah, and it's a good habit, you know. Porsche Cortina last year, the A35s, Minis, Porsches, yeah. We win a lot of the one-make races. It's great because it's a kind of level playing field to a degree, but the car was fantastic then. It was a little bit loose, a bit of a loose old thing at times, but yeah, I was just very decisive when I caught Darren, and then I'm not sure who was in the Shepherd car, but Timo, yes. I just said to Mike, he's had a few revs trying to get the thing stopped, but because Darren was behind and going at a good pace, I didn't want to take any time passing people. So, yeah, then I probably tensed up the first lap after the safety car and just thought, chill out, it's all good, all under control.
It all ended well. Well done, mate.
Thank you. Thanks very much.
Right, let's find... we're still about... Thank you very much. Do you know what? I wouldn't mind being run over by a McLaren. It could be worse. Alex and David, well... Alex, I don't know where your teammate is, but did you expect to be up here?
Well, I assume he's gone back to Australia, assuming we wouldn't be on the podium. No. We knew we kind of had the pace in it, but this is such a new project for me, and to be up here with the likes of Jordans and Alan Mann and everyone who've been doing this for absolutely years is just a massive privilege and amazing. Like I punched the air so hard because I've been involved a little bit hindering the construction of this thing, so you really love them, and I really love it, so that's great.
Shall I remind you about that chat we had about an hour ago where you said, this weekend just isn't going right?
Well, after we had the fuel pump issue with the GT40, we looked like we were going to get a podium there, and then I thought, this is just one of those weekends, but this makes up for everything. I'm so happy to have the Mustang on the podium.
Well done.
Thank you.
No one's by their cars. They're not making it easy today. Here we go. Jake and Rob. Rob, let's start with you. It was, a chaotic race, but a podium. You're going to be delighted.
Yeah, incredible result. Very much a touring car race in every form, really, but just absolutely ecstatic. I just can't believe it. Safety car already helped Jake out, and he's such a good driver. You've seen it many times around here, and he did the job, so absolutely brilliant.
Well, look, well done. I'm just, let's try and, no, we're not going to catch Jake. He's run off. He's in the next race, so that is the podium for the Ken Miles Cup.
Thanks, Ed. Yeah, Jake Hill's got to run off. He's got to get into a Can-Am car in a moment. But right now, let's finalise the Ken Miles Cup. In the end, Mike Whittaker and Andrew Jordan with a sterling effort to take the win in front of David Brabham and Alex Brundle. And Jake Hill getting on to the final step of the podium in that 66, sharing that with Rob Fenn in third. Darren Turner, Craig Davies just missing out in the end. Started on pole, down in fourth, and what a great battle it was between Huff, Taylor, Priu, Franchitti. Fantastic effort. In the end, fifth went to the Priu Taylor car. Matheson, Huff, with Huff's efforts right at the very end, getting into sixth, just in front of Marino Franchitti. Tom Ingram down in eighth. Timo Bernhard with a possible issue, sharing that with Fred Shepherd in the 47 car, falling down to 9th at the very end with Marino Franchitti crossing the line in 10th. Anthony Reid and the other Shepherd car down in 12th for the number 75. The all-Ford lineup, the Ford CEO Jim Farley and the former Ford Works driver Steve Soper finishing in 13th, just ahead of Luke Davenport and Matt Neal at the wheel of the 45. Neil Yarney sharing that car with Sota down in 17th in front of Guy Zeiser and Ollie Webb in the 777. Jamie Chadwick sharing that car with the number 56 with Andrew Yule, ended up 21st. Alex Buncombe and Taffender. Alex Buncombe with a mega start, but unfortunately they ended up down in 22nd in head of Mr. Le Mans. Tom Christensen sharing that car with Magnussen. And that was how it all ended. Ash Parry, Bo Parry and Ash Sutton out early doors with a collision into the final chicane. But this is how it all started for the Ken Miles Cup, celebrating the 60th anniversary of Ford Mustang, the all-Mustang race. And it was a decent start from Pole, initially from Davies, poor start from Matheson. And this was how it looked on board further back. It's a sea of Mustangs if you're anywhere in the middle or towards the back, isn't it, Alice?
It certainly is, and we saw that great on board there, Andrew Yule, who just had literally a sea of Mustangs. But we had a great battle for second place for quite a while. Andy Prio on the back of Craig Davis trying to sneak his way through, and then in came Alex Buncombe as well, trying to make his way through, back on board with Andrew Yule. And you can see constantly fighting at the wheel, Harry.
Absolutely close quarter racing wherever you look. David Brabham making his way through and up the pack, handing over to Alex Brundle in the end, resulting in a second place finish for them. Contact though, and it was the 47. Fred Shepherd and Timo Bernhard ended up down in 9th. And with a field full of touring car racers as well. They weren't afraid to do a bit of bumping and barging, and early trouble for the 14 of Ash Sutton, and in the end it was an early bath, finding himself in the barrier at the chicane, and the daffodils scattered everywhere. Good avoidance from the Mustang behind as well. That brought out a safety car before we got back underway again, and it was an excellent restart from the leader, Andrew Jordan, who never really looked back, ended up with almost 6.5 second gap to Alex Brundle in second, with Jake Hill squeezing onto the podium in third with a mighty fine drive, carving his way up through the field. It was really the battle for the finer points playing positions in the latter half of that race. Rob Huff, Marino Franchitti fighting it out along with Andrew Taylor. The touring car champions making sure they were pushing each other to the absolute maximum. But in the end, Mike Whitaker and Andrew Jordan out across the line. And they end up winning race 8. The Ken Miles Cup goes to Mike Whitaker and Andrew Jordan.
Well, a crowd favourite and a regular feature here at the members' meeting, and to be honest, at all the Goodwood Motorsport meetings, is Bonhams with their sale. And I'm here with Martin Tenholder, Managing Director of Bonhams Motorcars, and got a great display as always here.
Thank you very much, David. No, we're very pleased to be back. Goodwood Members Meeting is the first sale in the UK for us, and it's always nice, and particularly with the weather out like this, you know, crowd are enthusiastic, everybody wants to get going again. It's nice. And we've got what we think is a great lineup of cars, yes.
I mean, there's people here buying, obviously, but there's people having a good look around and thinking about buying as well, I think.
Well, yeah, of course, and that's also what we like. We like, you know, it's this is a hobby, right? You're an enthusiast. You come to look at the cars, to drive in certain cases the cars, to dream about the cars. And some of those people are clients that buy cars. Some of them are thinking about buying cars, and some are selling cars. Like all of that, yeah, all together.
I think what unites us, everybody who comes to Goodwood Members and all the Goodwood Motorsport meetings for that matter, is a passion for cars. And I think it's something you can give us here when we look around.
Yeah, no, exactly. That is it. And there's something for everybody, right? For instance, I'm personally, you see all the old Jeeps all there in the end of the Land Rovers. Those are my types of cars. And sometimes I'm talking to my colleagues and they're like, no, we really are into American muscle cars, or we're into Italian sports cars or whatever. Something for everybody, right?
Can you give us a brief snapshot of what you've got at the members meeting this year?
Yeah, sure, absolutely. So we've got about, we're selling memorabilia as we speak. So automobilia, like obviously trophies, that sort of thing, posters. We've got a lineup of about 100 cars, I think. And it all ranges from, pre-war cars. We've got Elvises out there in the front to some of the modern hypercars and supercars, like this nice little Aston Martin DBS that we're standing right next to. And as I was just mentioning on the other side, well, you can't see it for the camera, but there's like a Ford Mustang, a DS, Citroën DS, which is one of my favorites. But also, when you go inside, the beautiful Bentley R-Type, a Lagonda, different types of cars for everybody.
I just had a little quick walk around. I saw a DB6 Volante, and absolutely gorgeous in grey. I'm going to make sure I don't go and scratch my nose there when auction time comes, but best of luck this weekend. It's going to be fantastic as always.
Thank you very much, David. Much appreciated. And do look at me, because I'll be standing up there on the stage with that car, and it is a convertible, and the sun is out. I'm just telling you.
Yeah. I'm tempted. Might not have the bank balance for it, but I'm tempted.
Same for me. Don't worry. Thank you.
Welcome back to the 81st Goodwood Members Meeting, and we are getting ready for our next demonstration, really. So we get a little bit of a breather from the absolutely frantic racing action, and here we go. Can-Am. How'd you like that? Look at the different shapes, sizes, brands on offer. We are celebrating all things Can-Am from 1967 to 1974. That's the Canadian-American Challenge Cup, the sports car racing series. The Group 7 cars with the likes of Lola, McLaren, Chaparral, Ferrari, Alfa Romeo, Porsche, Shadow. And basically, Alice, in this category, anything went.
Basically, I mean, just look at these incredible stills, and there weren't really many restrictions on aerodynamics, on dimensions, and even the engines, and they could just produce anything. That's why we see a huge variety of types of body shapes, wheel size, engines. Just incredible, and I love, and if you haven't already grabbed a program, there are more incredible shots in the program of these incredible cars who will of course come round and line up on the grid, and the sound of them as well is just amazing.
I mean, some of these cars were absolute titans of the time, and we're just seeing, I mean, look, as you come into the break zone, the winglets that come out on that #1 car, the prototype that it couldn't quite get going yesterday, but so brilliant to see that out in full force with the #1 written on it. Look out for it as it comes by with Stephen Hepworth at the wheel. And then you'll just see the little slots on the front wing and the rear wing as well, which will hopefully open up if you didn't just spot them a few moments ago. But even the difference in winglets as well, and the huge wings you have on the back of some of these cars. I mean, the regulations were minimal and permitted unlimited engine sizes. There was turbocharged, supercharged, virtually unrestricted aerodynamics, and we're as close as any major international race series ever got to an anything goes policy. As long as the car had 2 seats, bodywork enclosing the wheels, and met basic safety standards, it was allowed. And that led to some absolutely amazing designs. I mean, we've got a couple of Lolas out there as well. They initially dominated, then McLaren came in. Look out for the orange Can-Am cars. They are the McLarens making their way round. And you have got the likes of Mario Andretti, Dan Gurney, Denny Holm, Phil Hill, Jackie Ickx, Bruce McLaren, John Surtees, all taking part back in the day in this fantastic championship, which sadly then, due to, well, it was almost too much of a good thing at one point, with Porsche coming in and absolutely dominating the series towards the end. Now have a look at this, the dollar signs popping up on that number 1 Can-Am you can see coming through. Now that was designed initially to encourage sponsors. In fact, we've seen that in other racing series before. You stick a big sign logo on the side of your car, you know, your logo here, or this would be a good spot. Basically, the dollar signs to try and encourage some sponsorship money to come their way. But looking absolutely fantastic in that number 1 chassis used from the 1970 Can-Am season, with iconic liveries involved in that as well, just making their way, dicing through and just listening as they come down the main straights. The epic noises, the epic colours. This is nostalgia to the max.
It certainly is, and dude, I just find these cars so impressive to look at, Harry. You know, with the crazy aero designs, the enormous trumpets that are coming out from the engine bays. And as well as being extraordinary to listen to, and they were generally powered by the booming V8s. Often the Chevrolets were one of the favourite engines. Most of the cars did run the Chevrolet engines. Ford, you know, was in the back of the Lola and the McLarens, and they were just incredible. And you know, you've got the trio of radiators, for example, on the number 16 there, just going through shot on the rear wing. I mean, incredible designs and almost pioneering technology as well. It was among many of these cars among the first race cars to use sports wings, and the effective turbocharging and ground effect aero, which of course we hear talked about in many categories as well. So just incredible. It's just the design, and I just think, you know, how these cars are back into the 1967 and 1974 era, but the technology and the design and the brain work that went into designing these cars.
It certainly is. Do really get a good close-up look. We've seen it multiple times with that Shadow Mark 1 prototype. Marcus Pye at the wheel, and it's probably one of the most radical race cars designed in the 1970s. Really, the front tyres just 406 millimeters in diameter, the rear 480, and where you see those dollar signs that we were speaking about as it comes through the chicane now, a little bit of a lock-up, some smoke coming off the back. Those are basically the functional aero devices, the movable air brakes being deployed from the front and the rear bodywork as it peels off into the pits, coming to the brake, and then it immediately shuts down again, and making use of those dollar signs every time to try and encourage some sponsorship there. So just fantastic, innovative design, and that's actually the first time the car has appeared in the UK. First time it's run at speed publicly since 1969 in its original concept form. So absolutely fantastic to see that car on display as it managed to get away today and peels back into the pits.
Jake Hill there behind the wheel, who's just had to hop over from the previous race of the number 16, the trio, as I just mentioned, of the radiators there, and they are just so impressive. And it's nice that they're being allowed to give full beans. Yesterday they were down there on the grid, but as Harry said, if you've not been into the paddock to look at these cars, it certainly is a must.
Yeah, Jake Hill driving the Shadow Mark 1, the orange Shadow Mark 1 that is out there at the moment.
Tom Christensen behind the wheel there of another Shadow, DN4B, black and orange coming into the final chicane.
So I mean, Shadow were a force to be reckoned with back in the day, and this is just some of the epic designs that came out. And he had the DN4B as well, with entered by Jake. That's the one there with the number 0 being put out there. You also had the Mark 1 Mosport car too. But I mean, some of the brands you had out there, I mentioned, dominated initially this series by Lola, then McLaren, then Porsche. Porsche withdrew at the end of 1973, and then Shadow ended up dominating the last season of Can-Am before it kind of then faded away and was replaced by Formula 5000. But we've never seen anything really of this ilk ever since, and never will again. I mean, the sheer amount of money that goes into funding this kind of operation, but you get some absolutely ridiculous designs out of it, and just the difference. I mean, we're expanding across 1967 to 1974 in this display, and Tom Christensen really dragging the reel of that shadow. And you just see all the different designs, the huge difference in wings, and some of them you almost think, how can that go around the racetrack?
I know, but it attracted incredible drivers like Graham Hill, John Surtees, Jackie Oliver, Mario Andretti as well. And I tell you what, you don't want to hear us talk on. Let's take a listen to these incredible Can-Am cars around a lap of this Goodwood circuit.
Sound to hear these Can-Am cars making their way around this iconic Goodwood Motor Circuit. We're celebrating the Canadian-American Challenge Cup, to give it its full name. The years spanning 1967 and 1974. Lolas, McLarens, Ferraris, Alfa Romeos, Porsches, Shadows, all out there on track. Some of these big wing designs and really low steeped fronts, trying to encourage low drag, but sometimes it worked, sometimes it didn't quite work, particularly in the case of one of the McLarens that we're just seeing in the background coming into shot with a really high steeped wing.
But it's nice to see the variety. I like this shot here. We've got the Porsche up behind Jake Hill, who is driving one of the first shadows. The front of that car was so low. We do get front on shot. There we go. And Jake's just sticking his hand to let the Porsche go through. And that was designed for the low drag, but essentially it didn't end up working in the end. But just to see these cars go around and the variety of designs that some thought, you know what, we'll give this a go, maybe it will work, and others say, no, we'll stick with the traditional design. But Porsche, they certainly did have a lot of success in this series.
Certainly did. Also got the likes of the McLaren, powered by big booming Chevrolet M6B out there, representing Garage 59, Chris Goodwin's outfit in the early 90s, touring car driver at the wheel. Also managed the likes of Bruno Senna, Ayrton Senna's nephew back in the day, making its way around. Actually bought that car while he was the chief test driver at McLaren back in 2015. Car being restored, now prepared by his Garage 59 team. That's the orange McLaren Chevrolet M6B from Garage 59. Chris Goodwin at the wheel of there, making its way through. There it is in the number 5. I mean, just looking at that dramatically different design from the car in front of it, suddenly that looks like more of a road-going car than any of the ones in front of it.
Yeah, it certainly does, with Chris Goodwin at the wheel there. But racing wasn't always, I'm guessing because of the vast designs here, wasn't particularly close fought. So each season you would often have a dominance of one team. So you'd see the Lola in 66, and then the McLaren, one of the McLarens that we've got there on screen at the moment, from 67 to 71, and then Porsche 72, 73, and then finally the Shadows back in 74. But they certainly did deliver some impressive designs.
They did. Also out there, the McLaren M8F, the orange McLaren out there. Jamie Thwaites at the wheel of that McLaren Chevrolet, last MAF built and shipped to the USA to challenge the mighty Can-Am Porsches. You're looking out for the number 8 orange McLaren for that one. Raced until 1973, fitted with a Chevy turbo, caught fire, and then was badly damaged. That car remains, will then return to the UK. And another example of the restoration and the love and the passion that goes into bringing these cars back to life and being able to be witnessed by so many people, not those here trackside as well, but also wherever you are in the world watching this and getting to see these Can-Am cars in full flow. It's just a spectacle to behold. You don't see this anywhere else.
Well, exactly, only at Goodwood. And if you do get to come to the revival, there'll be obviously other demonstrations of incredible vehicles, but we've touched on it already and we'll say it again. If you've not gone down into the paddock to get close up and have a look and talk to the owners of the cars as well, then you must head out, you must do so. And Jackie Oliver's car there, being driven by Jackie Oliver, taking it around, must be so incredible, must give so many memories that must flood back from taking the car, from not just sitting in the seat, but you know, being behind the wheel and going back around this circuit. Of course, it didn't race at this track, but he was out there yesterday in the car, but it's just incredible.
Yeah, I mean, that Jackie Oliver car, the Shadow DN4, 1974, that was the year when everything came together for Shadow in the Can-Am series. The new DN4, Tony Southgate designed it based upon their Formula One architecture and outfit. New fuel restrictions eliminated the Porsche power advantage of that car, and the drivers for that season were Jackie Oliver giving us a wave and joined by George Follmer. It qualified on pole for every race and won all but the last one. At the final race then at Road America, he was leading Jackie Oliver, 4 laps remaining, and then the oil pump belt went kaput on him. But he did secure the championship in that very car, being reunited with it for the first time in 50 years. And we'll also, I think, get to see that again at the Festival of Speed later this year in July. So that's going to be one to really enjoy and look out for later on. But I think we saw the checkered flag, so it'll be one more lap around before they peel in. So feast your eyes and your ears on them while you can, as we are celebrating the Can-Am Championship through the years 1967 to 1974, and just the complete variety of aerodynamic designs and sheer power and grunts from so many different high powerful brands, with Lola, McLaren, even Ferrari were taking part, Alfa Romeo, Porsche, and of course the mighty Shadow, with a lot of shadows in the field actually, and a couple of drivers getting a nice shot of them. Timo Bernhard in there, Tom Christensen as well. Can't resist getting into one of these.
I mean, I don't blame them. I'd happily hop in, and they could shift as well. They could reach up to speeds. The Shadow, the 1970 Shadow in particular, could reach up to speeds of 190 mile an hour. So for speeds back in that era of 67 to 74, I think that's a pretty handy speed.
It's all right, isn't it? It's pretty nifty as they make their way back round. Jackie Oliver there with another wave as he comes into the chicane for the final time in his Shadow. A trio of Shadows making their way through. The number 0 Porsche, Tom Christensen at the wheel, then the McLaren, the number 5 M8, the orange Shadow Mark 1 I should say, Jake Hill also in there at the wheel, and celebrating all things Can-Am, and just even looking at the trumpets on the back as well, just the uneven design of it almost doesn't feel like that would even be logical or work, but yeah, it somehow does, and it gives it that unique vintage feel that back in the day was modern cutting-edge technology. And now, if you saw that in a racing series, you'd be absolutely beyond yourself.
But even though it was crazy, they would have learnt something, and that's what I mean. It's pioneering this series. They may have tried some crazy things, but they would have learnt at least something from trying that. As we're looking back at those trumpets sticking out the back there, of the Shadow, and it's just incredible.
Let's take a look back then at that celebration of all things Can-Am, the Canadian-American Challenge Cup 1967 to 1974, and kicking things off was that tiny black Shadow Mark 1 prototype with the aero pieces that flap up when braking, with the dollar signs written on it to encourage sponsorship at the time. Managing to do a couple of laps before peeling into the pits as well, which was fantastic to see. Jackie Oliver, what a privilege to have him out on track as well in his 1974 Shadow DN4. Tom Christensen out there in the Porsche as well, the Zero, making his way around, and just the sheer grunt from these cars. So many different brands: Lola, McLaren, Ferrari, Alfa Romeo, Porsche and Shadow, celebrating what a racing championship can produce when you have unlimited regulations. Jackie Oliver being reunited with his Shadow, waving to the crowd in what was a mighty display of sheer grunts. Right, well, that's the end of the Can-Am celebration. So time then, I think, to head back down to Imi.
I'm in the blister hangar in the chicane outfield, stood next to a Lotus Cortina, and if you fancy driving one of these, you can, on the simulators, which are just in here. These are going to give you the real sensation of the car, well, as much as they possibly can, around the Goodwood circuit. And as you can see, well, these guys are doing pretty well. It seems that no one's managed to do a spin or a 180 or landed in the gravel like I did earlier. I wonder how they are at talking and driving at the same time. Hi, are you George?
I am.
All right, well, how's it going over here?
Not amazing, to be honest. Just trying to keep it on the track.
Where are you now? Are you going flat out?
Yeah, about to go through a corner, may need to lift a little, but it's amazing to drive, but you have to be really like on point, because one little mistake, brake a little bit too late, you're on the grass.
How do you think this is going to inform even how you watch the racing now at Goodwood? Now you've got a sense of just how tricky it is.
Yeah, it makes me appreciate it a lot more. Yeah, you have to concentrate the whole time. One little mistake and you're in the wall, and you obviously don't want to damage a car. Obviously, this is just a game, but in real life, obviously, there's a bit more on the line.
Oh, we don't want to go damaging that car. You're doing great, George. Wow, you managed to hold on to it, off to a picnic in the grass. That's exactly what I did before. But at least the car looks intact for him over there. So you can head on down here, join in on the simulator. Obviously, a lot of people have booked up for this one because it's such a fun thing to be able to do. And drive yourself a Lotus Cortina.
Well, we're going in completely opposite direction next, from high technology to some of the oldest technology, but isn't that fun here at Goodwood to be able to do so? Ben Edwards and Bruce Jones back with you in the commentary box as we look forward to the SF Edge Trophy, and there's the winner from yesterday, hoping to make it a second victory. Julien Majoub in the Sunbeam. He had a fantastic job. He knew he was always going to be under pressure right to the end by Mark Walker. And in the end, this time, he managed to hold him off, which he didn't manage to do last year. Let's have a little look at the explanation of what we're going to be watching in the SF Edge Trophy. So there we are, looking at these lovely machines, and that is the one that finished in second place that you're looking at right now. It's the number 200, Mark Walker, that won twice here last year by a few tenths of a second, Bruce, but he didn't manage to do it this time. Can he do it today?
Well, there's a fly in the ointment, you could say, because this is a car developed, made with one purpose, to break the land speed record. It was all about a flying mile, but of course, this race requires a standing start. It does not shift well. He only has one gear change to make at the start of the race, but the pace the car has, he fell down to about 10th place yesterday, Mark Walker, but every lap he was picking off. It's only a 5-lap race, and he got to within a whisker, but the smile on the face of Julien Majoub, that number 18 Sunbeam Indianapolis, when he held on yesterday evening, can Can he make it again today? But it's an aggregate race, and he's got to defend a lead of just 2¼ seconds.
Yeah, no, it was wonderful. Let's have a little look at some of the highlights. You'll see the middle car on the front row just drops away. That's the car we were just looking at. On the left, you've got the car that was on pole position and actually did hang on to take the victory in the end, but it was close by the end. We've got lots of drivers in very different kind of driving positions to what we've just been seeing actually with the Can-Am demo, with some of the lowest ever sports cars. Well, you've got some of the tallest ever cars. There's our winner. He was so happy to take the victory, and it was lovely to see Julian Majoub. He's back in the car, hoping that he might do another one. There's the Beast, the Fiat, from that very early period. Just remember, all of these cars are at least 100 years old, because we're going all that way back. We're going to 1911 with that huge Fiat, 2 meters tall. A lot of these cars, Bruce, have what we call aero engines. They were basically engines used in aircraft and transferred into cars.
Well, exactly so, and a lot of aero engines were lying around at the end of the First World War, and they were shoveled into these cars, and for example, but not all have them, and the Sunbeam in Indianapolis, a mere 4.9 litre straight 6.
Exactly, and that's what's quite fun about this battle. The car that won yesterday has one of the smallest engines out in this whole grid of cars, and he's up against one of the biggest.
No, absolutely. And another thing you need to know about a lot of these cars, these are driven frequently on the road, and the very tall Fiat with the yellow and black stripy helmet of Duncan Pittaway is driven to the event. He comes up from Bristol. He may have a very sweet tooth, but he does have to sort of get to the fuel stations quite a lot. 11 stops on the way up here. Imagine being on the motorway when one of those goes past.
Absolutely right. And actually, we just saw the Mercedes of Ben Collins as well. He usually drives about 180 miles, bringing it to the track. So here we are, Julian Majoub on pole position, Mark Walker with that very rapid Darracq, but it doesn't come off the line because it was never designed for racing. It was for land speed record, so it'll be slow off the start. Neil Goff in the Crit Racer, then Ben Collins, who I mentioned, he was third yesterday. Duncan Pittaway in the Beast Fiat, then Hughie Walker in one of the smaller Delage, a Hudson Super 6 of James Collins, and the Vauxhall of Rob Hubbard. They had a problem with that car yesterday. Talbot, John Paulson, and the Monarch of Les Searle. That lines up in 10th position on the grid for the SF Edge. And then as we just go down through the list as well, you've got this real mixture of machinery, some very, very rare names. Some names you'll know, like Mercedes, Peugeot, and others. The Scat Type C racer, Targa Florio, something you might never, ever have heard of, but these are from such a long time ago. And it is a wonderful scene to see them out on the track here at Goodwood. No seatbelts, of course, no roll cages. These drivers have massive respect for each other, and that is very important in a race like this.
Yes, and absolutely one of the joys of these very early races is you can see precisely what the drivers are doing, particularly Mark Walker from the middle of the front row in that 200 horsepower Darracq. Here we are riding on board with him. A little bit of chicken wire, rudimentary perhaps, but very essential to keep his feet away from the moving parts, reaching out to change gear in here, just pumping fuel to get the fuel pressure up how he wants it. That won't be the last time he does it, but it's all on display.
So this engine is a 25-litre V8, yes, 25 litre. The engine in the car he's racing it, you can see on the right, number 18, that is basically a 5 litre. It's just under 5 litres, the engine in the car that won yesterday and that is starting from pole position. So you're talking about 5 times difference in engine size, and yet they always seem to end up racing against each other.
Yeah, they do, and again, some of the cars chain-driven, so sort of, it might seem like supercharged bicycle technology, but just going back to the car that's starting on pole position, it's the car with the smallest engine, but it's also the only car with the sort of nod nascent aerodynamics with that long tail and a slightly fluted front end. Most of the other cars in behind looking on the screen, every shape and size, but big blunt fronts. Of course, what do they want at the front? The radiator to cool everything, get the cool passage of air to cool the engine. But most of the drivers you can see, some sitting in, most sitting on, I think we could add.
And one thing to check out, that I think all of them, maybe if we've got any Peugeot entries, I think there may be one, yes, the Peugeot International, but it's 1913. I think none of them have front brakes, because I think Peugeot brought front brakes in about 1914, but none of the other, all of these, including the one that won yesterday, no front brakes, only brakes on the rear of the car. So that is something that they were used to then, and you have to deal with in racing now with these older machines.
Saves weight.
But it also makes braking quite hard. And what we do see, of course, is when Mark Walker, who will start on the middle of the front row, and it will be slow away, when he has to brake going into the slower corners, he brakes so early, doesn't he?
Oh, he really does. So you do get chopping and changing of position, but he will be falling back, but he does have huge amount of grunt in the Darragh. We'll see how he goes, but he is the TV director's darling because he does fall back. Not his fault, but then the story is there as he fights his way back. There he is with the white helmet with the red check over the top, wearing leathers. About the only way you can stay anywhere near warm aboard a car like this. But in behind, Ben Collins drives from Welsh, marches to come here, and then alongside, also driven up the main roads to Goodwood, is Duncan Pittaway on the monstrous Fiat.
I love the way that you can see the valves in the engines being lifted and dropped all the way as it's just idling away at slow speeds. Wonderful. And of course now we're getting ready. So he only has 2 gears because as a land speed record machine it was designed, it just had 2 gears. It wasn't going to go racing, so he didn't need to have different gears for different corners. That's partly why it's such a demand to get off the line. We are getting ready for the start. You can see them all watching for the flags. The SF Edge Trophy is underway for the second time here at the Goodwood Members Meeting. As ever, it's a slow getaway for Mark Walker, but it doesn't mean the race is over. We've got a car stopped, unfortunately. It didn't get away at all. And actually, it's a really good start by Neil Goff. There we are. It's getting away now. Number 17, Francois van der Straten-Pontos. And what about Walker? Do you think he got away with better this time?
Way better. He only fell down to about 5th place at the start. He's already up to 4th as he's working clear the pit. He's got past Ben Collins. That's a good marker. It took him about 3 laps yesterday to catch and pass. He fell back about 5 places further. Don't forget, these drivers have very little rearward view. If they have a mirror, it's rudimentary. It's vibrating so much, it's no use at all. So leading the race, as expected, the driver from pole position, which is Julien Majoub in that very streamlined Sunbeam going away. Then the Beta in the big Fiat S76 ahead of Neil Goff in 2nd and 3rd position, and then now starting to get the flow, the momentum going is Mark Walker. There he is in the background, leaning down low. He is the most demonstrative of driver. He's like a motorcycle rider on top of that.
He really is. I agree with you on that. And as you say, he's not as far back as he has been. This was a really good start for Duncan Pittaway in the Beast, the Fiat that you're looking at now, which has even a slightly bigger engine than this one that we've been watching, Mark Walker's. So that's 25 litres. The Fiat, they went even bigger. I think they were about the biggest of all time because they were going for land speed record with that as well. And that's 28 litres, a 4-cylinder engine of 28 litres. But he's got a lot of... He always gets the fire coming out the back. Don't worry too much when you see the fire coming out the back. We always see it.
He show and go. Bear in mind, that car at the time, the Fiat, was faster than the fastest aeroplane that existed, and also it accelerated faster than if you were falling off the top of a building. Put those little facts in your mind. But the story is the same as yesterday. We have leading from pole position. We've got Julien Majoub in the Sunbeam Indianapolis, but the story is coming from behind. It's Mark Walker. He's down in 4th place, leading, and you just can imagine how physical it is. This 200 horsepower Darragh racer sitting aboard it. He will now get onto the tail of the Fiat. Again, he's in 3rd place. 3rd place is the bright red Fiat. In behind is Mark Walker, getting closer and closer. Again, he doesn't have lots of punch out of the chicane, but when the momentum comes, in fact, I tell you what, the driver in behind, sorry, and that's him catching, I confused him with Goff in 3rd place. So Neil Goff being passed easily by Walker. He's now got 3rd place. The next target, of course, is the mighty Fiat, the 28-litre runner. Brilliant view looking backwards from Julien Majoub. In Sunbeam, and again you can see the slightly different racing lines.
Yeah, so Neil Goff, as you say, in the Crit, as it's called, named after Kenneth Crittenden, who was the financer and designer, but it came up with the, it's hyphenated, but it's called the Crit Aero Racer, and that's got another big engine actually. That's got one of the Curtis Aero engines. We are back on board with Mark Walker as he is getting that much closer to the Beast, the Fiat of Duncan Pittaway, getting very tight. Both of these land speed record machines in their period, they both set records in the early 1900s. The Darragh that Mark is driving is actually from 1905. It's an earlier machine than the Fiat. That was from 1911, but it was in 1911 one of the very last huge engine machines. They started to realise that actually making them lighter and more efficient could be more effective.
Yeah, now what we're getting, oh dear, we've lost one of the runners. That's the Delage of David Ozan, parked at the side of the circuit. But 2nd, 3rd, 4th and 5th are very, very close indeed, because Ben Collins is now trying to fight back and get on with Neil Goff. 2nd place is the tall Fiat with Duncan Pittaway, the yellow and black striped helmet. Still trying to find his way past, and probably champing at the bit here is Mark Walker, but he's not going to get past going down into Woodcote because he has to brake early. Actually, probably about the same as the Fiat. They've both got a lot of weight, a lot of grunt. As we said, 28 litres. Yes, 28 litres leaves 25.
He uses his hand. You could see, you were watching his feet from our on board. He wasn't braking with his feet, because you can't. He's got a handle at the side of him, and when he's braking, he just pulls on the handle. That applies the rear brakes, and then he's into the corner. Some of them have quite standard, sort of more what we have now, we're used to with pedals, but a lot of them have the handles. Here we go then. He's got the opportunity now to take second place, Mark Walker, and there is really an opportunity. 8 seconds, 8.9 seconds, the two of them, behind the race leader now.
And 3 laps to go. He's got the target, but the target is quite small because Julian Majoub escaping in the sunbeam, but now clear of traffic. He had to choose his points in which to overtake. And Mark Walker's up into second place, sitting on top of that derrick, tucking himself down right up high in the airstream. But any little bit of hunch he can do to get himself low would really help. In behind, Duncan Pittaway, Neil Goff, going very well, Ben Collins, and likewise car 15. Haven't talked too much about James Collins. Another good run for him in the better place of the Hudson Super 6s.
It's fun watching the front end. Friction shock absorbers they had, and of course, being a land speed record car, it wasn't all about designing it for going around tracks, for example. And those friction shock absorbers, you could see it was bouncing quite a lot. I don't think those friction shock absorbers are doing a lot on that car. This one actually does look great. Leading at the moment, trying to go for a second victory this weekend, Julian Majoub, who missed out twice last year to Mark Walker. Mark Walker's definitely in a slightly better position this time. Just looking at Luke Roberts there on the Bianchi 2840. He has that very high seating position, one of the highest, with an overview that you just don't have in many other racing cars, do you?
He's almost as high as the drone that's been flying alongside the circuit out of St Mary's. Fabulous shots of these cars, and of course, 2-seaters sitting high. But that Bianchi, I mean, actually, I always thought that Duncan Pittaway sat up super high. They must be very much matching that. Fastest lap of the race, Julian Majoub, 1 minute 57.6. So he was 8.9 seconds clear of Mark Walker. Mark going around this lap is not gaining. That is interesting. Actually, no, I beg your pardon, he is. He just slammed one in.
Okay, well, let's keep an eye. It's always towards the end of the race he seems to get faster and faster, doesn't he? Meanwhile, there's a bit of a battle now going on further back, because having been passed, it's interesting, Neil Goff there, number 100, is really putting a little bit of pressure on Duncan Pittaway, and behind the two of them, you've got Ben Collins, who got that third place yesterday. So let's see how we do it. Walker has just set fastest lap, as we thought he would. About 3 seconds, just under 3 seconds faster. He's 6 seconds, this is perfect. He's 6 seconds behind, 3 seconds faster. They're going to be together again, I think.
Just coming down to Woodcote on the final lap. Well,
surprise,
hey,
surprise.
You can write the story. There's Ben Collins, found us having another good run.
Tom Wood pulling off in the Peugeot Indianapolis, that's a shame. Of course, you know, reliability with these ancient machines, if you like, the Edwardian cars and aero engine specials, you can never quite know what's going to happen, and we do get a few pulling off. But right now, this is a lovely battle that's going on for third place.
It's a three-way battle. Pittaway, Goff and Collins just in behind, and a change of position there because Goff goes past Pittaway. So he had a good race yesterday in the crit, and he's back heading for the podium. The air, unfortunately, tyre has run off the rims.
Yeah, we've seen that before, haven't we?
We have. Last year we had it at the Romano, I think, going to chicane. Yes. The tyre came through, not the wheel.
Let's see if we actually spot it at the back left there. See, oh yeah, oh, the puncture, and then the tyre flies off. So that it seemed to be a puncture, didn't it?
Absolutely did, and in behind, getting on the dirt, on the dust, was the sunbeam of Marcus Black, who managed to keep it pointing the right way. Maybe Ben Collins in that cream Mercedes will be able to pick off Duncan Pittaway. Now, back markers always have a role to play, and this is Duncan Pittaway being overtaken by the crit. Well, that was a great move of momentum. But you know what? That was braking later that made that happen.
Yeah, they are cautious with each other, but that was well done. A bit more smoke coming out of that aero engine on the Fiat, but it's still holding on to third place for the moment. So there's your race leader. What's the gap? Let's see what the gap as they come over the line. 3.6 seconds, and the gap between the speed is about 3 seconds. Again, we'll just have to see. It's a bit less than 3 seconds, actually. So I don't know. I think Julian might be able to hold on, you know.
He might. Pipped not once, but twice last year, so lost out on the aggregate to Mark Walker. But this time, Mark is going to have to hope and pray there's a back marker, something that will just arrest the progress of Julian Majoub. Julian has fewer horsepower to play with, so he's got to use his momentum more. If that is interrupted, a car trying to keep out of the way accidentally gets in the way. So halfway round the lap they go, and Mark Walker, you know, the body angle is absolutely clear that he's attacking. His fastest lap yesterday was a 1 minute 56. He's already down to a 1 minute 53.2, so going better and better. But as they get to St Mary's, surely that gap is too much for him to haul in. Half a lap to go. He's already gained second and a quarter, but he needs to find another 2 and a bit before the checkered flag.
It's always amazing, isn't it, when you look, I mean, we saw that tyre come off the other car, but how narrow these tyres are from that period. This is the sort of size of tyre they would have used. Compare that to a modern Formula 1 car, and it couldn't be more opposite, could it?
No, it couldn't, and it's really about trying to maximise the grip, and you can see the constant changing of angle of attack from Mark Walker. He's getting much closer. He's got a better exit from Lavant. He's going through the kink now. Oh my gosh, he always has to brake earlier than the Sunbeam, but he should get his nose in front. Here comes the kink.
Here we go. This is a battle really beginning for the win here, and Mark Walker's got alongside, but you may well see Julian come back down the inside through this section because he can be quicker through the corners, but Mark's got that position. Absolutely vital. Can Julian try and challenge coming into the chicane? I don't think he's going to be able to this time because Mark Walker made a better start, and although Julian can't do much, look at the speed as they come out of the chicane. Once again, Mark Walker has taken victory. It's 1-1 this year after Mark won both by tiny amounts, but of course the outright victory for the event depends on who was first by
how much
amount.
yesterday. Right, the margin that needed to be defended was 2.25 seconds, so incoming just under 1 seconds down. Julien Majoub has just had enough in the bag to take the aggregate victory.
Wow.
But they would have loved that. And also, Duncan Pittaway's had to fight really hard. Finishing in third place is the great run from Neil Goff, but here we go. Drivers who've raced against each other so many times. The theatre Duncan Pittaway will take fourth. In behind, Ben Collins will come in fifth. And Huey Walker there with the yellow and red helmet, son of Mark Walker, comes through to take 7th place, just behind Collins.
Yeah, James Collins got the 6th place in the end. So here we are. This is how it worked at the end for Mark Walker to win this race. But what we think is that Julian will have won it outright because you have to add the 2 races together. Look at the times, and it looks as though Julian may have got the advantage. But what a wonderful performance this was by Mark Walker to make the pass going into Woodcote Corner on the final lap. We thought that he'd probably do it on the Exeter chicane, as we saw last year a couple of times. This time, just that little bit earlier, using the straight line speed. Wonderfully done, and he won by 1.7 seconds. But as you're saying, Julian had a slightly bigger lead yesterday. So when you add the 2 together, then it does look as though Julian's going to be the outright winner. But congratulations to Mark for taking the victory today. I rather love the fact that it's 1 each. In a way, that's how it feels. They've won 1 apiece. The gaps were so minimal between them.
And I think also with such an intense battle between the pair, cars could hardly be more different, the way they deliver their performance. I was just so glad we didn't have any interruption from a back marker, because we've seen in a couple of races you've had a brilliant battle, and unfortunately they've caught someone who can't get out of the way through the chicane. It's so super narrow and it can compromise the battle. Today it didn't, and again, it's just been such a show from these Edwardian racers. They draw a smile wherever they race, but they really do go so well around here. It's a circuit where overtaking can be done, and don't drive home like that, everybody.
That's a gear change. That's how difficult this is. So it's only 2 gears, and that was going back down to the shortest gear. That's how you have to change gear, and that's why he's so slow away from the line in some ways, you know.
So the crowd, as ever, giving a wave, and Mark Walker and Julien Majoub waving back in turn. Their cars now just starting to turn right, come off the circuit. There's Mark just leading into Parc Fermé. And always when you get these drivers, they get out with such a smile on their face, because it's rare to race these cars, and they are great entertainers.
Yeah, it's lovely to see the vision, and Duncan Pittaway is giving a great wave to everybody in that Fiat. I noticed when I went down into the paddock earlier, he had the bonnet area all taken off, and people were just around the car looking at this ridiculously tall engine, massive engine, and it's wonderful to see. Finished 4th place in the end, but a great 3rd place for Neil Goff. You just saw Neil driving in there, actually, so well done to Neil, who's done a fantastic job, and I think he really enjoyed that one.
And he's 3rd on aggregate, actually, across the 2. I've done a little bit of hasty maths.
Well done. So he'll be very pleased about that. So Mark Walker's the winner today. He just got it. So let's go down and hear from him with Ed Foster.
Well, a slight role reversal there from yesterday. Just let Mark get his glasses off and helmet. Was that a huge sigh of relief when you came in?
Oh, hello.
Well, I mean, roles reversed today. What a cracking effort.
Yeah, but that was good. I did a less bad start this time. I tried to concentrate a bit harder at the start, and then the traffic wasn't as bad. But by the time I got rid of whoever was in front of me, Julian was quite a way ahead, and then I really had to try quite hard. And I can't. Do you know if how we are on aggregate? I've no idea.
I think, sadly, Julian's got it by just under a second.
Oh, well, never mind. It was great.
Why do we call it 1-1?
Well, okay. Why do we do that? Yeah, brilliant.
Well done, Mark.
Thank you very much. Thanks.
Let's go and find the other protagonist. Here he is, Julian. Julian, it was a tough one. I mean, so close, but
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure you've won on aggregate by under a second.
Well, that's all right then, isn't it? Yeah. Yes, on I think the second lap, I saw a Delage on there. There were lots of yellow flags, and I thought, oh, have I slowed down enough? Should I, what the heck? And then when I came to the chicane, I couldn't remember where second gear was, so I kind of lost a bit there. But when Mark was catching me, I let him go on the outside so he had the right line and all that sort of stuff. I didn't want to ruin his day,
Well, very polite, much politer than some of these touring cars.
Well, I mean, that's a whole other story, yeah.
Well done, Julian.
Thanks a lot.
Right, let's find Neil. Here he is, very usefully sat in his car. Neil, cracking effort on the podium. I mean, doesn't get much better.
No, it's been an amazing couple of days, actually. It's only my second year fully racing. The car's going really well, and I'm thoroughly enjoying it. Yeah, great fun. I
mean, it's like nothing else. It's just to explain exactly, kind of try and sort of give us an idea of what it's like.
Whoa, you can't really describe it, really. It's edge of your seat driving. You're going as fast as the car will go, as fast as your brain will let you go, and you're trying to cut the best line possible to try and keep up with these two guys, amazing drivers in front. And I can't believe actually coming third, to be honest with you. So I'm over the moon. Yeah.
Cracking effort. Well done.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Well, there we are. That was a lovely result for Neil, and I think he did a great job. So the result of that race, Mark Walker, the winner by 1.7 seconds from Julian Majoub. Neil Goff in third place, then Duncan Pittaway. Ben Collins in fifth this time, having got the third place yesterday. James Collins in sixth place for the Hudson, just on the line pretty much over Hughie Walker, who finished seventh. Then John Paulson, Les Searle and Julian Grimwade in the Oakland Romano Demon Special. That was a good one to see. Another Hudson up there in 11th place of Ian Balmforth, and further down the list we had that real mixed of machinery, the Theophile Schneider, the Bianchi Sunbeam Tourist Trophy, a couple of the Sunbeams in that, the Star Raglan Cup of Alan Herndon in 19th place, and Jonathan Bradshaw in 20th. So a really enjoyable time. Let's have a little look back at the highlights as they can now celebrate what has been a really interesting day. So Bruce, today's race, as ever, it's about the start, and you are certainly a bit more impressed with the way that Mark got away from the middle this time.
Yeah, well, he effectively came level with the second row as they got up to the first corner. Yesterday, he's down on about row 4, put him with about 8 cars between him and the silver Sunbeam Indianapolis, leading away from pole yesterday and again today in the hands of Julian Majoub. Great start from Duncan Pittaway in the giant Fiat, going quickly into third and then into second place, but it all was about how quickly Mark Walker was going to come up the order.
Yeah, and this was a very good getaway for Duncan Pittaway, smoking away in front of everybody else. So they were trying to see where they were going, but actually the vision was quite clear. Julian Majoub, as ever, doing his own job up front. He's all rather on his own for quite a long time until we get to the very end of the race. That was Mark getting past Neil Goff, but Neil was still in the game throughout, and he was due to catch Duncan Pittaway a little bit later, but we had some wonderful shots from the onboard on that Darracq that was now forcing its way forward.
Yeah, but then it's a very large car when you want trying to pass the beast that you're in, the Fiat S76, 28-litre monster sitting up high, and then no bodywork whatsoever for Mark Walker as he gave chase in the land speed record, chasing Darracq. He could see race leader Julian Majoub going away, but he couldn't find a way past Duncan Pittaway for quite some while, but he didn't back off at all. Looking, turning the wheel, trying to get a balance. 200 horsepower racer. Great racing up and down the order, but all along Julian Majoub was escaping at the front. Mark Walker just had to get into second place and then give chase. But when he did get into second place, he was 8 seconds down. It seemed like a mountain to climb, but he was the man for the job.
A nice little view of Alex Herndon there in the Star Raglan Cup. We saw the tyre flying off. That was a little bit of a shocker, wasn't it, for Tom Wood? Thankfully, managed to get away without any damage to the rest of the car. And then we saw the change for the lead as Mark Walker went round the outside. And as Julian said, he gave him the racing line. He certainly did. It was very polite. But Mark was always going to get in front at this point because he'd made a pretty decent start. So Mark Walker came through to take victory in the second of the SF Edge Trophy races. Combining the two, then you see that actually Julian had the slight advantage as a result of both of them coming across the line so close together in both races. And we've seen some tremendous battles between them over the last few years.
Well, it's been absolutely brilliant and great battling up and down the field, every shape and size of car imaginable, and that's why these Edwardian races are just so incredibly popular.
So, great stuff. And Mark Walker, he is part of the Aubigny house, and Aubigny still down in the bottom spot at the moment on 11,221 points. Leading now, Darnley, and Methuen in third place, second position for Tubolton at this stage. So that's how the house system, we're getting a bit more towards the end of this members meeting, so we are definitely getting a little bit closer to what that's going to be. So that's fun to see. Always excellent to see the SF Edge Trophy, and now we're going for something just rather more modern because we're getting into the Gordon Murray cars that are coming back out on circuit. And we're just getting a chance to see some of the most modern machinery that is now coming out from the Gordon Murray machineries. Lovely to see, and just coming in, just come into the pits, but we will see a bit more action from them in just a moment. And I'm joined by director for the Gordon Murray engineering system, and just trying to find my bits and pieces here right now at the moment, so we'll get myself sorted out. It's all a bit of a rush from one day to another. But it's lovely to see that we've got the T50S XP1. Nick Hoyle is with me. Thank you, Nick, for coming along to explain a little bit more about what we're seeing out on track.
A pleasure, thank you for having me. So what we can see on track now is T33. It's our second road car, second supercar from Gordon Murray Automotive. And you can see here the mule car we call James, being driven by Steve Hayes, our development driver. This is designed to the same attention to detail, the same exacting standards as T50, our first road car that you'll have seen here. So all about driver involvement, all about performance, lightweight, and exceptional pure design.
It's a beautiful piece of kit. I mean, of course, Gordon Murray Automotive, you've been creating some wonderful machines in both the 33 and the 50. Slightly different sort of concepts to both. Just explain the different concepts to them.
So this car here, T33, a slightly more relaxed, slightly more comfort-orientated sports car than T50. It keeps a two-seat side-by-side seating position. Still a mid-engined sports car with that fantastic V12 from Cosworth. You can hear screaming away there.
They both have that same V12 Cosworth, but they're tuned to slightly different levels, aren't they?
Yes, that's right. So we've this car's got slightly more torque, slightly more relaxed. So we've taken 1,000 RPM off the top, still 11,000 RPM, mind. It keeps a fantastic response that this engine is famous for, and it really helps make it a fantastic, amazing, involving driving experience.
So it's very much built as a special road car. It's not built as a track car. I mean, the T50 we've got out today is much more of a track car, isn't it?
Yeah, that's right. So T50S, which we saw just a few moments ago, that is our track-focused supercar. So that isn't road legal at all, and is intended to be the most exciting driving experience on track that you can possibly have. Lots of downforce, lots of power, but this car is absolutely a road car. And we kind of think that given that slightly more usable every day, slightly more relaxed character than T50, that if you've only got one supercar, we say this is the one to have.
Why is it all coloured up like this?
Yes, camouflage. It doesn't really show it off to its best, actually, to be honest with you, but a mule car like this is for doing some very early engineering and development work. So we've got a car doing engine management calibration for drivability and emissions work. We've got another car out in Finland doing ABS ESP work on the snow at the moment as well. And also we've got started our ride and handling programme and also a heat management programme. The cars have been fantastic out of the box, actually. It's been very, very encouraging indeed. And so we've actually been able to do some more development work than we planned to at this particular stage of the programme. The camouflage is there because it's a mule car.
No, that's fair enough. I do love the sound of this V12. I mean, it's a beautiful noise.
It's a beautiful noise, yes, both exhaust and induction noise. You can see here we've got the intake snorkel just above the cabin. There, the driver gets a real growl from the intake snorkel there when he's driving along, and also the exhaust note, as you can hear, shrieking away. It's really fantastic.
Yeah, but you work on that, don't you? It's all part of the engineering side to actually get the sound right as well as the performance.
Absolutely right.
Yeah.
Fortunately, we don't have to work too hard with this engine. It's so fantastic. It gives all that sound and feedback straight out. But yes, we want to make sure the driver hears it.
It is rather fun. We've just watched some of the oldest cars that could be racing here at Goodwood, well over 100 years old. They sound rather different.
Rather different.
But isn't it fun that we, as car fans, we can enjoy cars that are right back from the early 1900s, right up to the very latest that you're creating out of the latest technology?
That's right, over 100 years between them, of course, and it kind of bookends that motorsport, doesn't it, and sports cars there. So yeah, it's fantastic to see. I do love those Audrain cars myself, actually, watching the guys hang out of the cockpit and manhandle it around.
Yeah, it's a very, very different way of having a road car. But as we were talking about earlier, they often do get driven on the road as well. But yeah, thank you very much. It's been really enjoyable to see the Gordon Murray specials coming up. We'll stay with it for a moment. So let's just have a little bit. You can talk to us if we've got some highlights of the car out on track. So yeah, we're still focusing on the T33, and you can see how controllable it is as well.
That's right, yes. Steve does love to show off, actually, and we do rib him about that. But yeah, very controllable, and you can see just the amount of angle you can get in the car and still bring it back. That's all that control, the driver involvement, exactly what we're going for, really.
Yeah, it's great that we've got a lovely dry day here at Goodwood, of course. That helps. There's the T50 that we were... So that is very much a track day car, isn't it?
It is a track day car, so it's not road legal. As you can see, we've got fantastic aero on the car, a massive front splitter there, some dive planes, barge boards on the side to manage airflow down the side of the car, and that huge rear wing. They're based on an old Brabham road car, and of course the fan at the back helping with the downforce too.
And Dario Franchitti was driving
at
that,
the wheel,
course.
yes, that's right, yeah.
Yeah, all part and parcel of the Gordon Murray Automotive. So thank you very much. It's been great to have you with us explaining a little bit more about the cars, and it's been wonderful to watch them out on track and definitely listening to that beautiful V12. That's it from our Gordon Murray Automotive cars right now. And now we're building up to the next race at the Goodwood Members Meeting, and you're looking at Nigel Greensall in a Lotus as he's heading around as they head towards the grid right now. But what we're looking at here is the Graham Hill Trophy for closed cockpit GT cars, raced up till 1966. And although we were looking at a Lotus briefly, actually what we're expecting to see really going well are cars such as the AC Cobras, the Jaguar E-Types. You'll see quite a few there. There's a bunch. There's an E-Type Jaguar at the front of the group, then the AC Cobras. Some really powerful machines. Let's look at a bit more of an explanation of the Graham Hill Trophy. So here we are, getting ready for the Graham Hill Trophy. Cars coming up onto the grid. Some gorgeous machinery, of course, and that's one of the many AC Cobras, but that's the one that is starting on pole position. That's Alex Buncombe, who will be starting from pole position on the number 64 AC Cobra. Then Miles Griffiths is alongside with the TVR Griffith in the middle of the front row, and then we've got the Bizzarini. And in fact, I see, Bruce, we've got both the Bizzarinis in a good view, because there's one on the front, one on the second row.
Yeah, the darker red one, car number 1, is on the front row for James Thorpe, and Adrian Wilmot tucked in behind with his. But really, you look at the front couple of rows of the grid, it's all about cubic inches. It's about grunt. We saw very fleetingly at the start as the cars came on the track, the little Lotus Elan, the best place of the Lotus Elan, so that's treble 3 with Nigel Greenstall starting from 7th position. But go through the makes at the top: AC Cobra, TVR Griffith, Bizzarini 5300 GT, another TVR Griffith, another Bizzarini, and the delicate, beautiful Porsche 904 Carrera RS. So it's 2 delicate cars, equivalent, in the front few rows, but the front 2 rows is a lockout for grunt.
Absolutely, and we shall see how it goes from the start. And the 2 front cars, actually, that one there, Alex Buncombe, that did pole at a 124.6. Miles Griffiths alongside did a 124.9, so about half a second between. But then there's a bit of a bigger gap to James Thorpe with the Bizzarini. But this is such a beautiful machine. You can see the other one behind, so you've got the slightly darker one and then the lighter one. You're looking at Alex Buncombe. Alex always very, very rapid around here at Goodwood, and his delivery in qualifying was superb. If he gets off the line well, he's going to be tough to beat today.
Yeah, but he was very, very quickly onto the pace in practice. The rest was some distance behind, but that TVR with Miles Griffith definitely got onto the pace as it went towards the end. Another lap in practice, and we don't know how the grid would have shaped out. But you go a little bit further down, you start getting into the realms of yet more AC Cobras. We've got Jaguar E-Type lightweights, you've got Chevrolet Corvette Stingrays, you go further back, you've got the Morgan SLR, a Shapecraft Lotus Elan, and then Mustangs, about 3 with that American racing livery of white with the 2 broad blue stripes over the top. So fantastic looking cars, but it's the front 2 rows, the top 5 cars that seem to have all the grunt.
Indeed, so that's as expected, lots more American-style machinery with powerful motors, but we've got a good mix of European cars in there as well. And we mentioned Nigel Greenstall, the little Lotus, you can see it on the 3rd row, middle of the 3rd row, right amongst some of the powerful machines, and he's up against Ollie Bryant, which is going to be a fun battle between the 2 of them. They're both very, very talented drivers, and they're both in cars that are not quite as powerful as those around them. Ollie Bryant's in the Porsche 904 Carrera GTS. Definitely doesn't have the power of the AC Cobras, etc., but it's got wonderful handling. So it's all going to be a lovely mix to watch. You can just see just going through the pale blue little Lotus. Then we've got some more of the AC Cobras and some of the E-Types. The E-Types, particularly if we get any rain, I hope we don't get any rain, it's lovely dry, but E-Types are always very good in the rain, aren't they?
Oh, they absolutely come skipping forward. But in terms of handling, probably the biggest beasts of all are those 2 TVR Griffiths, 2nd and 4th on the grid, literally square in terms of their wheelbase. They're as wide as they're long, and the middle of the front row, that's the white and black car of Miles Griffiths, and then the blue metallic one on the 2nd row is Mike Whitaker's. They are masters of these cars, but they are super, super twitchy.
Yeah, they are. So let's see how it goes. So here's the lineup on the grid. Alex Buncombe on that pole position with the AC Cobra, ahead of Miles Griffiths with the TVR Griffith, and then James Thorpe in the Bizzarini. Then Mike Whitaker and Adrian Wilmot, followed up by Ollie Bryant and Nigel Greenstall, as I mentioned, the Porsche versus the Lotus. Murray Shepherd up there, another AC Cobra. Bill Shepherd in his Shelby Cobra, and first of the Jaguar E-Types is William Paul. So that's down in 10th place on the grid. And then we go slightly further back, obviously. Saif Hassan, another AC Cobra, a whole bunch of them. Richard Mines in his E-Type. And then we've got the first of the Chevy Corvette Stingrays, Marco Attard there. A few more of the Elans, Ross Hyatt and Alex Montgomery. And heading back down the hill, we've got Nick Sleep in one of the Shelby Mustangs. Those are super powerful as well. Down the rest of the list, another of the Lotus Elans, the Shapecraft version of Robin Ellis. Watch Keith Arlers is down at 29th place. I saw him earlier, came to say hello. He got invited to this event. He hadn't realised that the Morgan was going to be up against quite such competitive machinery. He's never been that far down on the grid before, he said. But of course the Morgan, it's a lovely looking car, but it has nothing like the power or performance of the AC Cobras and the E-Types.
It's almost like a digit's gone missing for the power that he needs, but again, that's a car where precision is rewarded. He knows he doesn't have the grunt, but there, you've had his car second from last. It's the dark green car, just ahead of that glorious looking white and yellow Porsche that brings up the rear with Yukinori Suzuki at the wheel, Porsche 906.
Yeah, that's right. It's lovely to see Yukinori Suzuki in that car once again. But as you say, the number 29 machine, that is the one of Keith Arlers, who has done some great stuff here at Goodwood in the past. He has a wonderful collection. He is a Morgan man through and through. But he is a good driver too. I tell you what, he's a pacey driver, but the car is just not going to be competitive against some of this massive machinery that's up the front. Right, we're getting ready for the Graham Hill Trophy, and everybody pretty much in position now, so that we're getting ready for this 25-minute race. Single driver, it's going to be flat out all the way. We've got the onboards with Nigel Greensall. Let's wait, the power's on, away we go, and it's a good start from pole position, and it's a poor start from James Thorpe in the Vittorini, but Alex Buncombe from pole is soaring into the lead. Miles Griffiths is following him to second place. You're on board with Nigel Greensall now in the little Lotus as he tries to take advantage, and somebody just ran wide outside of him there. Whether that's going to come back, I think it has come back, yes, so that's all right. Is that safe for some? He's had a good start, because that's number 7, and he started down in 11th place, so he's got away well.
Yeah, just looking on board with Nigel Greensall. Beautiful precision through the first two corners, the first part of Patrick and the second, but then the grunt as the rest of the field came past on the rush down towards Ford Water. Up front, though, Miles Griffiths in the white and black TBRs keeping our pole sitter, Alex Buncombe, very, very honest indeed. Going to look up the inside. Oh, into Madrick, backs out of that.
I'll tell you what, though, third place, Murray Shepherd has come from the third row. That's pretty impressive. He was 8th on the grid, and Murray Shepherd now running in third position.
Yeah, I think what happened with James Thorpe struggling to get away in the dark red Vittorini from the outside the front row, it bunched everyone up behind, so you get winners and losers in that. If the car in front suddenly blocking you, you've got to back off a little bit. Nigel Greensall hasn't got the power, but when he gets down to the next corner, which is Woodcote, he should close in onto the yellow tail of that Vittorini. That's much heavier, much more grunt, but therefore has to be doing the braking earlier. Look how neat and precise Nigel Greensall is working the wheel of that little Elan.
Yeah, we'll keep an eye on that to see what he can do in that little group. There's Mike Whittaker. Mike sort of got maybe a bit held up, I don't know, because he didn't quite make the start either that he was hoping for. The rest of them coming over the line. See, Ollie Bryant is actually just behind Greensall as well. Up front, it's Alex Buncombe, who has that advantage by just under a second over Miles Griffiths. Still pretty close. There's the Vittorini of Adrian Wilmot, putting some pressure now under the number 3, Murray Shepherd, who made that great start. There is Nigel Greensall that's got the onboard camera, so when we go on board, that's the little car. Here you are. Here's a replay in the little Lotus. Let's have a look at this, Bruce, and see how it went, because we did see that rather poor getaway from James Thorpe on the left there.
Yes, and those behind had to really adjust their line, and certainly one of them went past. It was the other Vittorini. It was Adrian Wilmot, tire smoking away, but then it was about just staying on the inside line. Now look at this moment. It looks though great positioning for Nigel Greensall, but alas, as if pulled by elastic rope, the AC Cobra in front pulled way clear as they rush down to Ford Water. As we get the first two now starting to make their break, Alex Buncombe is pushing on, but second place Miles Griffiths, and then comes Murray Shepherd. Adrian Wilmot will want to get fast. He's faster, was faster in his practice, and so Mike Whittaker in the blue metallic TVR also wants to get past that AC Cobra.
James Thorpe also in the other Vittorini is trying to now get back up after that rather poor start. It's dropped him all the way down to 7th place, so he was on the front row. Didn't get away well. He's still down a long way. He's down in 7th place. 1, 2. So you've got 3rd there, 4th, 5th. That's the top 5, and there could be a change for 4th position. Not quite. A little bit of an attack coming up from Mike Whittaker there in the number 86 car. And then behind them, we do have Bill Shepherd, and then behind Bill, then we've got the number 1, James Thorpe. That's the one that lost out so much, down in 7th place.
Well, the first two cars, Alex Buncombe and Miles Griffiths, are pulling clear. They were separated by 9/10 of a second then. They've got a 4-second margin. There they are, first and second. The number 64 AC Cobra, cool, calm, collected. Alex Buncombe, such an excellent racer of historic cars and always such a smooth individual, which isn't the easiest job to achieve with an AC Cobra, a car that people compare many a time to a horse that's quite willful and may want to buck you off.
Absolutely right. Alex, as you say, a very experienced driver, part of a family that's part of motorsport for many, many years. He started racing in the British Formula Renault in the early 2000s, but quickly went into GT racing, very effective in that. There in the background, I'm just keeping an eye on James Thorpe, the second of these two you're looking at in the Bizzarini. And then we're looking at Nigel Greensall, who's coming under more pressure from Ollie Bryant. These two very different cars, the Lotus versus the Porsche, both much less powerful than many of the cars around them. Both super talented drivers. This could turn out into be a wonderful little duel between them.
Yeah, you can see how hard they were pushing, because Nigel Greensall isn't known as the last of the breakers for nothing, but he really went beyond his braking point into Woodcote, locked up a bit, but kept the Lotus Elan in line. The pit board being pulled up as the front-running cars come through. Bill Shepherd's working so hard in the bright 47 AC Cobra, bright orangey red, and tucked in behind, still trying to make up for his poor start, is James Thorpe in the dark red. Bizzarini looking to find its way past, but these cars have so much grunt, so he's not going to get it before the next corner.
Side by side, Bryant has got past. Yeah, he's managed to get past Nigel Greensall. Ollie Bryant taking advantage there, and Ollie Bryant, who's taken many victories here over the years at Goodwood in all sorts of different cars, and last year, for example, third place in the RAC TT in the Cobra, having led before the rain came out. He's in a slightly less powerful car this time, but he's just gained a place. But the top two are still close, and interestingly, the second place car, Griffiths, did set the fastest lap last time around.
Yeah, it's gone from 0.9 of a second to 0.7 of a second as the Griffith close in. I think their battle could yet be sorted towards the end of the race. They've got the pace, oh gosh, very, very deep into chicane from race leader Alex Buncombe, but I think it could be back markers that may cost someone some position on the circuit, but certainly the first two. Actually, a better exit from the chicane, so it's over a second now. 1.012 second for Alex Buncombe, leading the 64 AC Cobra, and in behind the number 180 Griffith TVI. Now this is a replay of the move where the Porsche with Ollie Bryant decided outside good, inside better. So took the inside line, moved past Nigel Greensall, got the move done into Ford Water, and at that point you think, oh, nothing much to do, except we've got St Mary's coming next.
We do indeed, but they're still trying to catch up. They're not far off. Bill Shepherd in the very powerful AC Cobra. You can see they're trying to close that gap. Largely control, and there is an opportunity they might both gain a few more places before the end of this race.
Yeah, they may all do. A lap ago we saw the Bizzarini getting past. That was James Thorpe, who started third, fell to seventh after that poor start. Now he's moving up the order a bit, and he's very quickly dropped Bill Shepherd. Then wonderful mix, if you like, American muscle cars, two Corvette Stingrays, and tucked in behind two Shelby GT 350s, iconic race livery, white with those big blue broad stripes over the roof and down the trunk.
Lovely to see this. They are rather a long way down the order, I have to say. James Alexander is in number 22, and he's down in 28th position. Number 44 is John Hugenholtz, with the great heritage of motorsport, of course, from Holland. And
motorsport and circuit design, don't forget Zandvoort, and then the cousin Suzuka.
That's right, yeah, all part of the family, those track designs, but they are right down towards the back. But then you've got the Corvettes having this great battle as well. Rob Jarvis numbered in the number 2 machine, and then we've got the number 80 of Stuart Morley. There's not much to choose between them, but we're back with the leaders, and in fact on this last lap, fastest lap's gone back the other way.
Right, they're about to get up with traffic, because we've got the Yukinori Suzuki Porsche in front of them, far less horsepower. Hopefully the Japanese driver will stay on the left of the circuit, and just a little pause there from the race leader, from Alex Buncombe. Wanted to be sure that he'd been spotted, and I think that no one gained or lost to the lead duo. So it's a 25-minute race. We've got 5 laps completed, 17 minutes remain, under a second between the race leading AC Cobra and Miles Griffiths giving chase and pushing hard, trying to keep the tail of that TBR Griffith in check in second place.
It's fascinating. Both these drivers started their careers in sort of single-seater racing and then got into historic racing and have done brilliantly well over the years. It's got a lovely E-Type battle going on slightly further back. Richard Mines is in the number 111, both chasing after Saif Hassam, who'd made that really good start earlier on. William Paul is at the back of the group in another of the E-Types, and then he's actually doing a little dive, trying to get past, not quite happening. Richard Mines holding on for the moment. Isn't it beautiful to see the E-Types up against the AC Cobra? So, of course, the AC had British heritage and that the AC was a British company, but the Cobra with American power. The Jaguars, of course, all put together in the UK. Never quite the same horsepower that the Cobra has created.
No, but they always had the handling. AC Cobras took a while to get the handling coming good, and you can see that handling being used very well indeed by Richard Mines to get the poise and move on up in the treble one E-Type. But then, of course, when they exit the chicane, left the door wide open there, but I didn't expect the AC Cobra to dive to the inside. The grunt from the Cobra should propel it at least alongside on the start-finish straight, and tucked it behind William Paul. Fancying some action. That was a little too close.
You're right, though. He's got the straight line speed, and he's going to have a go at getting back. But with that inside line, yeah, Richard Mines has done well there. He's just held the inside line through the corner. No doubt about it, the E-Type's got that little bit more speed through the corner, but they're now coming up to another section which is pretty much flat out. Interestingly, the next right-hander, in some cars it is completely flat out. Some of the really powerful machines, you do have to brake a little. You did see the brake lights coming on there on the E-Type.
I always know when people have raced a lot of times at Goodwood, they say, well, Ford Water, it's not really a corner. When I've driven it, it very much is a corner, but it drops away as well from the apex into a bit of a compression. Then you've got to get it all scooped up and tidy, ready to enter St Mary's.
That's right. And this is a nice, lovely section where it drops you away. Now, look, Nigel Greenhill's got a chance of getting back to Ollie Bryant. So we saw Ollie Bryant pass him a little while ago in the Porsche, but Nigel Greenhill's not giving up. He's towing him down to Woodcote. Is there an opportunity here? But, of course, they've got to do some lapping as well, so that sort of closes up where he can go.
Yeah, and they're both catching the car in front, which is Bill Shepherd in the bright orangey red AC Cobra, just turning in and out of the chicane, gets so close to the wall, all of them there, over the curbing. You don't want too much curbing, it unsettles the cars. But then, of course, the Lotus Elan lose out every time, not so much to the Porsche in front, but definitely to the Cobra of Bill Shepherd, which now is just turning into Madrid Corner.
Yeah, so is there going to be another opportunity? Oh, look at that big slide for Ollie Bryant. Going out wider than you sort of normally expect, but he's holding on to it very, very well. Alex Buncombe is still our race leader with an advantage of just over 1 second from Miles Griffiths. We have just over 14 minutes still to go, plenty of time for some of this action to get even tighter. We've got this little battle further down the... This is way down, this is for 25th, but just look how close it is between all these American machines.
Yeah, they started on the penultimate and the grid and the row in front, and these four cars still tied together. The only change, in fact, has been James Alexander going ahead of John Hugenholtz to be the better place, those two Shelby GT350 Mustangs, and again the poise, the balance, but the rear shot in historic racing is always so fantastic because the cars are always short on grip, equally short on grip, but of course the tail will come round and nobody really complains when you're watching that.
No, that's right. It's lovely to see those Shelby Mustangs. We saw so many Mustangs out earlier, of course, and they produced a wonderful race, but the link between Shelby, the man who had created the AC Cobras, he then did a deal with a further deal, if you like, with Ford, strong links, and they started building the Shelby Mustangs at a factory near the Los Angeles airport, and it really did work. They got the cars on track, and it was actually about beating the Corvettes. That's why they created them.
No, exactly so, and I don't think a day went past in the life of Carroll Shelby in which a deal was not done, and bear in mind he was instrumental in developing the Ford GT40s from a car that Ford was desperate to use to beat Ferrari to one that actually could do so.
Yeah, so the work that Carroll Shelby did, we celebrated him last year, actually. That was a lovely anniversary, and a remarkable man, great driver. He was a top level driver, but also then the processes he put together to create some of the wonderful cars that we still see here. Lovely to watch. So a few more Lotuses out there. That's Alex Montgomery and another of the Lotus Elans. Lotus always a very effective racing machine, run by Colin Chapman, of course, the company that was so successful in the world of motorsport, but then creating road cars that would also go racing competitively. Now, oh, change of lead. We've just seen a mistake from Alex Buncombe, and this is what happened. Miles Griffiths nipped through. Miles Griffiths has just got through. We've got the spin as well for the number 78 E-Type. Whoa, round and round.
Well, has someone dropped some liquid? That was William Paul going from move. Now, was this because of bank markers and just a misread from our race leader, Alex Buncombe? Did he have to adjust his line? He recovered remarkably well. He's still in second place, but certainly that means Murray Shepherd will be a little bit closer in third. But now, unfortunately for him, he's stuck behind that wonderful four-car battle between the Corvette Stingrays and the Mustangs. He's picking his way through that. He's still got one of the Corvettes points to put behind him, but one little slip up and suddenly a lead of what? It was a second. He's had a 3.5 second swing. Actually, could have been a whole lot more than that, but he's lost the lead.
Well, that is amazing. Oh, that was all a bit close as well, but that really has helped Miles Griffiths. He's now leading the race by quite a decent margin. So for Alex Buncombe to come back, this is going to be hard work. He's going to have to push. Still 11 minutes to go, and he'll be fired up. When something like that happens, it picks up the adrenaline even more. He'll be pushing so hard to try and chase down the gap. We'll keep an eye on what that gap is as they come over the line.
Yeah, now there is that question, was he giving 100% before? Because he had just gradually got away, he'd been thinking about tyre life, he thought maybe I've got the measure of Miles Griffiths in the TVR, and if either of those cars are going to be one that consumed its tyres, you'd suggest it'd be the twitchier one, the TVR Griffiths, so you'd expect the AC Cobra, when driven brilliantly by Alex Buncombe, to be comfortable in the lead, but one little slip, and back we go.
And actually it's interesting because the gap is just under 2 seconds between them, but it was Buncombe who was quicker on that last lap. So you're right, I think there is just that little bit more speed potentially. Let's go back on board with Nigel Greensall as he is trying to get back past Ollie Bryant. These two, this race is going to go all the way to the flag, I think, and it's all about just getting the positioning right. Try not to make a mistake. Well, Nigel, you almost ended up on the grass there.
What a shame there was a spy in the cab for Nigel Greensall, but both of them are catching Bill Shepherd in that bright orange number 47 AC Cobra. And again, these battles could be decided by back markers, but the two cars, the Elan and the Porsche, just don't have the grunt of the AC Cobra, but they certainly have the handling, and those drivers, Ollie Bryant and Nigel Greensall, making the very, very most of that.
Yeah, it is great fun to watch. Nigel Greensall, winner of 15 national and European racing championships over his years, and he raced 24 hours at Le Mans, got a fastest lap for a TV in a TVR, didn't he?
Yeah, when TVR dipped its toe in the water. But, you know, when you look across a driver's CV, lots of drivers win races, but very few win championships, and even fewer win multiple championships. So Nigel Greensall certainly has had an illustrious career thus far.
Yeah, and over 100 lap records in his career as well. Not that they all still hold, of course, but he's taken... Look at this, he's got alongside. He's got alongside Ollie Bryant, giving Ollie a little wave, but I'm not sure he will still be in front. Let's see. Yeah, and he's got position at the moment. He's now checking his mirrors. Okay, Ollie, where are you going? Oh, he's actually waving him, is he, or not? No, he's holding him off at this point. Yeah, he's got the place. He's got the place. Little lock up on the right front, but he's still sorting it.
Oh, that's a classic moment to make a mistake, isn't it? When you just managed to get past and you're just looking in your mirrors, maybe a yard or two past your natural point of retardation into somewhere like Woodcote. But it was a great move. It was opportunistic.
Yeah, and it was also because the Cobra actually was slightly in the way, I think, for Ollie Bryant, and that gave him an opportunity, didn't it?
Yeah, because through the second part of lap, and that's the point at which, with the better handling, the smaller cars should be trying to eke an advantage. Just turning off ahead of the chicane is car number two. Sorry, number two, beg your pardon.
Yeah,
Rob Jarvis and the Nick Jarvis owned car.
Now they're doing some lapping. Oh, the E-Type goes off. That was a moment ago. Sorry, that E-Type went off, that they were just lapping. That was McFadden who made a little error. Thankfully, didn't get tied up. So still going well there, Ollie Bryant. But Ollie Bryant behind Nigel Greensall, but both of them still trying to take on Bill Shepherd. Now this is where things do vary a little bit, because if you have to end up lifting, oh, he's down the inside, oh, he's having a little lock, oh my goodness, that was tight.
What inside, Ben? The door was closed, but lock up in from the AC Cobra. Bill Shepherd will be getting a little warm under the collar now, and again the better exit from the second and the 11th corners, but
it's cost him a bit of speed.
It did, didn't it?
Yeah, and that's exactly what happened, I think, to Ollie Bryant last time. He had to lift a fraction on exit because of what the AC Cobra was doing, and now he's got the straight line speed that Nigel had last time, and I think, let's have a look. Oh no, he's just managed to get into the first apex just ahead. He's still in front.
What do? You have to try. Both these drivers know in the Porsche and the Lotus, if they lose momentum, it's a bit of a problem, but there's no point just sitting behind. They've got to try and unseat Bill Shepherd down the inside to Lavance, one of the best places to try, but as we saw, Shepherd closed the door. That meant into the first apex, the Lotus driver Nigel Greensall had to back off, and Ollie Bryant's been around the block enough times to know, hey, here comes a chance for me.
Oh, this is such an entertaining battle to watch, there's no doubt about it. Let me just tell you, up front, the gap between the leaders is coming down. Although on that last lap, Griffiths was actually quicker than Buncombe. The gap is 1.5 seconds, so it's not coming down very much. It was 1.9 a lap or two ago. It's down to 1.5, but as I say, on that last lap, they are doing some lapping though, bear in mind. And so sometimes you're not going to get the perfect lapping. And in fact, there is our race leader in the, as I say, lapping other traffic. Where is Buncombe? He's there, and he's lost a bit more, I think. Yeah, well, it's gone back up to 1.7 seconds.
Well, traffic giveth and it taketh away, but that time it was a save for Miles Griffiths, because it looked as though he just lost all the speed on the exit chicane, but keeping it going. In behind, we're starting to see a few cars with their tyres now starting to go off. There was a Mustang in the background going very, very wide, and Bill Shepherd, he has been passed. Earlier in the lap, he was starting to really understeer. The front washing away in St Mary's, and Ollie Bryant may have noticed that. 2 cars going past, because the Lotus Sedan is having a crack as well.
Yeah, he's done it. Nigel Greensell's got past the AC Cobra as well, as you said, but it is Ollie Bryant who has taken the advantage. Suzuki, Yukinori Suzuki getting so far out the way. I think he was all right. He was just getting very well out, in the background there with his car. But the AC Cobra won't give up yet, because it's so quick in a straight line. Nigel cutting him off to make sure he won't dive up the inside. So let's have a look at how this all happened then. Okay, so actually, this was all getting very, very tight. Ollie Bryant was at the back of the group, so Nigel Greensell goes up the inside of the AC Cobra, and then it's all sort of turned around the other way. Back with the leader, still lapping some of the slower cars, as is Alex Buncombe. Let's see what the gap is this time. It's going to be similar to what it was, I think, still around the 1.7 second mark. Over the line he goes. Oh, no, it's 1.49. So he's gained a little bit on that lap.
Gained a little bit, just I thought, advantage Miles Griffiths, but actually plenty of good acceleration, as you'd expect from the blue AC Cobra. Brought it down to just 1.5 second deficit. But we're into the final under 5 minutes remaining in this race. Corvette Stingray to be picked off, and every time Alex Buncombe, who remember was leading the race, I think got a little bit caught up with the back marker, had a sort of semi-spin, and that was the moment the TBR pounced and Miles Griffiths went to the lead. He'll be counting the laps down. He'll be trying to pick off the back markers, put someone between him and the Oppo, and the opposition right now is in that number 64 AC Cobra. Alex Buncombe pressing very hard indeed.
Yeah, fun to watch, there's no doubt about it. And as we go on board the drone that is giving us some wonderful pictures down at this section of the track, coming through St Mary's and down into Levant. You can see that sideways action that you get from many of the cars. Miles Griffiths still has the advantage at the moment as we go back on board with Nigel Greensell. So now they're ahead of Bill Shepherd. You can see him in the background, up ahead of him, and actually having pulled away a little bit this time, Ollie Bryant. These guys are now 7th place for Bryant, 8th place for Greensell. Bill Shepherd now has been pushed down to 9th, but the 2 Mustangs are still fighting each other hard, still down in the lower part of the whole thing, but it's great fun to see them competing against each other so close.
Yeah, at this point, when you've qualified 27th and 28th on the grid, the 2 Mustangs are John Hugenholtz and James Alexander. You're not expecting to go for race victory, but having a cracking battle between them. It's gone on from the very start of the race to now. The tail's whacking the dog a little bit more. The grip is starting to go away. This is a 25-minute race, but every bit of momentum that can be gathered by Miles Griffiths, he has to grab. He's now got 2 cars between his TVR leading the race and Alex Buncombe. He's working the traffic really, really well. He's counting it down. 3.25 minutes remain.
Well, is this going to run out of time for Alex Buncombe? It's going to be very difficult to close up this gap, but you never know how you're going to find traffic, and Miles Griffiths is trying to cope with that as best he can. He's getting through the traffic, I say, very effectively at this point. Wilmot has just, I see, gone up into 3rd place. Adrian Wilmot in the number 81 Pizzarini, he's got up into 3rd. They're a long way behind, but he has been battling away with Murray Shepherd, and that has been a little change in 3rd place.
Yeah, moved past Murray Shepherd, who had that fabulous start. It vaulted up from 8th on the grid up into 3rd place. Is now falling back a little bit, but there's no way these top 2 are going to be caught. They're 25, 26 seconds clear of the best of the rest, which is now the better place, the 2 Pizzerinis. Where's James Thorpe? He fell to 7th from 3rd. He's in 6th place, not likely to trouble them, though.
Yeah, I was just wondering how Miles Griffiths was going to cope actually into the chicane, because he had a car in front of him, but I think he's had a pretty clear run. Yeah, I can just see from the commentary box he's come through with a reasonable lead. We'll just see what the gap is again. Oh, it's gone back to 1.7. So I think that Miles Griffiths is in pretty safe form now with a 1.2 advantage over Alex Buncombe. They're still fighting their way through all of that traffic, still focusing on this battle. Well, a couple of battles going on. This one is way down the field, but it's still entertaining, no doubt, as James Alexander there, holding on. Now, this is Nigel Greensall going past one of these Mustangs that we've just been watching. Go through the inside, and then it's all pretty easy to get the second one too.
Yeah, that was the better place those Mustangs was James Alexander. The rear shots from Nigel Greensall's Lotus Elan. There it is, treble 3 on the screen. Back to Bill Shepherd's Cobra. Fantastic, because in historic racing, of course, particularly when the tyres start going off, they're sliding all over the place, and the Cobra is a massive handful. But Bill Shepherd is on top of that, not as much as Alex Buncombe is, because his Cobra, there it is, number 64, the dark blue metallic car, chasing after the bluff-tailed, as long as it's wide or as wide as it's long, TVR Griffith of Miles Griffith surely will get this one in the bag. It'll have this lap and one more to go.
Murray Shepherd has lost out a little bit on the last couple of laps, hasn't he? So I don't know whether he's got a bit of a problem with the car, but he's now dropped down to 5th place. Mike Whittaker has come up into 4th position. Bit of a block at the chicane. That will have cost him a bit of time. Let's just see. But I think as they go over the line, and they will be seeing the checker flag next time, it's still 1.7 seconds between Griffiths and Buncombe.
Their lap times are comparable to within a tenth of a second every lap, so that is why it's going to be very, very hard. And Miles Griffiths had one chance in this race and he grabbed it with both hands. A little bit of a sideways moment in traffic for race leader Alex Buncombe, and now he's stuck in behind the number 111 Richard Mines driven E-Type. Richard gets out of the way, but a little bit of momentum was cost there, and surely that will be enough, because this is the final lap.
It's looking good.
An enthralling Graham Hill Trophy race.
Yeah, it's looking good for Miles Griffiths. Always a lot of success here at Goodwood. He had a 3rd place in the Sussex Trophy last year, and he won the Madgwick Cup at Goodwood in 2022. He's had other major victories. A winner in GT40 at Spa with Gordon Shedden on one occasion. He's raced more than 20 different cars in his career, and I think he's rather enjoying his experience in this particular one. It's working out very, very well for Miles Griffiths in the TVR Griffith with his name.
Yeah, what's one letter between friends? Griffiths, but it's been spectacular, and again, it's just great to have two cars that look so incredibly different, trading lap times to within a tenth of a second. They're pulled way clear of the best of the rest. That's Audrain Motorsport having moved finally up into 3rd place, but here comes the run to the final flag.
The Graham Hill Trophy goes the way of Miles Griffith after a wonderful battle with Alex Buncombe, but it's Miles Griffith who has taken yet another victory here at Goodwood over the years, and that was beautifully done. They had such a great battle. Unfortunately, Alex Buncombe had that slide, got into a bit of trouble, sorted himself out. Now 3rd place is going to go to the Bizzarini, the number 81. I think that's going to be able to hold on quite comfortably in the end. Yes, it is. Adrian Wilmot is going to take 3rd in that glorious looking machine. Quite a rare car, of course, but...
Well, hold on a second.
Okay. Oh, no, you're right.
Murray Shepherd's come back up somehow on the final lap. I was looking for the black and white Cobra. Didn't expect to see it in front of Adrian Wilmot. Don't know what happened to Adrian. His lap pace did fall down a little bit, so maybe he suddenly had a problem. And Murray Shepherd, who'd gone down the order, came back up. He takes 4th place, but 3rd place, making it 2 TVRs in the top 3. Miles Griffiths wins in 1, and Mike Whittaker, along with Murray Shepherd, gain from whatever happened to Adrian Wilmot.
And then the battle that we saw earlier, Ollie Bryant gets 7th, Nigel Greensall gets 8th in the end. Bill Shepherd and the AC Cobra couldn't quite keep up with those two, but it was a wonderful race that we saw between them in that slightly further down the top 10. But it's Miles Griffiths from Alex Buncombe, top 2, and 3rd place, as you say, for Mike Whittaker. In the end, it was a great result for Mike Whittaker, and there is the waving hand of Miles Griffiths. He's had that opportunity here at Goodwood before. He had to work hard today with it, though, because it was a full-on battle with Alex Buncombe. At one stage, it just looked he was never going to quite get into the lead, but once Alex made that little mistake, Miles had the pace to hold on.
Yeah, it was absolutely fantastic race at the front, and some really good racing down the order. Still don't know really why Adrian Wilmot lost a little bit of ground on that final lap, having got up to 3rd place, back to 5th. But if you're a TVR aficionado, a 1st and a 3rd place here in the Graham Hill Trophy race for closed cockpit GT cars up to 1966 is very pleasing indeed. And the jam in the sandwich is the 64 AC Cobra could have taken victory, one little mishap, but still 2nd place. A great run from Alex Buncombe.
Yeah, and I have to say, we had a lot of reliability in that race as well. We only had a few non-finishes towards the end. I see Keith Arles didn't make it to the end. We only had, but we had most of the cars making it all the way to the end of the race, which is lovely to see. And they have made it to celebrate, particularly in the terms of Miles Griffiths here, who has taken victory in the Graham Hill Trophy, of course named after one of the great Formula One champions of all time, Graham Hill, and in sports cars.
And it's also great to see the car's owner, Carl Tilley, in the black shadow overalls in the background, running across to congratulate his winning driver, and that's Miles Griffiths.
So let's go down and hear from them with Ed Foster.
Well, thank you, Ben. It is absolute chaos down here. Miles, blimey, I mean, you had to work for that one.
Yeah, it was like a wrestling match for 25 minutes, so yeah, you really had to be on top of it, but good fun, really good fun.
I mean, these cars are notoriously hard to drive, but you seem to have mastered it finally.
I wouldn't say mastered it. We were sort of winging it a bit as we were going, but no, like I say, just keep on top of it, try not to get too out of shape. But yeah, really enjoyed it, and thanks to Kyle for letting me drive it, and Audrain Motorsport. It's been really fun.
Well done.
Thanks.
Let's go find Al. Where is he? Here he is. Al, what happened?
Gearbox was bulking up from lap 2 onwards. It happened actually on lap 2, going from 4th to 3rd. It wouldn't go in, and then it was 3rd to 2nd. I was really struggling, and that was why I unfortunately ran wide going into Lavin, and unfortunately had such a big flap on the steering wheel I knocked the master switch off, and and the engine was dead, and I was like, why is this? I looked down, saw the switch, turned it back on again, but by that time Miles had gone on too far and the gearbox was just getting worse. I was having some serious moments. I was going into quite a lot of the corners in like a neutral gear, which is not ideal. So, but the car's a lot quicker than it was last year, so the boys have done a fantastic job with it.
I dread to think what you would have done with a normal gearbox.
Yeah, hopefully not have made the mistake, but yeah, that's what this is all about. So we'll be back, hopefully to fight another day.
Well done.
Thank you. Cheers.
Mike, what happened on the last lap? I was here ready to interview someone else, and then it all changed.
I think Adrian's car's a bit wider than he thinks it is, and he put it on the grass. Yeah, so 5th to 3rd, or as I would call it, first owner. I'll be on a keyboard Monday, Ed. The 2 in front of me won't, unless it's at Silverstone. But yeah, fantastic. And as you know, this car raced here in period, so it's great to bring a real car here, and the Duke always gives it an invite. So best circuit in the world, 25 minutes flat out, and 5th to 3rd. Never give up, Ed.
You'll sleep well tonight.
Cheers, mate. Thank you.
Lovely to hear from Mike Whitaker. This is, as he says, a period race car that raced here at Goodwood in the early 1960s. 1965, it was actually driven by Tommy Entwistle. He finished in 3rd place. The victory in the Graham Hill Trophy taken by Miles Griffiths from Alex Buncombe. The swap between them when Alex had those demands, the challenges with the gear change and then having that half spin. Mike in 3rd, Murray Shepherd in 4th place ahead of Adrian Wilmot, James Thorpe, and that wonderful battle between Ollie Bryant and Nigel Greensall. Top 10 completed by Fred Wakeman. Further down the list, we had some other great cars, the AC Cobras, the Jaguar E-Types, and some wonderful battles of the Ford Shelby Mustangs as well. Nick Sleep was one of the top of those in 19th place. And down towards the end, we had nearly all of the cars getting to the finish, which is great news. And Yukinori Suzuki was being very good about keeping out of the way as the leaders came past. So let's take a look at some of the highlights of that, Bruce, because it was an entertaining race to watch, wasn't it? Right from the beginning, as ever, and that rather poor start for James Thorpe.
Yeah, put the cars 4 abreast on the second row, and further back they were 5 abreast, showing off. But a brilliant start from pole position, Alex Buncombe, and it was a real case of the driver who got it wrong off the start line, James Thorpe, trying to fight his way back up through the field. And in among the cars with all the grunt, we had the little Lotus Elan going brilliantly in the hands of Nigel Greensall.
So Alex Buncombe had the initial advantage with the car that had taken that pole position, and he seemed to be in control in the AC Cobra. All the time, though, Miles Griffiths was keeping it close in the TVR Griffith right behind. Good battle for 3rd place was all opening up, and we saw Murray Shepherd in a very high place. And then this separate battle was never quite for the win, but always so close between Ollie Bryant and Nigel Greensall.
Yeah, it really chopped and changed, and then they got onto the tail of Bill Shepherd, the bright orange number 47 AC Cobra, and they were trying to find their way past the AC Cobra there, number 7, getting very, very close in the hands of Saif Hassan to one of the 2 Jaguar semi-lightweights with which it was racing, car number 111, driven by Richard Mines. They were having plenty to go on with. Up front, though, it remained very close. And again, going on board with Nigel Greensall right on the tail of Ollie Bryant's Porsche 904 Carrera. And up in front, they've got Bill Shepherd. They're catching him into the chicane. They go out the chicane, closing all the time on the AC Cobra.
Yeah, lots of lovely control from Nigel Greensall with the onboard view as well. We saw the Mustangs having a battle, and that was the moment that Alex Buncombe lost the lead, and thankfully they almost touched. You could see they were very close to hitting each other.
Action stations for Miles Griffiths, and he avoided, and a bit of a moment was the liquid on the track. It mattered not, but round went William Paul in the E-Type.
Yeah, thankfully everybody managed to avoid him. It was in an area of track where you get a good vision. So that was good to see. And in the meantime, there was the battle to try and get past Bill Shepherd between these two. They were working hard on it. I always wondered at one stage whether they could work together to get past the AC Cobra, even though they were racing against each other so hard.
Yeah, the Cobra had the grunt, they had the handling, and then getting a compromise line. Neil McFadden going in too tight at St Mary's, but plenty of runoff. He followed the stripes in the grass and rejoined the circuit.
Yeah, did well, kept out of the wall. It's always, if you're going to go off, that's a good place to go off. There's plenty of space to play with. But the victory in the end went to Miles Griffiths, taking victory by 2.0 seconds. Well, we've got a very special moment coming up right now, and this is to celebrate one of the great Formula One world champions and somebody who was also great out of the car, Niki Lauda.
Words like icon and legend are overused, but in the case of Andreas Nicholas Lauda, they barely scratched the surface of a life so extraordinary it literally became a Hollywood film. The simple facts: 25 Grand Prix wins, 24 pole positions and 3 world championships only tell a fraction of the story. Born into a wealthy Viennese family, Niki was initially dismissed as a lowly pay driver. The dreadful March 721X nearly finished his Formula One career before it had begun. But glimpses of speed with BRM were enough to attract the attention of Enzo Ferrari. In his first 2.5 years with Ferrari, he was comfortably the fastest driver in the world, claiming 21 pole positions, 12 Grand Prix wins, and the 1975 World Championship. Midway through 1976, with the best car and a massive points lead, he seemed on course for back-to-back championships. But then came the fiery crash at the Nürburgring, which would have defined most drivers' lives, but for Niki was little more than a subplot. Returning to the cockpit just 6 weeks after receiving his last rites, he was a different driver. No longer reliant on outright speed, instead he applied his considerable intellect, well-honed development skills and astute racecraft to become the ultimate driver. It's a measure of this change of approach that he scored more race wins and championships after the accident than before. Despite sacrificing his championship chances in 1976 by parking in the rain of Fuji because, as he put it, my life is more important than another world championship, he duly took a second title in 1977 but walked away from Ferrari before the end of the season. He joined Bernie Ecclestone at Brabham, but during practice for the 1979 Canadian Grand Prix decided he was bored with driving around in circles and abruptly turned his back on the sport. After 2 seasons away, he returned with McLaren in 1982 and was immediately back to his best.
And as I've not driven for 2 years, my personal challenge is to see where I would end up coming back into motor racing, and that's what I'm going to do.
Having developed the new TAG Porsche turbo engine through 1983, he knew he would have a shot at the title in '84. Although new teammate Alain Prost was faster, Niki's greater consistency and superior racecraft won the day by a mere half point. Through his final season in 1985, despite poor reliability, still there were glimpses of speed. He led his home race in Austria until engine failure and was on course for a fairy tale victory in his last Grand Prix in Australia, only for a brake issue to pitch him into the wall. He beat Prost in a straight fight at Zandvoort, with new sensation Ayrton Senna third, proving that even aged 36, Niki could still show the way to the younger generation. Following his retirement from racing, he had spells in team management before, in 2012, finding a new spiritual home at Mercedes. Niki played an integral role in their period of unprecedented success, including their recruitment of Lewis Hamilton. Right to the end, he was straight-talking and always had the courage of his convictions. When he passed away in 2019, the sense of loss was palpable. He was a force of nature, not just a legend or an icon, but truly a colossus of motorsport.
Niki Lauda was both a brilliant driver and a super smart operator. We are celebrating 40 years since he won his 3rd World Championship. And to do that, we are watching Lauda's 1985 McLaren F1 car, the machine with which he took his final win in Formula One the year after that 3rd title, being driven today by Chris Goodwin as he takes to the track. And I'm happy to say that joining me once again in the commentary box is another F1 driver who knew him very well, John Watson. John, Niki had already won 2 titles at Ferrari when you both came together at the Brabham team, run by Bernie Eccleston in 1978. How was it for you in terms of the relationship with Niki Lauda? What was he like as a person, and how did the two of you get on?
Thanks, Ben. Well, first of all, as a person, we enjoyed one another's company, and I liked him a great deal. He was a friend all the way through until tragically he left us in 2019. But as an operator, well, he was probably the best operator in and out of a race car I think Formula One has seen over the last 50 years. And what he brought in 1978 to Brabham was, first of all, his 2nd World Championship, but he also brought his personal sponsorship to himself, but then he brought it to the team as well. So he walked into the front door, top-loaded, and of course, he did an outstanding job at Brabham. But some of the thoughts and reflections that he talked to me about later, he said, you know, maybe I made an error in judgment going to Brabham at that time. I know it's going to be offensive to some people, but actually, he had the perfect setup at Ferrari, limitless testing, undisputed #1 driver in the team, and that group of 3 people, Mauro Fugeri, Luca de Montezemolo, and of course Niki himself. He had the perfect setup, but he wanted to make a point to the Commendatore Ferrari for other reasons, and he decided to go to Brabham. Won 2 races, fan car, and then finished 3rd at Monza, 78, but Andretti and Villeneuve were disqualified.
It's very interesting you talk about that, John, as we're watching the McLaren, but his time, in Formula One wasn't just about McLaren, as you're saying. You were teammates at Brabham, but he had already won the title twice with Ferrari, and he did leave, having won the title in 1977 for the 2nd time for Ferrari. He left before the end of the season, and part of that was a part that you were involved in. His accident, that horrible accident he had at Nürburgring, and he fought his way to get back into Formula One quickly. But in the meantime, Ferrari brought Carlos Reutemann in because they wanted to keep scoring points. That upset him a bit, didn't it? That was part of, I think, what made him angry, that Ferrari didn't do quite what he wanted.
Ben, it didn't upset him. He was absolutely incandescent with rage. He was absolutely off the radar. And of course, when Carlos came into the team, Carlos was given a de facto #1 status, which only fueled Niki's anger even further. So Carlos would go out in the Ferrari at Fiorano, do a test, come in, say, the car is perfect now. I think we've got a very good car. Niki would get into the car, do a lap or 2. The car is, I'll not say the word, but we all know it. I will fix this car. I will make this car an even more competitive Ferrari race car. And what he did was effectively just emancipate Carlos Reutemann and took over control of the Ferrari team. And as you say, at the end of the year, he just walked away in an inevitable way that Niki, he was his own man, his own boss. He made his own judgments, he made his own decisions, he lived by them. Sometimes you could criticize him, other times you could say, look, respect to the guy who was so much a power within himself and exercising that power with the people he worked with. Remarkable, remarkable man.
Indeed. Well, we're really enjoying the view and the sound on board the McLaren MP4 2B that Chris Goodwin is taking us around in. This was a crucial car, and of course, powered by the Porsche-designed turbo engine. It was raced by Alain Prost and Niki Lauda, their 2nd year together in 1985. After that huge fight together, a very similar car in 1984 when Lauda won by just half a point. I know you raced this car, but I also learned yesterday from you how much you love it. What were those John Barnard McLarens of the early mid-1980s like to drive? What was it like to be behind the wheel?
Well, I think what John Barnard did in the concept, then the design, was produce probably the best Formula One car of that generation. First of all, it was the first full carbon fibre chassis. Secondly, the way John designed a race car, every part was metronomic the way it fitted. In the old days, there's a bit of cut and shut or whatever. No, not with John Barnard. Every part was designed on the drawing board, and when it was offered up to the car in the build process, it fitted as it was designed, and it fitted perfectly. But also the aerodynamics of the car, the concept, because carbon fibre chassis in these days, we'd gone away from ground effect, but still the cornering forces and loads were building. And the beauty of carbon fibre it gave an engineer a much better platform, a more stable, consistent platform for the increasing loads that were coming through the suspension into the chassis via the aerodynamics. And John Barnard was the pioneer of that, and of course giving the car to first to me in 1981, then Niki joined in 82 and 3 and 4 and then 5, and of course Alain Prost joined in 84. So the dynamic was always moving forward, so the development of the car was going on at the same time as the teams were doing racing. The big difference was he didn't have the kind of testing facilities that he would have liked, which he had at Ferrari, and that was always, I think, an area he reflected back on.
Yeah, I can understand that. But one of the interesting aspects is you were talking about with the aerodynamics, with John Barnard was so brilliant. He actually asked Porsche. They were funded. It was like a customer that Porsche provide us with an engine. But he thought that when he initially thought about it, ground effect was in Formula One. Then it got banned, and that actually affected it a bit, didn't it? Because he got them to design an engine that meant he could create even more downforce with the shape of it.
Yeah, so the concept of the engine was such that all the ancillaries, the oil pump, the water pump, alternators, were not hanging off the side of an engine as you would have had on a conventional engine, like say a Cosworth Ford engine. So everything was fundamentally mounted at the front of the engine, or the alternator might have been mounted somewhere in the V of the engine. When it came to the exhaust manifolds, Porsche said, we designed them like this. This is how we design an engine. And John Barnard said, bleep, bleep, bleep. I don't want bleep your bleep, bleep exhaust. You are going to design the exhaust as I'm telling you. And Porsche said, but we will lose horsepower. And I think John Barnard's response said, my downforce will out-trump your horsepower by a factor of 2 or 3 seconds a lap. It was a customer engine. Porsche had never had a customer demanding, like Tag McLaren and John Barnard in particular. It was an era of where a partnership between two great people, Barnard and McLaren, and Porsche, got together, but it wasn't exactly easy because the demands from the customer were so high that Porsche had to think about their role.
And we spoke about it a bit yesterday, but Niki Lauda, of course, pushed. That was part of him, in a way, winning the championship in '84, was get that engine in the car before the start of the next season.
Well, basically, at the start of the '83 season, he was just effectively going through the motions because he realised you can't win a championship at this stage with a Cosworth-powered car. So his entire focus was on getting the Tag turbo engine sooner than later from Porsche, get it into a chassis. But of course, John Barnard's vision was not to race the Tag turbo in 1983, but to develop the engine and the chassis as we see it here right now for the '84 season. But again, typical pragmatic Niki Lauda said, no, I want to do it now. We're going to do it now. And he basically forced the issue by going behind the backs of McLaren to the Philip Morris company, Marlboro. And it was, as I used yesterday, sledgehammer to crack a nut. But it was a very effective way of doing it. We got to see the car race in Zandvoort in 1983.
He died 5 years ago. How much do you miss him? How much was your relationship when you were both well out of racing and he was involved in other things? How was your relationship later on?
I enjoyed his company. He was just one of those people, if you clicked, it was great. And I think, I would like to say he liked my company also. And I think there was a mutual respect because, I think I gave him a hard time on a number of occasions and he gave me a hard time. The irony of all this is, Ben, over the 3 seasons that we raced together, who scored more points in the championships over 3 years?
Was it you?
No.
Go on then.
Ask me the next question.
Who got the most points then?
We had the same number of points.
Wow, lovely.
I mean, a fact I only learned about 5 years ago, but it's one of those interesting statistics that shows that, and certainly in '83, how competitive the McLaren was at that time and how competitive we were within the team. Regrettably, I didn't get to race in '84. I would love to race in '84 in this car. I don't know what the situation might have been. Maybe Niki would have still won the World Championship, but that's for dreams and fantasy.
I know, and that was the year that Alain Prost suddenly got a call in because Renault, he'd fallen out with Renault, and McLaren suddenly saw the opportunity to bring him in, and then it went. It's a fascinating year to watch, and of course you were then out of the car, but to watch that 1984 year, the fact that Niki won it by half a point at the very last round in Estoril, largely because Nigel Mansell, who was ahead of him in the race, retired quite near the end. and that gave Niki Lauda that half point, gave him a few points, and it meant that he then went half a point ahead of Prost in the championship.
And if I recall, I think he started somewhere mid-pack in that Grand Prix as well. So 1985 was, I think, a rather wet Grand Prix. Sorry, 84. I'm thinking of 85. But what Niki had was great understanding, skill. Wake your way through the field. You don't win a race in the opening lap. You win it by coming first. In this case, he didn't have to come first. He just had to finish ahead of Alain to get that point.
That's a very good point, because this car from 1985 is the last car that he won a Formula One race with. It was in Holland, and part of what he did was make a slightly earlier pit stop than Alain Prost, because he just knew it was intelligence on his side. A bit like nowadays, they know so much about the tyre performance, etc. But back then, it was Niki's decision to take an early stop. He got out. Alain made a slightly later stop. It was not as good a stop for Alain. He had to work his way up, and then Niki defended the lead for the rest of the race to take his final win.
Yes, and I think that win in Zandvoort 85 was probably one of his finest wins, because he had Alain behind him, pushing all the time. And I mean, at that stage, Alain was the quicker of the two drivers, generally in qualifying and probably overall in a race pace. But, you know, it's a bit like real estate. It's all about position, position, position. Niki had that position. He maintained it. And Alain tried all he could do around, not the current Zandvoort circuit, but the original former Grand Prix layout, which was a much different track to the current one. Fantastic drive by Niki, and that'd be one of his best victories overall.
Thank you so much, John. It's been wonderful to talk to you about Niki Lauda as we celebrate the man who took those 3 World Championship titles.
I'm here stood in a field in Goodwood. We're showcasing as much homegrown produce from within the estate. Festival of Speed lands in July when the British produce at its very best. See, hear and I think smell the cars as well. Technically I'm working, hopefully I can nip out for 5 to 10 minutes. If people are into cars at that level, they're going to have an eye for detail and an eye for quality, so it's important that that's replicated in what I serve as well as what's on the track. I'm Ollie DeBoo, cooking at the Surtees Pavilion at Goodwood. Do head to goodwood.com to find out more.
You're never too young to fall in love with classic cars. It's a passion that lasts a lifetime, and it's a passion we share. Backed by over 75 years of motoring experience, Goodwood Classic Solutions is a unique new way to ensure your pride and joy. Goodwood Classic Solutions. It's a passion we share.
Welcome back to Goodwood for the 81st members meeting. We're gearing up for the Grover Williams Trophy next, and to give us a little bit of a history lesson on it, here's Imi.
After a 10-year absence, 2024 sees the long-awaited return of the Grover Williams Trophy. But who was William Grover Williams? Born in Paris in 1903 to a French mother and an English father, William Grover Williams became fascinated with motorsport. And at 23, he bought his first Bugatti. And in 1929, he became a household name after winning the inaugural Monaco Grand Prix.
He was an extraordinary man. During the late 20s, Williams in the Bugatti ended up winning the French Grand Prix. Not once, but twice. He won the first Monaco Grand Prix. He won the Belgian Grand Prix. And he was a very intelligent, thinking racing driver.
Grover Williams stopped racing in 1936. He lived a happy retirement in France until 1939.
Come the Second World War, he was invited to join the Special Operations Executive, and they trained him and dropped him back into France as an agent. And it was in France as an agent that he founded a resistance unit, and he recruited some of the French racing drivers against whom he competed pre-war, Robert Benoit and Jean-Pierre Vermeil. Of those three, only Vermeil would survive. Benoit was betrayed. Effectively, Williams was betrayed. They were both imprisoned, ultimately in Sachsenhausen concentration camp.
William Grover Williams was executed near Berlin on the 18th of March, 1945. He was 42 years old, and it is here at Brookwood Military Cemetery that he is commemorated among thousands of others who lost their lives in the war.
There is a wonderful story that Grover Williams, in fact, survived his time in Sachsenhausen concentration camp. He wasn't, in fact, executed. He returned to his wife, where she was joined by a man called Tambal, I think his name was, his surname. And there is a story that this was actually Grover Williams who'd really survived the war. And Yvonne found happiness with this guy, Tambal. I think what the realists amongst us would say is, hey, Grover Williams' story is great enough.
What a fantastic look back at the history of William Grover Williams as we get set for the Grover Williams Trophy this afternoon for 1920s Grand Prix cars, celebrating the 90th anniversary of the Bugatti Type 35. And it is Julien Majoub on pole in that Bugatti alongside Duncan Pittaway and Timothy Dutton in the Bugatti Type 51. That is row one. Behind them, Matt Walton and Tim Crichton in the Fraser Nash from 5th. Row 3, Charlie Martin heads that up in another Bugatti 35 Type 35B alongside Jonathan Bailey and Beau Williams. Then to row 4, rounding out the top 10, is William Way and Ben Bessard in a Delage. Outside of the top 10, Michael Peet and then Christophe Mann in the first, the Alfa Romeos alongside Thierry Staps. Then the top 15 is rounded out by Bill Kleindert in the Bugatti, and in the Aston Martin Racing Team car, Jonathan Lupton rounding out the top 15. Nick CC, Bruce Stops and Phil Bewley, Bugattis Type 35, all sharing row 7. Then the Talbot of John Paulson going from 19th on the grid, just in front of Stefan Dirac in his Bugatti. Another Aston Martin Racing International car, Marianne Stock from 21st, alongside two more Bugattis of Lucas Sleipen and Eric Perouse. And right at the back, Stefan Rettemeyer in his Bugatti Type 35B. So Bruce Jones alongside myself, Harry Benjamin, as they all gear up, getting ready on the green flag lap. It's a Bugatti heavy race, but we've got a little bit of variety in here as well.
24 cars, 24 glorious cars, 18 of the Bugattis, and the Type 35, the most successful racing car in racing history, because they turned them out not by the dozen, by the 100, more than 1,000 race wins, and it ran for a very long time. It evolved into the Type 51 and we've got one of those on the outside the front row. That's Timothy Dutton. That's the black and red field car. The red nose, you can see it coming third through the chicane. Majority of the cars running in French racing blue. The national colour is so important back in period. But great to have a Fraser Nash near the front end. Tim Crichton, car number 10. But the car so small, so nimble, so beautiful. A couple of other manufacturers out there as well. Fraser Nash, as I mentioned, we've got Delage, Alfa Romeo, as you mentioned, 2 Aston Martins and a Talbot as well. The Talbot, the tallest car in the field, down towards the back.
And collectively probably making up the most expensive, or one of the most expensive grids that we'll see across the last couple of days of the 81st Goodwood Members Meeting. But it'll be all eyes on Julian Majoub on the far left in his Bugatti Type 35B. That Bugatti built a Grand Prix car in customer numbers in that immortal Type 35. This, the 1927 works car, ran at the British Grand Prix at Brooklands, then sold on throughout, and great to see it up and running and looking fast too. Duncan Pittaway, indeed, Majoub and Duncan Pittaway have been busy this afternoon, racing it out in multiple different categories. Duncan Pittaway alongside him, Timothy Dutton as well, going from third in his Type 31, and that is being restored nicely by his collection as we get underway then for this race getting going. Julian Majoub making his way down into turn 1. Can he hold on to the lead? Yes, he can, but it's a decent start for the 51 Timothy Dutton round the outside. Can he hold on to it? Getting a little bit of a wiggle on the rear. Has to slot back in behind. Matt Walton in the Bugatti Type 51 has had a great start as well from the second row of the grid, but leading away, I think it might be Dutton. No! Julian Majoub has fallen back a little bit and holds on, I should say, to that position, and out and away he goes.
Side by side again, narrow cars allow lots of different racing lines, and great to see this mix running around the early part of the opening. That the bright yellow car that stands out beautifully for Jonathan Bailey, but it was a case of holding on around the inside of the first corner. Julian Majoub from pole, great run from the outside the front row, the red nose of the Type 51 Bugatti, Timothy Dutton, but that brilliant start from the second row certainly changing the order as Matt Walton went up into third place.
So Julian Majoub leads the way then in his Bugatti Type 35B. Then we'll wait and see who comes through in second. But Duncan Pittaway, they got just a little bit haunted off of the line, and this making its way through now. The 51 getting up into second. That was Timothy Dutton, is chasing down Julian Majoub, tucked in behind, trying to get a little bit of slipstream in these 1920s Grand Prix cars. Closing up, they can't find a way through just yet.
But what is so remarkable is that it was incredibly close in official practice that formed the grid, but these first two, Julian Majoub and Timothy Dutton, getting away. Duncan Pittaway, not a brilliant start, he's back up into third place as Matt Walton, who gained third, seems to have fallen back a little bit. Brilliant high shot, the Fraser Nash going very well. You can see better exits, the second of those two cars behind Charlie Martin in the green Type 35, and a brilliant run from the bright yellow car of Jonathan Bailey. Overtakes the Fraser Nash and may well pick off Charlie Martin before they get down to the first corner.
Making his way now towards Magic. This was a 20-minute race, already down to 18 minutes and counting, as that number 10 Fraser Nash making its way through. Currently Tim Crichton down to 6th now, having lost a position early doors, making its way through, and there through again the 21 Jonathan Bailey in that Bugatti. Big puff of smoke coming out of the back of Matt Walton's Bugatti Type 51 just behind, but they all line astern, getting close down the main straight as they now try and jostle for position and line up a move. Just 3/10 though between our top two, Julian Majoub and Timothy Dutton.
Yeah, some of the tails coming round. The Fraser Nash certainly been looking quite loose under Tim Crichton because he's putting it right on the edge. He's on the tail of Jonathan Bailey in the yellow Type 35 into the drop. Out of St Mary's up the rise. Charlie Martin's being passed on the outside by Bailey. Then Bailey in 21 goes around the outside. Can he have enough handling to get around the first part of Lavant? Yes, he can. We'll stay in front through the second part, and then we'll start accelerating through the Kink Straight on the run all the way down to Woodcote. But look how the tail-happy number 10 Fraser Nash, the Boulogne model, is being raced brilliantly by Tim Crichton.
Getting another look here, this was the number 3 making its way through, Charlie Martin, and then being overtaken by Jonathan Bailey in the yellow Bugatti, just getting a little bit more grunt, a little bit more power off the back of that corner and making its way through. Coming across the line then, these are our two leaders coming through for 2 laps completed of the Grover Williams Trophy. Julian Majoub heading the field in his Bugatti Type 35B, and then Timothy Dutton chasing him down in his Bugatti Type 51. 51 as we celebrate the 90th anniversary of the Bugatti Type 35.
Yeah, the Type 35 gradually evolved into the Type 51. That's from 1931, the one in the background. But this is celebrating this race largely to celebrate a century since the first of the Type 35s were built. And of course, we mentioned earlier the name of the race is the Grover Williams Trophy, and that's because of William Grover Williams, 5 years after the car was launched, was good enough in his to win the Monaco Grand Prix, the first ever Grand Prix. But looking at the pace of the first two, Julien Majoub qualified on pole, 1 minute 41.9. He's already banged in on his second lap of the race, 1 minute 40.4. That's why the first two are pulling clear. Just 7/10 of a second between them on the line, but on this lap, on lap 3, Tim Dutton is just falling away a little bit in that fantastic red and black livery Type 51.
Further back in the field, it wasn't a great start for the Delage. It actually dropped a few positions, but it's now regained them, so holds on to 10th place. That's the last playing points position in the top 10. Ben Bessard at the wheel of that in the Sol Delage. The Alfa Romeo, the number 1, also with Christopher Mann at the wheel, falling down a position to 11th in the last lap or so. That's what's going on a little bit further down the field. And Julien Majoub coming towards the chicane, really hassling the wheel of his Bugatti, still out in the lead and just extending that gap ever so slightly over Timothy Dutton.
Yeah, and just the question I'd really like to have answered is how come Matt Walton started 4th, blasted his dark blue Type 35 up into 3rd position, was looking really strong, and somewhere around the opening lap suddenly went flying backwards. He's now down at the end of last lap in 14th place. That is why Duncan Pittaway got back into the top 3. He's fallen, he's 5.5 seconds behind the second place car, so the first 3 really starting to string out, but clearly a problem from Matt Walton.
Julien Majoub leads the way then. The gap now, and actually he's just whacked out a stellar gap, over 3 seconds. And where there was some smoke coming out of the back of Matt Walton's Bugatti Type 51, and you can just see smoke as well erupting from the front end, and even the engine cover just rattling ever so slightly. Looking either side, problem then that would explain it for Matt Walton, falling all the way down to the back of the pack. Sadly for him, that looks like it will be race done and dusted. Such a shame. Julien Majoub, last time around, fastest lap, 1:39.998 in his Bugatti Type 35B. 3.3 seconds the gap, so he really pulled out quite a bit of a distance between himself and Timothy Dutton in the last lap or so over the other Bugatti. Dutton's in second, then, as you say, Bruce, Duncan Pittaway now back up into 3rd. Then it's the Bugatti of Jonathan Bailey now rounding out the top 3.
Nipping and tucking car 44 just at the tail of the top 10. That's Bruce Stops. Just looking in his mirrors to see who's in behind him. He's had William Way near him. In fact, he's got a couple behind him. So great racing down the order. It's remarkable. This was one of our closest practice sessions of the lot. The top 4 covers by 0.8 of a second on the grid. We know why Matt Walton has fallen down from 4th on the grid. We saw the car smoking, but certainly Duncan Pittaway appears to have no answers at all to the 2 cars that qualified alongside him on the front row. But in the race, Julien Majoub in number 20 and the number 51, the slightly newer Type 51 of Timothy Dutton, are just in another class today.
Bruce Stops in the Bugatti, that's the 44 car, the dark blue that's heading up this gaggle here, getting very close to the 88 of Michael Peet, and then the number 22 as well. That's the Delage also involved in this. This is a nice scrap for 9th, 10th and 11th. So those final points playing positions at the moment headed up by Stops as it currently stands. Then comes Bessard in the Delage, then Pete in the 88. Just on the fringes of those point scoring positions as it currently stands. The gap continues to extend up front. 4.5 seconds now between Julien Majoub and Timothy Dutton. Coming into the chicane, Stops having a little look to see where Bessard is behind him in the Delage, getting a good run out of the corner. Can the Delage try and find any kind of grunt down the straight? No, it's not going to be a match going into Madgwick.
Now, I said there were 24 cars starting the race, 18 of which were Bugattis. In the background of the shot, just this about 3 cars behind this blue Delage, a run of mid-French blue cars, is the tall red Alfa Romeo, number 1, the 1924 RLTF. Eddie Mann owns it, Chris Mann driving it, so he's just outside the top 10, but great to see the different shapes. But I'm perfectly happy with the field, almost dominated entirely by the Type 35 Bugatti. Still, to my eye, not just the most successful racing car of all time, but just an exquisite sight. And again, these low revving engines. The Alfa Romeo is starting to close in on the Bugattis. He's gained about 2 seconds on this lap. So Christopher Mann, number 1, fighting back that beautiful Italian racing red, sweeping his way into St Mary's. He's just going to have to pick his moment. Where does he have the handling, or does he have more grunt than the Bugattis? I suggest he probably does, but you can see how much larger the Alfa Romeo is. Much more of a tricky proposition for the cornering.
Yeah, that Alfa Romeo started down in 12th, making its way up at the hands of Christophe Mann. Oh, she's lost position in 13th. I'll tell you who just made a position up in the last lap or so was the number 24, the other Bugatti Type 35V, Nick Pancisi, just making a way up into 11th, now closing in on the Delage of Bassard in front of him, trying to get into that top 10.
And of course, so many of the races these cars competed in the 20s in particular were hill climbs, they were road races. The Alfa Romeo we were just looking at competed on the Targa Florio. Then it came over to something completely different, the bank circuit at Brooklands. The very tall Talbot down towards the tail end of the field. John Paulson driving that. That's been driven very nicely indeed. But just look how enormously tall it is in comparison to the slim, slender Type 35s. But John Paulson pushing on in 16th place. Much loftier vantage point, but you can imagine the aerodynamic difference between that big bluff-nosed Talbot. Okay, it becomes aerodynamic towards the rear when it sweeps down, but the tiny little Type 35 could not be more exquisite in terms of its packaging.
No, but just looking at that Talbot there, I remember you saying yesterday on the index of performance, wasn't it, at Le Mans, going very well back in the day.
Yeah, 1930 it won that. Many classes within, but it was all about sort of maximising the performance of the size of the engine. Now, Aston Martin was a marque that always wanted glory at Le Mans. It tried over the years, it tried over the decades, and finally in 1959, we've been talking earlier of Shelby, Carroll Shelby, a bit of fuels leaking out of the number 12 Aston Martin there. That's the Aston Martin International semi-works car for Lance Prideaux-Brune, driven by Marion Strock, but it's having a little bit of leakage. Let's hope it's nothing slippery.
Yeah, that number 12 car currently finds itself down in 20th at the moment. Only one car out of this race so far, and that was Matt Walton early doors with an issue. Had a great start in Matt Walton from 4th in that Bugatti Type 51, but then with issues, and now making his way back to the pits. And actually, so too has the number 21 of Jonathan Bailey.
Well, that was going very well. Yes. That was the yellow car we saw getting up to about 6th place. So that's taken a little bit of a mechanical tumble by the sound of things.
9 minutes remaining. The Aston Martin in that traditional racing green makes its way out of the chicane. That Semi-Works International from 1930, blasting down the main straight, getting passed by traffic either side. And in front, it's still Julian Majoub who leads. That gap extending lap after lap. Now, nearly 7.5 seconds between himself and Timothy Dutton in 3rd, Duncan Pittaway the top 3.
Yeah, but Duncan Pittaway is maybe timing this very well indeed. He suddenly closed the gap to just 1.2 seconds as he chases after Timothy Dutton. So Pittaway was 2nd on the grid, not the best of starts, fell to 4th with Matt Walton going past. Now he seems to be out of the picture 2 or 3 laps ago, but towards the end of this 20-mile lap race, he's getting closer and closer. Sorry, 20 minutes, I looked down my notes the wrong way. So Pittaway may yet get a 2nd position, but you can be sure Tim Dutton will do his utmost to keep his black and red Type 51 Bugatti in that 2nd place all the way to the checkered flag.
This is Julian Majoub out a little bit on his own. You can just see the others behind. Fastest lap to his name as he makes his way through Magic. You can just see how hard and physical these cars are with the gear lever on the outside of the car, the overalls waving in the wind. Indeed, the wind has picked up slightly since this morning. And an issue, and having to use the crankshaft to get it going again. Which one is that? It's the 46 car. So that is further back in the pack and dropping all the way down now. That is Bewley at the wheel of that in the Bugatti Type 35A. Philip Bewley really getting out and trying to get it started again. Are we about to see what happens?
Well, spin out of the chicane, rotates one way, sees the grandstands, and then gets to see the grandstands looking the other way across the track. But unfortunately, almost a 0-speed spin at the end. Beautiful slow-mo there, but then to stall it, have to hop out of the car, don't have any belts to undo. Has he got it going as yet? I'm not entirely no, he hasn't as yet. So that's sitting at the side of the track. Car number 11 pushing on very hard indeed. That's Thierry Stats. That's a car that's done very well on the historic scene recently. Right, second place. Is it Pittaway or Dutton? The answer is it is Pittaway.
There's been a move for second.
Big move for second, because he's not only caught him, he's, remember, 1.2 seconds now. He's now 1.3 seconds up. So he caught, he passed, and he's pulling away. So Duncan Pittaway started second, fell to fourth, back to second place. But I don't think in 6.5 minutes he's going to claw back 10 seconds off our race leader, particularly because Julian Majoub seems comfortable in the lead. He can back the pace off a little bit. Now we have a safety car being brought out onto the track because of that spun Philip Bewley car, the Type 35A from 1925, an ex-Malcolm Campbell car, but in fact that can be said for many cars in the field. Malcolm Campbell did race a lot of Type 35 Bugattis.
Yeah, that car is on the side of the track, but it is near enough the racing line, so safety car being brought out for that. The clock continues to chime down. So we can look at this either way. This obviously completely closes the gap up. So that 6-second gap that Pittaway had is gone, as we've got a wheel off for the number 3, and that's Charlie Martin. And the Bugatti Type 35B was up into the top 5. Martin, a prolific historic racer, having to pull to the side, one tyre down.
One wheel down. I wonder where that ended up. And he's looking for.
Yeah, the whole wheel, isn't it?
Yeah, the whole wheel's gone missing, and it was a shame because that was a great looking car, and it was running very comfortably. It was in 5th place at the start of the lap that it didn't get to complete. So Charlie Martin looks back. Hold on. Yes, indeed, I have just 3 wheels on my wagon, and he's being taken to the side of the circuit. May I suggest, I don't know if I think the safety car had already come out because of Philip Bewley's car spun on the exit of the chicane, but obviously wherever that's sitting, it looks like it's over on the exit of Madgwick, perhaps, or... Oh, there's the wheel and the drive shaft as well.
Well, that Marshall then doing a great job in collecting that and delivering it back. But a shame for Charlie Martin then in that Type 35B with the flip-flop radiator and the fuel caps. And there's the Bewley car as well, which was the initial reason for the safety car. The clock keeps on counting down. The gap completely closes. So it really ruins Julian Majoub's efforts. But also, we are running out of time. Unless we get some sort of red flag that might come out. At the moment, it's still safety car conditions, so we keep running the race neutralised, but this could come down to the wire here.
Oh, it absolutely certainly could. So for Charlie Martin, that's Neil Dyer's car sitting at the side of the track, 3 wheels on its wagon, 1 drive shaft still attached to the wheel, which is no longer attached to the car. But there's the safety car leading the field around. In fact, it appears to be Julian Majoub tucked in behind the tall Alfa Romeo of Christopher Mann. Running along, that is a lap down. Second place will be Duncan Pittaway. You can see him running. He's got another car between him. That's the 88 entry. That's Michael Peat in the 35B between him. So 2 cars between him and the race leader, Julian Majoub. As they go round, the clock counts down. Just 4 minutes remain as they follow the safety car around the circuit. Need to stay close, need to stay wound up, need to be focused coming into the chicane just now.
So Philip Bewley's Bugatti Type 35A has been removed from the exit of the final chicane. I can see it out of the commentary box there and coming into your screens now. It was parked up on the far left on the grass. That is now being cleared. So hopefully the Marshal's doing a wonderful job of getting this track clear and ready to go racing as quick as they can. But we are going to do another lap at least under safety car.
Yeah, well, I tell you what, it's one thing moving a car that has 4 wheels on it to get it away, and quite another getting a car that only has 3. So Charlie Martin's car stranded out. I think it's actually at the exit of Fordwater, perhaps. Just had a quick glance to gauge where that was. I thought it was Madrid, maybe Fordwater, but it's at the side of the circuit with just the 3 wheels. That could be rather trickier to remove.
So we are waiting to see what's going to happen and how we get this race finished as the Marshals try and clear Charlie Martin's Bugatti Type 35B, which found itself without a whole wheel on board. So a shame for Charlie Martin, who managed to get up into the top 5. The clock is counting down. We await to see what the Marshals and race control decide. But Julian Majoub, who did have a rather sizable gap out in front ahead of Duncan Pittaway, well, that gap, no matter what, has been completely shut down. So we are going to get this race restarted after the safety car. We believe they're going to add on 5 minutes to this race, so we wait for the lights to go out on the safety car, which we believe will be happening at the end of this lap. They are still on though, as Julian Majoub will have Duncan Pittaway for company, but crucially they've got the Alfa Romeo in between them, Bruce, so traffic is going to be something that Pittaway has to deal with here to close up onto the back of Julian Majoub.
It's not just the Alfa Romeo, because the number 88 Type 35B, Michael Peat, is also in front of Duncan Pittaway. And now, of course, running round in this train, he's got Tim Dutton, the red and black Type 51 Bugatti, right on his tail. So it's going to be real tiptoe stuff, but certainly in the driving seat, in the lead of the race behind the safety car is Julian Majoub, number 20. Type 35B, ex-Malcolm Campbell car. Kay Peter raced it with great success as well to hold the ladies' record at Brooklands.
So we've added on 5 minutes to this race. So you would have noticed the clock has gone back up. It's still counting down. It's just under 6.5 minutes left to run this race, and the lights are now out on the safety car. That will peel off into the pits, and it will be Julian Majoub to lead them away as we get the Grover Williams trophy back underway. He's got a 2.8 second gap now over Duncan Pittaway, thanks to the safety car absolutely wiping out the rather sizable gap Majoub had created, but Pittaway is not immediately behind. There is traffic to negotiate here, and Majoub is very, very quick in that Bugatti Type 35B. This, the Grover Williams trophy for 1920 Grand Prix cars, celebrating the 90th anniversary of the Bugatti Type 35. Julian Majoub is the first lead blue car. The Alfa Romeo of Christopher Mann is a lap down and gets out the way very nicely to allow the traffic through, and we are back underway and racing. Julian Majoub leads the way. Michael Peat, though, is the second of the blue cars. That's also a lap down and will need to get out of the way.
And there's going to be a change, because it looks like Timothy Dutton has got the nose, the black and red Type 51. Number 51 up in, yes, he's got ahead of Duncan Pittaway. There's the Alfa Romeo and the number 88 Bugatti in front. Michael Peat there, a lap down. But certainly down the start-finish straight, we saw a move there. Into second place goes Timothy Dutton, returning to where he had been early in the race. Now it's up to Duncan Pittaway to fight back, the driver with the yellow and black stripy helmet, going past the Alfa Romeo, and that's very nicely moved out of the way by Christopher Mann.
So for Julian Majoub, who leads this race, has actually gone all according to plan so far. Restarted, had a gap, and is already building it. But for Duncan Pittaway and Timothy Dutton, swapping places early doors as they battle it out. Timothy Dutton in the number 51, trying to carve his way back through, though, on Duncan Pittaway, or keep Pittaway behind this time around. Timothy Dutton, who started down, missed race in third, now up into second place with the Bugatti Type 35B, and Duncan Pittaway slotting in behind in third.
Yeah, he had to really trust Duncan Pittaway there, because he wanted the faster line, the wider line into Lavant, so he was out wide, which did leave a large inside line, but Duncan Pittaway wasn't lured to go in there, because he knows full well, with all his racing experience, had he done so, got too close, would have had to be compromised, and then he'd been slowed through the second part of Lavant, and then the whole way along the Lavant straight. Do I sense a little bit of smoke coming from Timothy Dutton's number 51? I think I do.
Well, there might well be drama then in these closing 4 minutes. Can we get a little look at the second of the cars coming in? Timothy Dutton, any kind of smoke coming off the back of that 51 Bugatti Type 51. Looks all right there coming down the main straight, trying to chase down Timothy Dutton, negotiating the traffic well, but it's all fairly even then as they head into Madrid. Julian Majoub leads now. That gap 6 seconds already up the field.
Yeah, he had that buffer of the two cars that were a lap down, but then that initial tussle, it looks like it's set very sensibly in favour of Timothy Dutton, but every time he must think, I've just got a little bit of an advantage. It's taken away, and coming down through Ford Water, Duncan Pittaway, perhaps getting a tiny little bit of a toe along there, is getting closer, now going down the inside, and looks by Ford Water, he's got through. Now, what's next on the lap? Of course, St Mary's so tricky, particularly the turning in. Duncan Pittaway was magnificent there. Timothy Dutton just washing a little bit wide, so you'd have to say, surely with 3 minutes left on the clock, it's over and out for second place, but you can't say that in historic race meeting.
Well, let's get another look at this then. In the 13 on the left-hand side, that's Pittaway. On the right-hand side with the red front, that is Dutton. And then getting through goes Pittaway in the 13. Julian Majoub leads, then comes Duncan Pittaway in second, Timothy Dutton in third. The Fraser Nash, Tim Crichton, quiet race, but quietly getting himself up into fourth spot. A little bit of drift in no man's land for the Fraser Nash, but certainly we're very happy with that, keeping it neat and tidy. This, though, your leader, Julian Majoub, with less than 2.5 minutes left on the clock, just needs to keep it neat and tidy all the way to the flag.
Exactly, you could sense that. He came up on some traffic on the back marker, didn't try to do anything bold, and He's setting on a comfortable advantage. You look to the side at various points, tiny little rear view mirror, but it is so small and it shakes around all historic cars. You can see it in the just in the middle of the cockpit, looking over. Well, obviously not much of a tail to look over, but he won't be able to see exactly who's behind. But there's no one close enough. He'll have in his mind Duncan Pittaway's helmet, really easy to pick out, red and yellow and black bands, but it'll be tiny for him because Julian Majoub's done a brilliant job. What's left on the clock? 1 minute 45 seconds. So it's this lap and 1 lap more.
And Pittaway, once he got through, well, he's really left Timothy Dutton for dust in third and eking out that gap. Outside of the Bugatti fightings, a word on the Delage, which has managed to get itself up into 7th spot in the number 22. And there is a little bit of smoke, isn't there?
Yeah,
coming off of that car.
Yeah, we commented on it, and when Timothy Dutton, who's accelerating down the start-finish straight, I thought, is he just trying to duck down to be aerodynamic, or is he looking down in his cockpit?
Oh, he's on the grass. He's on the grass and he's pulling off to the side. Bumpiness tries to come to a slow. Problem then for Timothy Dutton in the final closing stages of this race. Smoke coming off of that Bugatti Type 51. He pulls straight off and heads straight to the nearest Marshall post. But what a sad way to end his Grover Williams trophy. Was on for a podium in a great battle and a scrap for second. Ultimately, he'll come away with nothing.
He will, but you could really sense that something had changed in the performance of that car. Very wise, not just to pull to the side of the circuit to get away to safety, but also if your car is really starting to have problems, perhaps there's going to be a fire. So he took it straight to the Marshalls post at St Mary's. Meanwhile, cruising serenely with 30 seconds to go before the flag. So on to the start of the final lap, Julian Majoub. His advantage, I think, was 7 seconds, 8 seconds. It could be as much as 10 seconds this time around. Waiting for Duncan Pittaway to come through in second.
Yeah, final lap then we go for the Grover Williams trophies. We get towards the latter part of Sunday here at the 81st Goodwood Members Meeting. I hope you are enjoying yourselves wherever you are, if you're trackside or if you're watching around the world. We've been treated to some amazing racing from all eras, and already Duncan Pittaway down in second in his Bugatti Type 35B, coming across the line. Still got a couple minutes to go, but willing himself on, fist pumping the air, smile on his face, absolutely loving his time out there.
And cruising serenely round at the front. You sense he's backed off a little bit. He's got this one in the bag. Julian Majoub, the incredible stagger, the toe-in of the front wheels of the Type 35 Bugatti, perfected over the years. Over 1,000 race victories for this iconic car from Bugatti. And again, you can see easily into the cockpit and just so confident in sliding the car. Julian Majoub enjoying life, reaching out, changing gear, punching it up as he only has the 11th straight to go to get down to the final couple of corners. Woodcut, of course, and then the chicane at the end, but he's not under pressure. Duncan Pittaway going really well in second place. He too has no particular pressure because with the demise of Tim Dutton in number 51, that means we won't have an all Bugatti top 3 because Tim Crichton, the number 10 Fraser Nash, the Boulogne model owned by Samik Mukherjee, has come up into third place. But this race belongs to Julian Majoub.
It certainly does. It's looking still close for 4th and 5th at the moment, and the Bugatti of Bill Clayton just knocking down the Alfa Romeo out of the top 10 for the time being. But out of the final corner, it's been a superb drive for Julian Majoub in the Bugatti Type 35B, from pole to race winner for the Grover Williams trophy. Duncan Pittaway comes home in second in his Bugatti Type 35B, loving his time out there. Timothy Crichton looks like he should get third in his Fraser Nash, but it was super close between the 14 and the 7. Further back, that was William Way in the Bugatti Type 37 and the number 7 car as well of Bo Williams in the Bugatti 35B. In the end, it goes the way of Way, who will come home in 4th spot, or is going all the way to the line for that one as they make their way through and out of the final corner. But after 14 laps, Julian Majoub is making his way. There is that battle on track at the moment. The 14 just made its way through your screens there. A little bit further back in the pack, the last runners making their way through after celebrating this fantastic scene of racing. Out of the final corner then, straight to the line. This is Bo Williams, but he's going to hold on, or he's going to get in front. I think he managed to get in front of the final lap. Bo Williams then did manage to get him on the final lap in his Bugatti Type 35B. Bo Williams comes home in 4th, just pipping William Way in his Bugatti Type 35. So racing up and down the field to the very last. But Julian Majoub was your winner.
And such was the stretch in that one that Ben Bessard, in 6th place overall, ended a lap down. The pace of the front runners, most especially Julian Majoub, was sensational. Duncan Pittaway did his very, very best to close right in. And there they are, 1st and 2nd, waving to the crowds as they come round. Smiles absolutely visible through their helmets.
And squeezing into the points in the top 10 as well. Christopher Mann in the sole Alfa Romeo, getting into 10th right at the very end there. He had been pipped out of it, and a good rise up through the field as well for the number 8 of Bill Kleindert in the Bugatti Type 35C. Started down in 14th, managed to get up into 9th come the end of those 14 laps of racing for the Grover Williams Trophy for 1920s Grand Prix cars. And you could just see the delight that these drivers have when they get to race these in anger. Julian Majoub will be first back to the pits. Your race winner pulling in front of Duncan Pittaway. And the Fraser Nash joining the Bugattis on the podium. Tim Crichton at the wheel of that. And you can see there's hard work and effort in these cars. Julian Majoub untying his helmet, smile still on his face. But he's no stranger to the Goodwood Members Meeting. A regular member and race winner. Climbs out of the car. I think he still worked hard for that one, even being in the lead, didn't he?
Yeah, that was good.
That was good. Gets the wreath. And we will have a little word with him, and I believe Ed Foster is down there to get that first word.
Julian, I don't know how good your other weekends are, but surely 2 race wins at Goodwood is a pretty good weekend.
I think that's as good as it gets, really. But the race was fantastic. It was a fantastic grid. I mean, I don't know how they get so many cars on the grid here when everywhere else struggles, you know. But and the start was really exciting. Tim in that red car was going like a rocket. I had a real job. I thought if I get stuck behind him, I'm done. But anyway, it all worked out in the end, and I just stayed out in case Duncan gets pretty quick towards the end. And I thought, if I have a mishap, I need a bit of time in the in the bag.
Well, it worked out beautifully. Well done, Julian.
Thank you very much. Yeah.
Let's speaking of Duncan, where is he? Duncan, I'm sorry to interrupt. I know you like your history, and isn't it thoughtful of you to celebrate your 10th anniversary of your last podium with a podium?
What's my 10th? It can't be 10 years since I won a race.
The Grover Williams.
Oh, really? Of course, that's right. I tell you what, that was fabulous. I feel really sorry for Tim. I thought the safety car had me because I have to work so hard with my car without a supercharger. Have worked so hard in the corners to make up the gain on the straights. But that was absolutely fabulous. I enjoyed every minute of it. You'd have loved it. Well, you would have been at the back, obviously, but you would have loved it.
I'm sure I would. Duncan, thank you so much.
No problem.
Right, let's go and find Tim. Where's Tim gone? Here he is. Tim, how are we doing? What a beautiful fly in the Bugatti ointment.
I'll take that, Ed. Yeah, it's no, it was a privilege to drive it today, and it's I mean, they're such fun to drive. They really are. They're I think, you know, for anybody that's not driven a Nash, they are everything you think you know about driving a racing car. Forget it and drive it. I mean, they're awesome fun, and you know, to be in amongst the Type 35s and the 51s is fantastic. I mean, what a grid. And I was just going to say a big thank you to Goodwood for putting on another incredible members meeting.
Julian actually just said that if he got stuck behind you, he didn't think he'd be able to get past.
Well, he's quite a lot quicker in a straight line, but I'll take that. Yeah, we make them as wide as possible through the corners, just and then it's Jerry Marshall logic, right?
That's why you go sideways.
Yeah, absolutely.
Right, well done.
Good, thanks.
Well, there are your top 3 then from the Grover Williams Trophy, and this is how it all ended up. Julian Majoub, your pole sitter, converted it to the win. He really had the pace over everybody else and just absolutely pulled away. 6.8 seconds the gap in the end over Duncan Pittaway, but Tim Crichton getting in amongst the Bugattis with his Fraser Nash, and they all look like they enjoyed that one. Beau Williams right at the very end in his Type 35B pipped William Way to 4th, and the Delage of Ben Bessard getting into the top 6 in front of Bruce Stops, Nick Pancisi, Bill Kleindert, and Christopher Mann in the Alfa Romeo getting that top 10 spot. in a race celebrating 1920s Grand Prix cars and the 90th anniversary of the Bugatti Type 35. There's a lot of Bugatti Type 35 cars in there. Michael Peet down in 12th, 18 cars finishing in that race. Sadly, a couple having to pull over. Charlie Martin losing an entire wheel, along with the likes of Phil Bewley with an issue, having to pull to the side at the very latter stages of that race. Well, let's take a look back then at how the Grover Williams Trophy unfolded. On the far left on pole was Julien Majoub, and it was a decent start really from the front row, and actually it was Duncan Pitway had the best getaway, but then got bogged down as the number 51 of Timothy Dutton tried to get his elbows out, but Julien Majoub was not having anything of it, was he, Bruce?
No, and right from the outset, brilliant start from the second row from Matt Walton. He, unfortunately, though, there he is in the background in third place, still ahead of Duncan Pitway, but he was to hit trouble, and in time that would lead to retirement. But out front, it became a two-horse race, and Julien Majoub positioning his car precisely where he needed to do. And as Duncan Pitway pointed out later, of course, the 35Bs onwards had that useful addition called a supercharger, which gave them a little bit more straight-line speed, and then some.
The sole Alfa Romeo of Christopher Mann holding on for all he could. In the end, he managed to finish up in 10th, but keeping it neat and tidy in that Alfa Romeo. But disaster really for the number 9 of Matt Walton after that great start. The smoke coming off of the front end, that was the first indicator that something might be wrong with that car, and in the end it proved to be terminal for Walton.
And it wasn't all Bugattis. We had, of course, as we had the spinner Phil Bewley, who would actually bring out the safety car because he stalled, but we also had Delage, and we had three-wheeled racers as well. Oh dear, drive shaft's missing, wheel is missing for Charlie Martin. Did a fantastic job to get it off to the side of the circuit. That would have been a surprise he wasn't looking for.
Yeah, this wasn't a three-wheeled race, and he found himself out of it. A shame for Charlie Martin, who'd worked his way up into the top 5, but getting out of that car, and the Marshal doing a great job of finding that missing wheel and drivetrain pretty straight away. Then safety car came out, then we were back underway. The gaps closed up, but that didn't bother Julien Majoub with a brilliant restart. Some traffic behind him as well to help his cause, and really he pulled away once again. And the battle was over second and third. Duncan Pitway in the 13 versus the 51 car of Timothy Dutton. And in the end though, drama for Timothy Dutton, that smoke coming off the front end and then having to pull off with a possible mechanical issue straight to the Marshal's post, and that saw a podium position come out of his grasp. But in the end, Julien Majoub won the Grover Williams Trophy, lights to flag win, and an excellent result for him in his Bugatti Type 35B as we celebrate the 90th anniversary of that Type 35 car.
Everyone's in vintage clothes. There's cars. If you're a petrol head, you're going to absolutely love it.
One thing Goodwood's done this year is saying, look, rather than throw things away, let's reuse things and repair them.
I always say to everyone, whether you like motorsport or not, you won't have a bad time. It is the best event in the world. Attention to detail is like nothing else.
It's the shopping, it's the funfair, it's the look, it's the period aspect, and that is what the Goodwood Revival is. It's just a fantastic day out.
You're never too young to fall in love with classic cars. It's a passion that lasts a lifetime, and it's a passion we share. Backed by over 75 years of motoring experience, Goodwood Classic Solutions is a unique new way to ensure your pride and joy. Goodwood Classic Solutions. It's a passion we share.
Well, yesterday we saw the tug-of-war between Flash Gordon and Andy Prior, and we'd have to say it was a fairly convincing, some would say dramatic win for Mr. Shedden here. You go again in the final against Mr. Le Mans. How are you feeling?
I was okay, but he looks like he's got a team who have been practicing and getting themselves all in sync. So as you can see, I'm embracing the spirit of Goodwood with my team for this one, and I'm sure we'll score a few points.
Well, I have to say, you did have a few ringers in there yesterday.
There was a couple of people who were fantastic that really did a cracking job yesterday, but I don't see them today. So yeah, a slightly different challenge today.
Well, best of luck.
Thank you.
We'll be rooting for you. Tom, can we have a quick word?
Yeah.
You look like you've got a pretty formidable team behind you here.
Yeah, Sam and Ben obviously here are the strongest kids alive. You have not seen anything like it. I mean, they have been warming up, 60 push-ups each, so hopefully they can do something for Darnley.
Well, we've seen you out on the track, but I think everyone's telling me this is the thing you really want to win this weekend.
Yeah, I need to win something, and obviously with a great team around, all the activities is going well. On track is going well for a lot of our team, for the team. So, tug of war is a personal thing.
It's a personal thing, and may the best man win. Best of luck.
Go, take the strain. Okay. Go, Ben. Go, Sam. Go, Ben.
Okay.
Come on, Sam. Sam, come on. Hey.
A few words from our champion.
Yeah, with Sam and Ben, obviously, you film here. See, my team, you did well. Come on. A word.
How did that feel?
Good.
Was that good?
Yeah.
Did you enjoy it?
Yeah.
Did you feel the power?
Yeah.
Congratulations.
Thank you very much. Oh.
Well done, mate.
So now we are into the final part of the sidecar shootout, and the first one, which is about to go on to its flying lap, absolutely crucial at this stage. Sam and Tom Christie, they were fourth fastest in the knockout classification that took place earlier on. James Hayden is with me once again as we analyse what's going on here. And James, with the track cooling down, the temperature's getting a little bit colder, that's going to make life even more tricky, isn't it?
Yes, it is. It's one of the things the chaps are saying is it's just really difficult to get those tyres warmed up, especially the left-hand side, to get that even temperature of the tyres on that warm-up lap, and they're only coming in really partly through the actual flying lap, which is why they're all struggling a little bit on turn one. You've got to attack that lap, but they're doing a good job here. Well, here they are, and they're running the long chassis, the GP chassis, 2021 version with the Yamaha R6 engine in it. About 140 brake horsepower, and it's rear engine this one. You see it just fighting a little bit to get it there, and then this is where they really want to spin. Look at the passenger climbing all over it, keeping that weight and then getting tucked in down the straight.
Yeah, the brothers, Sam and Tom Christie, they're doing a great job. They were right in on the pace earlier on. It was a very close battle. The top four that we're going to watch were separated by just over 1 second on the flying lap earlier. And as you say, the track conditions are different, so everybody's got to adapt to that. You can see there is a bit more movement, a bit more slide. What we've been watching this weekend at Goodwood with sidecars, absolutely fabulous. And now they're really going for it. This is the one lap. This is the one that ultimately will decide, are they going to be right at the top of the order or not? We'll see what the order is. Across the line, it's a 1:22.2, so that is a little slower than we saw in the slightly warmer conditions we had earlier today.
Yes, it is, but it's actually, it's their quickest lap of the weekend.
Okay.
So they've taken another 0.6 of a second off. So for them, I think that's a good lap. You know, they were hoping to get into the 121s as the top next three guys are, but that for them is their best lap of the weekend. And it's been quite difficult, talking to those guys, because they've got like an out lap, a flying lap, an in lap, and Goodwood's somewhere where you kind of want to build a little bit when you're first learning, get some laps in, and certainly talking to Todd Ellis, he felt, if he had a number of laps, he felt he could even get into the 119s.
Yep. That's part of the game. It's like when you're doing a hill climb or a sprint.
Absolutely.
You just go on cold tyres. That's it. So you just have to deal with it, don't you?
Exactly that. It's the same for everyone. You've got what you got. They weren't complaining. They're just saying it's one of the little tricky things. And as you say, with the temperature just having dropped off a fraction, the winds maybe picked up a tad. But a good Sam Christie and Tom Christie there. You can see the effort. These guys super fit and really putting it in. So as they finish their lap. So they've set the markers of 1:22.2. The best from earlier on was a 1:21.64 by Todd Ennis and Emmanuel Clement. So that's the marker in the sand. Next up we can see number 29. That's Steve Kershaw, Ryan Charlwood. They're on a brand new 2024 LCR Yamaha with a Yamaha R6 engine, and again it's the GP chassis, the long chassis.
And they were actually quickest in the qualifying classification, but they weren't quickest in the knockout classification. So we had a couple of runs yesterday, and then we had the knockout this morning. They ended up third fastest in that, but they were actually fastest yesterday, weren't they?
They were. Talking to them earlier, they've raised the ride height of their sidecar a little bit, so they've lifted it up fractionally and just softened it off, because they just want to try and get it to flow over the bumps and just the humps of Goodwood a little bit better. So they're hoping that's going to give them a little bit more. These guys were full fit.
That wasn't quite right.
No, this is them just fighting that, getting that temperature in the tyres. These long chassis are much better through the left-handers than the little TT chassis that we got coming up after this. Again, a little adjustment there from the passenger. Seems backed off again. Let's just see if he's just trying to warm it up. Just looks like he was just struggling a fraction there for some reason, Ryan Charlwood, but it looks like they're back on it again now.
Well, let's see how it goes for them. So Steve Kershaw and Ryan Charlwood yesterday did a 1:22.4. Earlier today, they did a 1:21.9. So they were in the 21s. And remember, the time to beat so far, just a single time of 1:22.2. They're just coming to the end of the outlap, and they will now come into the chicane and launch to try and set the fastest lap they have done of the weekend, the fastest lap, they hope, of anybody on the sidecars. Away we go. Remember, we are celebrating 75 years since the World Championship of Sidecars began, and it's been a real joy to see this machinery operating in such a fantastic form here at Goodwood, with some of the best riders and passengers in the world. They've got so many championship titles amongst them, but today it's just about getting around Goodwood as quickly as possible.
It is this sort of super pole out, just flying lap. They're doing a good job. Let's have a look. So they're 0.9 of a second up on that first split, and then we come to this left-hander, a little bit edgy through there, because the left-handers, there's only a couple in Goodwood, so the right-hander's always a bit better, but these more square-like tyre, race car tyres spread their temperature better. A little bit of slide in there, heard it spinning.
Yeah, you could hear he was actually having to ease off fractionally, wasn't he, on throttle, but the rider, the driver, as he's also known as, he's leaning on his belly, remember, on his chest, his legs sticking out behind him, and he's working the throttle on the hand, as you would on a motorbike, but he's using his feet for both the gears and the brakes.
Yes, he's indeed. He's coming in. I think he's at least... it's good. Really quite hot there, but I think he's about a second and a half up on the Christie. So we'll have a little look as he comes in, tucks in, as the three-time champion crosses the line. Let's have a look at the time.
121.616. Now that is fractionally the fastest we've seen all weekend by 0.03 of a second. We saw a 21.646 earlier today from Todd Ellis and Emmanuel Clement, but now they've just got a fraction quicker, so they've taken the top spot.
They have indeed. He will be really chuffed with that. You know, it's as we say, it's cooling down slightly. He attacked it. He had a bit of a slide in that last bit, maybe used a fraction too much curve, but I think mostly it was a very neat lap. And as we say, this is it. As he just comes out of here, watch it. He just has that little slide, catches a bit of the grass, and it just releases some grip. Cost him maybe a tenth or two, but he'll be very chuffed with that. Fastest lap of the weekend to Kershaw and Charlwood. So really good job there for the three-time British champions.
Yeah, three-time British champions and also front runners in the World Championship. They finished third in the World Championship the last 2 years, the last 2 seasons, and they won one event completely, both races last year as well. So they're right up there in the World Championship, and they've proved that pace right now with that 121.616. 2 more to go. Ben Birchall and Kevin Rousseau with the slightly different machine that will be coming out next, and then Todd Ellis and Emmanuel Clement, who set the outright pace in the knockout classification.
That's right. So far the two Sidecar outfits that we've seen, they've both been the GP chassis. So these are longer. They got wider tyres. They're designed for short, smooth circuit racing, and they haven't got quite as powerful an engine. Now, this outfit that we're about to see, this is Ben Birchall and Kevin Rousseau. Ben has been a 4-time world champion with his brother Tom, who retired last year. So his new partner is Kevin Rousseau. But they're on a TT-like chassis, so it's shorter. And all the other sidecars are rear engine. This is front engine. It works in quite a different way. All the other bikes in this shoot-off, they've all got Yamaha R6 engines. This has got a Honda CBR engine. But the one thing about these TT chassis, you're allowed to tune the engine more. So it's got maybe 10 to 12 brake horsepower more. One thing it is, though, it's slightly worse on left-handers. It has about 10 inches less rubber down on the road. But you know, he's a superb rider. He's won, as we say, four world championships.
Well, that was certainly excellent stuff to see already. We're going to have a little look at a replay of what was going on just a moment ago. Just have a look at what he's doing with his head, just down at the back there. Look at that.
Nice little handstand, and that's how happy they are. So, yeah.
That's brilliant. That's Ryan Charlwood, very happy passenger with Steve Kershaw after they've just set such a brilliant lap. So well done to them. And that was a lovely display as well. Right, okay, let's get back to this bike you were mentioning, the Sidecar you were mentioning. And you were also telling me, although it's a front engine, look at that, I'm not surprised to see a bit more weaving to get tyre temperature up. The engine being in front of the driver, but it's actually down at an angle on this one, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. He's slanted it right forward, and it's meant he's had to convert it from a wet sump to a dry sump, so it doesn't seize up. And as they start their lap, he really attacks that, and it means that it's lower, it's smaller, it's neater. So it's kind of swings and roundabouts, as you say. Hasn't got as much grip, isn't as wide, hasn't got as much rubber, but it's got a little bit more power.
So here we are then, into Madrick, the first corner. Fast, double apex right-hander. Brings him out wide, try not to go right onto the grass. Beautifully done.
That was neat.
Yeah, that was very neat indeed. Heading down towards Ford Water for an absolutely flat-out little section there with passenger heeling over the side. That is the Kevin Rousseau who's doing all that work, heading that first stint.
He's 9/10 up on that first split, so that is really good. He is flying. Now watch his left-hander. You see the inside wheel just bobbing a bit. Now he comes back down to the right-hander as he comes into St Mary's. And it's such an important section, this, using all the track, then getting it back, and then you've got this big, important run down the straight. Missed the apex fractionally, but he's still got a good run.
He has got a good run. So this is potentially, that was a very good speed that we've seen from them as well. So as you mentioned, they have slightly more power in the motor than the World Championship machines, even though in theory they would have a little bit less grip. We shall see how it goes in the last section.
Yeah, he's used all the track. He's coming in. He's just got to get this nailed right. Come in, mind the barrier. We saw a lot of people clipping the barrier, but he comes at me. Now it's the one to the line.
This is a good one. Is it going to be enough to go fastest outright? Across the line he goes. No, it's not. No. It's not. The final sector not working out. Maybe it's the straight line speed in the end that wasn't quite so effective. They are third fastest, and it means at the moment Steve Kershaw and Ryan Charlwood are still on top with one more pairing to go. Ben Birchall and Kevin Russo, absolutely brilliant pairing. Ben Birchall, that remarkable both world sidecar records and 14 times winner of the TT. The TT, such a big deal to him and to family, but it didn't quite work out in the end, despite looking fantastic.
Yeah, just that last section, you see that inside wheel just picking up there, but whether he just sort of cost himself a bit of time through there. Now, he wanted to use this because he said this circuit is very TT-like, open, fast, bumpy, so he's using this outfit for practice and also bonding with his new passenger, Kevin, so he'll be slightly disappointed because he's half a second off his best from earlier today, which is a 1:21.88. So I'm sure he'll have been hoping to beat that, and especially just be a 10th off Christie and Christie. But at the same time, it's a nice, it's a nice clean lap.
And when you think, you've got three that are within 3/4 of a second around, on a single lap round here at Goodwood, that's impressive. They are very, very competitive with one another. Lovely to watch. And if you're a sidecar fan, you'll be watching more from Ben Birchall, I'm sure. Tom Birchall, who has been his partner for so long, part of family, that has changed. Tom has now stepped away from doing that at the end of last year. But Ben's going to continue racing with Kevin Russo. And they are making a good pairing, there's no doubt about it.
Yeah, that's it. Well, he's done so much, as we say, 4 world championships. He's won 14 TTs. He's the lap record holder at the TT with a lap of averaging over 120 miles an hour. But this pair you're looking at now, this is Todd Ellis and Emmanuel Clement. They're back on a GP chassis, so they're the real circuit design chassis. It's another LCR and Louis Christian Racing chassis with the R6 engine. Now, these guys are the current world champions. They're the double world champions. They were world champions last year and the year before. They're 3 times British championships. And they're also, interestingly, a pairing. They're a couple. They're together, Todd and Emmanuel. And, so it's a really... Well, they're world champions. You can't say much more than that, can you?
No, brilliant job. Todd Ellis, only the 5th ever driver to win both British and world championships in the same season. In the past, the likes of Jock Taylor, Steve Webster, the brilliant Steve Webster, of course, one of the great sidecar drivers. Tim Reeves has done it, and Ben Birchall, who we've already seen on track. They've done it where they've won world and British championships in the same season, but these two have done it as well.
That's right, and it also meant they had to miss a couple of British championships because of the clashes with world, so they couldn't do every round, but they really are a formidable duo, and they're just getting warmed up. Just hear a little bit of spin there, just trying to force that heat in the tyres. As we say, it's one of the things, just almost touched the grass there as they come down, nearly ready to start the last lap as we come down to Woodcote.
Yeah, Emmanuel Clement rides it tucked in. She's very quick and it's just switching from one side to the other.
And one of the other things, if you look at the left-hand side of the bottom, you can see a slider there, and as they come through here, you'll watch her move, and you can just see, so it does straight. It's a good start to the lap, so look how well she gets tucked in.
Yeah, she really reduces the drag by tucking herself down as much as possible, then pushes herself over the right-hand side as they go into the double apex right-hand, and look at how her feet are up in the air. She's just hanging on in there through this incredibly fast corner. I tell you what, it feels fast in a car, let alone when you're hanging on the back of a sidecar and you're just hanging on. There are no harnesses around you. It's up to you to hold on.
Absolutely. These can do up to 170 miles an hour. They won't be doing it around here. They'll be doing more like 145, 150, but 25.9. So we've got a fastest first split for them. So they really are on it. Now this is a critical corner for the left-hander, and he comes back, cuts it, misses it maybe fractionally, and look again, climbing over, getting that weight, getting that handhold, so physical that it moves about.
Yeah, this is wonderful, and they are very much in the game to try and beat Steve Kershaw and Ryan Charlwood. They're trying to go for the sidecar shootout victory here at Goodwood.
That was beautiful coming out there, every inch of the track, right over the apex. And as they come down, she's tucked in. She's going to look, she's on the upper handhold, and in a second she's going to swap, reach right down to that lower handhold, leg right up in the air. Can he get this right?
Let's have a look. This is such a critical part. They were very quick here earlier, and it's looking good again, isn't it?
It is looking good. They got it. Oh, that's beautiful coming out of there. It's now a tuck and one to the line.
Let's have a look. 1:21.6 to beat. Across the line they go. And they've done it. They've done it. 121.174, and the victory goes to Todd Ellis and Emmanuel Clement. What a fantastic run that was.
That was a great lap, and you could see attacked all the way. They are the current world champions, the double world champions, and they proved to you why they are such a class act. You know, they come out 121.1. I mean, that is quick in anything, and what a great lap. So well done. Congratulations to Todd and Emmanuel for doing that. And how close was that? You know, what a great battle that was. All that top four covered by just 1.1 seconds.
Very, very impressive. But their margin in the end was 4/10, which is tiny, but it's also quite appreciated, I think, because it's very close between all of them. 4/10 of a second. That was a fantastic lap. Well done to Todd Ellis and Emmanuel Clement, and we will have a word with them in just a moment. I do hope you've all enjoyed that, whether you're watching online or whether you're here at Goodwood. Give them a big cheer, because this has been a tremendous shootout experience that we've had, with 8 of the sidecars beginning at the beginning of the weekend, the modern racing sidecars, mainly from World Championship like this one, and then they worked their way to the top 4 for this final part, and they have worked out as the winners. And indeed they did. They were fastest in the knockout earlier on today, the 121.6 that they did, but they've gone even quicker this time with the 121.174.
Yeah, great lap. I'm sure they'll be slightly disappointed they're not in the 20s, being so close. 1/10 of a second, but they've got to be over the moon with that. They have won it the first time, as you say, celebrating that 75 years of sidecars. So yeah, great job there.
And I know many people have never watched sidecars before, because so many people here at Goodwood this weekend very much into cars, enjoying the bikes as well. But to see the sidecars here, it's been a real great experience. Many congratulations to Todd Ellis and Emmanuel Clement. Do they know? I hope they know already that they've taken victory. Let's go down to Ed.
Todd, Manuel, I know you've won some World Championships, but you will forever be the first sidecar winners at Goodwood.
Spot on. No, we didn't know. I didn't ask what Ben's was. I said I didn't want to know what anyone else was doing, so I set my dash up, so I looked on my dash and see my lap time and knew we was a bit quicker than this morning, but yeah, spot on. It's one for the bucket list, isn't it? To say that you've won at Goodwood, it's a fantastic achievement.
21.1 was a fantastic. I mean, that lap looked from the outside, I mean, perfect. I know you said there's more time in it, but really on a one hit sprint, that was pretty good, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was pretty good. Feel it faster than this morning, but I think with better condition can go a lot faster than this. Yeah.
Well, look, guys, it's been absolutely fantastic. Thank you for bringing this, and congratulations again.
Yeah, love the job. Thank you for having us.
Wonderful stuff. And for the couple that are together in life, they have just also taken a really, well, not vital victory, but a one they will very much enjoy and celebrate, because Todd Ellis and Emmanuel Clement have won here at Goodwood in this remarkable sidecar shootout. Second place went to Steve Kershaw and Ryan Charwood. Third place to Sam and Tom Christie, and fourth place to Ben Birchall and Kevin Rousseau. James, let's just take a little look back at some of the highlights, because there are some wonderful shots here of seeing these sidecars being ridden at such pace.
Yeah, here we can see Sam Christie and Tom Christie, the brothers, just coming on their first run. Very good run. They managed to do a 122.2. And then we can see number 29, this is Steve Kershaw and Ryan Charwood. And look at this, a lovely little handstand at the end. He loves doing that, he does that around the paddock. And then we saw Ben Birchall. We saw this was the only TT chassis. As we say, the slightly different thing, and he really attacked it, and he was up on the first half of the lap and just didn't quite get that second part, but he'll still be very, very happy with the job he's done this weekend, but probably slightly disappointing not to get that beat his time from earlier. But it was all about these guys, Todd Ellis and Emmanuel Clement, the world champions who came through. He really nailed it on that warm-up lap, got some more heat in the tyres, and then it was a very, very neat, very clinical lap, and it was a fantastic time, 121.1.
They'll be making their TT debut this year as well. It's all started very well here at Goodwood.
I mean, I'm here stood in a field in Goodwood. We're showcasing as much homegrown produce from within the estate. Festival of Speed lands in July when the British produce at its very best. See, hear and I think smell the cars as well. Technically I'm working, hopefully I can nip out for 5 to 10 minutes. If people are into cars at that level, they're going to have an eye for detail and an eye for quality, so it's important that that's replicated in what I serve as well as what's on the track. I'm Ollie DeBoo, cooking at the Surtees Pavilion at Goodwood. Do head to goodwood.com to find out more.
What a great ride from Tom Marquardt on Quickthorn, who wins the Audrain Goodwood Cup.
Highfield Princess, she's all class, and Highfield Princess comes clear to win the King George.
Paddington from Backers devoured the run towards the line. It's Paddington, he's still going to be unbeaten this season. He's going to win the Sussex Stakes.
Well, we've had lots of demos here at Members Meeting, and one that's been thrilling the crowds is the Alpine demo. And I'm here with Vic Burnside, head of Alpine UK. You've got some lovely cars here this weekend.
Yes, thank you very much. I mean, we've brought 2 cars here today in the boxes. We've got our Le Mans prototype, the A424, and we've also brought our A290. And what a better place to be with Alpine, with our heritage in motorsport, than one of the best motorsport events in the UK.
So, well, you've already answered my question. Why did you come to the best motorsport event in the UK?
It's a perfect fit. It's an absolutely perfect fit. We've been racing since 1955 when the company was started by Jean Redelais. We've been in all different types of motorsport, and now with the new Le Mans car and extending our range in motorsport, why not?
It's fantastic because, of course, you've got the F1 team and the A110 that everybody loves, critical and commercial acclaim, I would say. So you've sort of doubled up now. You've got an extra race car in the Le Mans car, and this wonderful thing as well, the A290.
They are 2 completely different cars. The Le Mans car is our prototype hypercar. It's got a V6 engine, so it makes one hell of a noise. This car is our first fully electric car, launching this year in June at Le Mans. It's going to be the first hot hatch that Alpine's bringing into the UK, and it's going to have 220 brake horsepower, so watch out for this one.
Well, it's a great looking thing, and I love the way you've displayed everything in a box here. It's got the public's attention, I think.
Well, we wanted to do something a bit different. Lots of manufacturers are involved at Goodwood, and we wanted to stand out and make a bit of a statement about what we are bringing into the market in the UK and get everyone to recognise that Alpine is here and looking out for the new car that's coming.
So when can we expect to see a road version or a commercial version of this car on sale and on the roads?
So it's launching in Le Mans. The first right-hand drive vehicles will be at the end of this year, so...
No centre drive vehicle?
No, unfortunately not, no. The road-going version had to have a slightly more sensible seat configuration, so it will have 5 seats inside, not the 3.
So we might even see this doing a demo lap next year at the Members Meeting?
Festival of Speed, maybe. Festival of Speed.
Well, lovely to see you. Thank you for being here, and we'll see you at the next Goodwood.
Thank you very much, thanks.
We certainly will. And getting ready then, thick and fast racing coming on this Sunday at the 81st Goodwood Members Meeting. Straight into now the Peter Collins Trophy. We're looking at sports cars that raced between 1948 and 1955 as they head out onto the track. Let's take a little look at what's ahead of us. Well, just a little insight there as to what we've got coming for you. And there is the pole sitter, Richard Wilson, and his Maserati 250S on pole. The beautiful trident emblem that represents Maserati on the front grille, lined up front and, well, I would say front and centre, but actually pole is slightly to the left. It's second who's in the centre. That's John Pearson in the Jaguar D-Type. And then Jack Rawls in the Austin Healey 100S. That makes up the front row. But this, the Peter Collins Trophy, named, of course, after Peter Collins, the winner of the inaugural Goodwood 9 Hours back in 1952, and this, the fifth running of the members, the fifth running at the members meeting. 20 minutes of racing ahead of us as we rapidly get towards the end of the second and final day of the 81st Goodwood members meeting. Alice Power alongside myself, Harry Benjamin, back in the commentary box for this one, and we're getting towards the end, Alice, but we've still got some brilliant racing and an absolutely eclectic mix of cars and brands involved in this one.
Yeah, we certainly have an exciting qualifying, which of course they had yesterday. Similar conditions. We've had a nice dry weekend here at Goodwood. The wind has died down ever so slightly. The remainder of the cars towards the tail end of the field are now starting to join the positions at the rear of the grid. The Marshall's doing a great job to sort themselves out. Last time we saw the Peter Collins Trophy was in the 79th members meeting back in 22. James Thorpe was the race winner in a Jaguar Lister, but of course it's Richard Wilson that's starting on pole today in his 2.5 litre Maserati, and alongside him he will have John Pearson, who's going to desperately hope he gets a good launch off the line and a good run down into turn one. He is in a slightly different car. He's in the 3.4 litre Jaguar D-Type, and the Jaguars, of course, Harry, they were a successful winning car back in Le Mans in this kind of era. They won Le Mans actually in the 55, 56 and 1957.
Well, it certainly is a lot of heritage and successful heritage up and down this grid. We'll run you through the entire grid shortly, but on pole, the one to beat is that Maserati 250S. Driven by Richard Wilson from 1957, as Alice mentioned, 2.5 litre engine, one of only two original factory produced 250S Maseratis, raced in the US by Carroll Shelby and Jim Hall, won here at the 2023 Freddie March Memorial Trophy at the Goodwood Revival. Podium positions at the 2023 Le Mans Classic as we get underway then for the green flag lap, also taking podiums at the Monaco Historic as well in the last couple of years. So Richard Wilson very handy in that car, but Pearson alongside as well is not one to dismiss either in that Jaguar D-Type manufactured back in 1955, and this car coming from a long way away. Cars coming from all over the globe. That one with the Venezuelan flag. Nigel Winchester at the wheel in the 51, further back in the pack down in 22nd. Just finding their way through, getting heat into the tyres. Let's take you through then how the grid lines up. It is that Maserati of Richard Wilson on pole alongside the Jaguar D-Type of John Pearson, and the Austin Healey of Jack Rawls make up the front row. Then it's Frederick Wakeman in the C-Type Jag and Malcolm Harrison in the first of the Coopers going from fifth. Joseph Rettenmeyer in the Maserati 300S alongside Jonathan Bailey and Oliver Mathai rounding out the top 8. Nigel Webb and the Ferrari 500 TRC of Scott Redding in 10th. Row 5, the Jaguar GOM Special, Joseph Wilmot's Jag XK140 from 11th in front of Bobby Burnham Rowe and Gary Pearson in another XK120 from 13th. The Allard of Nick Jarvis is 14th in front of the Fraser Nash Le Mans replica, the first of those with Cliff Gray at the wheel in 15th. Brad Baker is 16th. John Muir, an entry that has been withdrawn, and then that withdrawn was withdrawn. So he is in this race in his Fraser Nash Le Mans car after a change of cylinder head, and taking part from 17th in front of Patrick Blakeney Edwards in 18th. The top 20 rounded out by the Cooper of Gregor Fiskin and Nicholas Burt in the Alta in 20th. And then in row 9, Katerina Kivalova in the Cooper Jag alongside that 51 all the way from Venezuela, Nigel Winchester in 22nd in front of the second Fraser Nash Mille version from Philip Champion in 23rd. Chris Keith Lucas in the Jag C-Type is 24th with Hans Martin Schneeberger rounding out the top 25. The final 2 rows, Christopher Mann back again with an Alfa Romeo in 26th alongside Michael Grosswiller, and the old Yeller is in 28th. The final row, Ivo Noteboom in the Arnold and Maxime Castelline in the Aston Martin. DB35 will be 30th and last off the grid, 3x2 formation ahead of this 25-minute race that we have to enjoy for the Peter Collins Trophy for sports cars between 1948 and 1955 as they line up onto the grid, and it will be Alice Richard Wilson with the best seat in the house.
It will be indeed. And I love that Maserati logo showing proudly at the front there of Richard Wilson's car. And they continue to line up on the grid. And I love how they do the starts here, Goodwood. You are the front row, you're all starting right alongside each other, as you can see. So it almost is even an even start. Obviously, the benefit you have starting from pole, you are on the inside. But we've seen many classes and many series this weekend where actually the outside line, so P3 has actually got a fairly decent start and been able to go around the outsides. There's no lights here, of course. You have to watch out for the Union Jack at the start line. You can see it in the picture, the top right there. So all drivers are on the grid. Here we go, Harry.
We're just about to get ready then for the Peter Collins Trophy. The flag flies, and it's a bit of a stuttered start for our pole sitter in the Maserati. I think Jack Rawls in the Austin Healey might have got the best start from the front row, but after the stuttering start, the Maserati 250S comes into its own, and Richard Wilson holds the lead in front of, I think, the Jag D-Type holding on into second. Yes, John Pearson, well, he's trying to hold on, but I think he might have been pinned by Jack Rawls in the end. Further fighting down, that's the 11 of Frederick Wakeman, the Jaguar C-Type, going toe-to-toe with Malcolm Harris in the Cooper T25 in 4th and 5th. But out in front then, it is indeed Richard Wilson. John Pearson did hold on to second, Jack Rawls in 3rd. It's as they started, but Rawls in the Austin Healey is all over the back of Pearson.
He is, and a great shot there from our drone on the exit of the St Mary's corner, and going to be a challenge possibly round the outside. That's brave to do that at Levant from John Pearson in the Jag D-Type. Thinks better of it, but Jack Rawls thinks to have a go down the inside in the Austin Healey.
It's as it was at the start of this race, 25 minutes and counting on the opening lap. The Maserati 250S has the advantage for now, but John Pearson in the Jag D-Type steams past him down the inside and makes it look easy. The straight line speed of the Jag, not a match for that Maserati, but is the Maserati going to fight back? Takes a much tighter line to the apex, actually compromises on the exit as they come into the chicane, because now Wilson has got the Austin Healey of Jack Rawls all over the back of it, and they're bringing the Cooper of Malcolm Harrison along for the ride as well. Lap number 2 we go.
Yeah, John Pearson really working his 3.4-litre Jag. The Maserati only has, I say only, still a decent amount of grunt underneath that bonnet, a 2.5-litre of course, but we've got such a mix here in the top 3, so it's a Jag D-Type, we've got the Maserati, we've got an Austin Healey, a Jag C-Type there with Frederick Wakeman in the 11 car, and then the 55 of Malcolm Harrison in the Cooper Bristol.
Further down in the pack, good start as well for the number 8. That's the Ferrari of Scott Redding, who's made up a couple of positions as well. Sorry, it's Joseph Rettenmeyer, my apologies, in the Maserati 300S that's made up a couple of positions as well. That's way further, he's in 6th at the moment. And then Redding in the number 28 car. That is the Ferrari 500 TRC. Started in 10th, he is now up into 8th spot. That's what's going a little further down in the field. But after initially a stuttered getaway from pole, he managed to hold on to the lead in the Maserati of Richard Wilson, but then came the Jaguar D-Type of John Pearson and managed to get a better exit out of the corner, better straight line speed. The momentum was with Pearson, but the gap is still still less than a second. Rawls in the Austin Healey is third. Then comes Wakeman in fourth in the Jaguar C-Type. Then the top 5 rounded out by Malcolm Harrison in the Cooper T25. No big movers and shakers in that top 5. They're all started in and around where they're all at the moment in and around where they started. But will the Maserati try and fight back through? Yes, he does. Richard Wilson gets back into the lead going through Madgwick.
Yeah, 0.6 of a second was the time difference on that previous lap. So Wilson feeling more comfortable, and that slightly lighter, more nimble around the corners Maserati, but then that Jaguar has really got the grunt, and you can see it going up the straight here past Fordwater, now down into St Mary's as they hook it round the right and then into the left. Again, the drone showing off what it can do, but actually interestingly the Jaguar D-Type that John Pearson is driving was damaged quite badly in a factory fire many years ago, and John Pearson Senior purchased the car and it had a full rebuild, and it looks incredible out on circuit here at Goodwood.
Some of the restorations that these cars have undergone is absolutely phenomenal, just a testament to those who purchase and then want them to be revived and go racing, and it's brilliant that we can do that at events like the Goodwood Members Meeting and of course the revival later on in the year. It's not been a brilliant start for the Jaguar D-Type of Jonathan Bailey. The number 21 car started in 7th, fallen down to 13th. I wonder if he actually made a mistake because he lost a few positions in quite quick succession. Bailey now outside of the points is the top 10 that score points in that all-important battle for the house shield between Bolton, Methuen, Darnley, Albany as well. But out in front, it's still a battle for the lead, and I wonder if Richard Wilson has actually managed to get back in front of John Pearson in the Maserati in the last few moments. I think he might well have done. And the fight goes on further down the 8th spot with Webb heading that field. There is second place man, John Pearson now. It's nip and tuck, 0.4 of a second, closing in, trying to get that position back. Wilson now in the lead after 3 laps, just over 4.5 of a second between that Maserati and the Jaguar D-Type, and they've kind of left the Austin Healey for dust a couple of seconds back.
You can see Richard Wilson desperately using as much road as he possibly can just to physically keep up the momentum in his Maserati. Of course, he's then going to be under pressure down the straight from the Jag D-Type, so he's driving a great race, and almost a little bit of a tactic going on there, because obviously they're totally different types of cars and different performance areas, better than maybe some compared, so you have to really try and make sure you utilize your car's best performances, basically best areas on this track. Wilson a bit more nimble around the corner, and then of course the 17 of Pearson stronger down the straight. And here, Harry, we're coming up to traffic already. 18 minutes remaining of this session, and already we're hitting the traffic, and as we've seen many times today, that can have a massive impact on the result.
Yeah, it certainly can as well. Hearing of a couple of retirements as well. Further back in the pits goes the number 2 car of Gregor Fiskin. That's the Cooper Zephyr, which is coming to the pits, and the number 44 as well, which started quite the way down. That was Michael Grossfilier in the Allard down into the pits, although I think he might have come out again. We'll wait and see, but trouble then for a couple of riders further back in the pack. Out in front though by 0.8 of a second, it's the Maserati 250S of Richard Wilson. John Pearson, the Jaguar T-Type, chasing closely. Then comes Jack Rawls in the Austin Healey. Nice battle though continuing on for 6th place at the moment, with Joseph Rettenmeyer in that red number 8 Maserati 300S keeping at bay the 75 behind, and that is Oliver Mathai in the Jaguar D-Type trying to make up positions. A little bit of traffic gets out the way, and they're bringing along Malcolm Harrison, who's found himself behind this gaggle, having started ahead of them on the grid in that Cooper T25. So it's the Maserati in the red number 8 car heading the Jaguar D-Type, heading the Cooper, and off into the grass goes the number 44 car. That is Michael Grossfilier, just was into the pit lane with an issue, and that Allard not happy out on there, but Mikel doing the right thing and pulling straight off into the grass in the nearest marshal position. So, out in front then.
Oh, the gap's got much bigger, hasn't it, between the front two, and I'm just getting told in my ear, obviously we didn't see it on camera, but was heavily blocked in the chicane. I said that the back markers can certainly play a part, yet the final sector was pretty slow, and over a second and a half actually slower compared to his previous best lap. So got a lot of work to do now to try and close what was 0.8 of a second, now 3.3 seconds. But it can quickly change as further down the field, Harry, we have the battle for 10th place. We've got that lovely HWM Jaguar, the number 5. You can just see it in the back there. Bobby Verden-Rowe, an ex-Stirling Moss car. He drove that car in 1950 when it had a 2-litre Alta engine. Now it has a Jaguar engine, but still going strong.
Yeah, and it's chasing down Jonathan Bailey in the Jag D-Type, which is all over the back of Gary Pearson in the Jaguar XK120 Mistral. Look at the shark fin on the back of that Jonathan Bailey Jaguar D-Type. Such were the innovations at the time and the differences showcasing across the years. Absolutely fantastic, and helping it in the slipstream, trying to increase the tow and develop the downforce. But at the moment, Jonathan Bailey struggling to get through in that Jaguar D-Type. Further back in the pack, that battle over 11th and 10th spot to final points paying positions. Out in front though, having been blocked by traffic, John Pearson in the D-Type. There he is coming through now, closing back up to our leader in the Maserati. I think Pearson was blocked by the old yeller of Ernest Nagamatsu, who's way down the field at the moment, all the way, or started all the way down, but clearly not quite getting out of the way in time for John Pearson to benefit. And that has just allowed the Maserati a little bit of breathing room, but Pearson is coming back at him with less than 15 minutes to run of this, the Peter Collins Trophy.
Certainly is. He's got a little bit of traffic there from the number 1 car. That's the 1953 Alfa Romeo. Puts his hand up. Christopher Mann driving that car, allows him through. But that gap's going to keep changing, Harry, I feel. And the traffic will play the main part of that change.
Battle for 8th going on. You can see in your screen Scott Redding in his Ferrari 500, the rear end really stepping out as he chases down Nigel Webb in the Jaguar C-Type, and that little bit of rear end has allowed Jonathan Bailey in the D-Type to close right on to the back of him. Can Bailey make the move here on Scott Redding? That rear end sticking out for Redding, just costing him there in straight line speed, and Jonathan Bailey says thank you very much, I'll take that position very nicely. 9th goes to the Jaguar D-Type, and unfortunately the Ferrari heads down a spot with in the hands of Scott Redding down into 10th spot come the end of lap 7.
Yeah, so Scott Redding will gather it back together already. Look, he's on the back, coming out of the exit of the chicane. The 2-litre Ferrari that has had good success in Le Mans, actually winning its class back in 1957, the 24 Hours of Le Mans, and won Sebring that year as well. As wherever you look, the battles continue, and it's hotting up at the front. Look, traffic playing its part again. So Pearson right now on the back of Wilson.
And I think this time around the traffic has benefited Pearson over Wilson compared to the last time. The gap has closed right up now. That is less than a second when you look at it. And Pearson second in that Jaguar D-Type, closing, trying to get side on with the Maserati. Moves to the left-hand side, dives to the right-hand side, can't find a way through there. Wilson positioning that Maserati in all the right places. And the lines around Goodwood so tricky, you can really find yourself compromised if you pick the wrong line. Coming into the final chicane, Wilson threads the needle through, want to get as much traction and momentum off the exit as you can to carry yourself down the main straight and towards the first right-hander of Madrick Corner. It's still Wilson out in front of that Maserati. Pearson, though, is hunting him down, and he can smell blood.
Certainly can. 0.7 of a second now is the gap. More back markers as they're going to head out of Madrick now. And they're going to thread through the middle of the traffic. You've got to trust those that are around you. Have they seen them? Yes, they have. Through Ford Water. Now they go on a slightly tighter line. You see the Maserati moving all over the place. Into St Mary's now. even more traffic. I feel like that's what we're going to be saying quite often. He was compromised ever so slightly, but so was Pearson, even more so compromised on the exit there, but he will stamp hard on the throttle pedal and get that Jaguar steaming down the straight into Levant now before they head out to what is one of, if not the longest straight on this circuit, the Levant straight, before they jump on the brakes into Goodwood Corner.
Outside of this fight for the lead as well, just to bring you up to speed, Oliver Matai in the Jaguar D-Type is all over the back of Joseph Rettenmeier in the Maserati 300S. That is over 5th position. And then the fight over 8th is really heating up as well, between the number 24 of Nigel Webb in the C-Type, who's keeping Jonathan Bailey at bay in the D-Type. It's two Jags going toe-to-toe, and the difference is between the C and the D-Type here. It's the C-Type in front at the moment, the D-Type behind, with that iconic sharp fin on the back, on the driver's side, closing, trying to get a little bit of toe, darts to the inside. Meanwhile, trouble for the number 28 of Scott Redding in his Ferrari. That looks like it's race done for Redding. He falls out of the top 10 and out of this race. Back to this battle for 8th. Indeed, Redding was involved in this battle, but has had to fall out of it, seemingly due to a mechanical issue. But right now, it's Jonathan Bailey trying to get back up to the back of Nigel Webb. We'll park that one for the moment because it's getting tight once again for the lead of this race. Half a second between Richard Wilson and John Pearson for the lead. The Maserati versus the Jaguar up front. Then we've got a battle between Rettenmeier and Mathai in 5th and 6th. That is between a Maserati and a Jaguar. And then we have the battle here between Webb and Bailey, and that is between two Jaguars, the C-Type and the D-Type. So battles all throughout the top 10 with 10 minutes remaining at the Peter Collins Trophy.
That music to my ears with 10 minutes. Saying 10 minutes left to go, Harry, because we have got some great battles. We've obviously got this tough fight forward, having a look at the 21s, having a look down the inside. That's going to be Brave into St Mary's. Doesn't manage to get down the inside enough. He's going to have another go as he heads up through Levant Corner. There is some traffic ahead. You're going to be Brave to go around the outside. There is Bailey. Let's have a little look. If he's late on the brakes, gets a little bit of a wiggle. Is he going to try and get the cutback? No, not quite.
No, not on that occasion. It's Bailey having to just sit in behind, but they've got all sorts of traffic in front of them. They're going to have to try and thread themselves through. They've got the 59 car further back in the pack. That's Maxime Castellane in the Aston Martin. They make their way past as well. I think that's the number 14 further back in the pack too, but they just about make their way through. The battle though for the lead has switched. It's Wilson who has now fallen behind Pearson, the Maserati behind the Jaguar, and here is what happened. It's the old Yeller getting in the way once again, or not too much, but that was enough to unsettle the Maserati, and the more momentum was with Pearson, who now retakes the lead of this race. It's now advantage Jaguar. The Maserati is now in the hunt.
Yeah, look how much later, though, the Maserati will be able to stamp on the brakes. That bit later, there's still so much movement on the rear of both of those cars. The control and the inputs that they're having to put not just into the steering wheel, but of course the pedals as well, filing it through the chicane. The Maserati taking the ever so slightly tighter line, closer, braver to get closer to the inside of the tyre barrier there. But this is going to carry on, I could imagine, Harry, all the way through to the end of the race. At least we hope we're going to be seeing it anyway.
11 laps run as it currently stands. 7 minutes and 45 seconds remain. Wilson still keeping that Jaguar within sight. It was Richard Wilson in that Maserati, which is now down in second, started on pole, got away well. The traffic, though, is playing havoc as the old Yeller has an issue with Ernest Nagamatsu at the wheel, pulls to the side. Mechanical issues suspected. Another one out of this race. And still the battle for the lead rages on down the inside. Late on the brakes for Wilson in the Maserati. He gets the move done, but did he get on the grass? He does. The rear end steps out. He holds it together, and somehow Richard Wilson, my word, what a move that was, gets the Maserati back in front of the Jag.
His heart must have beating off the counter there. We've got a back marker now further down the road. That is the number 58, a Jaguar C-Type. Manages to clear it quite nicely, but great car control there from our now race leader in the Maserati of Wilson. We actually have got a close battle.
He's slow, he's slow, he's slow. He's got his hand up in the air for Pearson. He's got an issue. Is he going to peel into the pits at the end of this lap? He comes out of the chicane. What's gone wrong for the Jaguar D-Type as he comes into the pits? The battle for the lead is over for John Pearson in his Jaguar D-Type, who has to come into this race with 6 minutes remaining. Such a shame for Pearson. And now the Maserati holds on to that lead in the hands of Richard Wilson, goes unattested, but he's still absolutely haranguing the wheel of that Maserati. That puts Frederick Wakeman up into second position in the Jaguar C-Type, and the Austin Healey of Jack Rawls still holding on to third. So this was a little further back in the pack, the battle over 7th place. This is Jonathan Bailey in the 21, the cream Jaguar D-Type, blasting past, finally, the Jaguar C-Type of Nigel Webb. Those two have been going at it for several laps on the last few occasions.
I was just about to say, Harry, we've got a great battle there for second place, and it is Jack Rawls there, the number 15 car.
Oh, he's off onto the grass!
And Wakeman, I mean, wouldn't get an easier pass there, would he, Rawls? Goes onto the grass, does Wakeman, just losing the rear ever so slightly out of Levant, and more traffic there. So this is now one of the closer battles on the circuit. Of course, this is for second place, now that we have the number 17 of Pearson has peeled into the pits. But the Austin Healey, and here we go, we're going to get another shot of it now, just running slightly wide, and then that grass is still a bit dewy, still a bit wet, so you have to be ever so careful. No erratic movements trying to pull the car back onto the track, but Wakeman in the C-Type sails on through.
10 seconds, the gap Richard Wilson has out in front in his Maserati 250S. It is now Jack Rawls in second in the Austin Healey. Third is now Frederick Wakeman in the Jaguar C-Type. In fourth, climbing his way up through the field in the other Maserati 300S is Joseph Rettenmeyer. Traffic once again for our leader, but he doesn't have anybody right up behind him who he's doing battle with to cause too much havoc. But that 77 car of Nick Jarvis, that's the iLauda, not proving too easy to outmaneuver. Rettenmeyer in fourth. Then it's Oliver Mathai in the Jaguar D-Type in fifth. Then it is Malcolm Harrison in the Cooper T25 SIG. Jonathan Bailey making moves up into seventh, or regaining his spot. He started in seventh in that Jag D-Type, the all cream with the shark fin on the driver's side. Nigel Webb in the C-Type down to 8th place. Gary Pearce in the Jaguar XK120 Mistral in 9th, and then in 10th, rounding out the point scoring places at the moment in that number 5 HWM Jag is Bobby, Voered and Rowe. They are your point scorers with 3.5 minutes left to run.
So a race prepared. Healey there by Bill Rawls, and it's driven by his son Jack, and I'm sure they're watching nervously on the pit wall. It's Glenn Cayley that owns the car.
The
and they're going to go neck and neck down the main straight. Back down the inside goes Wakeman and the Austin Healey. It really is, you could say, punching above its weight. 2.6 litre engine underneath there compared to that of Wakeman in his Jag C-Type, 3.4 litre. So Jack doing a great job there in the Austin.
Well, Wakeman then back in front, up into second for the Jag C-Type. The Austin of Jack Rawls down to third, clinging on to that final podium position. He should hold on to it. It's quite a way back to Joseph Rettenmeyer in the Maserati 300S down in fourth. But it's Maserati, then it's Austin Healey, and then it's Jaguar. So 3 different manufacturers currently on that podium, placing after 14 laps, and there is your leader, unattested for the time being. Such a shame to lose early doors. It was such a shame to lose the drivers battling it out. John Pearson in that Jaguar D-Type having to come into the pits.
I feel like my commentators cursed that, so Pearson could come and find me after this race. I'll put my hands up. I was hoping we were going to have such a great battle, and we were. It was on the cars to have such a great battle between these two, but we still have some great battles further on, as we said, for second and third. Also, for fourth and fifth, the gap there across the line last time round. The number 8 car, Rettermeier, was just over 4/10 of a second.
There is your race leader. I think we'll get this lap and probably one more after it as well for the Maserati of Richard Wilson. Then Frederick Wakeman in the Jag, and then Jack Rawls in the Austin Healey. Just having a look and see where some other tighter battles are. Oliver Mathai is still right up behind Joseph Rettermeier, less than a tenth of a second between those two, and on cue, here they are. It's Joseph Rettermeier in the Maserati, the all-red number 8 car, just in front, currently in 4th spot, keeping Oliver Mathai in the Jaguar D-Type behind, but Mathai has been right on his rear end for the last few laps, but struggling to get through on that Maserati. He's running out of time to do it.
Certainly is. Not many options to overtake around this circuit, and they're coming into St Mary's now. Similar lines, a dab on the brake just to get that front end in and kill a little bit of speed through the second part of St Mary's. But this battle's still ongoing for second place. Wakeman now looking at the sectors, not as fast as Rawls in that first sector, but very, very similar. Actually, 1,000th of a second between them in sector 2 in terms of that split. So this is going to continue now as even more traffic ahead, and will play its part, and they'll all be hoping that the traffic goes in their favour. We got the 55 car.
It's Malcolm Harrison, who started up in 5th.
Cooper Bristol has gone for a trip on the exit of St Mary's. Let's just have a little look. Yeah, it went off fairly early on, luckily for him and the Cooper. It's plenty of runoff and practicing his car control in the weeds.
I think that bit needed mowing as well, making its way back on to the track. Such a shame though, you can see picking up a little bit of scuff on the side and coming to a slow. I wonder if that's more than just a driver error, if there's a bit of a mechanical issue going on there, but such a shame.
Yeah, he's in 6th place. I'm just trying to see who might have been around. Bailey was around, but the gap was fairly large, so yeah, that's so unfortunate.
I think Bailey has just gone through, actually, and Harrison, we'll see how he can cling on to this, but I think he will plummet through the field. Just a couple of corners left, though. This the final lap for the Peter Collins Trophy, as we enjoy these fantastic sports cars ranging from 1948 to 1955, and king of the field, you have to say, has been this Maserati 250S in the hands of Richard Wilson. Started on pole. Great battle with John Pearson. Unfortunately, Pearson had to peel into the pits, and that led the way for Richard Wilson, who will come across the line and take the checkered flag to win the Peter Collins Trophy. The Maserati is victorious. We look next to Frederick Wakeman in the Jaguar C-Type, who will just pit Jack Rawls in the Austin Healey to second. Rawls rounds out third, and what is that battle doing between Joseph Rettermeier in the Maserati and Oliver Mathai in the Jag D-Type? Coming out of the chicane now is Rettermeier, who has the advantage, but how good an exit can Mathai get to the line? He's not going to be able to do it, or as he tries to tuck into the toe, it's going to go to the line, but in the end it's going to go the Maserati's way. Joseph Rettermeier just manages to hold on to 4th. Oliver Mathai having to settle for a top 5 position. Feisty race 2 for Jonathan Bailey in the 21 Jaguar D-Type, who is just come across the line in 6th. Then comes Nigel Webb. This is the 7th place car, the number 24, just keeping Gary Pearson in the Jaguar XK120 Mistral at bay. They will come together across the line. The Mistral just behind, waving. Don't wave too quickly. The line comes. Keep your foot to the floor, secure that 7th spot. and he does indeed do so. Webb 7th, Pearson 8th, and then the 95 car will seal the deal in 9th. That was Burt. And then rounding out the top 10 in the number 5, Bobby Verdon Rowe in the HWM Jaguar. And they're your point scorers. But all the plaudits will go to Richard Wilson, a sublime drive and a good fight as well early doors with John Pearson in the Jaguar D-Type, but unknown faults with Pearson's Jaguar D-Type. Saw him having to come into the pits after he slowed massively down, peeled off into the pits and was never seen again. And unfortunately that ruled him out for the fight for the race win. And it left Richard Wilson with a clear bit of track ahead of him. A lot of traffic to deal with though, more so than in other races we've seen, proving a little bit more tricky, but there is your winning car, the Maserati 250S, as it lines up in the Parc Fermé area. And I'm sure it'll be very happy with that. One of the only 2 original factory-produced 250S models, 2.5 litre engine, raced quite heavily in the US by the likes of Carroll Shelby, Jim Hall, no stranger to being a winner around Goodwood either, winning the 2023 Freddie March Memorial Trophy back at the Goodwood Revival. Podium positions at the 2023 Le Mans Classic and the earlier Monaco Historic as well. Richard Wilson, helmet off then. Let's hear from our race winner who's down with Ed.
Richard, I mean, you needed all of the tools in your box in the opening stint of that race, didn't you?
I did. It was great fun. I mean, John has the grunt in the straight line, and this Mazda has a cornering speed. And of course, we got tangled up with a couple of back markers, and he would get me, and then I have to try and get him back. You've got to be a bit brave going into the corners and trying to go on the inside, because you don't want to end up in the headmaster's office for having a little tinker, but a little ding. But we managed to hold it together, and it was a fantastic fun race. Really enjoyed it.
It's races like that that make you realise why you do it all, isn't it?
Do you know what? It's you get the adrenaline rush, you get the excitement, you get a fantastic venue like this, and the social side of it. You build up so many friends in this arena. It's just fantastic fun.
Well, fantastic drive. Well done.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Right, let's find Fred. He's down here. I will get round just getting his laurels. Usual thing, walking away from me. Fred, when you spoke on Saturday, you said, I'm going to be nowhere near the front. All these other cars are much quicker, but you're on the podium.
Surprise, surprise. Yeah. It's a great day out. Yeah, I had a really good dice without Austin Healey. That was so much fun. I mean, what a way to end a fantastic weekend.
You had a little moment coming out of Lavin.
Yes. My hand slipped on the steering wheel and I went left, and then, anyways, yes, I managed to get out of that.
No, beautifully driven. Well done.
Thanks a lot. Cheers.
And Jack, here we go. Jack, I mean, trading places more than the touring cars. What a race.
I know, I think they've got a few things to learn from that, haven't they? Less grip, more power, would work out well, wouldn't it?
I mean, you had a great sort of race-along dice with Fred. You just couldn't shake him.
Yeah, I mean, 2.6 versus 3.4, but, I mean, really well driven from Fred, so it was brilliant, and we had a great race, ding-dong the whole way through, and, wow, a dream to stand on the podium at Goodwood.
Well done.
Thank you.
Fantastic work there from your top 3. Richard Wilson in the Maserati 250S, winning out ahead of Frederick Wakeman in the Jaguar C-Type. And Jack Rawls just didn't quite have as much grunt as those in front of him, but a sublime drive nonetheless in the Austin Healey. To 3rd, Joseph Rettenmeyer and Oliver Mathai embroiled in a epic battle, Maserati versus Jaguar, all the way to the line. Just a couple of tenths between them at the checkered flag. In the end, it went the way of the Maserati. Jonathan Bailey as well, rising up through the field to 6th, just in front of Nigel Webb. Gary Pearson as well with a nice rise up from 13th, finishing in 8th. Bobby Verdon Rowe rounding out the point scorers. The first of the Fraser Nash Le Mans replica cars, Cliff Gray ending up in 12th. John Ure able to get that car back into this race, having withdrawn it initially, ended up 14th spot with the Alfa Romeo, the sole Alfa Romeo of Christopher Mann down in 19th. Couple of retirements as well, including the old yeller of Ernest Nagamatsu further back, and of course John Pearson in his Jaguar D-Type, who for so long was in the running for the race win, ultimately had to pull into the pits. And our last classified finishers there, the Arnault of Noteboom and Maxime Castellane in the Aston Martin. Well, let's take a look back there now. What just unfolded in the Peter Collins Trophy? Sports cars between 1948 and 1955. And it was a clunky getaway initially for the pole sitter Richard Wilson, but the grunt of that Maserati meant he could recover in time for Magic and hold on to the lead, Alice, going into turn 1.
Yeah, everyone kept it lovely and clean, but this is the battle we were hoping, we were dying to see that would go all the way to the end, but wasn't to be. But some great battles between these two, Richard Wilson in the Maserati and John Pearson in the D-Type, constantly swapping places, and then eventually Richard Wilson having a dive down the inside at turn 1, just about making it stick.
Yeah, certainly. The traffic, though, proving a little bit tricky for our late race leaders in that battle. Richard Wilson in the Maserati, John Pearson hunting him down once again. But battles all throughout the field as well. Nigel Webb going up against Scott Redding in the Ferrari yellow, the yellow Ferrari with the rear end really stepping out on him and making waves as well. Not forgetting Jonathan Bailey in the Jaguar D-Type versus the Jaguar C-Type, going hammer and tongs at it. Took a while for Bailey to get through, but he did eventually showing that persistence is key in these races. Traffic once again coming to blows for our race leader, costing Richard Wilson the lead. That allowed John Pearson through and away, but then a little moment coming through the left-hander as well for John Pearson in the D-Type. That was all Wilson needed in the Maserati to find the gap and make his way through, and then he had his own little moments just about holding on to the rear of that Maserati. And this is where it all ended for John Pearson. Suspected mechanical issue on that D-Type Jaguar, had to pull into the pits, and that unfortunately left the race win no longer being fought for. Richard Wilson putting in a sublime job nonetheless to put in the lap time and hold on to the gap he had in that Maserati. Battles, though, continued further back and even going onto the grass, Alice.
It was Frederick Wakeman taking an extra wide line and going on the grass, but he was able to go back down the inside of Jack Rawls in the Austin Healey down at turn 1, but Jack never made it easy for him. Tried to move over ever so slightly, but they once again kept it clean. And then our pretty much last retirement at the very end of the race was sadly the number 55, who did a little demo spin in the end there, but it of course was the number 78 car, Richard Wilson, that took the win.
Well, that's the Peter Collins Trophy done and dusted. Your winner in the Maserati 250S, Richard Wilson. That's it from us in the College Watch for the time being. Let's head down to Imi and David.
Well, what an amazing day it's been so far. We're now getting ready for the Gordon Spice Sprint. This is the last race of the day. I mean, the weekend flies by, doesn't it, David?
Yes, I've had such a good day today. I can't believe we're down to the last race. And of course, this is the Gordon Spice Sprint. We had the Gordon Spice yesterday, which was the longer race, 2 drivers, 45-minute race. Now we're going to get the 15-minute race. And it's normally the drivers or maybe the entrants this time. So watch out for these 70 saloon cars. It's going to be an absolutely spectacular race.
Do you know what's been amazing this weekend is just how much there is to explore and how many stories to uncover. And it was so fun to go and see the Tyrrell shed that's just been put here now at Goodwood. And it really does give you that time capsule, which is something so unique about Goodwood, and something, this being my first Goodwood Members Meeting, that I've really been feeling. And I know everyone talks about it all the time. When you're here, it's such a special experience.
Well, I'm glad you've got to experience a lot of it. And as you say, that Tyrrell shed was just sort of sums up Members Meeting for me, and obviously everything that goes on here at Goodwood. To preserve that piece of F1 history is just absolutely fantastic. So that'll be a permanent feature now here at the circuit. And I've had a great day. I've been watching Tug of Wars and the final of that. Tom Christensen beating his chest there, getting some more points for Darnley on the board for his house. So he beat Shedden there for his team. And then, you know, we're going to go out today with this race, and hopefully it'll be a good one.
Did you manage to try any axe throwing?
I didn't do axe throwing. Did you do axe throwing?
Turned out I was quite good at it, actually. But you know what else I've really enjoyed is seeing the members and how everyone's dressed so beautifully. They really show up, and that really does help layer on that whole kind of retro feeling and that true heart of motorsport and the nostalgia. And I think that's something that I hadn't realized, how much everyone participates, almost by accident. It comes naturally to everyone here.
Well, yes, it's not quite as obligatory as it is for the revival later on in the year, where we'll see some true period dressing. But I think everyone's turned out quite well this weekend.
I think it's the caps, it's the gloves, you know, it really brings you back in that with this whole environment. I mean, we talk about the sound so much, but when you're here and mixed in with those smells, this is something I want to be able to bottle up and take with me before.
Maybe you've got a new business there.
Maybe I do.
Goodwood.
I don't want to have to wait a whole new year for the next members meeting. But look, we're about to go ahead now with this Gordon Spice sprint. Really so nice to finish the weekend like that. It's like saving this juicy bit to the last.
Well, everybody loves a good saloon car race, and these 70 saloon cars, you've got a bit of everything there. You've got the huge Rover there against a little Mini, so, you know, David versus Goliath battles out there. I think it's going to stay dry, so that'll probably favour the bigger, you know, more powerful cars. And just watch out for Fred Shepherd there at the back, maybe coming through the field in that Boss Mustang. It'll be a great race to watch.
Well, look, talking about that competition, we are going to now have a quick look at those house scores. We want to see where everyone's at, fighting for the house challenge, that shield. Ooh, it is close, but Tor Bolton is still in the lead, and that's Dario Franchitti's team, the debonair Scotsman.
Yeah, absolutely. Dario will be very happy about where he is going into this last race. Obviously, Darnley's not far behind, so maybe that tug of war was worth winning for Tom there. There's vital points on the board, and it really shows that it's all down to this last race here, the Golden Spice Trophy.
It does, doesn't it? And I think that has been so fun, because even when I've been walking around, I've seen little badges with everyone associated with the house. And, you know, when I spun for this, I landed in Darnley. So I kind of felt a little bit of like, oh, bonding with the other members that are in Darnley. I mean, did you end up choosing a house?
I haven't actually. I've tried to remain agnostic this far, you know. I'm
Not
trying to
me.
remain neutral.
Straight in, give me a house. Come on, Darnley.
I'll tell you who I supported at the end of the day.
Okay, fine. Was I not supposed to announce that so loudly? I'm competitive. I can't help it. All right, then. Okay, so, David, thank you so much. I think we're going to head over to the commentary box and get this race going. Woo! The whistle is blowing, and we'll see you later. Off to the commentary box.
Thank you very much. Well, we're getting ready for the final race of the weekend, the Gordon Spice Sprint. This is a short but rapid race, 15 minutes, and it's great fun because you will see starting up front the cars that actually finished further down the order in the two-driver Gordon Spice Sprint. So the winners of the Gordon, or the Gordon Spice two-driver race, the winners of that are right down in the middle of the grid. Those that didn't finish, of course, they still end up starting down right at the back of the grid. But we do have the car that finished 17th, you're just looking at it, number 64, Larry Waugh in his Mini. He finished 17th yesterday. Today, he is starting from pole position, so that's going to be a lovely experience. He shared the car with Chris Buncan, but what we're seeing today, Alice, is that it's the entrants who are driving. We're not getting the superstar drivers who were sharing with the cars yesterday.
Yes, that is correct, but we still have some impressive drivers that were actually setting extremely good lap times that are further down the tail end of the field. I'm going to point out a couple for you now. It's Fred Shepherd in the Ford Mustang. He's starting all the way down in 16th place, and he's lining up alongside another Ford Mustang, Craig Davis, in the Ford Mustang, who actually won the race yesterday alongside Ash Sutton, and those two were exchanging fast lap times yesterday. Were clearly competitive enough to win, so keep an eye on those coming through.
Let's take a look at an explanation of this final race of the weekend. So this is what we're lining up for, the Gordon Spice Sprint. And we do have cars in different places on the grid. It's going to make it for a very exciting race. You've got the Minis and a Rover on the front row of the grid. You've got a Ford Capri, another Mini on the second row. Nick Swift on that second row. He's always pretty amazing in his Mini. But Rupert Death on the front row, he's got great history of Mini racing in his career as well. Many wins and championships. So how long he can hold on. What I'm going to be keeping a bit of an eye on initially, particularly, are some of the Camaros. Now, that's the number 31 of James Thorpe. That's starting down to 13. But Jack Tetley, and I'm glad to say they're carrying an onboard camera on Jack Tetley, the number 28. That's starting on the 3rd row. There you are. You're on board with Jack Tetley. And Alice, you're starting in a Camaro behind a bunch of Minis. Yeah, there are a couple of Capris around you, but if he gets the start, well done. Jack could really make up some ground here.
Oh yeah, he certainly can. Sharing the car yesterday with Tom Christensen, and you could see how aggressively he was trying to get the front tyres in, aggressively breaking the slip on the front there, aggressively weaving left to right. As look at that, what a shot of the Mini pulling up quite nicely there into first place. And we've got a Mini on the front row, we've got a Rover and then a Mini. So the Rover, Nick's Sleep, is in a Mini sandwich.
It's lovely, isn't it? That pole position Mini, a vehicle raced by John Mowat in the British Saloon Car Championship from 1979 to 1981. We've got the Rover alongside. Nick Sleep is driving that particular Rover. Again, that comes from the history. So does the number 63. There's the Mini of Rupert Death. And Rupert, as I say, a very, very rapid Mini racer historically. He's done a great deal over the years. And triple-time Mini Miglia champion. He's been a runner-up 6 times in the past. But of course, he's not just racing against Minis today, because not far behind them, you've got the Chevy Camaros, you've got the Capris. They are not going to be able to stay in front of them for long. But it's going to be, just seeing Nick Swift on the 2nd row. He's always pretty mega. That's Simon Evans' Capri there you're looking at. So we've got a bunch of Ford Capris in this race, and it'll be fascinating to see how they get on. You're now moving back to some of the more, there you are, there is Nick Swift. So he's always remarkably rapid. Had some great results here at Goodwood over the years. You keep an eye on him.
He's ready to go.
Yeah.
Swift is ready to go, but they did label them, didn't they, the giant killers, these little Minis, as they really were taking it to the much bigger cars, the Ford Capris, you've got your Escorts, you've got the Chevrolets, and also the Ford Mustang as well. And there, that's a driver coach anyone would take, and that is Jake Hill, who's driven this track at high speed.
Yeah, he shared this car with Rick Wood yesterday, didn't he?
Yeah, he did, and I was just about to say, he absolutely stormed through the field yesterday in that Ford, and giving words of advice, which is always nice. Such a nice guy is Jake, and Hill, of course, he's even got his camera out, look, to do a bit of socials. Well done, Jake.
Lovely to see, yeah. So we've got the onboard on that one as well, so that's great. And that's starting from the 5th row of the grid. That is Rick Wood, who has had that car competing here at every members meeting so far since it's come back on the scene. That's lovely to see. And we shall see how they get on in the race. We've got some other top drivers as well, entrants like Oliver Bryant. He's starting down on the 5th row of the grid. We've got this lovely mix of machinery, some of the Rover 3.5 litre SD1s. You're up against Minis with the 1275 engine. So 1275cc engines on the front, although we do have one Rover up there with a 3.5 litre. We got the 3 litre Capris, and then we got the Mustangs and the Camaros. They've got up to 5.5 litres engine power. We've got the Triumph Dolomite Sprints with a 2 litre engine, so it's a real mix. And of course, cars that raced in British Saloon Car Championship racing in the 1970s and into the early 1980s. These are the sort of machines. We've got a few cars down at the back there that were a bit of out of the kilter because they had non-finishes. And in fact, number 2, Alex Taylor's Mazda RX-7, didn't get to start the race. It is going to start this one. So Larry Waugh starts on pole in the Mini ahead of with Nick Sleep and Rupert Death on that front row with him. Simon Evans in the Capri, Nick Swift in his Mini, then Kerry Michael in an Escort, Mike Whitaker, Jack Tetley, Michael Whitaker Jr. We've seen him go very well already this weekend. He's starting 9th in his Rover, and then Richard Mines in the Ford Capri. He's starting in 10th place. Outside the top 10, there's Rick Wood. We saw him just talking to Jake Hill a moment ago in that Capri. Ollie Bryant, we know he's been quick here today already. Now he's in his Chevy Camaro. James Thorpe, then James Cottingham and Jack Young in his Chevy Camaro. And then Fred Shepherd, who was 2nd yesterday, and Craig Davis, the winner of that race yesterday, and a long way down the grid, bit of work to do, and then we go right down to the back of the grid. There's Alex Taylor, 26th on the grid in the Mazda RX-7. So yeah, yesterday it was Craig Davis who took the victory with Ash Sutton, and this time Craig is going to be starting in 17th place, but he was very rapid with that Mustang himself. I mean, you know, they had a good lead, or right up in that lead group, and then when Ashton, the pit stop went well for them. I think others had slight problems with the pit stop. They came out in front, and that was it, really, wasn't it?
Yeah, it certainly was. A great drive from Craig and, of course, Ash, because there was a bit of confusion with our timing screen. It was showing that they hadn't boxed, but we obviously saw pictures on the screen that they had. So a good pit stop. No pit stops in this race, 15 minutes long, so these drivers will remain in these cars as they'll come through now the chicane. And what a sight. This is just, you don't get to see this anywhere else, do you, Ben? The sight of a range of incredible bits of machinery, all racing so closely against each other.
And all sounding so different. That's all fun too. You're on board the 3-litre Capri. That's got a different noise being revved up there by Rick Wood. But there's the 1275cc Little Mini of Larry Waugh with the Rover alongside. We've got an escort into the pits, unfortunately. In fact, a couple of cars already in the pits. That's a bit of a shame, so it doesn't look like they're going to be able to get much of a race underway. But in the meantime, the grid is lining up, and we are getting ready for the Gordon Spice Sprint to complete the 2024 members meeting at Goodwood, the 81st members meeting here, coming up for its final race of the weekend. And if you're still here and still watching, I hope you can enjoy this one. We're going to love it because it's such a mix of saloon cars from the 70s and 80s that will be racing hard as possible. Green flag from the back of the grid. We're ready for the final race at the members meeting at Goodwood in 2024. Flag goes down, away go the Minis, good start, and as ever from the second row, good start from Nick Swift, but actually from pole, Larry Waugh making a very good start. Number 64, that is Larry, he's on the inside, but round the outside goes Nick Swift in the blue and white Mini, and he may be brave enough to go right round the outside here. Look how close the Minis are. I love the way they wobble around through a fast corner like that, and it is Nick who's taken the lead.
It is, and look, they're almost blocking the faster, more powerful engines behind. And I said it to you, Ben, off air, that we were so excited, weren't we, to see these Minis lining up on the front. It's getting ever so close, though, further on behind.
Yeah, absolutely good. The Camaros are already forcing their way through. I think that James Thorpe is one of those. Jack Tetley certainly has made a good start, but I think James Thorpe's made an even better one. So Nick Swift is in the advance. Oh, there's a contact between the Mini and a Rover, and that's our poleman, Larry Waugh. They make hit to contact again. My goodness, I'm amazed they didn't get collected and T-boned by a bunch more cars there. That's unfortunate on this opening lap. Nick Swift is still leading, but now look, there is James Thorpe. As I thought, he started 13th and he's already in second.
He stormed through, didn't he? Really did, making sure that he was sliding his way through the gaps. I would expect that we will probably see a safety car. No flags out at the moment, as coming now into the chicane, and this is one of my favourite shots of the weekend. And the little Mini there is, and safety car is out on track now, which is what we expected. Racing will be slowed, all drivers will back up, and
what a shame.
Look at that, Larry Waugh in the Mini.
Oh.
So unfortunate, and that is partly a little bit of the issue with the reverse grid race, and you're sandwiched really between those with faster engines. But I guess you can still have that happen towards the end of the field, but that's certainly what you not wanted to see.
No, and it was contact with Nick Sleep in the Rover. They were together on the front row. They both got off the front row, and we were 3/4 of the way around the lap before they made contact really on the approach down it. I think it was a double contact. We'll have another look at it in a minute, but I think they hit twice. Oh, the Mazda, has that got a problem again? Because it didn't run yesterday. Maybe they're still they're still having troubles getting that Mazda RX-7 to run. It's a shame because we don't often see it out. Yeah, there is the Rover that was on the front row alongside for the start of this race. Nick Sleep, unfortunately, he's out of the race. They're going to have to get a bit of help to get these cars out of the way, especially the Mini with the damage on it. It's going to have to be lifted out of the way. So that is going to bring us the safety car. And remember, this is quite a short race. We've only got 12 minutes, just over 12 minutes to go. It looks like Alex Taylor, I wonder if that was an error. We'll have a look at what happened again here, Alice. Now, there's an initial contact between the Rover and the Mini there.
All right, and then he goes off on the grass, and then they make contact. Ironically, that they make contact again together.
But he was full. He could not have done anything different there, because Larry was, you could see the front wheels, and you can see there's the contact between the Rover. Brake lights are on, the front wheels are fully locked up, and the grass is slightly wet. And off they went skating, so huge disappointment and a wave there. They're glad to see they're all right, but seeing it was a hefty hit, that Mini's pretty strong, isn't it?
Yeah, no, it has stood up to it, but as you say, it's always a bit painful to see such a lovely little car damaged like that, but it was just a racing incident. I mean, it was just a pure racing incident. There were nearly 3 abreast coming down there, and there was that little bit of initial contact, and once Larry was on the grass, there wasn't a lot he could do. As you say, he locked up, he hit the brakes, but on grass you just don't slow down at all, and when he came back out, he was straight back into the Rover. Now, Jack Tetley is currently running in 3rd place. He started down in 8th place. Let's have a look at how the start went here, but watch out for another Chevy Camaro of James Thorpe, because he gets through somewhere here.
Yeah, he's fully blocked there, isn't he, Jack Tetley? I thought at one stage he might just push those Minis along down the straight, but of course the better option was not to do that. Slotted in behind the Rover, and I'm just going to have a look now. I'm waiting to see if James Thorpe appears on the scene. He doesn't. You can see the Minis are almost blocking the road in front, slightly earlier on the brake than many around them expected, heading into Ford Water. Slots in, does he? No. I think he's just trying to find a way through with the more power that he's got underneath him in the Chevrolet.
It snuck through on the inside just as they were going into St Mary's, the other Chevy. That was a good move, but he just had the space to get past the Rover, so that was where James Thorpe went through.
Yeah, and now we're going to see here, he evades the scene, goes round the outside, and we do, Ben, unfortunately, whilst we're watching this replay, looking out the ComQ box window, looks like that we do have a red flag.
We have a red flag, understandably, really, because they need a bit of track space, and also we don't want the minutes to go away completely, because there's only 10 minutes of this race, so now the clock stops, so at least it means that when the race restarts, hopefully we'll get a decent 10-minute race to finish everything off. So I think this is a very sensible idea to pull out the red flag, gives the marshals a chance to everybody get down there, get those cars out the way, and in the meantime the race cars can stop and we can have a proper restart.
Yeah, exactly. Totally agree. We don't want to be seeing them sat for many laps, almost wasting racing time behind the safety car. We do have the safety car for a good reason. Those cars need recovering on track, but we want to see this incredible field storming through on this incredible track and giving us a good demonstration of some great racing.
I was just having a look there, see how far Davis has got up. He got up into 6th place. So Craig Davis, who won yesterday with Ash Sutton, he started 17th, but actually I hadn't realised he got as high as 6th already in this group of cars, according to our timing screen. So that's pretty impressive that he's moved up that far. We shall see how it all works out. They'll line it up on the grid. Let's see how it worked on board on the Capri of Rick Wood. He'd had his chat with Jake Hill just before. There's no doubt you have to be a bit cautious into the first corner.
Certainly pinched slightly on the inside there and was almost trying desperately to get on the accelerator pedal, and he had lost quite a handful of places. There goes the number 17. That was Fred Shepherd sneaking round the outside.
Yeah, that's Simon Evans he's trying to get past, isn't it?
Yeah, and they're coming into Ford Water, which is difficult in pretty much any car that you drive around here. And he's just not able to quite find a way through. A slight gap between those in front. You can see, even with a tickle of the throttle, the 1, 2, 3 of Rick Wood in the Ford Capri.
I wonder what happens.
Sideways.
How much do we see of the incident up ahead here? There's the Mini going off, and there it all happens in front. Everybody's on the brakes. Actually, it's not too bad. At least they had the space there.
I have to say, everyone did do a great job avoiding these two. That could have easily become from a 2-car pile-up to many more. So well done to all the other drivers managing to take avoiding action, as it's a sad sight of the Mini gets placed.
Poor Larry.
Poor Larry.
I do feel for him. He must have been feeling quite excited, almost too excited, that he was on pole position. You know, when you finish 17th in the previous race, and then they put you on pole, it's a lovely feeling. But you know you're in a car that's going to be swamped by some massively fast machines coming up behind you. And ironically, it wasn't actually one of those just yet. It was one of the Rovers that he was on the front row with. But it was just the group was getting quite tight at that point, understandably, because we're getting a lot of cars coming through, weren't we?
Yes, exactly, and frustrating, of course, for those minis, because they know, as you said, haven't got the grunt down the straight. But the marshals, who have been out here all weekend, luckily we've had some good weather. We've had no rain, unlike last year's members meeting. Doing a great job, so big thank you to every single one of them.
Looks like they're being put in their original positions on the grid, as far as I can see. We shall check that. But it does look as though it's going to be the original positions starting all over again, so we could see a slightly different getaway next time.
Yeah, we only ran 2 laps, didn't we? And I think when the clock stopped, there was around about 10 minutes remaining, but the restart will be from 12 minutes plus 1 green flag lap.
Okay, no, that's good news to know, and we shall see how it all goes. We're on board with Jack Tetley there, who made a good start, but it wasn't quite as perfect as James Thorpe, who just managed to find a sneaky little gap up the inside. I love that onboard view. We could barely see it happen, but it was very interesting to see. So drivers are parking up on the grid, turning engines off. Chance to go back down to Ed Foster.
Well, thank you, Ben. Once more into the breach. Follow me in. We've got to be a little bit careful because they are still getting these cars back into their original spots. I'm going straight for Nicholas Swift. Nick, what a start.
Yeah, the old Swifty horns were out then.
They really were. I mean, fully committed.
Yeah, I probably should be.
It is probably quite intimidating. And you've got 2 mirrors in here, so seeing a Camaro behind you.
Yes, he's quite a bully, that Tetley. But I was determined I was going to lead that 1 lap. And if I got the chance, I was going to go for it. I don't know quite what happened. I saw a little glimpse on the screen, and it looks like Larry in the Mini had a bit of a coming together with the Rover, which is a real shame. But yeah, you can't.
Did you guys have a plan that you 3 Mini drivers to basically block the pack behind you? Because there was a brief moment when you managed to hold everyone back.
Exactly, that was the plan. We was going to go 3 abreast into Madwick, and then if we could just work out a plan to stay there for the whole race, then nobody could get past.
Well, fantastic. Enjoy the rest of it.
Thanks, Ed. Cheers.
Right, well, you mentioned Jack. Let's go and find Jack. Jack's right here. It's amazing. With all this power, you can still be boxed in by 3 Minis. It's the world's heaviest door. Jack, cracking start last time, but you were actually held up by Minis on a straight for the first time ever.
I know, I should have just punted them out of the way, shouldn't I? No, I'm looking after her this year, after sticking it on its roof 12 months ago, so I'd like to bring it back in one piece for the owner.
I was going to say, it's nice to see the right way up.
I know. It's unusual, isn't it?
Obviously, I think you've got Fred, Craig further back. Are you going to be watching out for those guys coming through?
Yeah, I think they're a bit quicker than me. The boys at Crown have done an amazing job rebuilding it, but it's not quite the car it was before. It will be again, but not this weekend, so I think they've probably got the legs on me. But I'll do my best to keep them behind.
Right, Jack, good luck.
Cheers, thank you.
Right, let's tell you what, let's go and try and find, is that shut? That is now shut. Okay, let's head further back. There's not many people on the grid, but we haven't been told to get off. Let's go and try and find Fred and Craig, because I can see both of them back here, because these guys are the ones we're going to be watching out for. Both very quick. Obviously, Craig won yesterday with Ash Sutton, and both very quick. So with this much power, they should be able to get to the front, even though it's only a 15-minute race. I'm going to do what I do best and just interrupt. I'm so sorry. Craig, you've got to do it all again, but I guess the plan is to get to the front.
I had a pretty good start there, I must admit, so just got to try to do it again.
These reverse grid races obviously make things a bit more difficult, but you will feel like a hero, won't you?
It's good fun, but yeah, I had such a good start there. I hope I can replicate it second time round.
I guess you're keeping one eye on this car beside you.
Absolutely, yes. But some fast guys in front as well, so see how we go.
All right, Greg, good luck.
Thank you, Ed.
Let's have a chat to Fred. There we go. Thank you, Fred. No one else has opened the door for me today, so that's very kind. Got to do it all again, but I guess your problem are going to be these Camaros.
Yeah, I thought I got a really good run on that first start, and then there was a Capri sort of doing about 40 mile an hour in the middle of Madgwick, which I don't think anyone expected. But otherwise, I almost got up the inside there for them, but it's going to be hard work, I think, definitely.
I go around Madgwick at 40, so it's not the first time.
Yeah, me too, but yeah, it's one of those things, isn't it? I've got to get going if it's 12 minutes.
Yeah. Enjoy it.
Cheers, thank you.
We saw before the start of the race, Jake Hill, I'm sorry, here, and we're going to go back this way. Jake just giving Rick Wood a few words of wisdom, so let's go and find out what they were talking about. Rick's near the sharp end of the grid. Rick, I'm sorry, I'm going to jump in. I saw getting a few last words of wisdom. What were they?
Keep out of trouble, so and go for it. So yeah, took his advice and keeping out of trouble.
It's not easy when everyone's in the wrong place.
It's not great an upside down grid really when you've got 5-6 fiery monsters behind you, but I'm up for it.
You see obviously quite a few cars weaving around on the warm-up lap. I guess by the time you get to the line, everything's fully up to temperature, isn't it?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, we're ready to go.
Yeah, fantastic. And these Capris look obviously lovely to drive, but they do look quite difficult right on the limit.
You have to drive them on the limit because the tyres are so small. That's the bit I can't get my head round. But yeah, so the worst aspect is the tyre, for sure.
There's a lot of physics in there I don't understand. I don't think now is the time. Best of luck for the rest of the race.
OK.
Right, let's go and I'll tell you what, I think that's James Thorpe opposite. Look, I think we are, yes. I think I'm being told to get off the grid, so I'll behave and I'll get off the grid.
Thank you so much, Ed. It's always great having you chatting to everybody down there. We're going to take another look at the start, and it's a lovely overview of the start of the race. So you've got these very powerful Chevys trying to move up, and the Mustangs, of course, and you can see how tight it is through the first corner as the Minis are trying to charge away. They're quick through the corner, but of course, as soon as they come onto the straight, Alice, that's where they all start being caught up by the powerful machines.
That is, and I want to try and keep an eye. Are we just going to see it? No, we're not. But there's Jack Tetley that was almost boxed by those Minis, and if you keep your eye on to the left of your shot there on the screen, you will see, look at that, there's James Thorpe sliding on through, gaining not one, not two, but 3 positions heading down into St Mary's. And then the Minis, that they opened the gap ever so slightly, but then you wait until these powerful cars, Chevy in particular, gets on the gas, and James Thorpe is already up to, but there in the background we have the shunt. You can see Larry's on the brakes, unable to stop on the slippy grass, and that was the incident there. And everyone, as I said, did a great job to take avoiding action, but we're going to do it all over again, Ben.
Yeah, we are, and you're right. I'm so glad they took avoiding action, because that could have ended up as a big pile of cars, because you just cannot do a huge amount. But thankfully, they both shot off to the grass on the outside pretty fast, and everyone was able to keep out of the way. So well done to them. Let's hope we get a good, clean run next time around. But it is a challenge when you've got the slower cars up front and the faster cars behind. But this kind of reverse grid is always an exciting thing to watch, and so this time we shall see how it goes. And of course what it means is we've got Nick Swift over there on the right hand side, and Simon Evans. There's no one ahead of them now, because we lost Larry Warr and Nick Sleep. I'm not sure quite what happened to Rupert Death in the other Mini. Is he around? No, I'm not sure he is. So whether there was a problem for... Oh, there he is. No, he is. Sorry, he is on the front row. He just wasn't in the camera shot.
It's so small, he couldn't see in the camera shot. But
I wondered if he was there, but I couldn't quite see from our commentary box. So, yeah, he is still there. And actually, Rupert, I noticed when you were talking about how they went round, we had that overhead shot, which is great. He had a big sideways moment through St Mary's, but he did manage to hold it.
He did. He was able to gather it together. There's not one of the cars that's going to be joining the field, but the drivers then only have this one green flag lap to try and get the temperature back up into the tyres, and if they've had quite a long day, open up those eyelids again. And the temperature has dropped slightly here, we were just saying, weren't we, Ben? It's got a little bit chilly in this comms box, so certainly would have got a bit chilly outside. But the Minis are making sure, along with everybody else, that they're getting those tyres up to temperature. So who are we going to be watching for? Jack Tetley. He should have a bit of a clearer view now. He hasn't got a Mini really right in front of him, so he will be hoping that he gets that excellent launch that he did off the line in the previous start, but of course was boxed by an extra Mini on the front row, and Simon Evans in the Ford Capri starting slightly behind, actually, should I say, the Minis. Shared that car yesterday with Andrew Jordan, who I'm sure would have given some great words of advice as well. And there we can see, just gone through shot, the race winning car, race winner from yesterday, Craig Davis in the Ford Mustang. And just alongside him will be Fred Shepherd, and who Ed, of course, said will be ones to watch out, as the Mazda will unfortunately be starting from the pit lane. I think that is it. Alex Taylor, is it, in the Mazda?
It is, yeah, but at least they're going to be hopefully running, because they've obviously had some problems with that car. But hopefully they will at least get going at the back and give it a few laps. That would be nice to see. It's always lovely seeing the Mazda RX-7 out on track. A real tribute to Win Percy's 1981 British Saloon Car Championship title, and the colours on that car are those that ran for the first half of the season until Tom Walkinshaw Racing received sponsorship from Motul. So yeah, it's fun to see it, even if it's going to be right down in the back, starting from the pit lane.
Yeah, and it actually took quite a few outright wins, didn't it, against the Capris and the Rovers of the day. So certainly a car that has got pace, but they're coming out of the chicane now. And the Minis will be lining up on the front row once again. And did I just see the number 10 car in the background there of Kerry Michael in the Ford Escort? Did he just pull into the pits there?
Ah, right, okay. So maybe, yeah, maybe some other little technical problems.
Yeah,
but
he's in the pits.
Okay, so let's just see how this all comes together now. It's a slightly different front end. Yeah, you're absolutely right. There's Kerry Michael in the Escort, which is a great shame, because we all love seeing the Escorts out there in amongst the Capris and the Rovers, and of course the Chevy Camaros, the Mustangs, and a bunch of other machinery that's out on track, ready to go for the final race of the 81st members meeting. Green flag from the back once again. And just waiting, the Gordon Spice sprint is underway. So it is Rupert Death away initially. Nick Swift once again trying to make a really good start in his blue and white Mini. The Mazda starting from the back, but already that's a great start by Jack Tetley this time. Jack Tetley from what was the third row, but with sort of cars missing. He had a bit more clearance in front of him, and Jack has already, there you are, you're riding on board with Jack now. You're looking back, he's got the lead of this race, and his main aim now is to get as big an advantage. He could be in position now to win this, because his big rivals have got to spend some time coming through this lot.
He certainly has, and he's got the rivals that are desperately trying to squeeze through these Minis in front of them. Oh, and the number 60 of Nick Swift in the Mini getting a bit of a wobble through there, and then the 63 having a bounce. Rupert Death there, but already Jack and actually said that car was badly damaged last year. Oh no, and that is the 60 going across the grass.
Nick Swift actually making an error of something going wrong there. I'm not sure what it was. Maybe something that was wrong with the car that gave him that sideways moment. Meanwhile, the Mustangs are trying to move up through the order. I'm not sure they've had quite such a good getaway. The one that Craig Davis had in the first start, I'm not sure he's got away to quite the same effect, so we'll have to wait and see how that goes. Michael Whittaker in the Rover, a brilliant start. Michael Whittaker Jr., that is, who has had a great weekend here at Goodwood already. So he's up into second place with the blue Rover, and that is a brilliant spot to be in, having started quite a long way down. Nick Swift has pulled over, we gather, and has dropped out of the race completely. So across the line, so Tetley is the leader, and then we've got Michael Whittaker Jr. in second place in the Rover. He won the Ken Miles with Andrew Jordan earlier today. And then you can also see that coming up through the order now, Fred Shepherd is going extremely well, number 17 in the Mustang. So this time, he's the best of the Mustangs, and it wasn't such a good start for Craig Davis.
No, it wasn't, but it's Tetley that is stretching his legs at the front in the Chevrolet Camaro. And as I was saying before the Mini stopped on track, he had a big crash last year in this race. The car was really badly damaged, but look in the background, Ben. Oh, and a slight lock-up. We've got more going on, and that is Fred Shepherd, who is storming. An excellent first sector from Fred. He's putting Whittaker Jr. under huge amounts of pressure.
He certainly is, and he should have a bit more straight line speed through this section. So you'll see that I think at the opportunity he takes here, yeah, Fred Shepherd's going to draw alongside the Rover, and the Ford Mustang is going to take that spot, is it? Oh no, he's having to brake, and they've got a good late braking manoeuvre. Leader's gone through, the Rover's holding on, and Michael Whittaker Jr. is doing a great job, I have to say, to hold off Fred Shepherd for the moment in the Mustang, but you may see that's going to be harder now.
That's going to be harder, especially down this long pit straight, and there we go, there's your proof. Fred pulls to the right-hand side, left-hand side as you look at it, and sails on through 128.4. That is 1 second quicker than Tetley in the Chevrolet, who's out in front. Lights full beam. Let's see if Fred decides to do touring car style and use his lights. There is the number 7 car, which started much further down, Jack Young, so he's made his way further up the field, sharing that yesterday with Gordon Shedd.
Yeah, great stuff going on. The Whittaker family, both up there quite well at the moment, so because Michael Whittaker Jr. in second place, Mike Whittaker in the Capri, currently in 4th position. So that's the number 8 Capri, but he may come under a bit more pressure. This is the battle for the lead already, and we're seeing some locking up going on there as Jack Tetley tries to hold off. Now, we did hear when he was talking to Ed that he feels the car is not quite as rapid as it was last year. It's been recently repaired and all put back together and beautifully restored after the damage that was done, but he feels there's still a bit more work to be done to get it handling to the same level. And here we go, battle for the lead. This is a real chance for Fred Shepherd, but he's on the outside again, and that's always tricky to go around the outside. He backs off.
Yeah, that's into Woodcote Corner now. The next opportunity will be down into the chicane. Thinks better of it. Going to try and use the grunt of the Ford Mustang down the straight and gets a little bit sideways on the exit of the chicane. Here we're looking back now. Tetley is holding on to that inside line. The Chevy Camaro is holding up against the Ford Mustang at the moment. Holds it slightly tighter. Does he run out wide? No, he doesn't. So great defensive driving from Tetley.
So far, so good, but Fred Shepherd's not going to give it up. The young man who has been racing here at Goodwood for several years now and delivering some fantastic results in all sorts of cars that the Shepherd family are lucky enough to own. Oh, it's a bit of a lock-up. Was that the right rear or the right front? I'm not sure, couldn't quite see, but yeah, a bit of a lock-up there for Jack Tetley.
And that intimidating image of having a Ford Mustang all over the rear of your car, especially when Fred Shepherd is behind it, and it is the front, is just having a little bit of a lock-up there into Levant Corner, and that's going to give the opportunity to Fred Shepherd to go down the inside and take the lead.
Fred Shepherd's now leading the Gordon Spice sprint. He started back on the 7th row of the grid, but with 6.5 minutes to go, he has now taken the lead. And there's no doubt that Jack Tetley's car, especially under braking, is not working quite as efficiently as he would like. It looks as though there's something wrong with the brake balance. He may just have a flat spot on the tyre, but these tyres are pretty resilient normally. So maybe there's a slight brake balance problem, and he's just having to be a touch cautious. And he's actually under a bit of pressure now from Michael Whittaker Jr. in the Rover behind. The Rover, number 19, the blue Rover there, is going really well up against these fast American machines that are more powerful, but lovely to see it going quite so effectively here. Really homage to the successful Rover period that took place in the 1970s. 1980s, and he's doing a fantastic job so far.
Certainly is. The Tetley car certainly lost some pace from, of course, defending against Shepherd, but it did sound, I'm not sure what you think, Ben, it did sound maybe a little bit clunky on the down changes there. We've got to move the number 5 slotting down the inside. That is James Cottingham, so he's making his way up, doing some good lap times, not far off actually the pace of Fred Shepherd, who's leading the race. But of course, again, Jack Tetley having that lock-up, and continuous lock-up. So is he going to run slightly wide at the Van corner? No, manages to keep it on track, but you said these tyres are resilient, but if you do keep locking up, it will eventually put a flat spot, and of course that can wear on through or lead to a puncture. So Jack's got to, of course, be ever so careful.
Definitely, so let's hope he can. I think he's being sensible about it, but he's in quite a group of cars here now. Jack Young trying to get around the outside as we go back on board. Oh.
Slightly in the background, sorry Ben, they almost nearly contact between the two Mustangs in the back there. That is Craig Davis trying to make his way through. Got a really, really good start in the previous start, but wasn't able to replicate that in this one. And now Tetley is under even more pressure, this time from Cottingham, who's all over the rear of his car. Looking left, looking right. There's going to be an opportunity now down into St Mary's.
The lovely view, isn't it? You can, with the onboard camera looking back, you can see the steering wheel working hard there right behind as Jack Young is trying to make the most. Sorry, not Jack Young. We're looking at James Cottingham from this onboard camera at the moment. James Cottingham's doing a lovely job of controlling the oversteer. There you see the hands flicking one way, then the other from this onboard camera. Great to watch. And Jack Tetley, so far, is defending, managing to hold James Cottingham off. James got to keep an eye on Michael Whitaker Jr. behind in the Rover as well. But as you mentioned, Craig Davis is a part of this as well. Up front, to tell you that Freddie Shepherd is just easing away into the distance. He's 4.5, 5 seconds ahead. That's still opening up. So really the fights are going to be for the other podium positions, because I think Fred's definitely on target for victory. Down the inside. Oh, the slightest touch between them there. James Cottingham has got through.
Yeah, the Chevy slides on past, but that's now board on the back. Craig Davis in the Mustang, and running ever so slightly wide is Tetley. He is wringing the neck, absolutely, but it's not enough at the moment. Then further back there, we have Young, who's storming up behind in the Chevrolet Camaro, getting ever so close to the back of Tetley's car. Is he going to try and get the undercut there, which will next be into Ford water? Little bit of grass, little bit of curb, but not quite yet finding a way through. Now we'll head down into St Mary's, and Gordon Shedham yesterday in the Gordon Spice race, the two-driver race, had some fantastic moves through St Mary's.
Meanwhile, Craig Davis has now got up to third place in his Mustang. So we've got Mustangs first and third now, with Fred Shepherd leading this one. And Craig Davis, who won the Gordon Spice double driver race yesterday there. You're just seeing it, the black and red Mustang. That is now up into third place. But I don't think there's going to be much chance to go chasing after our race leader, who had a 6.5 second lead last time across the line, and we've only got just under 2 minutes of this final race to go. There is our race leader, lapping at around 1.5 minutes. So actually it's going to be interesting to see whether he gets a hold another lap after the next one. And there's a bit of a lock-up there for Davis. So not the only, we're seeing a few cars locking up here today.
Yeah, we are, but he is desperately chasing down Cottingham, and again, having a little bit of a lock-up going into the chicane. So he's going to try and desperately get in the slipstream of Cottingham in the Camaro and chase him down the straight. No opportunity still for Young to try and go down the inside into turn one of Tetley. And this is, again, is one of my favourite shots. Just seeing the movement of the rear of the car. It comes over the crest there of Madwick.
Yeah, wonderful to watch. And the battles are still going on. As you say, James Cottingham, who you're watching here in front of this pair. And this car, great history to it. It was on pole position in 1981 at the Spa 24-hour race with the GP driver, Rainer Wiesel. So lovely history to plenty of these cars. And Capri's are having fun a little bit further down the order, as you can see. The number 53 car, that's Matt Green. He's having a little fight all the way. And yeah, with the number 33 car of Charlie March, they're having a fun time side by side, and Charlie now getting through on the inside. And it's wonderful to see these Ford Capris, and in fact down there with them is the other Capri of Rick Wood, isn't it? So the man who's carrying our onboard cameras, he's a bit under pressure now from Charlie March, who's going to have a little lunge, I think.
Yeah, Rick was told to keep out of trouble, but that is much easier said than done. Of course, Jake will know that, and now he's got a queue of these other Capris. Oh, and Fred just crosses the line with 2 seconds to spare, which means we are now on to the last lap. But the sound of these excellent, incredible cars, and here is the battle now between the Fords.
Yeah, and funnily enough, it's been a bit of a change around the other way once again, because now Matt Green's got back past So I'm not quite sure what happened there to Charlie March. He got held up somewhere. And now, as you can see on the onboard, that's a good pass as Matt Green manages to get past Rick Wood, and Charlie March goes through as well. So they both get past the other Capri. Got a Triumph Dolomite Sprint, trying to get into it as well, as all of them now are going on to their last lap. The Triumph being driven by Tim Crichton, the classic car story Triumph Dolomite Sprint. Lovely to have that as part of the show as well. But up front, there is no doubt about who's controlling this race, as the Dolomite has a little look up the inside. Oh, careful, guys, don't...
We got away at the right moment, I think. There was no contact. But as you said, Ben, Fred, he has driven an exceptional race. Knows this car inside out, knows Goodwood inside out, and he has done a perfect race. It's been a short race, 12 minutes from where he started on the 7th row, but he's done an excellent job.
He really has. They finished second in the longer race yesterday as a two-driver race, but it is Fred Shepherd who takes victory in the sprint race in the excellent machine that has brought him all the way across the line. And second place goes to James Cottingham. Third actually does go to Jack Tetley. Tetley, oh no, it is Davis. I thought it was. It's just that the board came up. So we have got some problems there, as Rick Wood has dropped back, I gather. So Rick Wood, the other Capri, yeah, there you are. You're on board with Rick. So it's a mechanical problem. These other two Capris are still fighting like crazy, trying to work out who's going to end up ahead in the pairing. Matt Green is in front at the moment. Charlie March is going to try and get through on the inside. It's the chicane. Oh, and Charlie, as he's got it together, yeah. And Matt's done the right thing. He had to back off, really, and let him take advantage because he didn't go through the chicane. So Charlie March takes that 10th spot, and that was a wonderful battle between them.
Yeah, great, respectful driving between everybody there, and that's exactly what you get here at Goodwood. And congratulations to our race winner, Fred Shepherd, in the Ford Mustang. Just missed out yesterday against Ash Sutton and Craig Davis in the other Ford Mustang, but they've got the win today.
Yeah, and he's had wins here at Goodwood in the past. First ran at Goodwood in 2020, and so when he was just over 21 years old. And last year, for example, got both wins in the Thunderbird with Romain Dumas. So he's had some great results. They've got some fantastic cars, of course, to use, but he's driving them beautifully too. And in the end there, Jack Tetley did finish 4th, so he did just miss out on the podium finish. There was no doubt a bit of an issue on the brakes because he was locking that right front all the time, it felt. In the end, he was under a second behind Craig Davis. So Craig Davis got the final podium slot, and it was a great performance by James Cottingham as well in the number 5 Chevy Camaro. He got that 2nd place finish in that historic car that's got, as I say, some lovely history to it of these machines that were racing, as I say, at places like the Spa 24-hour race. It's also had good success here at Goodwood in the past. It won the Gordon Spice at the 80th members meeting, actually driven by Rob Huff. So this car that has finished in 2nd place this time has had lots of success, but on this occasion it is Fred Shepherd in the number 17 that has taken the victory. This car had a win at Goodwood on Fred's debut in 2020, so it's obviously a car that means a lot to him, and he's now taken another victory with it. Last year he did go over the line first, but they put him back to 2nd when we had the red flag, so he'll be very happy that he's got the victory this time.
He certainly will. A big smile from Fred, and our Ed is down there to catch up with him.
Right, I'm just, it's quite a high-risk place to do interviews, Fred. Fred, some people will say that it looked quite easy out front, but I guarantee you those were some of the longest laps of your life.
They were very long. I won't use the word I would use. You said on the grid that it was important to get in front of the Camaros, and I'm a very lucky boy to have had another chance at doing so. So that was a good start, and then yeah, a good battle with, I think, Jack it was, which was a lot of fun. I think he's struggling with the brakes still from yesterday, but yeah, great race, very happy, and I'm a lucky boy.
Well done, Fred.
Yes.
Right, let's find James. Just find the UFO Jeans BMW. James, sorry. Now, you can't tell me that you're having more fun in the World Endurance Championship than you are in a Camaro at Goodwood.
This weekend, definitely having a lot more fun in this. It's back to my roots, going sideways, and loved it. So much fun. Thank you to David Clark for letting me to have a go, and really kind of him, and brought it back in one piece with a podium. Let Huffy down, didn't win, but hey ho.
These things obviously have loads of grunt, but they shouldn't be as quick as they are. Obviously, the setup, there's a lot of work that goes in.
Yeah, I mean, it's my first time in the car, and as I said to a few people this weekend, when you're out there, the brakes don't feel that good. Feels like it's got loads of torque, but it's spinning the rear wheels a lot. And it doesn't feel like it's going to be that quick a lap. And then suddenly you see 27s and you think, what the hell? So, amazing cars and great fun just to have such a diverse grid as well. I love it. But, well done to Dario yesterday, my teammate, for our P4. And now we've got P2 as well. So we're really happy.
Well done, James.
Thank you.
Craig, before you walk away,
sorry.
I guess the sort of damage was done in the opening laps when you just couldn't quite get past the sort of the back markers, as it were.
Well, yeah, first start was a better start. Wish we'd have kept with that one. I felt sorry for that Mini and Rover, though. It wasn't really their fault. So, and then the second start just got really boxing Helena in, so made the best of it. Third is pretty good from that position. I'm happy with that.
I was going to say, there's no such thing as a bad Goodwood podium, is there?
There is. Yes, couldn't have said it better. So yeah, it's fantastic. Great race, clean, fun, brilliant.
Cheers, Craig.
Thank you, Ed.
Yeah, it was lovely stuff. We really enjoyed the battle. Always great to see things like the Mini starting up front and then the Chevys and the Mustangs coming through. Fred Shepherd winning by 6.5 seconds in the end from James Cottingham, who's had a lot of success here at Goodwood over the years. He won the Moss Trophy here last year in the Cobra. Craig Davis in third, as we heard, didn't quite make the start he'd hoped for, ahead of Jack Tetley with lovely onboard views. Jack Young, Michael Whittaker Jr. in that Rover. I think he did a great job with that. Ahead of James Thorpe, Mike Whittaker, Rupert Death, who finished 9th with the Mini, and I think well done to that, because well up amongst some of those more rapid machines. Charlie March just snatching 10th as they came over the line with his tremendous battle that he was having with Matt Green in the 2 Capris. Richard Mines followed up with Nick Jarvis, Tim Crichton, Simon Evans and James Sadler. The rest, we didn't quite all get to the finish, I'm afraid. There were a few cars that didn't make it to the end for whatever reason, but it was an entertaining Gordon Spice sprint. Let's just take a quick look back, Alice, at some of the fun action that we saw. And of course, the race started initially with pretty much all the cars there. And we know how it went because it was all a bit grouped up through the first few corners. It kept clean initially, but it all went a little bit wrong further round.
It did. It was a mighty Mini parade for the first part of the lap through Fordwater and then into St Mary's, where those more powerful cars were desperately trying to find a way through, and Rupert Death in the 63 getting ever so sideways, just kissing the grass on the exit, and then unfortunately slightly further back, Larry getting tagged by the Rover in the Mini. You can see locked up and then eventually coming on. Nothing he could have done to get out of that situation, which of course brought out our first and only red flag.
Yes, thankfully we then had a clean restart, but 1 or 2 starts didn't go quite according to plan as they had done before. The Mazda joining from the pit lane. It was a great getaway by Jack Tetley, so he had the early advantage, but it was also, as we know, Freddie Shepherd going through. You just saw that on the onboard view, and that was a great start from Fred that actually led to him going up towards the front very quickly.
Yeah, and he was quickly trying to get through into the lead. A great tight battle for a lap or so between him and Jack Tetley. A great defensive display from Jack, but unfortunately he kept having that slight lock-up, and eventually Fred was able to find a way through, slipping through the inside there, out Levant corner and then down the straight, and Fred was never to be seen again in this race as he stormed further on, but we had some great battles continuing down the field.
Absolutely, and James Cottingham was working his way up and involved in that fight. James managed to find his way past Tetley. He was on the grass on the inside tyre. There was just the tiniest little touch between them, but it was all fine. Great racing in the background. You could see Craig Davis getting a bit out of shape as well. There we are, there's Davis. He ended up finishing in 3rd place in the number 15 Mustang. As he said, the start didn't go perfectly, but nonetheless he got a podium. But our winner, Fred Shepherd, had a big advantage of 6.5 seconds over James Cottingham, who finished in 2nd place. Well, it's been absolutely lovely to be with you. I do hope you've enjoyed the day here at Goodwood. It's been a fun race to finish it all off for us. Have a great evening.
Good gut health affects every single aspect of your body, from your brain wiring to your energy output to your hormone regulation to how clever your immune system is. Everybody benefits from better gut health because it makes your body work better.
I would thoroughly recommend Goodwood Gut Health Programme. It's been quite life-changing, really.
It's like motoring heaven here. It's motorcycles, cars, helicopters, planes.
It's a sort of assault on the senses when you come here.
I know, but it's the best kind of assault. To hear them start and then...
You're never too young to fall in love with classic cars. It's a passion that lasts a lifetime, and it's a passion we share. Backed by over 75 years of motoring experience, Goodwood Classic Solutions is a unique new way to ensure your pride and joy. Goodwood Classic Solutions. It's a passion we share.
Well, there we go. That is a wrap on Goodwood for the 81st members meeting. I can't believe it's all over suddenly. What an anticlimax. I want to keep living in this world. But guys, let's go and see who has won the House Shield. That has been the competition that has been running the layer across the members meeting. So here we go. What have we got here? It's Tor Bolton who have won 19,876 points. My goodness, these numbers do rack up, don't they? That's a lot of points suddenly got totted up over this weekend. So there we go with the House Shield. But now we'd like to see which driver has won the most points within each house, because I think that they get their accolades themselves. So let's see who have been the winners within each house coming up soon. But that house challenge, that has been fun to keep track of over this weekend. All right, so we've got Phil Atkinson in Albany. Fantastic, 600 points. Well, he really pulled his weight for his house. And in Darnley, Julian Majub. Well done, 830 points. Methuen, Craig Davies, 510 points. And in Tor Bolton, Duncan Pittaway, 400 points, really pulling his weight there. That is fantastic. So overall, that's Julian Majub that has won the House Cup. Congratulations to him. Now, what a weekend. I would love to come to you, David. You have been by my side throughout this 81st Goodwood Members Meeting. What has been your highlight?
Well, there's been many highlights this weekend. I've thoroughly enjoyed these 2 days. And we've had some good weather as well, haven't we? It's getting a little bit colder now. But I think it has to be the Surtees Trophy to me today. It was a great race. I really enjoyed watching that. I mean, John Spears got away. He had a really healthy lead. He was doing so well. And then, of course, he got collected by a back marker, so he fell back. We had all sorts in this race, back and forwards, a bit of action, a bit of on the grass, and it was just thoroughly enjoying from start to finish. Exactly what you would expect from a Goodwood Members Meeting race. Those chevrons were looking really fast as well. Just about losing it there. Andrew Cocaldi, he was over the line first, but of course he had a 10-second penalty, I think, for jumping the start at the end. And then Ben Mitchell actually claiming the win at the end there. There you can see him waving, very happy. Just a perfect sort of race there. I thoroughly enjoyed it from the comfort of watching it, unlike you, Ed, who I think deserves some sort of danger money today for those last interviews.
Well, it's been quite a busy day. It's been fantastic, absolutely fantastic.
But Ed, I don't feel like I've seen enough of you in real life. You've been running around the pit lane, keeping us all up to date. What has been your highlight?
Well, there's so many, but for me, it's the sidecars. You know, something that Goodwood does so well is they bring something new every event, and the sidecars just delivered so much excitement. And a lot of us haven't seen them in the flesh that much, but what those passengers do, moving their weight around on the back, getting over the rear tyre, moving, and they're not strapped in, they're holding on. And these guys are doing 145 miles an hour down the straight. If you put someone on the back of one of the cars and told them to hold on, everyone would say you're completely mad, but these guys are obviously quite happy to do it. I mean, I loved it, absolutely loved it.
You're so right. I mean, it is absolutely bonkers. Now, my highlight has been the Grover Williams Trophy. I just love being transported to the 1920s. And in fact, those cars are right behind us. But there's something about being trackside and watching that race. You really are in this kind of time warp suddenly, and I think that is the magic of Goodwood. No matter what car is out there, it sort of seems to put you into the 70s, into the 80s, and, you know, here into the 20s. So for me, that was the race that got my vote. I can't believe I'm saying this. This is now goodbye from us at Goodwood. We're going to be looking forward to the Festival of Speed in July. We hope to see you there, and then the revival later on in the year. So thank you so much for watching and for joining us here to celebrate the 81st members meeting. Goodbye from me, Amy Barclay.
Goodbye.
Goodbye from David Green, and goodbye from...
And goodbye from me.
Ed Foster. Goodbye and thank you.